High-tech technology submitted to the system. A great power's rise to the stars, a future technology library, suddenly appeared in Chen Yuan's mind. Controlled nuclear fusion, warp drive, quantum teleportation technology. He didn't choose to start a company to amass wealth. Instead, he went directly to the National Security Bureau. Chief, I need to submit the key to the stars. The national machinery roared into action, the entire nation's power illuminating the technological path. While the U.S. was still imposing sanctions, China had already planted its flag in the Milky Way. Chen Yuan, our journey is the endless sea of stars. Chapter 1 plagiarized at the start, retaliates by blowing up the lab. Peking University Physics Department, second laboratory. Chen Yuan, it's not that your teacher doesn't want to help you. It's just that your data does have logical flaws. Wang Defa pushed up his thick glasses, his greasy hand slamming on the thick stack of reports on the table, his tone full of earnest concern. For this research project on small-scale cold fusion model, it's safer to put the lab's name on it. You'll be the third author. Chen Yuan stood at the table, looking at his usually sanctimonious doctoral supervisor, his anger turning into a bitter laugh. Logical flaw? Professor Wang, are you referring to the set of gravitational constant shifts I calculated last night, or the magnetic field topology of the superconducting coil? He pointed to the data on the report, enunciating each word clearly. These data are only backed up on my computer worldwide. You copied them last night under the pretext of checking the progress, and today it's considered a logic flaw. Wang Defa's face instantly darkened. Watch your attitude. I'm your advisor. If I say there's a flaw, then there's a flaw. If you want to graduate smoothly, you'd better behave. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to make you waste these 4 years. Just then, a sudden boom echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. It was as if a current of electricity, transcending time and space, instantly pierced his nerves. Immediately afterward, a cold yet resounding voice echoed through his mind. A suitable host has been detected. The future technology library is binding. Binding successful. Host's current predicament detected. Newbie gift pack issued. First-generation controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Complete industrial-grade blueprints. Chen Yuan felt a massive influx of information flood in. The complex topology, the precise material proportions down to the nanometer level, even the torque parameters of every single screw were clearly visible. In comparison, his previously prized miniature model was practically like a kindergarten child's building blocks. He took a deep breath. The anger in his eyes vanished, replaced by an almost indifferent calm. Professor Wang, since you think my work is subpar, you can take the authorship. However, I hope you can explain those logical loopholes clearly at the press conference later. That's more like it. Young man, discretion is the better part of valor. Wang Defa didn't notice the change in Chen Yuan's eyes. He smugly picked up the hard drive and turned to walk towards the auditorium next door. There, several mainstream media outlets and university leaders from Peking University were already in place. Wang Defa planned to use this opportunity to announce his breakthrough progress in the field of nuclear fusion, thereby vying for the title of academician. Chen Yuan walked out of the lab, where his roommate Li Ming was anxiously waiting at the door. Brother Yuan, did that old dog Wang really steal your work? That's 3 years of your hard work. Chen Yuan patted his shoulder, a playful smile curving his lips. Steal? He'd have to be lucky enough to take it. Let's go to the auditorium to watch the show. The auditorium was brightly lit. Wang Defa stood confidently on the stage, the giant screen behind him displaying the report he had forcibly renamed. Ladies and gentlemen, after our team's tireless research day and night, we have finally achieved a crucial breakthrough in the field of miniaturized nuclear fusion. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and reporters' flashbulbs went off wildly. Chen Yuan sat in the last row, his phone in hand, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The system's holographic intrusion function allowed him to instantly take over all electronic devices in the area. Wang Defa, academic fraud, embezzlement, sexual harassment of female students. All the misdeeds you've committed over the years will be settled today. Chen Yuan muttered, then lightly tapped his finger. Execute. The large screen, which had been displaying formulas and drawings, suddenly flashed. Immediately afterward, a gruesome recording and a screen full of bank transfer records popped up. Baby, as long as you behave, this scholarship is yours. That Chen Yuan, he's just a poor kid with no connections. I can take his stuff with a flick of my wrist. Wang Defa's lewd voice echoed throughout the auditorium through the top-of-the-line speakers, so clear it sent chills down everyone's spine. The entire hall fell silent. The principal's face instantly turned from white to green, then from green to purple. The media reporters froze for 2 seconds, then erupted in an even more frenzied barrage of camera shutters. Professor Wang, is this recording authentic? Professor Wang, was the breakthrough you just mentioned also stolen from a student? Wang Defa froze on the stage, like a duck with its neck choked, mouth agape, but unable to utter a sound. He frantically tried to shut down his computer, but the screen wouldn't cooperate, even automatically displaying a detailed comparison chart of his paper's 90 plagiarism rate over the years. It's over, it's all over. Wang Defa collapsed to the floor. Chen Yuan stood up, not even glancing at the clown on stage, and walked straight out of the auditorium. The sunlight outside was blinding. Li Ming followed behind, completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, Brother Yuan, how did you do that? That was so damn satisfying. Chen Yuan didn't speak. He touched the portable hard drive in his pocket containing the complete nuclear fusion blueprints. This kind of petty stunt was meaningless to him now. The magnificent library in his mind was radiating an alluring glow. Each book was enough to change the course of human civilization. He hailed a taxi. Driver, where to? Chen Yuan looked out the window at the bustling traffic of Kyoto, his eyes terrifyingly deep. National Security Bureau. What he held in his hand wasn't just a simple hard drive, but the only key to the stars. This country had been held back for too long. Now, it was his turn to lead this sleeping dragon to roar in the universe. As for those clowns, faced with absolute dimensional reduction, it doesn't even qualify to be a background character. Chapter 2. This is not merely a hard drive, but the key to the future. The night in the capital city bore a certain depth, with the flowing streams of vehicles beneath the neon lights resembling rivers of light. Chen Yuan sat in the backseat of a taxi, gripping a black external hard drive tightly in his hand. Though lightweight, it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in his grasp, for it contained the complete technology of controllable nuclear fusion, capable of reshaping the entire geopolitical landscape of Blue Planet. Young man, I can tell from your accent you're a graduate of the capital university. The taxi driver, a quintessential local, began to chatter as soon as Chen got in. Have you seen the news? Over on the other side of the ocean, they've started imposing sanctions on our chips again. What is wrong with these foreign devils? Just when we finally manage to develop some high-tech, they find ways to choke us. The driver thumped the steering wheel in frustration. If we could develop some black technology ourselves, we could overtake them in one fell swoop. Just wait and see. Chen Yuan gazed out the window, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. Soon, my friend. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the day after, you'll witness it. The driver chuckled heartily. I'll hold you to that. If that day comes, I'll waive your fare and treat you to a bottle of recuado. The taxi headed west, eventually halting outside a heavily guarded area in the outskirts. There were no street signs or house numbers, only two armed sentinels standing rigidly at their posts. Beyond them loomed a cluster of buildings shrouded in darkness, exuding an air of solemnity. Are you sure this is the place? The driver glanced at the guards, lowering his voice involuntarily. This area isn't for casual entry. It's a restricted zone. Yes, this is the place. Thank you, driver. Chen Yuan scanned the QR code to pay and stepped out of the vehicle. The cool night breeze rustled his clothing as he took a deep breath and walked towards the heavy iron gate. Stop. Military restricted area. No unauthorized personnel allowed. A sentry barked a warning before Chen could even approach the security line. His rifle was slightly raised, although the muzzle was not directly aimed at Chen. The intimidation was palpable. Chen halted, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. I mean no harm. I'm here to see someone. Who are you looking for? The guard's eyes remained vigilant, his finger poised on the trigger guard. I seek your director, Li Qiazhong, or any individual capable of making decisions. Chen spoke calmly. The sentry furrowed his brow. Although the name of Director Li was not classified, it certainly was not common knowledge for an ordinary university student. Do you have an appointment? Or identification? None. Chen shook his head and slowly lowered one hand, lifting the black hard drive above his head. What is that? This is the key to the future. Chen's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. Or, to put it more plainly, the technology within this device could enable that island to return on its own. The two sentinels exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of incredulity. Make the island return? This young man must be either a fool or a delusional escapee from a mental institution. Comrade, please leave immediately. Otherwise, we will take necessary measures. The sentry, losing patience, stepped forward to escort him away. Chen sighed. It was evident that conventional methods would not suffice. Thus, he resorted to the unconventional tactics bestowed upon him by the system. Codename Abyss, he suddenly declared, reciting a seemingly random sequence of letters and numbers. Coordinates: west longitude 13x degrees, north latitude 2x degrees, depth of 600 meters. That latest model of a strategic nuclear submarine, touted as absolutely stealthy, is currently undergoing secret tests there. Its propeller bearings possess a micron-level error that emits an infrasonic frequency of 425 Hz at specific speeds. The sentry froze. Although he could not comprehend the exact parameters, he understood the significance of a state-of-the-art strategic nuclear submarine. Furthermore, Chen's unwavering confidence when delivering this data did not resemble mere ramblings. What are you saying? The guard stammered, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Ignoring the hesitation, Chen continued. If you contact the naval listening station now and adjust the sonar frequency to 425 Hz, you will pick up its anomalous noise. Tell Li Qiazhong that what I bring is 1,000 times more important than this intelligence. As his words echoed into the silence, a heavy stillness enveloped the scene. The two armed guards exchanged wary glances, one of them quickly retrieving a walkie-talkie and reporting to their superiors in a hushed tone. Within a minute, the previously tranquil courtyard erupted into chaos. The alarm blared, red lights spinning wildly against the night sky, and a piercing siren shattered the quiet. The massive iron gate swung open with a crash, and a dozen fully armed Special Forces personnel burst forth like leopards, their weapons trained on Chen Yuan. The infrared sights clustered densely upon him, illuminating him like a Christmas tree. Chen remained still, unwavering in his stance. He knew he had wagered correctly. The machinery of the state had been set into motion. Don't move. Hands on your head. Get down. The commands rang out sharply. Chen slowly raised his hands but did not crouch. Instead, he stood tall, his gaze calm as he watched a black hunky sedan racing towards him from deep within the compound. The door swung open, and a stern-looking middle-aged man, clad in a Zhongshan suit, stepped out. He paid no mind to the surrounding Special Forces, striding directly to Chen, his piercing gaze locking onto Chen's eyes. Was that intelligence you just provided? Li Qiazhong's voice was deep and authoritative, carrying the weight of someone accustomed to power. Chen met his gaze unflinchingly, a slight smile gracing his lips as he waved the hard drive in his hand. Sir, that was merely a courtesy. The real prize lies within this. Chapter 3. Is this what you call an undergraduate thesis? In the depths of the National Security Bureau, on the third underground level, lay a top-secret interrogation room. No windows graced the walls, which were lined with soundproofing material, and behind the one-way glass, countless eyes observed the proceedings. A cold metallic table occupied the center, flanked by two chairs beneath a glaring, incandescent light. The atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. Chen Yuan sat calmly in one of the chairs, a cup of hot tea before him, personally poured by Li Qiazhong, a rare occurrence in the history of interrogations at the National Security Bureau. Li Qiazhong sat opposite him, lightly tapping on the table with his fingers, his expression complex. The Navy had just relayed confirmation, at the coordinates provided by Chen Yuan. They had indeed intercepted anomalous noise from an unidentified submarine, matching the distinct characteristics he described. This meant that the intelligence casually shared by this young man was accurate to a staggering degree. Chen Yuan, a fourth-year physics student from Capital University. His parents are ordinary workers, with no overseas connections. Li Qiazhong examined the freshly printed top-secret dossier in his hand, his tone softening slightly. Now, tell me how you acquired that intelligence. And what exactly is this hard drive you possess? Chen took a sip of tea, gently pushing the hard drive towards Li Qiazhong. How I came by the information is not important. What matters is this. Director Li, consider it my undergraduate thesis. Undergraduate thesis? Li Qiazhong blinked in surprise before bursting into incredulous laughter. Young man, you're making quite the jest. Using a flaw in an American nuclear submarine as a thesis project? Wouldn't your advisor be handing you a Nobel Prize for that? Advisor? A flicker of derision crossed Chen's eyes. My advisor claimed the logic was flawed and the data fabricated. Even suggested I might face an extension to my graduation. Li Qiazhong's brow furrowed, keenly sensing an unusual undertone. He ceased his inquiries and picked up the secure phone on the table. Have Qian Lao come here. Yes, now, immediately, with the highest level evaluation team. 10 minutes later, the door of the interrogation room swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman with a shock of silver hair, who entered with the assistance of two aides. Chen Qiudong, a luminary in the realm of nuclear physics in Huaxia, a true national treasure of a scientist. Clad in pajamas, he appeared to have been abruptly roused from his slumber. The remnants of sleep still etched upon his countenance. Shaoli, what on earth is happening at this hour? My experiment requires crucial data tomorrow. I hope you have something of significance. He grumbled discontentedly. Calm down, Qian Lao. Li Qiazhong quickly offered his seat. A young scholar has brought something he wishes for you to examine. It's purportedly about controlled nuclear fusion. What? As Qian Lao settled into his chair, he nearly leapt up at the mention of this. Controlled nuclear fusion? The youth today truly do not comprehend the enormity of the undertaking. This has been a conundrum that scientists worldwide have grappled with for 50 years, and even the theoretical models remain incomplete. What could he possibly present? He cast a glance at Chen Yuan, shaking his head. Students today will say anything for attention. Fine, let me see it. I can point out 100 errors in 2 minutes. Taking the notebook computer handed to him by his aide, he connected the hard drive. Chen Yuan smiled and gestured for him to proceed, offering no rebuttal. The screen flickered to life, revealing an array of densely packed folders. Qian Lao nonchalantly opened the first folder titled, New Configuration of Magnetic Field Confinement in Tokamak Devices. Humph, magnetic confinement? This is the mainstream focus. What new insights could it possibly hold? He muttered while navigating the mouse. On the first page, his expression was one of derision. By the third page, his brow furrowed, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. By the 10th page, his hand ceased its movement, his body instinctively leaning forward, his face nearly pressing against the screen. On the 20th page, his breath quickened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How is this possible? He murmured, his finger trembling as it pointed at a set of equations on the screen. This magnetic field topology perfectly resolves the issue of plasma turbulence? How was this calculated? The computational load for such a task would require a supercomputer for a decade. Noticing the change in demeanor, his aide promptly offered him his reading glasses. Qian Lao donned them, disregarding his appearance, leaning over the desk like a child who has just discovered their most cherished toy, greedily devouring the information line by line. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. It turns out our previous approach was flawed. Instead of imposing constraints, we ought to guide and channel. Here, the material ratios. Adding rhenium and yttrium? No wonder the heat resistance was inadequate. It was missing these two elements. Time ticked by. The interrogation room was eerily silent, save for Qian Lao's heavy breathing and the clicks of the mouse. Although Li Qiazhong could not grasp the technicalities, he could sense the turmoil rising within him at Qian Lao's reaction. Could it be that this youth spoke the truth? An hour passed. Qian Lao abruptly closed the computer, clutching it tightly as if it were his lifeblood. He turned, his eyes bloodshot, an expression of tremendous excitement evident. Shaoli, quickly. The speedy heart-saving pill. I need to. After a flurry of activity, Qian Lao finally regained his composure. He stood unsteadily and approached Chen Yuan. To the astonishment of all present, this globally renowned scientific titan bowed deeply before Chen Yuan. Qian Lao, please, no? Chen Yuan hurried to assist him. No. This bow is warranted. Young friend, tell me, did you truly create this? Qian Lao's voice trembled. Chen Yuan nodded, sort of. After all, the system is mine as well. Qian Lao inhaled deeply, turning to Li Qiazhong with an unprecedented seriousness, a hint of ferocity in his gaze. Li Qiazhong, I command you in the name of the National Academy of Sciences. This is no mere model. This is a fully realized, validated set of industrial blueprints. If we follow these plans, I am confident we can ignite the first genuine artificial sun within 3 months. The value of this information surpasses the combined gold reserves of all Huaxia. It will propel our energy technology 50 years ahead globally. The weight of Qian Lao's words struck Li Qiazhong like a thunderclap. 50 years ahead. What does this imply? It signifies that Huaxia will be liberated from the shackles of oil hegemony, seizing control of infinite energy. Qian Lao fixed his gaze on Li Qiazhong. Now, immediately initiate the highest level security protocols. Should even a single word of this hard drive leak, every soul present will be deemed a national traitor. Li Qiazhong's countenance hardened, and he straightened abruptly, rendering a military salute. Yes, he turned to Chen Yuan, his expression transformed entirely, no longer scrutinizing a suspect, but gazing upon a rare treasure. No, upon the future of the nation. Seal this information, designated as SSS grade top secret. All who have come into contact with this hard drive must undergo immediate isolation and scrutiny. They shall sign lifetime confidentiality agreements. As Chen Yuan observed this scene, he felt a surge of satisfaction. This is the treatment that his graduation project deserved. As for Wang Defa, who was still dreaming of being an academician, the real drama is only just beginning. Chapter 4, A National Treasure, Special Protection. The efficiency of the relevant departments was astonishing. Just 10 minutes prior, Chen Yuan had been sipping tea in the interrogation room. Now, he found himself seated on a genuine leather sofa in the office of the head of the department. A special supply of Dahong Pao tea before him. The hard drive had already been secured within a triple-locked safe, monitored around the clock by designated personnel. Comrade Chen Yuan, given the strategic value of this technology, the state has decided to grant you the highest level of protection. Li Qiazhong wore a congenial expression, even appearing somewhat obsequious. From this moment on, your personal safety is the responsibility of the relevant departments. Your records will be classified as top secret. Aside from the highest officials and myself, no one has the authority to access them. Chen Yuan nodded, unperturbed. What must I do? Do whatever you wish. Li Qiazhong waved his hand grandly. Whatever resources, equipment, or personnel you require, feel free to ask. The state will spare no expense to realize this artificial sun. With that, Li Qiazhong pressed a button on the communicator. Bring in Nightingale. The door opened, and a tall woman in a black tactical uniform strode in. Her features were exquisitely sharp, yet her gaze was as keen as a blade, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Reporting to the superior, Nightingale has arrived as ordered. Allow me to introduce Lin Qingxiu, codenamed Nightingale, former ace sniper of the Special Operations Group, a champion in combat, and a one-woman force who has dismantled illegal armed bases abroad. Li Qiazhong gestured towards Lin Qingxiu and then towards Chen Yuan. From today onward, she will be your personal bodyguard. Your life is more valuable than hers. Should danger arise, she will shield you from bullets. Chen Yuan regarded Lin Qingxiu. She was indeed strikingly beautiful, though her demeanor was frigid as ice. Hello, I'm Chen Yuan. He extended his hand. Lin Qingxiu glanced at him, declining to shake hands and merely offering a curt nod. During the execution of my duties, please maintain your distance and do not interfere with my work. Chen Yuan awkwardly withdrew his hand, rubbing his nose. Well, having a beautiful bodyguard is pleasant to the eye, even if she is an iceberg. By the way, leader. Chen Yuan suddenly recalled something. My mentor, Wang Defa, is still online spreading rumors that I committed plagiarism. How should this be handled? At this, Li Qiazhong's expression darkened instantly. Humph, a mere clown. Typically, such insignificant figures do not warrant our attention, but since he dares to sully a national treasure, he assigned his own death warrant. He picked up a black secure phone from the table and dialed a number. Connect me to the President's office at Imperial Capital University. At the Imperial Capital University, President Zhang Bowen was in a state of utter disarray. The online discourse has escalated. Wang Defa has formally accused a student of plagiarism and enlisted a group of online trolls to incite outrage against Imperial Capital University, thrusting it into the trending topics. Wang Defa is truly a troublemaker. Zhang Bowen slammed his teacup onto the table, exclaiming in frustration as he realized the matter had not yet been investigated. Was he intent on ruining the school's reputation? At that moment, the secure phone on the table rang abruptly, startling Zhang Bowen. This phone directly connected to higher authorities and rarely rang. Trembling, he answered, "Hello? This is Zhang Bowen." The icy voice on the other end responded, "I am Li Qiazhong from the relevant department. There is a professor named Wang Defa at your institution, suspected of severely compromising safety and maliciously defaming a distinguished researcher. I hereby command you to detain this individual immediately. Our personnel will arrive in 5 minutes. What? Zhang Bowen's mind spun. Compromising safety? Defaming a distinguished researcher? That was quite a hefty accusation. Directorly, could there be a mistake? The student in question, Chen Yuan, is just an ordinary senior. Ordinary student? Li Qiazhong scoffed. Just moments ago, Comrade Chen Yuan has been classified as top secret. What is Wang Defa to judge him? Are you attempting to shield a criminal? I would never. Absolutely not. Cold sweat cascaded down Zhang Bowen's back. After hanging up, he felt utterly drained. Though he did not comprehend the gravity of Chen Yuan's actions, he realized Wang Defa's fate was sealed. Not only was Wang Defa doomed, but Zhang Bowen himself was bound to face repercussions as well. Security office. Quickly, gather all security personnel and head to Wang Defa's residence. Restrain him. Do not let him escape. Zhang Bowen screamed into the intercom. At the faculty apartment of Imperial Capital University, Wang Defa lounged on the sofa, reveling in the rising number of likes on his Weibo post. Humph, challenging me. He should know his place. Sipping his red wine, he fantasized about tarnishing Chen Yuan's reputation, monopolizing the accolades, being awarded an academician title, and reaching the pinnacle of his career. Suddenly, there was a series of urgent knocks at the door. Who is it? Wang Defa grumbled, opening the door. A delivery. But as the door cracked open, a tremendous force burst through, and several heavily armed special operations personnel stormed in like wolves, pinning Wang Defa to the ground, his face pressed against the cold floor. Do not move. We are from the relevant department. What are you doing? I am a professor. I am a doctoral supervisor. I demand to see the principal. Wang Defa struggled fiercely, screaming like a slaughtered pig. Just then, Zhang Bowen rushed in, panting heavily, and without hesitation, delivered a kick to Wang Defa. Do you realize the trouble you've caused? Bewildered, Wang Defa stammered, "Principal, what is happening? That Chen Yuan is just a poor student. Even if I took something from him, it wouldn't justify this." Silence. An officer stepped forward, displaying their identification. Wang Defa. You are suspected of stealing confidential information, compromising safety, and possessing unexplained vast wealth. Come with us. Faced with the dark muzzle of a gun and the cold handcuffs, Wang Defa finally comprehended that he had provoked a force far beyond his reach. His eyes rolled back, and he soiled himself in fear. Meanwhile, a specialized vehicle from the relevant department transported Chen Yuan and Lin Qingxiu to a top-secret base, designated as Zero Compound, nestled deep in the mountainous outskirts of the capital. Ding! Host has successfully submitted technology and received national recognition. Main mission, Phase 1, completed. New mission issued. Resolve the final challenge of controllable nuclear fusion, the mass production of room-temperature superconducting materials. Reward, mastery in advanced materials science. Chen Yuan gazed out at the fleeting scenery through the car window, a smile creeping across his face. A new journey was about to begin. Chapter 5, the new master of Zero Compound, located deep within the Yinshan Mountains, is one of the most enigmatic research bases in China. It has been the birthplace of critical components for the nation's 2 bombs and a satellite, and has served as a retreat for several national treasure-level scientists. Now, it welcomes a new master, 22-year-old Chen Yuan. The black hunky sedan slowly drove through the ancient gate, overrun with climbing ivy. This will be your home from now on, Lin Qingxiu said as she stepped out of the vehicle, opening the door for Chen Yuan. Though her demeanor remained composed, a hint of reluctant resignation colored her tone. According to regulations, as his bodyguard, she was required to reside in the same villa, specifically in the adjacent room, ensuring constant auditory and visual coverage. For someone accustomed to solitude like a seasoned warrior, this was undoubtedly a considerable challenge. Chen Yuan, however, was unfazed as he surveyed his surroundings. The quaint 3-story villa was nestled amidst mountains and water, exuding a serene ambience. The yard was adorned with flowering crabapple trees, and as the wind rustled, petals cascaded like rain. The environment is quite pleasant, perfect for retirement, Chen Yuan remarked. Lin Qingxiu's lips twitched slightly. This is meant for research, not a vacation. The underground 3 floors housed a national-level laboratory, equipped with technology at least 3 generations ahead of that at Imperial Capital University. Upon hearing laboratory, Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us go check out the underground. The two made their way through the living room and took the private elevator directly to the underground level. As the elevator doors opened, a wave of futuristic technological energy enveloped them. In the vast circular hall, dozens of researchers clad in white lab coats were busily engaged in their work. Various precision instruments blinked with indicators, and a massive holographic screen displayed complex data streams. Old Chen Yuan immediately spotted the familiar figure amidst the crowd. Qian Qiudong was huddled before a large electronic blackboard, fervently debating with several elderly professors, their faces flushed in heated discussion. No way. Absolutely not. The critical temperature of current superconducting materials is far too low. Once the reactor is ignited, that temperature will instantly turn the coils to ash. But old Qian, this is already the best material available domestically. YbCO, yttrium barium copper oxide, performs well in liquid nitrogen temperatures. Beyond that, we are entering the realm of the divine. Nonsense. Just because the divine cannot create it, does that mean we cannot? The argument was so intense that no one noticed Chen Yuan and Lin Qingxiu's arrival. Standing at the periphery, Chen Yuan listened for a moment and quickly grasped the crux of the issue. One of the core challenges of controllable nuclear fusion is developing superconducting coils capable of generating extremely strong magnetic fields while withstanding high temperatures. Currently available superconducting materials either require ultra-low temperature environments, liquid helium cooling, which are costly and complex, or their performance drastically declines under strong magnetic fields. The provided blueprints necessitated a perfect superconducting material, black gold X, that could function at room temperature, withstand strong magnetic fields, and exhibit high toughness. Cough, cough. Chen Yuan lightly cleared his throat. Old Qian turned abruptly, and upon seeing Chen Yuan, his eyes lit up as if he had encountered a savior. Rushing over to grasp his hand, Xiao Chen, you arrived just in time. Is there a mistake in the parameters regarding the superconducting coil in the blueprint you provided? According to that current density, the current materials cannot withstand it. The surrounding professors gathered around, scrutinizing the exceedingly youthful individual. They were all authorities in their respective fields. While they had heard of Chen Yuan's achievements, there remained an undercurrent of skepticism. An undergraduate might have stumbled upon the blueprints by chance. But when it came to actual engineering challenges, they believed it would still rely on their expertise. Chen Yuan smiled, but refrained from answering directly. He approached the electronic blackboard filled with intricate formulas and derivations, picking up an electronic pen. Old Chen, esteemed seniors, the blueprint is accurate, and the parameters are correct. The issue lies in the confines imposed by the existing framework of materials science. Constraints? An elderly professor, adorned with thick spectacles, retorted with discontent. My dear boy, materials science is built upon experimentation, not mere rhetoric. We have tested thousands of formulations. Chen Yuan paid him no heed, raising his hand to inscribe a new chemical equation upon the blackboard. Ellen Basio, agio doping. Subsequently, he began to sketch an unprecedented crystal structure diagram beside it. This structure displayed a peculiar hexagonal crystal system, not of perfect symmetry, but rather adorned with a unique distortion. In the yttrium-barium copper oxide system, if trace amounts of a gold-silver alloy are introduced as a dopant, and lattice rearrangement is executed through a high-pressure pulsed field. Chen Yuan explained with a calm demeanor as he wrote, it is possible to establish a stable electron tunneling channel at room temperature. I term this the room temperature superconducting state under quantum tunneling effects. Initially, several professors shook their heads, dismissing his efforts as nonsensical scribbles. However, as Chen Yuan delved deeper into his derivation, the clarity of the crystal structure diagram intensified, and their expressions began to shift, from disdain to puzzlement, then to astonishment, ultimately culminating in a state of stupor. The laboratory resonated with silence so profound that the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible, save for the soft rustle of Chen Yuan's electronic pen gliding across the screen. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan set down his pen, brushing off imaginary dust from his hands. According to this formulation and process, it is theoretically feasible to synthesize superconducting materials with a critical temperature exceeding 300 Kelvin. Furthermore, its critical current density would be 100 times greater than that of existing materials. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. After a lengthy pause, the professor who had earlier questioned Chen Yuan extended a trembling hand, pointing at the crystal structure diagram on the blackboard. This is a work of art. Old Chen murmured, his eyes shimmering with fervor. This lattice arrangement is nothing short of a divine masterpiece. It is perfect. Quick, arrange for experiments immediately to validate this formulation. Old Chen bellowed with urgency. Wait, Chen Yuan interjected, halting the eager throng poised to rush to the laboratory. He shook his head, dousing their excitement with a cold splash of reality. Though the theory is sound, our current equipment cannot achieve it. This lattice rearrangement demands atomic-level precision, and our existing sintering furnaces and deposition devices lack at least 2 orders of magnitude in precision. The enthusiasm of the crowd was swiftly extinguished. Indeed, what good is a formulation if one lacks the means to realize it? It was akin to providing a caveman with blueprints for an aircraft, while lacking even a screwdriver to assemble it. What shall we do? Old Chen fretted restlessly. Shall we merely watch as a treasure trove slips through our fingers? Chen Yuan squinted at the corner of the lab, where a pile of discarded old equipment lay, a confident smile creeping onto his lips. If we lack the equipment, we shall create it ourselves. Grant me 3 days, and I shall transform that abandoned vacuum furnace into an atomic-level 3D printer. The room fell into disbelief. Craft atomic-level equipment by hand. Is that even feasible? Only Lin Kingxiu, standing in the corner, observed the spirited figure with a glimmer of intrigue in her once icy gaze. This man seemed truly capable of achieving the impossible. Chapter 6. Taunts from an ex-girlfriend? Pay up. Chen Yuan had seemingly vanished. At least, that was how it appeared to the outside world. Tales of him circulated through the halls of Kyoto University, yet this once prominent figure had seemingly evaporated. Only the underground laboratory of No. 0 courtyard remained ablaze with light each day. Dingling. Chen Yuan had just emerged from the laboratory, prepared to return to his villa for some much-needed rest, when his private phone, encrypted by the National Security Bureau, suddenly chimed. Few were privy to its number. Upon seeing the name Zhang Li flash on the screen, Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. His ex-girlfriend? Ah, yes, since his arrival in this world, he had yet to address this lingering entanglement. The previous Chen Yuan had been a devoted admirer, sacrificing everything to support this materialistic woman, even delivering takeout and surrendering his scholarship funds. And Zhang Li? She toyed with him while maintaining an ambiguous relationship with the wealthy Zhao Gongzi. Chen Yuan pressed the answer button, activating the speakerphone, and took a bite of an apple. Hello? Chen Yuan, where on earth have you been? Zhang Li's shrill voice erupted from the other end, the background noise suggesting a high-end restaurant. It's been days. You haven't answered calls or messages. Do you intend to break up? Today is my birthday, and if you don't show up to settle our account, it's over between us. Chen Yuan chewed the apple, his voice muffled. Well, then I suppose it's over. There was a moment of stunned silence on the other end. as if she were taken aback by the once submissive Chen Yuan's newfound boldness. Almost immediately, her tone became more abrasive. Chen Yuan, what is your attitude? Do you think you're so special for completing some trivial graduation project? I've heard from Zhao Gongzi that you've offended Professor Wang and may not even receive your diploma. You're worthless. Who would want you aside from me? Zhao Gongzi. Chen Yuan chuckled softly. If Zhao Gongzi is so impressive, let him cover the bill for today's meal. You. Zhongli fumed. Of course he will. But let me tell you, Chen Yuan, I was willing to give you a chance out of consideration for all you've done for me these past years. Now, it seems you are nothing but a lost cause. Since you want to break up, settle the 5,000 you owe me for the breakup fee, along with damages for emotional distress. Transfer it now. Chen Yuan nearly choked on his apple. Oh, how twisted was her reasoning. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. As a reward for successfully submitting controllable nuclear fusion technology, the national first batch of reward funds has been deposited into your private account. Amount 10,000,000,000 yuan. After tax, legitimate source. Chen Yuan glanced at the sudden bank notification on his phone, counting the long string of zeros, a playful smirk forming on his lips. 5,000, you say? Very well. He opened the transfer interface and input Zhang Li's account number. However, instead of transferring 5,000, he sent her 0.5 yuan. Remark, buy a brain. Kyoto. Michelin 3-star restaurant. Zhang Li sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, across from the impeccably dressed Zhao Gongzi. So, did that poor wretch transfer the money? Zhao Gongzi swirled his wine glass, a mocking grin upon his face. Humph. He wouldn't dare not to. Even if he borrows money, he must send it over. Zhang Li replied, brimming with arrogance. Ding. Her phone chimed. Zhang Li triumphantly picked it up. See, speak of the devil. Upon seeing the deposit notification of 0.5 yuan and the utterly insulting remark, her face turned a deep shade of crimson. Chen Yuan, you bastard. She screamed into her phone only to discover that he had blocked her. To her utter dismay, it seemed Chen Yuan had done so intentionally. As the transfer screenshot inexplicably appeared on the school forum, courtesy of the system, the headline read, "A certain devoted admirer finally awakens, offering 0.5 yuan to a materialistic woman. Well done." The comment section erupted. Wow, Brother Yuan is amazing. I've always disliked this woman for treating him like an ATM. She deserves it. 0.5 yuan. That's too generous. I suggest 5 cents. What happened? Zhao Gongzi leaned over to take a peek, bursting into laughter. This kid has some wit. 0.5 yuan. That's just enough to shoo away a beggar. Zhang Li trembled with rage, slamming her phone down on the table. Chen Yuan. Just wait. Without me, you'll never find another girlfriend in your life. At the number 0 courtyard villa, Chen Yuan tossed his phone onto the couch, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him. Such trivial nuisances could be easily dismissed. They were not worth much of his time. Presently, he had far more significant matters to attend to. System, open the marketplace, he silently commanded in his mind. Although Shangjiao technology has garnered national accolades, of greater significance is the reward of national fortune points from the system. With the initiation of the nuclear fusion project, the national fortune of Huaxia is gradually ascending. The current balance is just sufficient to exchange for that item. Item, complete preparation process for room temperature superconducting material black gold X. Price, 5,000 national fortune points. Exchange? Exchange. In the next instant, a myriad of intricate chemical equations and process flow diagrams surged into Chen Yuan's mind. He closed his eyes to digest the information for a moment, and when he reopened them, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his gaze. With this knowledge, the renovation plan for the atomic-level 3D printer would be even more impeccable. He rose, stretching languidly, preparing to descend to the basement for further work. Suddenly, Lin Kingxiu appeared, carrying a plate of cut fruit. Take a break. Old man, Qian mentioned you've been working continuously for 48 hours. At this rate, you might extinguish yourself before the nuclear fusion ignites. Her tone remained cool, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Chen Yuan accepted the fruit with a grin. Don't worry, I'm in good health. But you, standing guard at the door every day, aren't you tired? It's my duty, Lin Kingxiu replied flatly. All right. Lin the bodyguard has worked hard, Chen Yuan said, munching on the fruit as he headed downstairs. Once I create that big guy, I'll take you for a ride in the sky. Lin Kingxiu watched his retreating figure, shaking her head in exasperation. A ride in the sky? Has he lost his mind from all the experiments? Little did she know, when Chen Yuan spoke of a ride, he meant soaring through the stratosphere in a space warplane to gaze at the stars. Chapter 7, Dream Laboratory, Frantic Trial and Error, late at night. In the master bedroom of the number 0 villa, Chen Yuan lay on the bed, breathing steadily, seemingly fast asleep. However, within the depths of his consciousness, a mad experiment capable of overturning human understanding of material science was underway. Connecting to the holographic simulation laboratory of Future Technology Library. Connection successful. Current time flow ratio, 101. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Yuan found himself in a boundless, pure white space. Here, there was no gravity, no air resistance, and even no limitations imposed by physical laws unless he actively set them. Before him, the vacuum sintering furnace he had just modified floated in the void. Of course, this was virtual, but every operation and parameter adjustment he made would be perfectly simulated and recorded by the system as a reference for real-world application. Let us begin. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with focus. First attempt, rhenium doping ratio 0.03, temperature 1,200 degrees Celsius, pressure 5,000 MPa. With a mere thought, the equipment in the void roared to life. Seconds later, boom, the furnace exploded. A massive fireball engulfed Chen Yuan, yet he merely frowned and waved away the smoke. In the virtual realm, he was invulnerable. Cause of failure, uneven distribution of rhenium, leading to excessive lattice stress. Second attempt, adjust magnetic field frequency to 500 Hz. Utilizing Lorentz force to guide ion deposition. Boom, another explosion. Cause of failure, excessive magnetic field strength, leading to electron escape. Third attempt, 10th attempt, 100th attempt. Outside, the night was tranquil as Lin Qingxiu stood guard at Chen Yuan's door, occasionally hearing faint murmurs from within. She assumed he was too exhausted and having nightmares, unaware that he was experiencing nuclear explosions over and over in his dreams. In the virtual space, 10 full days had elapsed. Chen Yuan's initial impatience gradually transformed into calmness, even a sense of numbness. Yet, his operations grew increasingly precise and fluid. The intuition honed through countless failures was beyond the capabilities of any supercomputer. 1086th attempt. Chen Yuan's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. Inject 0.001 mg of gold-silver alloy as a catalyst. Activate the quantum tunneling effect induction field. Temperature, room temperature. This time, the furnace did not explode. The device operated smoothly, emitting a melodious hum. 10 minutes later, the furnace door opened automatically. A palm-sized piece of black metal lay quietly on the tray. It was entirely black, devoid of any luster, as if it could absorb all light. Yet within, faint golden patterns pulsed rhythmically, as if breathing. Detected target product, room temperature superconducting material black gold X. Purity, 999999. Critical temperature, 310/37. Critical current density, 108 a centimeter. Congratulations, host. Experiment successful. Chen Yuan gazed at the piece of black metal. Exhaling a long, heavy breath, he reached out, trembling as he caressed its icy surface. It's done. This is the key to unlocking the interstellar era. As consciousness returned to reality, Chen Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by the bright light of dawn outside. He glanced at the clock. It was 7 in the morning. Only one night had passed in reality, but it felt like a lifetime. The profound exhaustion within his soul nearly incapacitated him. Yet the brilliance in his eyes outshone the rising sun. He opened the door, finding Lin Qingxiu standing there with breakfast. Upon seeing Chen Yuan's appearance, she was taken aback. At that moment, Chen Yuan looked disheveled, pale, with deep-set eyes, exuding an indescribable aura of weariness, as if he were a century-old man who had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. Yet this weariness, coupled with his youthful visage, created an oddly compelling charm. "Are you all right?" Lin Qingxiu instinctively inquired. Chen Yuan flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "I'm fine, just had a dream all night, dreaming I became a god." He took the milk from Lin Qingxiu's hands and drank it in one gulp. Then, he grabbed a pre-written list from the nightstand and handed it to her. "Help me find these ores, the more, the better. Especially that waste or containing rhenium, I want it all." Lin Qingxiu glanced at the list, the dense chemical formulas making her head spin. However, she refrained from asking further questions and simply nodded. "All right. By the way, old man Qian is waiting for you downstairs. He said if you can't produce a plan today, he will." "What will he do?" "He'll just refuse to leave." Chen Yuan burst into hearty laughter. "Let us go. Downstairs. Let those old geezers witness what a miracle truly is." Chapter 8. Eagle Sauce Ascent. Crisis approaches across the ocean in the Eagle Sauce Nation. The White House. Inside the Oval Office, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip water. The president sat behind a large desk, furrowing his brow, holding a top-secret report just received from the CIA. Opposite him, CIA Director Smith sat upright, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. You mean to say that the No. Zero base located deep in the Yin Mountains of Huaxia has recently seen its energy consumption index surge by 300? The president set down the report, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. Moreover, they have also made large-scale purchases of the rare metal rhenium. What are they planning? To manufacture thousands of engines? Smith wiped his brow, his voice somewhat dry. Mr. President, that's not all. Our satellites have detected unusually intense thermal radiation signals around that base. According to spectral analysis, these thermal radiation characteristics do not resemble conventional industrial production. Rather, they resemble. He paused, seemingly deliberating on his words. More like some sort of high-energy physics experiment. Perhaps a nuclear test. A nuclear test? The president sprang to his feet, his face turning ashen. You mean they are developing nuclear weapons? Damn it. What are these lunatics planning? Igniting a third world war? No, it is not nuclear weapons. Smith hastily clarified that the radiation level was not that severe and remained stable. Our experts analyzed that these characteristics resembled the ignition experiment of controlled nuclear fusion. Upon hearing the words controlled nuclear fusion, the Supreme Leader paused briefly, then scoffed and reclined back into his chair. Smith, have you lost your mind? Controlled nuclear fusion? That is a technology only the divine can wield. Even our great America remains in the theoretical validation phase. What grounds does China have? He waved dismissively, his expression dripping with disdain. It's probably just another gimmick to swindle funding, much like the Hangzhou fiasco. Smith smiled wryly. Mr. President, I wish that were the case. However, a senior informant embedded at Jing University sent a final message before going dark. He produced a blurry photograph from his briefcase. The image showed a young man's profile. Though indistinct, his confident demeanor was unmistakably vivid. This individual was Chen Yuan, a senior physics student at Jing University, who vanished abruptly a week ago. Shortly thereafter, the base began exhibiting unusual activity. Moreover, our intelligence indicates that Li Qiazhong, director of the Chinese National Security Bureau, has been frequently visiting the base recently. The Supreme Leader studied the photo intently, his gaze darkening ominously. As a seasoned politician, his intuition warned him that this matter was far from trivial. Better to err on the side of caution. If China truly mastered controlled nuclear fusion, the petroleum dollar system would collapse overnight, and America's global hegemony would dissipate into nothingness. Such a risk was intolerable. Regardless of their intentions, they must be stopped. He slammed his fist on the table, eyes flashing with ruthless determination. Activate the Scorpion unit. I want to know exactly what is happening at that base. If necessary. He made a throat-slitting gesture. Make that young man, Chen Yuan, disappear. Smith's heart tightened. Standing at attention, he saluted. Yes, sir. The mission will be accomplished. At the Chinese Academy S0 Institute, it was lunchtime, and the cafeteria buzzed with activity. Chen Yuan carried his tray and sat with Elder Qian, discussing the afternoon's experimental details over their meal. Little Chen, I pondered your quantum tunneling induced field theory all night. Theoretically, it seems feasible, Elder Qian remarked. Just as he was about to savor a piece of braised pork, Chen interrupted with a smile. Elder Qian, let's set aside the experiment for now. Try this braised pork. The chef's skills seem better today, more flavorful than yesterday. Elder Qian glared at him. You're thinking about food at a time like this? You're driving me mad. At that moment, a middle-aged, stout chef clad in white and masked approached, pushing a cart. Chief Chen, I specially prepared this bird's nest porridge to nourish your brain. You've been working too hard these days, the chef said earnestly, placing a steaming bowl before Chen Yuan. Chen glanced up and smiled in thanks. The chef seemed flattered, waving it off humbly. It's my duty, you're a national hero. As he turned to leave, his steps slowed deliberately, as if awaiting something. Chen stirred the crystal-clear porridge. The instant his spoon touched the bottom, a piercing alarm sounded in his mind. Warning, high concentration of lethal toxin detected. Toxin, potassium cyanide, CN. Lethal dose, 50 milligrams. Current amount, 500 milligrams. Source, bird's nest porridge. Chen's hand faltered slightly. He maintained his smile, but his eyes turned as cold as eternal ice. Potassium cyanide. They want me dead, no doubt. The eagle's reach is long enough to infiltrate even this top-secret base as cafeteria. Little Chen, what's wrong? Eat while it's hot, Elder Qian urged, noticing his distraction. Putting down the spoon, Chen's gaze swept past the crowd, locking onto the chef's retreating silhouette. Elder Qian, this porridge is too hot. I'll let it cool first. Rising, he carried the bowl toward the chef. Masterly, wait a moment. Chen's voice was low but clear amid the noise. The chef stiffened, turning with a forced smile. Chief Chen, any instructions? Chen handed him the porridge. Masterly, this porridge smells a bit like bitter almonds. Did you not wash the bird's nest properly? Why don't you try it first? The chef's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Bitter almond scent? That is the signature odor of potassium cyanide. But how could this boy detect it? This poison was specially treated to be odorless. Seeing Chen Yuan's sly expression, the chef knew his cover was blown. His genial facade shattered. A beastly ferocity flashed in his eyes. If softness fails, then force. He suddenly drew a gleaming filleting knife from under the cart and roared, lunging at Chen Yuan's neck. Die, for the free world. Chapter 9. Turning the Tables. Reverse fishing. The incident unfolded in a flash. The researchers nearby only saw a glint of steel. The sharp knife was less than 10 centimeters from Chen Yuan's throat. Elder Chen dropped his chopsticks in terror, shouting, "Little Chen, watch out." Yet Chen did not flinch. Not even a blink. His wrist twitched slightly. With a splash, the scalding bird's nest porridge was thrown with pinpoint accuracy onto the chef's face. A piercing scream echoed through the cafeteria. The injury was far worse than a mere burn. Chen had surreptitiously added a small vial of strong acid reagent from his lab coat pocket to the porridge. Only a few milliliters, but combined with the boiling liquid, it instantly produced white smoke and corroded the chef's flesh. The intense pain slowed the chef's movements for a moment, an eternity for a top-tier assassin. From the side, a shadow struck like a phantom. Lin Qingxiu. She had been observing silently. Though Chen's reaction surprised her, her instincts were swifter than thought. She delivered a flying kick to the chef's wrist. Crack! The knife clattered to the floor. Seizing the moment, she executed a joint lock, pinning the chef to the table, her knee pressing firmly against his back to immobilize him. Don't move. One more twitch and you're finished. Lin's voice was cold steel, a black Glock pressed against the chef's nape. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Only after the chef was subdued did the cafeteria guards react, drawing their weapons and rushing forward. Protect Chief Chen. Protect Elder Chen. Seal the area. No one leaves. Chen wiped the porridge residue from his hand, calmly watching the writhing chef. Tisk. What a waste of bird's nest porridge. Masterly, if you're going to poison someone, at least don't waste good food. That is your mistake. Bloodied and grimacing, the chef glared at Chen with venomous hatred. How did you discover my poison is colorless and odorless? He could not fathom why. After years of flawless operations, he was foiled by a mere youth. Chen shrugged. Colorless and odorless. That is only for ordinary people. To me, the faint scent of potassium cyanide you emit could suffocate a cow from 2 meters away. In truth, it was the system's doing, though he would never admit it. He crouched down, extended his hand, and unabashedly rummaged inside the chef's mouth. Soon, he extracted a miniature poison capsule concealed within the false teeth. Attempting suicide? Not so easily accomplished. Chen Yuan discarded the capsule onto the ground and crushed it underfoot. When in the hands of the National Security Bureau, even death can sometimes be a luxury. Isn't that right, Lin the bodyguard? Lin Qingxiu glanced at him, a flicker of something unusual in her eyes. Under such circumstances, an ordinary person would have been petrified with fear. Yet Chen Yuan not only reacted swiftly, but turned the tables. Anticipating even the adversary's contingency of hidden poison for suicide. Could this truly be a mere scientific bookworm? His psychological resilience surpassed that of professionally trained agents. Take him away. Lin Qingxiu waved her hand, and 2 SWAT officers stepped forward, dragging the chef out like a dead dog. 10 minutes later, in the interrogation room, Li Qiazhong stared at the report in his hand with a grim expression. It had been confirmed. This man was Li Dazhuang, real name Jack Wang. A deep-cover CIA operative embedded 10 years ago, masquerading as a chef, awaiting activation. This time, the highest-level awakening command was employed for the assassination of Chen Yuan, even at the cost of exposing the entire Kyoto intelligence network. Excellent. The eagle is truly desperate. Li Qiazhong slammed the table, radiating murderous intent. If they refuse to abide by the rules, then we shall show no mercy. Relay my orders. Initiate a citywide dragnet. Extract every CIA mole planted in Kyoto over the past decade, one by one. That night, Kyoto was destined to be sleepless. Sirens blared throughout the city as spies lurking in shadowy corners were unmasked, foreign executives, university professors, even custodial staff from government offices. The CIA's painstakingly cultivated intelligence network in China was uprooted overnight. Across the ocean, Smith slumped in his chair, staring at the cascade of lost signals on his screen. His face ashen. It was over. Not only had the mission failed, but their entire foundation was lost. That young man named Chen Yuan. What sort of monster was he? In the Zero compound, Chen Yuan's room remained unaffected by the assassination attempt. Instead, his spirits soared. Ding. Host successfully identified and countered a high-level spy, earning the achievement, Insightful Eye. Reward: 10 mental strength, 10 reflex speed. Bonus: basic artificial intelligence source code, unactivated. Gazing at the orb of code emitting a faint azure glow within the system space, Chen Yuan grinned like a fox who had stolen a henhouse. A basic AI? Perfect. The ignition control system for nuclear fusion was in dire need of an intelligent brain. Oh, Eagle, my little bringer of fortune, not only delivering heads, but also equipment. Perhaps I should award you a banner? He stretched leisurely and walked to the window. Outside, the eastern horizon was tinged with the first pale light of dawn. A new day had arrived. Today was destined to alter the course of human history, for the artificial sun was about to rise. Chapter 10. Ignition. The artificial sun ascends. This day was fated to be etched into history. 5 levels beneath the Zero compound lay the Nuclear Fusion Experiment Center. Towering 30 meters high, a colossal apparatus stood at the center, resembling a futuristic steel leviathan. This was the upgraded Jinmu, one tokamak device. Its inner walls were entirely coated with Chen Yuan's black gold X ambient temperature superconducting material. The black metallic surface reflected a chilling radiance under the lights, like an ancient slumbering beast awaiting its awakening. In the control hall, hundreds of researchers held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the screens before them. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, with even heartbeats audible. Elder Qian stood on the chief command platform, palms drenched in sweat. His entire life had been devoted to this goal, and now the dream was within reach. Report status. His voice trembled slightly. Cooling system normal. Vacuum system normal. Magnetic confinement system preheated. Current magnetic field strength, 20 Tesla. Fuel injection complete. Deuterium-tritium mixture in place. Seated at the deputy command position, Chen Yuan's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard as he implanted a portion of the basic AI's code into the control system. Conventional control programs could never handle the plasma turbulence's fleeting changes during fusion. Only the AI's supercomputing prowess could perform billions of adjustments within milliseconds to prevent a reactor breach. System implantation complete. AI Fuxi prototype is online. Chen Yuan watched the golden Teiji symbol rotate incessantly on the screen, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Elder Qian, ignition is authorized. Elder Qian inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. With trembling hands, he pressed the crimson button. I hereby declare the Jinmu 1's first full-power ignition experiment commenced. A low, thunderous roar instantly reverberated throughout the underground base. Immense energy surged through the superconducting coils, converging at the apparatus's core. The powerful magnetic field acted as an invisible hand, imprisoning the injected fuel within the vacuum chamber, compressing and heating it fiercely. The temperature readings on the giant screen skyrocketed. 10 million degrees, 50 million degrees, 100 million degrees. The ignition threshold was reached. Boom. In that instant, a blinding flash erupted within the vacuum chamber. Like a miniature sun was truly born. Though shielded by thick radiation-proof glass and multiple layers of protection, everyone seemed to sense the terrifying heat waves emanating from the stellar core. The plasma is stable. Q factor, energy gain, surpasses 15. Q factor exceeds 20. Achieved positive energy output. Q factor over 10. Oh my god, is this real? The observers' voices cracked with tears and ecstasy. A Q factor greater than 1 signified output energy exceeding input energy. The reactor was profitable. Surpassing 10 meant the commercialization threshold was shattered. Humanity had finally plucked the brightest jewel from Goddess' crown. We did it. We did it. Elder Qian wept as he gazed at the steady red curve on the screen. Turning to embrace Chen Yuan, he found the young man staring blankly at another set of data. What is it, Xiao Chen? Is something wrong with the data? Elder Qian's heart tightened. No. The data is flawless. Chen Yuan's eyes gleamed with ambition. I was just thinking, since this device is so stable and its volume much smaller than expected. He gestured to the Jinmu, one model on the screen. What if we shrink it by another 10-fold? Could we fit it into that aircraft still on the drawing board? Elder Qian was stunned. Shrink it 10-fold? Fit it into a plane? You mean a space fighter? He gasped. This young man, having just solved the energy problem, now aimed for the heavens. Meanwhile, 30,000 kilometers above Earth, in geostationary orbit, a military reconnaissance satellite of the Eagle suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. High-energy thermal reaction detected in the Huaxia region. Energy level estimated, equivalent to a continuous explosion of a 10-megaton hydrogen bomb. Location locked. Yinshan Mountains. Inside the Pentagon. The Secretary of Defense stared dumbfounded at the satellite's thermal images. That crimson glowing spot was like God extinguishing a cigarette on Earth. My God, what have they done? Did they detonate a sun on their own land? For Chen Yuan, however, this was merely the beginning. He gazed at the perfectly constrained plasma fireball, softly murmuring to himself. The matters on the ground have been resolved. Next, it is time to explore the skies above. His gaze pierced through the dense layers of Earth, reaching towards the boundless expanse of the starry sky. That was where his true journey lay. End of Volume 1, Chapter 11. The Heart Disease of Aerospace Fighters, Chen Yuan. You can't be serious. Old Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide as he pointed at the cube model on the screen that resembled a mere toy. You propose to shrink the fusion reactor to the size of a fist while maintaining the same power output? This defies the laws of physics. Old Chen, the laws of physics are meant to be transcended. Chen Yuan adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling with fervor. The current tokamak devices are immense because they require large superconducting coils to confine high-temperature plasma. But what if we could create a gravitational field generator? A gravitational field? This revelation stunned not only Old Chen, but also General Zhang Jun, who had just arrived. Zhang was a quintessential soldier, tall and robust, with a stern visage, his 3 gold stars gleaming under the light. Though he didn't fully grasp the concept of a gravitational field, he understood Chen Yuan's previous statement about fitting it onto an aircraft. Comrade Xiaochun, Zhang strode forward, grasping Chen Yuan's hand with a strength that made him wince. I don't care about the principles. Just tell me, if you can create this thing, can it be installed on my aircraft? Our J-20, while aerodynamically world-class, suffers from a heart condition, cough. Our engine is still inferior to the Eagle's F-22. If you can solve this, I, Zhang Jun, will be your bodyguard. Chen Yuan rubbed his sore hand and smiled. Commander Zhang, you overstate my capabilities. If this miniature reactor comes to fruition, not only can it enhance the J-20, but it could also transform our Y-20 into a space carrier. His tone shifted. However, we face a significant challenge. What challenge? Is it a lack of funds, personnel, or equipment? Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Whatever you need, I will procure it, even if I have to empty the Air Force headquarters. Chen Yuan shook his head, pointing to a set of red data on the large screen. We lack materials. Miniaturization means energy density will rise exponentially. The core region will reach temperatures exceeding 100 million degrees, while the outer shell must maintain a normal temperature. The existing black gold X, though remarkable, cannot withstand such temperature differentials. We need a new alloy, black gold Z, a super material capable of withstanding temperatures of 10,000 degrees and hardness exceeding diamonds by tenfold. At that moment, the large screen in the conference room abruptly switched to a news channel. Breaking news. The Eagle's Commerce Department has just issued the strictest material embargo. Effective immediately, the export of 108 high-end industrial products and technologies to Huaxia, including advanced rare earth processing equipment, core technologies for magnet manufacturing, and special aviation aluminum and carbon fiber, is prohibited. As a result, Huaxia's aerospace stocks plummeted across the board. Observing the smug expression of the Eagle's spokesperson on the news, the atmosphere in the conference room dropped to freezing point. This is outrageous. Zhang Jun slammed his fist onto the table, causing a crack to split the solid wood surface. They are forcing our military industry to the brink. Old Chen was also trembling with anger. Without these materials, we won't just halt the new reactor. Our current fighter production lines will come to a standstill. They have pinpointed our Achilles heel. Everyone's gaze turned to Chen Yuan, only to find that the young chief designer wore not anger, but a hint of mockery. Achilles heel? Chen Yuan looked at the embargo list on the screen and chuckled coldly. Do they think that by blocking these materials, we will be unable to create anything? Perfect. I was too lazy to search for alternatives. Since they won't sell, we'll produce it ourselves. And we shall create the best. At that moment, a golden glow flickered in Chen Yuan's mind as the system interface illuminated. Emergency mission triggered. Break the technological blockade. Mission objective. Develop the black gold Z super heat-resistant alloy. Mission reward. Preliminary blueprints for the anti-gravity engine. An anti-gravity engine. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. That was genuine interstellar black technology. With it, who needed aerodynamics? Even a brick could soar into the skies. He stood abruptly, his eyes sharp as blades. Commander Zhang, Old Chen, grant me 3 days. In 3 days, I will make the Eagle understand the consequences of lifting a stone only to drop it on their own feet. Lin Kingxiu, let us go. Back to the lab. We are entering a phase of intensive research. As Chen Yuan departed, Zhang Jun paused, turning to Old Chen. Intensive research. Is that a new scientific term? Old Chen sighed wryly. Perhaps it's a method employed by deities. Chapter 12. Is this a battery? It's a bomb. Intensive research. Lin Kingxiu followed Chen Yuan, burdened with a pile of materials, her expression stern yet tinged with helplessness. Dr. Chen, while I understand the need for focus and research, This is a national-level laboratory, not a temple. Chen Yuan swiped his card to unlock the laboratory door, not looking back. For us at this moment, time is of the essence. We must finalize the black gold Z alloy in 3 days. There is no time for distractions. Also, please contact the logistics department and arrange for 2 cases of Red Bull and a box of compressed biscuits. As the heavy blast doors slowly closed, this laboratory, located deep within number 0 yard, became entirely isolated from the outside world. 2 days and 2 nights. The laboratory was ablaze with light, the hum of various instruments never ceasing. Chen Yuan, sporting 2 large dark circles under his eyes, exuded a feverish brilliance. He stood before the holographic projection platform, his hands swiftly tracing the air as countless complex molecular structures disassembled and reassembled at his fingertips. This won't do. While this structure meets heat-resistance standards, it lacks toughness. It would be as fragile as a crispy chicken in the sky. This one won't work either. Its thermal conductivity is too low. It would melt before the reactor even starts. Lin Qingxiu stood nearby, responsible for vigilance, occasionally stepping in to assist with data recording, her wrist nearly giving out. She observed Chen Yuan's frenzied state, feeling both admiration and concern. Dr. Chen, why not take a break? You've been working for 40 hours straight. I cannot rest. Inspiration is fleeting. Chen Yuan suddenly shouted, fixating on a set of light blue solution data. Wait, what if I add a bit of hafnium to this molecular bond and bombard it with a high-energy particle flow? He dashed to the workstation, snatching a test tube, and began measuring trace elements. Boom. A muffled explosion occurred. A plume of black smoke billowed from the test tube, filling the entire laboratory with a pungent odor. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Qingxiu was choked to tears. Dr. Chen, has it exploded? Is this a failure? Chen Yuan waved his hand to disperse the smoke, examining the blob of dark, viscous substance left at the bottom of the test tube. Indeed, it was a failure. The anticipated black gold Z alloy had not materialized. Yet, this black goo seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly, the system interface flashed to life. Unknown high-energy polymer detected. Item name: high-energy solid electrolyte, defective. Evaluation: although it is a failed synthesis byproduct, its ionic conductivity is 100 times that of existing liquid electrolytes. Suggested use: battery. Chen Yuan stood dumbfounded. I aim to create a heat-resistant alloy for the reactor's shell, and you give me a blob of battery material? This is akin to attempting to create an atomic bomb and ending up with a tea egg. Both are edible, but the leap is too vast. Dr. Chen, should we discard this? Lin Qingxiu pinched her nose, using tweezers to lift the blob of black goo, preparing to toss it into the waste container. Don't throw it away, Chen Yuan shouted, snatching the tweezers away. This is a valuable find, though it may not be what we were seeking. This item could be worth more than gold. He swiftly procured 2 metal discs, approximately the size of coins, and applied a layer of black glue between them, fashioning a rudimentary button battery. Subsequently, he connected it to the laboratory's voltage tester. The needle of the tester shot to the maximum, and the red light flashed frantically. Warning: input voltage too high. Warning: bang. In the next moment, the precision instrument, valued at several tens of thousands, began to smoke and was rendered inoperative. Lin Qingxiu took 2 steps back, her mouth agape. Dr. Chen, this is just a button battery, right? Why does it resemble a miniature bomb? Chen Yuan gazed at the ruined device, a manic grin spreading across his face. It's not a bomb. The energy density is simply too high, causing the instrument to burst. The energy density of this thing is at least 50 times that of current lithium batteries. 50 times. What does that mean? Presently, electric vehicles require an overnight charge to cover 500 kilometers. If we utilize this, the same volume could achieve a range of 25,000 kilometers. Even a mobile phone could last 6 months on a single charge. This is not merely a battery. It is akin to a nuclear weapon in the energy revolution. We're going to make a fortune, Chen Yuan murmured to himself. Although he was engaged in military industry, it did not preclude him from seizing a lucrative opportunity in the civilian sector. After all, research funding from the government is an abyss. How could it compare to the thrill of minting one's own money? He promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Fatty, don't sleep. I have a chance for you to get rich. Half an hour later, a plump man in floral shorts rushed into the reception room of number 0 courtyard, panting heavily. Wang Fatty, Chen Yuan's college buddy, was a peculiar second-generation rich kid who preferred odd investments over fast cars and beautiful women. Brother Yuan, what is the hurry this morning? Wang Fatty wiped the sweat from his brow and plopped onto the sofa, causing it to creak under his weight. Chen Yuan wasted no time and tossed the rudimentary button battery to him. Wang Fatty fumbled to catch it. What is this? An Oreo filling? This is the spark, no. One solid-state battery, Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly as he poured himself a glass of water. That little piece can make your Tesla travel 1,000 kilometers. Clang. Wang Fatty dropped his cup, shattering it on the floor. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the dark object in his hand, as if holding a ticking time bomb. Brother Yuan, don't joke around. If this can really run 1,000 kilometers, Musk would kneel and call me father. You can give it a try, Chen Yuan indicated towards a nearby electric toy car. Wang Fatty, filled with skepticism, installed the battery. Whoosh. The toy car transformed into a streak of shadow, bolting out of the reception room and crashing into the wall at the end of the corridor, shattering into pieces. The wheels continued to spin in midair, creating sparks against the ground due to the excessive speed. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Wang Fatty stared at the wreckage of the toy car, swallowing hard as his hands began to tremble violently. As a second-generation rich kid, he understood all too well the commercial value of such a device. This was not merely a matter of money. It could disrupt the entire energy sector, bankrupt oil magnates, and drive car manufacturers into frenzy. Brother Yuan, Wang Fatty looked up, his voice tinged with fear. If this thing gets released, will those oil tycoons and Wall Street capitalists hire mercenaries to assassinate me? Chen Yuan patted his shoulder, grinning like a devil. What are you afraid of? Register a company and name it Spark Energy. Also, call General Yu from Huayao and ask if he wants to be the world's richest man. As for safety concerns, Chen Yuan pointed upwards. This is a national project, backed by the military. Who would dare to touch you? I'll have Commander Zhang Zhun deliver a package to their house in AJ-20. Chapter 13, Huayao's Gamble, in Pengcheng, at the Huayao headquarters. General Yu was convening an emergency high-level meeting, the atmosphere tense. Tesla's new model was set to drop in price again, with the Model Q potentially priced below 150,000. Although our Wanja M5 and M7 series have performed well in sales, our battery technology is increasingly lagging behind Tesla's 4680 battery. The market director furrowed his brow as the alarming red figures flashed on the PPT. General Yu rubbed his temples, visibly fatigued. As the leader of domestic new energy, the pressure on him was immense. With Tesla's price cuts and countless emerging car manufacturers encroaching, the technological bottleneck loomed overhead like the sword of Damocles. At that moment, the secretary rushed in, forgetting to knock. General Yu, a company claiming to be Spark Energy, wants to discuss a collaboration worth billions. Spark Energy? General Yu frowned. Unfamiliar with the name. What small company is this? I want to meet with them. However, the secretary gulped nervously. They said if you refuse, they will go to CATL or Tesla. They also claim to possess something that could bankrupt Tesla. General Yu paused, then burst into laughter. Bankrupt Tesla? Do con artists nowadays have such grandiose claims? Bring him to the meeting room. I want to see how he intends to bring Tesla down. In the meeting room, Wang Fatty lounged with his legs crossed, video chatting with Chen Yuan. Brother Yuan, this General Yu sure has an attitude. He has kept me waiting for 10 minutes. On the other end of the video, Chen Yuan was busy amidst a collection of bottles and jars, donning protective goggles. Stay calm. When he arrives, don't say anything. Just take him to the parking lot to see that Wuling Hongwang. Got it. Just then, General Yu entered the room. Upon seeing Wang Fatty in a floral shirt and a round face, his disappointment deepened. This figure looked like someone selling counterfeit medicine. You must be General Yu? Wang Fatty put away his phone, smiling broadly as he stood up. I want to waste time with pleasantries. I have a battery here and would like to show you a magic trick. 10 minutes later, in the underground testing facility of the Huayao headquarters, a dilapidated Wuling Hongwang stood at the starting line, next to a brand new Huayao Wanja M9 electric version, which accelerated from 0 to 100 in 39 seconds. Mr. Wang, are you sure you want to race? The test driver from Huayao looked perplexed. Comparing a Wuling Hongwang with an M9? Where did this lunatic come from? Of course we're racing. Wang Fatty slapped the hood of the Wuling Hongwang, which had been modified to accommodate a fist-sized Spark No. 1 battery pack. Ready, set, go? As the flag fell, the M9 shot forward, the dual motors unleashing a torque that screeched the tires. However, in the next moment, everyone witnessed a scene they would remember for a lifetime. The shabby Wuling Hongwang, without a roar or sound, seemed to be propelled by the hand of God. Whoosh! It vanished from sight. It truly disappeared. The speed was so rapid that the human eye could only perceive a gray blur. By the time everyone reacted, the Wuling Hongwang had already reached the end of the track, while the M9 had just crossed the midpoint. Holy cow! The usually composed General Yu couldn't help but curse. He dashed towards the Wuling Hongwang, disregarding his image, and crawled beneath the car, searching for signs of a rocket booster. All he found were a few thin wires connected to the motor and an inconspicuous black box. What is this? General Yu trembled as he pointed at the black box. The Spark No. 1 solid-state battery. Wang Fatty lit a cigarette, modestly concealing his achievements. Its energy density is 50 times that of lithium batteries, supports 5C fast charging, and is neither flammable nor explosive. General Yu, can we negotiate this deal? That very afternoon, the most prestigious conference room at Huayao headquarters bore witness to the signing of a top-secret agreement. Xingguo Energy and Huayao forged a profound strategic partnership. The state, through clandestine channels, injected capital to acquire a 51 stake. Chen Yuan, contributing technology, held 40. Although Huayao only secured 9 equity, it obtained exclusive rights to utilize the Spark 1 battery in the automotive sector. This signified that henceforth, only Huayao's electric vehicles worldwide would boast an authentic range exceeding 1,000 kilometers. Upon the announcement, despite the core technical specifications remaining classified, rumors of Huayao's breakthrough in mysterious battery technology swiftly ignited the capital markets. Stocks related to Huayao surged dramatically, hitting the daily limit. Across the ocean, at Tesla's headquarters, Elon Musk glanced at the news on his screen, curling his lip in disdain. He retrieved his phone and tweeted, "Heard there's a Chinese company that's created a battery with a 2,000 kilometer range? Oh, is it April Fool's Day today? If it's true, I'm willing to eat my rocket." Accompanying the tweet was a comical clown emoji. The tweet rapidly garnered hundreds of thousands of likes, accompanied by mocking comments. The Chinese were reputed masters of PPT car manufacturing. Such a battery defied the laws of physics, unless they had unearthed alien spacecraft. In Laboratory Zero, Chen Yuan had just synthesized the final catalyst when he received a screenshot from Wang Pengzi. Observing Musk's derisive tweet, Chen Yuan chuckled. He registered an account named Spark Ignition and responded beneath Musk's post with a single emoji, a subtle smile. No words, only a profoundly meaningful grin. At that moment, a crisp notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Analysis of the black gold Z heat-resistant material for the micro-fusion reactor is complete. Primary blueprints for the anti-gravity engine have been delivered." Chen Yuan's eyes gleamed instantly. "Old Musk, while you're still fussing over batteries, I'm already preparing for the skies. Since you want to devour rockets, I'll craft a flying saucer for you to sample." Chapter 14. Crafting the micro-reactor. Deep within the underground laboratory of Facility Zero, security had been elevated to the utmost secrecy. 4 armed special forces stood guard at the entrance. Not even a fly could penetrate. Inside, Lin Qingshu donned a heavy anti-radiation suit, wrench in hand, feeling akin to a clumsy penguin. Chen Yuan, however, wore only a white lab coat, gloves absent. "Dr. Chen, are you certain you don't require mechanical arms? This is a nuclear reactor." Lin Qingshu's voice quivered. Although theoretically the micro-nuclear fusion reactor emitted minimal radiation, it was still nuclear energy. Any mishap could flatten the entire Facility Zero. "Mechanical arms are too slow and lack precision," Chen Yuan replied, eyes fixed intensely on the freshly machined black gold Z components on the workbench. "My hands are steadier than the most precise machine tools in the world." This was no boast. Enhanced by systematic reinforcement and cerebral domain development, Chen Yuan's bodily control had reached the limits of human capability. "Begin." He inhaled deeply and moved his hands. At first, Lin Qingshu could discern his motions, picking up one component, inserting it into another, twisting, snapping into place. Soon, his hands blurred into a phantom. The crisp metallic clicks melded into a rousing symphony. Lin Qingshu's mouth agape, her anti-radiation mask fogged up. What had she witnessed? Components requiring microscopic assembly, achievable only with mechanical arms under a microscope, were being assembled flawlessly by hand, and at an astonishing speed. "This defies all reason," she muttered, feeling her 2 decades of physics knowledge shatter. The crucial moment arrived. Chen Yuan suddenly uttered a low command. The reactor's main structure was complete. Only the ignition device remained. This was a crystal no larger than a grain of rice, requiring unparalleled precision to embed exactly at the magnetic confinement point at the reactor's center. The margin of error could not exceed 0.0001 nanometers. Beads of sweat formed on Chen Yuan's brow. A system warning echoed in his mind. Warning: excessive mental energy consumption. "Host, please be cautious." Yet he persisted, his pupils contracting as he entered overclock mode. Time seemed to slow. Dust motes, light refraction, magnetic fluctuations, all became vividly discernible. "Go." Chen Yuan flicked his finger gently. The rice-sized crystal shot like a meteor, unerringly embedding itself at the reactor's core. A low, resonant hum emerged. The once dull black cube radiated a ghostly azure light, levitating slowly in midair. The surrounding atmosphere visibly warped under intense energy waves. An awe-inspiring pressure swept through the laboratory. Success. A fist-sized micro-fusion reactor. Its output power rivaled that of a medium-sized nuclear power plant. Chen Yuan exhaled heavily, swaying slightly, nearly collapsing. Dr. Chen. Lin Qingxiu rushed to steady him. I'm fine. Just a bit of hypoglycemia. He waved off her concern, eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he regarded the levitating blue cube. Now, this is a masterpiece. At that moment, the laboratory door was flung open abruptly. Chen Yuan, I heard you've made progress? Air Force Commander Zhang Jun burst in, his hat askew, followed by the breathless Elder Qian. Their gazes were immediately riveted by the floating blue cube. This is it. Zhang Jun's voice trembled as he reached out tentatively. This is the heart you sought. Chen Yuan pushed away Lin Qingxiu's support, stepped forward, and tapped the cube lightly. A micro-nuclear fusion reactor, codenamed Star Core, weighs 25 kilograms, outputs 1,000 megawatts, with theoretically infinite endurance, so long as the fuel rod is replaced every decade. Zhang Jun swallowed hard. As a seasoned military man, he fully grasped the magnitude of these figures. This isn't an engine for airplanes. It's akin to bottling the sun. Comrade Chen, Zhang Jun inhaled deeply, striving to steady his excitement. Can this truly propel our 10-plus-ton J-40 fighter jets? To him, such a compact device powering a vehicle was extraordinary. Powering a fighter jet seemed almost fantastical. Chen Yuan turned to Zhang Jun, a haughty smile curving his lips. 10-plus tons? You underestimate it. Not just a J-40. Given a sufficiently sturdy airframe, it could even propel the Liaoning aircraft carrier into the sky. Chapter 15, American Sanctions? Is that all? At 10 a.m., in the Special Administrative Region, the White House press briefing room was ablaze with flashing cameras. The U.S. Secretary of Commerce stood solemnly at the podium, brandishing a thick dossier. In light of certain nations' prolonged theft of our intellectual property and the threats posed to our national security, we hereby enact the most stringent technological embargo against China in history. The list includes, but is not limited to, specialty aerospace aluminum, high-precision machine tool chips, and third-generation semiconductor materials. This decree detonated like a depth charge, instantaneously igniting global discourse. In the realm of Huaxia, the stock market plummeted at the opening bell. The aviation and new energy sectors experienced a complete meltdown, leaving investors in despair, with forums rife with despondency. It's over. The Eagle Nation is serious this time. The supply of aluminum for aviation has been cut off. Will our large aircraft project be doomed? Not to mention, even the bearing steel for high-speed trains must be imported. We are truly caught in a chokehold. Amidst the overwhelming panic, the Huaxia authorities remained curiously silent for a full 3 hours. Just when everyone assumed that urgent discussions were underway, or even that a compromise was being prepared, the scene shifted to the Blue Hall of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at 2 in the afternoon. A hastily convened routine press conference captivated the attention of hundreds of media outlets worldwide. The spokesperson, dressed in a sharp suit, exuded calm confidence as she addressed the so-called sanctions imposed by the United States, expressing regret. Her voice was steady and powerful. Since the U.S. is unwilling to cooperate in this domain, we shall proceed on our own. Laughter erupted from foreign journalists in the audience. Proceed on your own? Can aviation materials and high-end chips be produced at will? Without decades of accumulation, one wouldn't even scratch the surface. Yet, in the next moment, she revealed 2 items from beneath the podium, a black metal plate and a coin-sized battery. To address the concerns, I present to you 2 of our nation's latest scientific achievements. The first, the black gold Z ultra heat-resistant alloy. With a wave of her hand, 2 armed police officers brought forth a bulletproof glass enclosure, behind which rested a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated as an armor-piercing round collided with the thin black metal plate, sending sparks flying. Everyone instinctively recoiled. As the smoke cleared, the camera zoomed in on a hushed audience. The metal plate remained utterly unscathed, not a single scratch. In contrast, the specially designed tungsten core armor-piercing round had been flattened like a discus, clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. This alloy boasts a heat resistance of 5,000 degrees Celsius, a strength 10 times that of aircraft carrier deck steel, yet weighs only half as much as aluminum alloy. The spokesperson casually elaborated, as if discussing a trivial matter. The second item, the Spark 1 solid-state battery. She picked up the small battery and connected it to a powerful spotlight nearby. Whoosh! A blinding beam shot towards the ceiling, radiating brightness akin to a miniature sun. After just 5 seconds of charging, it could power a vehicle for 2,000 kilometers. effectively alleviating range anxiety for electric vehicles. Boom. The press conference erupted in chaos. Journalists surged forward, cameras thrusting towards the spokesperson. This is impossible. This defies the laws of physics. Is this extraterrestrial technology? Is this real? When will it be mass-produced? Faced with the frenzy of inquiries, she maintained her poised smile. In light of the unfriendly actions from the U.S., and to safeguard national security, I hereby announce that Huaxia will impose strict export controls on the black gold Z alloy and spark battery technology. In other words, she turned her gaze towards a stunned CNN reporter with a piercing look. You wish to purchase? I'm afraid we do not sell. An uproar ensued globally. Merely half an hour later, trading commenced on the U.S. stock market. The once aggressive military and energy stocks collapsed instantaneously. Lockheed Martin hit the limit down. Boeing plummeted. Tesla nosedived by 30, triggering a trading halt. Traders on Financial Street were seen clutching their heads in despair, as if the apocalypse had arrived. This is not a sanction against Huaxia. It is evidently a resounding slap in the face, leaving them reeling. Meanwhile, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, an unmarked military aircraft pierced through the clouds, heading towards the northwest. Inside the cabin, Chen Yuan gazed at the live news broadcast on his tablet, a smile creeping across his lips as he switched off the screen. Chief Engineer Chen, we have arrived, a guard quietly reminded him, peering through the window. Chen Yuan's eyes fell upon a silver-gray aircraft, numbered 2021, patiently awaiting its rebirth on the runway. J-20, the mighty dragon. Chen Yuan stood up, adjusted his collar, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Although you are already exceptional, I believe you can soar even higher, perhaps venturing beyond the atmosphere to gaze upon the stars. Chapter 1, Side Story 1. User Manual and Prohibitions of the System. Side Story 1. User Manual and Prohibitions of the System. Time: the night after Chen Yuan bound the system. Location: Chen Yuan's rented room, consciousness space. ZZZZ. Chen Yuan sat in the cramped rental, still clutching the old hard drive he had just retrieved from the laboratory. Moments ago, he had experienced a tumultuous turn of fate, having his research achievements seized by his mentor, only to unexpectedly awaken a mysterious system known as the Future Technology Library. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. System self-check completed. Administrator identity confirmed. Chen Yuan. Generating beginner's guide. Completed. Suddenly, Chen Yuan was engulfed in darkness, his consciousness drawn into an expansive white space. This space was astonishingly vast, with towering bookshelves stretching into the clouds, each tier brimming with books radiating various hues of light. Some glowed softly like moonlight, others blazed like the sun, while some emanated an eerie, chilling aura. At the center of the space floated a colossal golden codex. The codex opened automatically, and lines of luminous text danced forth, accompanied by a somewhat cheeky narrating voice, which seemed to be the system's personality package. Welcome to the universe's largest cheat center, the Future Technology Library. I am your dedicated intelligent assistant, codenamed Truth. As the 527th fortunate soul of this universe and the only hope, or rather, the sole lifeline, of Earth civilization. To prevent you from accidentally blowing yourself up through improper operations, this system has specially prepared this beginner's guide. Please memorize it in its entirety, otherwise, you will be reduced to mere debris in interstellar warfare, and this system shall bear no responsibility. Chen Yuan's lips twitched. Speak plainly. Ahem, very well, boss. Here are the 3 core functionalities of this system. Please take note. Chapter 1. What can I do? Function 1. Omniscient borrowing. Do you see these books around you? Truth's voice was filled with temptation. This library contains all technological trees from level 07 planetary civilizations, that is, your current Earth, to level 9 divine civilizations. Whether it is controlled nuclear fusion, a beginner-level toy, or world-ending artifacts like two-dimensional foil and causal weaponry, all can be borrowed. However, Truth's tone shifted. Borrowing comes at a cost. The universal currency of this system is national fortune points and shock points. National fortune points. You contribute technology to the nation, enhancing its strength, which in turn increases your national fortune points. This is hard currency, used to unlock higher-level technologies. Shock points. Your actions astonish all of humanity or extraterrestrials, increasing in value. These are primarily used to exchange for peculiar items or auxiliary skills. A gentle reminder. In the early stages, do not aim too high. Given your current brain capacity, though considered intelligent among Earthlings, you are merely slightly better than a paramecium on a cosmic scale. Forcefully reading books far exceeding your current civilization level, such as rule-based technologies above level 4, will lead to cerebral overload, resulting in mild idiocy or in severe cases. Brain matter boiling. Function 2. Holographic simulation lab before Chen Yuan. The scenery transformed into a vast holographic laboratory, filled with a myriad of intricate instruments he had never encountered before. This was the realm of consciousness, where the flow of time was tenfold that of the outside world. In essence, if one were to learn and experiment here for 10 hours, only an hour would pass externally. Most importantly, everything within this space was virtual. Yet the experimental data was undeniably real. You could conduct any perilous experiments: nuclear explosions, black hole collapses, antimatter annihilation. Let your imagination run wild. After all, it wouldn't cause any real-world explosions. At worst, you would experience the sensation of dying in a mental sense, albeit painfully. This was not merely a laboratory, but rather your private tutoring space. Do you aspire to become a true academic prodigy? Do you wish to grasp technologies that would typically take centuries to develop within mere days? Step into this secluded chamber, young one. Function 3. Knowledge transfer. I understand that conducting research can be arduous, particularly when accompanied by a group of less competent peers. Thus, our system has thoughtfully provided a copy and paste feature. You may directly impart the technological knowledge you have mastered to subordinates with a loyalty rating exceeding 90. While there is a cap on the number of individuals, which increases with system upgrades, this will allow you to swiftly assemble a premier research team across the galaxy. From that point onward, you will be responsible for the grand vision, while your subordinates handle the labor and shed their hair in the process. Isn't that remarkably user-friendly? Chapter 2. How to level up. This system adopts a civilization cultivation model. Your personal strength is inconsequential. The true path lies in leading the overall advancement of Earth's civilization. Level 1. Current level Earth technology of 2050 unlockable content. First generation commercial controllable nuclear fusion. 6G communication technology, high-energy solid-state batteries, basic exoskeleton armor. Objective: double the GDP of China or achieve a comprehensive technological dominance over the current leading player, the United States. Level 2, next stage Earth technology of 3000 unlockable content, space elevator, gene-enhancing drugs, extending lifespan by 300 years, basic strong artificial intelligence, blueprints for lunar base construction. Unlock conditions: China's luck value surpasses 1 million, or successfully fend off a probing attack from extraterrestrial civilization. Level 3, interstellar civilization, insufficient permissions. Unable to view. Chapter 3, absolute taboo, death flag. The voice of truth suddenly turned grave, and the surrounding light shifted to an alarming red hue. Please take heed. The following are the red lines of this system. Any transgression will bear severe consequences. 1. Prohibition of personal gain. The primary intention of this system is the elevation of civilization. You may accrue wealth and enjoy privileges, but the application of future technology for inhumane or antisocial actions is strictly forbidden. For instance, creating bioweapons to annihilate humanity or employing X-ray vision for unsavory purposes. Any violations will result in automatic disconnection from the system and the initiation of a humanitarian extermination protocol, effectively incinerating your brain to ashes. 2. Prohibition of cross-level exposure. Until Earth's civilization possesses the ability for self-preservation, at least achieving a level 15 civilization. The public demonstration of technology exceeding 2 levels above the current one is strictly prohibited. For example, constructing a warp-capable spacecraft on present-day Earth. Why? Chen Yuan could not help but inquire. Because of the dark forest theory, Truth replied coldly, there are countless eyes watching in the universe. If a lower civilization suddenly acquires powers beyond their rightful domain, it will attract the attention of higher-dimensional civilization enforcers. Trust me, you do not wish to encounter them at this moment. Epilogue: as the light faded, Chen Yuan's consciousness returned to his rented apartment. He gazed at the moon outside his window and took a deep breath. Cultivating civilization? It certainly sounds intriguing. He tightened his grip on the hard drive in his hand. Within it lay the blueprints for nuclear fusion, a ticket for humanity to enter a new epoch. Truth, let us commence our work. Our journey leads us to the stars and the vast oceans. System log, beginner's guide complete. Main quest, rise of a great power initiated. Best of luck, Administrator. Chapter 2, Side Story 2. Earth Online version update announcement before the era of interstellar games time. Between, the protagonist has just submitted the nuclear fusion plans. The national machinery begins to operate secretly, yet the external world remains unaware. Perspective, God's Eye Observer. Announcement, Earth Online servers are undergoing a hot update without downtime. Server region, Orion arm of the Milky Way. Third planet of the solar system current version, Earth 07. End of the fossil fuel era, 08. Dawn of the Fusion Energy Era, Update Codename. The Awakening of the Eastern Dragon Deer Players, Earth Residents. Please be advised that a high-weight variable interference has been detected within the server, leading to a significant deviation from the original historical trajectory. To better prepare for the impending upheaval, we hereby present the current worldview context and the status of power struggles. Current world order, before update. Prior to this update, the Earth server was caught in a delicate bottleneck period of the pre-interstellar age. Technological development had stagnated, foundational physics was locked, and major powers were embroiled in internal strife. 1. Dominant power. Eagle Federation power rating. S core advantages. Possesses the strongest military force within the server, 11 carrier strike groups, the most universally accepted currency, the dollar's hegemony, and the most extensive ally network. Special skills. Long-arm jurisdiction, able to sanction any other players within the server at will. Public opinion hegemony. Holds the ultimate authority on defining democracy. Technology harvesting. Locks other players' technological trees through entity lists and patent barriers. Current status. Arrogant. Believes itself to be the sole beacon of Earth, wary yet lacking reverence for the rise of the East, and is vigorously advancing its strategy for rebalancing the Asia-Pacific region. 2. Challenging power. Dragon Republic power rating. A. Potential value. SSS. Core advantages. Possesses the most complete industrial system within the server. The largest and most industrious player base, the Rabbits, and exceptionally strong mobilization capabilities. Current shortcomings. Energy dependency. 70% of oil is imported, with the Strait of Malacca as its lifeline. Technological vulnerability. Dependent on foreign entities for high-end chips, lithography machines, aircraft engines, and industrial software. Current status. Forbearing. Accumulating power. Attempting to break through the blockade imposed by the Eagle Federation through industrial upgrades. 3. Other powers. Bear. Once a dominant force, now a mere oil and gas station. Despite its economic decline, its nuclear arsenal still instills fear in the Eagle Federation. Chickens. Loyal watchdogs of the Eagle Federation, technologically advanced yet lacking sovereignty. Ready to betray or be exploited at any moment. European nobles. A group of superficially united aristocrats who frequently oscillate between the Eagle Federation and the Dragon Republic. 2. Key variable introduction variable ID. Chen Yuan identity. System administrator from the Dragon Republic interference event in the server year 2026. Submitted the first-generation controllable nuclear fusion industrial blueprints to the highest echelon of the Dragon Republic. Though this event remains classified, it has triggered modifications to the server's underlying logic. 3. Version update preview. After update, as the national machinery of the Dragon Republic operates in secret, the following changes are about to unfold. 1. New artifact. Controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Effect. Infinite clean energy. Impact. The collapse of the oil system. Oil will be devalued from a strategic resource to an ordinary chemical material. The foundation of the dollar hegemony, namely the petrodollar, is destined to be uprooted. Industrial ascension. The industrial electricity prices in Huaxia will plummet to nearly zero. All high-energy consuming industries, such as electrolytic aluminum, seawater desalination, and synthetic starch, will experience explosive growth. Environmental transformation. Deserts will metamorphose into oases, and the Yellow River will run clear. 2. Balance adjustment of the two camps. Huaxia camp acquires hidden buffs, national system. With the backing of Chen Yuan's cutting-edge technology, productivity will surge by 500, and research speed will escalate by 1,000. The national strategic focus will shift from economic development to the exploration of the stars. Eagle Sauce Camp suffers passive debuffs, strategic misjudgment. The intelligence department's CPU usage is at 100, still believing that Huaxia is merely engaging in strategic deception, having missed the final opportunity to contain it. 3. Upcoming new content, preview, new maps, Lunar Palace Base, Mars City of Zerong, Lagrange Point Space Dock. New vehicles, Xian New Aerospace Fighter, specializing in resolving various disputes, Luan Bird Aerospace Mothership, subduing the surface. Qin Shi Huang Class Interstellar Battleship, designed for rational discourse in the galaxy. World Boss, Proxima Centauri Trisolaran Fleet, currently en route to Earth, estimated arrival in 3 years. 4. Observer's commentary. Originally, this was merely a typical game of internal competition for a level 07 civilization on the brink of resource depletion, likely culminating in a third world war, nuclear annihilation. However, with the introduction of the variable Chen Yuan, the nature of the game has transformed. It has shifted from a survival game into a civilization cultivation game. Difficulty level escalated from hard to hellish. 4. At the moment humanity ignites nuclear fusion. It is akin to an infant illuminating a torch in a dark forest. It illuminates the path ahead, yet also reveals itself. The hunters in the depths of the universe have already cast their gaze. 4. Eagle sauce. This is the nightmare of hegemonic termination, but for all of human civilization. This marks the commencement of the novice village graduation examination. Players, prepare yourselves, especially those from the Huaxia region. Your journey is no longer bound by mortgages and car loans, but rather the endless sea of stars. Announcement concluded, wishing all players an enjoyable game. Chapter 16. Pause takeoff, aiming for chips, in the northwest. At a top-secret Air Force test flight base, fierce winds whipped up sand and gravel, striking the heavy iron doors of the hangar with a crackling sound. Inside, Chen Yuan stood atop a ladder, caressing the deep black J-40 submarine Dragon fighter jet, numbered 4001, with a gaze as focused as if he were admiring a beloved. Chief Engineer Chen, can this behemoth truly fly beyond the atmosphere? Beside him, Air Force Commander Zhang Jun rubbed his hands together, disbelief etched on his face. Yet his eyes sparkled with hope. Theoretically, it's feasible. Chen Yuan patted the fuselage. Once we replace it with my designed miniature fusion engine and upgrade the aerodynamic layout and heat-resistant coating, its thrust-to-weight ratio can exceed 20. Not to mention atmospheric flight. A jaunt to the moon would suffice. Zhang Jun inhaled sharply. A thrust-to-weight ratio of 20? The most advanced fighter jets today barely exceed 10. This isn't merely a fighter jet. It's akin to a UFO disguised in fighter jet attire. What are we waiting for? Chief Engineer Chen, let us get to work. Zhang Jun exclaimed eagerly. I can hardly wait to see the expressions on those Eagle Sauce folks when they behold this marvel. Chen Yuan chuckled, just as he was about to pick up a wrench to disassemble the engine. Suddenly, hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility of the hangar. Chen Yuan, stop. Li Qiazhong rushed in, an uncharacteristic hint of panic on his otherwise stoic face. What's wrong? Chen Yuan halted, furrowing his brow. Something's gone awry. Li Qiazhong took a deep breath, handing Chen Yuan a document. Just 10 minutes ago, the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Commerce, in conjunction with SMI Corporation, issued a latest announcement. Chen Yuan took the document and scanned it swiftly. The title bore a chilling proclamation, Administrative Order on the Comprehensive Prohibition of Selling, Maintaining, and Leasing Lithography Equipment and Related Parts to Huaxia. Are they completely cutting off supplies? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Not just a cutoff, Li Qiazhong's voice turned grave. They have remotely locked down all domestic SMI lithography machines. This means, from now on, all our chip production lines are incapacitated. What? Zhang Jun exclaimed. What about my radar? The fire control system and navigation system of this new fighter jet require 3 nanometers high-end chips. Without chips, this aircraft is nothing but a hunk of metal. Li Qiazhong sighed. Don't just focus on your fighter jet. Huayao called just now. President Yu was nearly in tears. Their Kirin 9000S inventory was already low, and now with the production line halted, within a month, Huayao's mobile business will collapse entirely. The atmosphere in the hangar plummeted to an icy silence. No one had anticipated such a swift and ruthless counterattack from Eagle Sauce. This is a strategy to cut off the roots. A desperate measure. Zhang Jun slammed his fist onto the ladder, longing to pilot a bomber to obliterate their White House. Li Qiazhong sighed, cursing one to help. The major chip manufacturers in the country are already in disarray. An emergency meeting is underway, but there's no immediate solution. Lithography machines are hailed as the crown jewel of industry, involving over 100,000 components. Although we have been striving to catch up, we are at least 20 years away from the pinnacle. 20 years. That's an eternity. Both men involuntarily turned their gaze toward Chen Yuan. Though logic dictated that Chen Yuan specialized in materials and energy, and that lithography machines were an entirely different realm, they felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation when looking at the young man's back. Chen Yuan set the document down, pausing for a moment in contemplation. He turned to regard the fighter jet that had yet to be modified, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. It seems the flight plan will have to be postponed. He tossed the wrench back into the toolbox, producing a resonant clang. Directorly, Chen Yuan raised his head, his gaze eerily calm. Since they don't want us to use their machines, then we shall not. Li Qiazhong looked taken aback. What do you mean? How can we produce chips without lithography machines? Who said producing chips must involve lithography machines? Chen Yuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Those machines are cumbersome and finicky, requiring extreme ultraviolet light, with efficiency so abysmal, it's appalling. It's high time they were phased out. Phased out. Li Qiazhong and Zhang Jun exchanged bewildered glances. The world's most advanced EUV lithography machines, priced at hundreds of millions of dollars each, were deemed obsolete by this young man. Give me a month. Chen Yuan extended a single finger. A month? Li Qiazhong's eyes widened. What are you planning to do? Manually craft an entirely new set of chip manufacturing equipment. Chen Yuan pulled a pen from his pocket, swiftly jotting down notes on the back of the document. Additionally, prepare these materials for me. Li Qiazhong leaned in to look. Instantly dumbfounded. The items listed on the list were utterly astonishing. High-purity crystals, industrial-grade laser pointers, and dozens of tons of sand? Comrade Chen, are you joking? Li Qiazhong swallowed hard. You need sand to make chips? Chen Yuan slapped the list against Li Qiazhong's chest, turning to walk out of the hangar. The setting sun elongated his shadow. Sand is the raw material for silicon. As for the others, he waved his hand without looking back. That's to deliver a grand gift to Eagle Sauce. Chapter 17. Internet Mockery. Public intellectuals revel in the imperial capital at No. 0 Courtyard. The underground laboratory lights had been continuously illuminated for 3 days and nights. Meanwhile, the external public discourse had already erupted into chaos. The sanctions imposed by the United States this time are unprecedented in their severity. Not only have they severed all supplies of lithography machines, but they have also recalled all after-sales maintenance personnel who had been sold to Chinese enterprises. This signifies that China's chip industry will regress to a primitive state overnight. Across the ocean, the New York Times featured a strikingly ironic cartoon on its front page, a farmer clad in traditional Chinese attire attempting to split an atomic bomb with an axe. The caption read, "Some countries want to make chips?" Even God would shake his head. Within the domestic online sphere, despair and fury intertwined. While a faction of so-called rational commentators seized the opportunity to manipulate public sentiment. On Weibo, an influential user named Independent Thinker posted, "I warned you not to provoke the United States. Their decades of technological accumulation cannot be overtaken by mere slogans. Now, with chip supplies cut off, phones, computers, and cars will all grind to a halt. This is the price of blind arrogance." The comments beneath were chaotic. Is it so difficult to admit the gap? Better to buy than to make. Better to rent than to buy. Insisting on independent research now leaves you dumbfounded. I heard Chen Yuan plans to handcraft a lithography machine in a month? Ridiculous. Does he think lithography machines are toys? Just a publicity stunt, probably trying to scam government funds. In the office, Li Qiazhong trembled with rage as he read these remarks on his tablet. These traitorous scoundrels. When the nation faces adversity, they not only refuse to help, but stab us in the back. Investigate. See if these people have been paid by the Americans. Calm down. Director Lin Kingxiu entered with a cup of tea, her expression still composed and aloof. Chen Yuan once said, "A lion does not turn back because of a dog's barking. Let them bark louder. The more they howl, the harder their faces will be struck." Li Qiazhong took a deep breath to steady himself. How is Chen Yuan doing? Still in seclusion, Lin Kingxiu revealed a flicker of concern. He hasn't slept for 3 days and refuses to see anyone but me for meals. What is he working on? Is it really a lithography machine? I don't know. She shook her head. I only saw him slicing high-purity crystals into a pile of glass beads. Li Qiazhong was bewildered. Glass beads? Using those to make chips? If that leaks, even Chen Yuan's supporters will turn against him. In the underground laboratory, Chen Yuan was more exhilarated than anyone. Wearing protective goggles and wielding a precision laser cutter, he was micro-carving a fist-sized crystal sphere. A complex blue holographic blueprint hovered before his retinas, the photonic matrix core. A technology from a secondary civilization. Compared to the cumbersome EUV lithography machines on Earth, this innovation was a masterpiece. Traditional lithography machines rely on dozens of mirrors to refract extreme ultraviolet light onto wafers. A process fraught with significant energy loss and demanding exquisite precision. Any slight vibration could ruin the outcome. The photonic matrix, however, employs quantum entanglement principles to manipulate photons at a microscopic level, requiring no lenses or masks. This crystal sphere converts data streams directly into photon streams that bombard silicon wafers, carving at the atomic scale as if wielding a knife made of light. The theoretical precision reaches 0.1 nanometers, and efficiency is 100-fold that of EUV lithography. Chen Yuan exhaled deeply, setting down the laser cutter. Before him on the console lay a crystal sphere, translucent and radiant, its interior resembling a vast galaxy. Countless facets refracting ethereal light. It was complete. Removing his goggles, he rubbed his bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, a news pop-up appeared on the lab's large screen. An interview with the global vice president of ASML. The blonde, blue-eyed foreigner arrogantly declared, "We are not worried about China producing lithography machines. This concerns the limits of physics and the pinnacle of industrial systems. Frankly, even if we handed them the entire blueprint, they couldn't build it. As for that young Chinese who claims he can make one in a month, he must be joking. Perhaps celebrating April Fool's Day, or dreaming it up. Chen Yuan smirked slightly, lifted the crystal sphere, and mockingly gestured toward the screen. Blueprints? That obsolete junk isn't even worth wiping with. He then pressed the call button on his communicator. Director Li, notify President Yu. Prepare the grandest stage for the upcoming launch. Also, send ASML our congratulations. Tell them to prepare for bankruptcy liquidation. On the final day of the one-month deadline, the atmosphere at Courtyard Zero was oppressively tense. Several vehicles bearing the insignia of Imperial Capital University and the Chinese Academy of Sciences slowly entered the base. 7 or 8 venerable elders, national treasures in the field of lithography, disembarked. Leading them was Academician Wang from the Institute of Optoelectronics, Chinese Academy of Sciences. He sighed deeply upon seeing the laboratory that had been sealed for a month. Li Qiazhong, you are deluded. Wang exclaimed in anguish. Chen Yuan is a genius. We admit that. But he is young and impetuous. What is a lithography machine? It is an intricate instrument embodying the pinnacle of human industry. 1 month. Even a deity couldn't produce one in that time. Another elder concurred. We have devoted our lives to lithography and can barely achieve 28 nanometers. He, a material scientist, talks about 1 nanometer. Nonsense. The public is clamoring outside, waiting to mock us. If nothing materializes today, Chen Yuan's reputation will be destroyed, and the credibility of national research will be in ruins. Li Qiazhong smiled awkwardly, though inwardly uneasy. Seniors, since you're here, let us take a look. What if? Just what if he really pulled it off? Humph. Impossible. Wang huffed, brushing his sleeve. If he can truly create an EUV lithography machine in a month, I'll write my name backwards. They entered the laboratory. Yet, upon stepping inside, all were stunned. The room was empty of the colossal, intricate equipment they had envisioned. Only a single device stood in the center, a silver metal cabinet resembling a 2-meter-tall double-door refrigerator. Chen Yuan, clad in a white lab coat and holding a can of cola, leaned leisurely against it. Oh, the elders have arrived? Perfect timing. I just finished tuning it. Wang scanned the room with furrowed brows. Chen Yuan, where's the machine? Where's the lithography device? Chen Yuan pointed to the refrigerator behind him. Isn't this it? Silence. A deathly stillness. The elders exchanged glances as if hearing the most absurd tale. Preposterous. Utter nonsense. Wang's beard trembled with fury. A lithography machine requires a massive light source system, a complex optical transmission path, and a precision dual workpiece platform. The vacuum chamber alone is the size of a room. Who are you fooling with a refrigerator? If this could make chips, then my microwave could build an atomic bomb. Unfazed by their skepticism, Chen Yuan remained composed. He set down his cola and approached the control panel. Traditional EUV lithography machines indeed require those cumbersome devices due to their feeble light sources, elongated optical paths, and substantial losses. Chen Yuan lightly tapped the touchscreen, declaring, but mine is different. It is called the photonic matrix lithography machine. It requires no masks, no lenses, and no intricate mechanical transmissions. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. As he spoke, he retrieved a bare silicon wafer from the side and casually inserted it into the refrigerator's feed port. Watch closely. Chen Yuan pressed the green start button. A faint humming sound resonated, markedly less deafening than the traditional lithography machine's thunderous roar. Suddenly, a circle of blue ethereal light illuminated the panel of the silver cabinet. Through the observation window, one could vaguely see countless barely discernible beams of light, akin to divine brushes, swiftly dancing upon the silicon wafer. This was the dance of photons, a marvel of the microscopic realm. Academician Wang widened his eyes, leaning against the observation window, momentarily forgetting to breathe. 10 seconds. A mere 10 seconds. Ding. A crisp notification sound echoed. The discharge port opened, and the silicon wafer glided out, now adorned with a dense array of chip patterns shimmering with a rainbow hue. Is this it? Li Qiazhong asked incredulously. Creating a chip used to take half a day just for the lithography step. Chen Yuan picked up the silicon wafer and casually handed it to Academician Wang. Take it for inspection. 1 nanometer process, integrating 30 billion transistors. Oh, and the yield rate should be 100, no need for sorting. Academician Wang trembled as he accepted the wafer, immediately placing it under the high-powered electron microscope. The other seasoned experts gathered around, their heads huddled together, hardly daring to breathe. The microscope's screen revealed the microscopic structure of the chip, a grand labyrinth with straight lines, sharp edges, and no imperfections. Each line's width was precisely controlled at 1 nanometer. This was a realm humanity had never touched. A miracle. Academician Wang's knees buckled, nearly causing him to kneel. Tears streamed down his face. It truly is 1 nanometer, and the structure surpasses all existing chips. Did we really achieve this? Achieve what? Chen Yuan leaned closer, smiling. We have transcended. This machine's productivity is 100 times that of ASML's most advanced equipment. A thunderous realization erupted in the minds of all present. Li Qiazhong trembled with excitement, gripping Chen Yuan's shoulder tightly. Chen Yuan, do you realize what this means? It signifies that we have not only broken the blockade, but will also turn the tables on them. Chen Yuan shrugged. Isn't that precisely what we desire? Just then, Chen Yuan's phone rang. It was General Manager Yu from Huayao. On the other end, Yu's voice was hoarse and fatigued, clearly having gone several days without sleep. Chief Chen, tomorrow is the deadline. ASML has issued an ultimatum, demanding our unconditional surrender and the surrender of all patents, or they will sue us for exorbitant damages. Should we still hold the press conference? Chen Yuan glanced at the rising sun outside, a cold smile gracing his lips. Yes, not only shall we hold it, but we will also live stream it globally. Let the world know that tomorrow night, I shall deliver the final blow to ASML. Chapter 19. The press conference? No. It's a funeral. In Pengcheng, at Huayao's headquarters sports arena, countless product launches had taken place, but none bore the same atmosphere of tension and solemnity as today. Over 200 media outlets gathered, their flashes creating a tumultuous sea of light, though most gazes behind the cameras were laced with mockery. Particularly the reporters from across the ocean, such as CNN and BBC, had already prepared their scripts: the fall of Huayao, the inevitable collapse under technological blockade, and surrender to ASML, the yielding of the Eastern giant. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, comments flew by at lightning speed. I heard they are announcing the sale of their mobile business today? Hang in there, Huayao. Although we know there's no hope left. It's over. They've even lost their lithography machine. How can they produce chips? Backstage, General Manager Yu adjusted his collar and took a deep breath. His palms were slick with sweat, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. Go ahead, General Manager Yu. Chen Yuan lounged on the backstage sofa, legs crossed, toying with the crystal ball. Go tell the world that the times have changed. Yu nodded firmly and strode onto the stage. The lights focused. The audience fell silent. Yu did not engage in the usual pleasantries or build suspense. He directly pulled a mobile phone from his pocket. In that moment, everyone's hearts raced. Was it an old model clearance? Or, I know you are all waiting for us to concede. Yu's voice resonated through the microphone, deep and powerful. ASML claims that without their lithography machine, Huayao cannot produce a single chip. The U.S. Department of Commerce aims to regress Huaxia's technology by 20 years. The foreign reporters in the audience exchanged cynical glances. Isn't that the truth? However, Yu's tone shifted dramatically, rising to a fervent pitch. But today, I shall tell them, to hell with your blockade. The audience erupted in astonishment. The live stream chat exploded. Wow, General Manager Yu is amazing. I love this fiery temper. But can this resolve the issue? Yu raised the phone high, and the large screen illuminated with massive parameters. Huayao Mate 70 Pro, equipped with chip, Longzin 1, manufacturing process, 1 nanometer, silence. A deathly quiet enveloped the room. Everyone questioned their own eyesight. 1 nanometer? The most advanced ASML lithography machine can barely achieve 3 nanometers. Where did Huayao procure a 1 nanometer chip? Did aliens deliver it? This is a scam. A CNN reporter shouted. It's well known that Huaxia lacks EUV lithography machines. This is commercial fraud. You glanced at him coldly. Doubt it. Then let us run a benchmark. The large screen displayed the live testing footage. Gebench 6 benchmark initiated. The progress bar raced forward. Ultimately, the score stabilized. Single core, 15,000 points. Multi-core, 58,000 points. The audience collectively inhaled sharply. What does this mean? This performance eclipses the latest A17 chip from Fruit Company by a factor of 10. A tenfold performance advantage. This is no mere mobile chip. It's as if a supercomputer has been crammed inside. This is impossible. The previously boastful reporter slumped in his chair, ashen-faced. Nothing is impossible. Yu waved his hand grandly, and the curtain behind him dropped, revealing the silver refrigerator. This is our lithography machine. No EUV, no lenses, and not a single screw from ASML. Purely domestic. Independently developed. Photonic matrix technology. Yu's voice resounded like a hammer, striking at the hearts of everyone present. Furthermore, this machine's price is merely a tenth of ASML's EUV lithography machine, with a productivity 100 times greater. From today onward, Huayao will not only sell mobile phones, But we shall also sell lithography machines. ASML wishes to blockade us. Very well, we shall slash the prices, leaving them with no escape route. Across the ocean, at ASML's headquarters, the board members watching the live stream appeared pale as death. A tenth of the price? 100-fold productivity? What on earth are we going to do now? This situation is akin to someone having already constructed a nuclear fusion spacecraft while you are still toiling away, attempting to enhance the steam engine. It is a dimensional strike. Hurry, liquidate your stocks. The chairman bellowed hoarsely. However, it was too late. Simultaneously with the Huayao press conference, the U.S. stock market opened. The share price of ISMI exhibited a precipitous decline, plummeting straight down. The market was halted upon opening. After reopening, it was halted again. In the brief span of half an hour, this once mighty titan of lithography machines saw its market value evaporate by 80. A trillion-dollar empire collapsed with a resounding crash. Meanwhile, in the White House, the commander-in-chief, upon witnessing the unfolding events on television, furiously hurled his coffee cup at the screen. FUC. Who can tell me where that Chen Yuan creature emerged from? Investigate. I demand an inquiry at any cost to uncover what that refrigerator truly is. Chapter 20. The moment of reckoning, shifting fortunes. In the White House's Oval Office, an atmosphere of anxiety and panic permeated the air. The coffee stains on the floor were still wet as the commander-in-chief shattered another priceless vase. Incompetence. Utter incompetence. He roared, spitting saliva into the face of the intelligence director. Didn't you claim that China's lithography technology was at least 20 years behind us? Where did that refrigerator-like monstrosity come from? Huh? The intelligence director wiped the cold sweat from his brow, speaking tremulously. Sir, based on our analysis, it may not be technology currently existing on Earth. Chen Yuan's file has been encrypted to the highest level. We cannot penetrate it. Cannot penetrate it? Then employ hackers. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the commander's eyes. Since it is a fully digital device, there must be system vulnerabilities. Let the Equation organization take action to incapacitate their production line, steal their blueprints. I refuse to believe they can withstand an attack from the world's top hackers. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. In the capital, at courtyard number 0, Chen Yuan reclined on the sofa, munching on potato chips while observing the system panel. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission, the Battle of Lithography Machines. Reward, 5,000 science points. Reward, fragment of basic artificial intelligence, core code. Oh, an unexpected bounty. Chen Yuan's eye sparkled. Basic artificial intelligence. This is indeed a valuable asset. With this, whether in scientific research or cyber warfare, it will be a dimensional strike. Just then, the laboratory alarm lights began to flash. The red light was blinding. Warning. Warning. Undergoing a large-scale cyber invasion. Source IP, North America, Europe. The firewall is being breached. Expected to fail in 30 seconds. Li Qiazhong rushed into the laboratory, his face pale. Chen Yuan, this is bad. The Eagle-S hackers have launched an attack. They're attempting to steal the core data of the photon matrix. What is the panic? Chen Yuan leisurely sat up, brushing off the crumbs of potato chips from his hands. Since they have come, they may as well not leave. He approached the control panel, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. The recently awarded fragment of the basic artificial intelligence core code was just what he needed, although merely a fragment. Dealing with these so-called top hackers on Earth was akin to wielding a Gatling gun against primitive men. Let us add some spice to their endeavor. A wicked smile curled at Chen Yuan's lips as he struck the enter key. Across the ocean, in a clandestine bunker, dozens of elite hackers were excitedly fixated on their screens. We're in. The firewall is only one layer. Haha, is this China's defense? A mere joke. Quickly, download the data. Wait, what is this? The progress bar on the screen, which had been downloading, suddenly halted. Then, a colossal skull appeared on the screen. The skull opened its mouth and emitted a derisive laugh. Hello, SB. The next second, boom. Every hacker's computer tower simultaneously belched black smoke. Motherboards burned, hard drives melted. Furthermore, this retaliatory data stream surged back through the network cables, directly infiltrating the Intelligence Bureau's intranet, even wreaking havoc on the White House's office systems. In an instant, the entire Eagle government network turned blue screen. The only text remaining on the screen read, "Those who offend China will be pursued to the ends of the earth." Chen Yuan. At courtyard number 0, Li Qiazhong stared at the now-calm screen, dumbfounded. Is it over? Yes, Chen Yuan stretched lazily. Having conveniently planted a virus in their servers, estimating they would need months to repair. Li Qiazhong swallowed hard. How many more surprises did this young man possess that he was unaware of? All right, Director Li. Chen Yuan stood up, his gaze sharpening. The issues with the chip have been resolved, and the lithography machine is ready for mass production. Now, it is time to attend to business. Business? That plane is still waiting for me. Chen Yuan looked out towards the vast northwestern horizon. With these 1-nanometer chips, combined with my dark gold engine, it is time to show the world what true aerial supremacy looks like. 3 days later, at the Northwestern Air Force Base, the modified J-40 stood quietly at the end of the runway. Its form had undergone a significant transformation. The original duckwing configuration was now more streamlined, and the surface of the fuselage was cloaked in a profound black coating, seemingly capable of absorbing light. Most striking was its tail nozzle, which was no longer traditional and circular, but exhibited a peculiar polygonal structure, faint blue light emanating from within. Chief Engineer Chen, is this the complete form? Commander Zhang Zhun caressed the fuselage, his hands trembling. No. Chen Yuan donned his flight helmet and settled into the cockpit. This is merely the beginning. Tower, request takeoff. Target altitude, 30,000 meters. Speed, no limits. As Chen Yuan pulled the control stick, boom. 2 streams of azure flames erupted, instantly vaporizing the cement on the runway. The fighter jet vanished as if teleporting, leaving behind a sonic boom that reverberated across the desolate Gobi Desert. Chapter 21. A preconceived defamation. Within 24 hours following the press conference, the world did not bow in deference to China's mastery of 1-nanometer lithography technology, as anticipated. Instead, a well-orchestrated storm of public opinion erupted, concocted across the ocean. The U.S. Department of Technology, illuminated through the night, was ablaze with activity. It's impossible. The laws of physics constrain the limits of silicon-based chips. How could they leap directly to 1-nanometer? Especially using that infernal light source technology? An elderly American scientist slammed his hand on the table in fury, glaring at the report in his grasp. This is undoubtedly a ruse. A trick. Just like the Hangzhen of yesteryear, it is a polished counterfeit. Smith, the head of the U.S. Department of Technology, sat at the forefront, his expression dark enough to drip water. The Huayao press conference not only slapped Eismai in the face, but also directly undermined the foundation of American technological hegemony. If this were true, the technology blockade they had painstakingly constructed would become a farce. Regardless of its veracity, Smith coldly declared, his eyes glinting with a serpent-like intensity. It must be false. He turned to his assistant beside him. Notify major media outlets, and our rationalists nurtured in China. They can commence their work. I want the entire world to believe this is merely a farcical performance orchestrated by the Chinese. The following morning, as Chinese netizens reveled in the triumph of the domestic lithography machine, a bucket of cold water was unceremoniously dumped on their heads. Mainstream Western media outlets released front-page headlines almost simultaneously. The Times, a leap forward for Chinese technology? The physical paradox behind the 1-nanometer lithography machine. The New York Times, the Hangzhen Phantom reappears? The Huayao press conference raised numerous suspicions. The BBC even hastily produced a short film, employing their signature eerie filter. The visuals depicted the factories of Huaxia as dim and dilapidated, with workers displaying expressions of apathy. The narration, delivered in a distinctly British accent, filled with skepticism, remarked, in a nation that even needs to import ballpoint pen refills, suddenly announcing the production of the crown jewel of human industry sounds more like a myth than science. These reports cited a plethora of so-called Western authority figures, arguing against the feasibility of the photonic matrix lithography machine from various intricate angles, including light source wavelength, lens materials, and even Huaxia's power supply. Some even insinuated that the chips showcased by Huayao were merely polished prototypes from a top laboratory in Eagle sauce. In an instant, international public opinion was in an uproar. Several European nations, initially poised to place orders, hesitated, and the previously plummeting stock price of Eismai began to mysteriously rebound. This wave of sentiment soon reached domestic shores. At Huayao's headquarters, in the upper management conference room, a loud clap echoed as the usually composed CEO Run slammed a printed foreign media report onto the table, his chest heaving with agitation. This is outrageous. It is an affront. The septuagenarian's eyes blazed with fury. They are insulting our engineers, insulting the tens of thousands of employees who toiled day and night. The executives in the room wore grim expressions, the atmosphere oppressive and suffocating. CEO Run, the online sentiment has shifted, the head of the PR department reported cautiously. Many influential figures are sharing foreign articles, sarcastically suggesting that we are fabricating our stock prices, claiming that acknowledging our shortcomings is not shameful, but dishonesty is. Our official Weibo account has already been inundated with tens of thousands of insults. Let them curse. Rin gritted his teeth. The truth cannot be fabricated. Nor can falsehoods become truth. Once our chips hit the market, all rumors will collapse under their own weight. However, the PR head hesitated. They are now questioning our yield rates, claiming the chips we showcased are specially made display items and cannot be mass-produced. Moreover, Eagle Sauce has hinted that if we do not publicly disclose technical details for international scrutiny, we will face harsher sanctions. Publicly disclose technical details? In your dreams. At that moment, the conference room door swung open. Chen Yuan, clad in his signature white lab coat and holding a freshly brewed cup of instant coffee, strolled in with an air of nonchalance. Oh, everyone's here? Why so somber? He seemed oblivious to the murderous expressions on the faces around him, casually seeking a seat. Chen Yuan, haven't you seen the news? Li Qiazhong sighed helplessly from beside him. Eagle Sauce has made their move. They are adept at waging a war of public opinion. I have seen it, Chen Yuan replied, taking a sip of his coffee and smacking his lips. The BBC documentary is well edited. It makes our lab look like a haunted house. I almost want to reward their cameraman. The room was stunned. Is this the time for jokes? Rin regarded Chen Yuan, his anger slightly quelled, yet the worry etched on his brow remained. Chen Yuan. This time is different. They are attacking our core. If we fail to respond vigorously, even if our product is released, our brand image will be tarnished. Respond? Of course. We must retaliate. Chen Yuan set down his coffee cup, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Since they call us frauds, claim we cannot mass-produce, and liken us to Hang Xin's imitation. He stood and walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling city of Pengqing. Let us give them a grand surprise. He turned to Ren, his eyes alight with unwavering confidence. CEO Ren, what is the current stockpile for the new flagship phone? 10 million units, Ren instinctively answered. The chips are all in stock and ready for assembly. Not enough. Chen Yuan shook his finger. Notify the factory to work 3 shifts. Full throttle. I want to see 20 million units ready within a month. Additionally, Chen Yuan pulled out his phone, casually scrolling a few times. Let us use Huawei's official account to issue an announcement. What should we announce? The PR head was taken aback. Just say, see you on the official website in 3 days. Chen Yuan paused, his smile deepening, reminiscent of a hunter witnessing prey fall into a trap. And attach an image. Use the nuclear explosion countdown. 5 minutes later, Huawei's official website and all social media accounts simultaneously updated with a post. There were no lengthy justifications or frantic legal letters. Just a simple sentence. See you on the official website in 3 days. Accompanying the text was a stark black background with a vivid red countdown ticking away, each second passing with anticipation. In the depths of the countdown's backdrop, a chip emanating a faint blue glow could be discerned. Resembling a watchful eye coldly observing the tumultuous world, the internet erupted. Some mocked it as a final act of madness, while others anticipated a counterstrike. Across the ocean, Smith observed the countdown on his screen, a wave of unease surging within him. 3 days? He scoffed. I am eager to see what tricks you can conjure in that time. Notify the investigation team to prepare for departure. I want to strip them of their secrets. Chapter 22. The Internet's ridicule and the frenzy of public intellectuals. The countdown on Huawei's official website hung over everyone like a ticking time bomb. Yet for some, it was more of a joke. On Weibo, a prominent figure known as independent thinker Lao Wang, with 5 million followers, who often critiques current events with sharp words, posted a lengthy article titled, From Hang Xin to Lithography Machines. Why do we never learn honesty? Is it so difficult to acknowledge our disparities? Eagle Sauce's EUV lithography machine is the culmination of global top-tier technology, a synthesis of industrial strength from dozens of countries. As a nation that has only recently resolved its basic needs, on what grounds do we presume we can overtake them in just 1 month? That so-called countdown is merely a final facade. What can possibly be released in 3 days? Most likely, we will just rebrand our old stock chips or resort to PowerPoint presentations. Wake up. Blind confidence is merely a cover for insecurity. Grounded humility and acknowledgement of our inferiority is the demeanor a great nation should embody. Upon the publication of this article, the internet ignited. The comments section erupted with fervor. Teacher Wang is right. I sensed something was off long ago. 1 nanometer? That defies the laws of physics. Indeed, what 1 TB done for stock prices? The ones suffering are us shareholders. I await the crash 3 days from now, eager to see the faces of those little pinks. Such sentiments spread like a virus. The previously fervent supporters of the press conference began to waver upon encountering these seemingly reasoned analyses. Could it truly be false? Oh, I really want to support domestic products. But 1 nanometer is indeed too exaggerated. In the underground laboratory of No. 0 Courtyard, The external clamor seemed to fade away. Countless streams of complex data cascaded across the vast holographic screen. Chen Yuan sat at the control panel, still holding that seemingly bottomless cup of instant coffee. His demeanor was focused and serene, as if he were engaged in a simple game of Minesweeper rather than conducting a world-altering test. Core temperature, 38 degrees. Operating frequency, 85 gigahertz. Energy efficiency ratio, improved by 400. Each number flashing on the screen, if revealed to the outside world, would be sufficient to trigger a seismic shift in the tech industry. Chen Yuan and Lin Qingxiu stood behind him, her fingers tightly clutching the tablet, knuckles paling from the pressure. "What's wrong?" Chen Yuan asked without turning his head, his fingers dancing swiftly across the virtual keyboard, adjusting the final core parameters. "Look at these comments." Lin Qingxiu bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. "How could they say such things? Clearly, you've spent the last 2 weeks working tirelessly on this project." On the tablet screen was the article by the independent thinker, Old Wang, accompanied by a slew of unseemly insults. Some labeled Chen Yuan an academic fraud, others accused Huayao of being a parasitic enterprise. And there were even those who began to dig into Chen Yuan's background, spreading rumors that he was embezzling funds. Chen Yuan paused, turning to take the tablet and casting a casual glance at the screen. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You can still laugh?" Lin Qingxiu's eyes widened, her cheeks puffing in indignation. "Why shouldn't I laugh?" Chen Yuan returned the tablet to her and stretched lazily. "Qingxiu, you must remember one thing." He stood up and walked towards a row of operating test cabinets. The transparent cases glowed with a pulsating azure light, proof that the photon ships were operating at full throttle. "Summer insects cannot discuss ice," Chen Yuan murmured, his fingers lightly brushing the cold surface of the cabinet. A hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. "The higher they jump and the louder they scream now, the harder the slap in 3 days will be." Yet Lin Qingxiu still felt aggrieved. "It's so unfair." "Unfair?" Chen Yuan shook his head. "In this world, truth is always held in the hands of core technology." He turned back as the last line of code completed, displaying a green success message. "All right, the test is complete." He picked up his coat and casually draped it over his shoulders. "Let us go eat. I'm starving." "Where shall we eat?" Lin Qingxiu instinctively asked. "The cafeteria?" "Of course. I heard they have braised pork today." Observing Chen Yuan's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Qingxiu's anxiety miraculously dissipated. Yes, he was Chen Yuan, the man capable of crafting nuclear fusion and forcing the eagle sauce to jump in frustration. What were these online clowns worth? 3 days swiftly passed amidst the tug-of-war of public opinion. Only 3 hours remained on the countdown. At the international airport of the imperial capital, a nondescript charter plane slowly descended. The cabin door opened, and a group of impeccably dressed foreigners emerged. Leading them was a tall, hook-nosed elderly Caucasian man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an arrogant gaze and a faint, enigmatic smile at the corners of his mouth. Smith, the special advisor to the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Technology and the head of this international joint investigation team, was more importantly the former chief technology officer of ASMI, the architect of the myth surrounding EUV lithography machines. Numerous flashes of cameras erupted at this moment, as reporters who had been waiting eagerly rushed forward. "Mr. Smith, what are your thoughts on Huayao's upcoming product? Do you believe that Huaxia has truly mastered 1-nanometer lithography technology? What methods will the investigation team use to verify the authenticity of the technology?" Smith paused, adjusted his glasses, and, facing the countless cameras, offered a meaningfully ambiguous smile. "Thoughts? I have none," he shrugged, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. "I am here to assist our Huaxia friends in recognizing reality." After all, he paused, a flicker of derision flashing in his eyes. "Science is rigorous. It allows not a shred of illusion." With that, he strode towards the waiting black sedan, flanked by bodyguards. The motorcade departed the airport, heading straight for Huayao's headquarters. Meanwhile, online, with Smith's arrival, the so-called public intellectuals and influencers seemed to have found their savior. Reaching a fever pitch. "Did you see that? Mr. Smith has personally arrived. This is authority. We await Huayao's immediate exposure." With 2 hours remaining on the countdown, time was running short for the deceivers. Chapter 23. Do you even qualify to investigate me? At Huayao headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. Dozens of black sedans were obstructing the entrance, and over 100 individuals disembarked. Alongside the so-called International Joint Investigation Team were a throng of Western journalists brandishing cameras and microphones, clamoring and attempting to breach the barricade like sharks sensing blood. Inside the gate stood a solitary figure. Li Qiazhong, clad in a faded Zhongshan suit, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, Two rows of armed military police stood like an unyielding steel wall. Step aside. We need to enter for an inspection. This is standard international protocol. What are you trying to conceal? If you refuse us entry, it means you're guilty. You're committing fraud. The reporters clamored wildly, flashes illuminating the scene like daylight. Smith stepped out of the crowd, adjusting his expensive suit and tie, wearing a condescending professional smile. Sir, he said in stilted Chinese, I am Smith. According to the International Semiconductor Technology Agreement, we are here to conduct a routine compliance inspection of Huao's production line. Please step aside to avoid unnecessary diplomatic disputes. Li Qiuzhong lifted his eyelids, casting a faint glance at him. This is Huaxia's territory, Huaxia's enterprise. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Without a search warrant or permission, who grants you the power to enter at will? Smith's smile faltered momentarily, then morphed into a cold sneer. Power? This is power. He pulled a document from his briefcase and waved it in front of Li Qiuzhong. This is the highest level sanction order signed by the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Commerce. If you refuse today's inspection, starting tomorrow, not only chips, but all semiconductor-related materials, equipment, and even screws will be completely cut off from Huaxia. A blatant threat. Smith's gaze bore into Li Qiuzhong's eyes, as if searching for fear or panic in the elderly man's expression. But he was met with disappointment. Li Qiuzhong's eyes remained as calm as still water, even tinged with a hint of pity for Smith's ignorance. Trying to intimidate me? Li Qiuzhong chuckled softly. 50 years ago, we weren't afraid at the Yalu River. 50 years later, do you think a piece of paper can frighten us? Smith's expression darkened. About to erupt. Suddenly, a blue light illuminated the entrance. It was Huao's latest large-scale holographic projection device. The blue light coalesced, instantly projecting a towering figure into the air. Clad in a lab coat, with unkempt hair and holding his signature instant coffee, it was Chen Yuan. He appeared abruptly. The 10-meter-high hologram overlooking the diminutive investigation team below. The entire scene fell into a hushed silence. Even Smith was momentarily stunned by this sudden display of advanced technology. Instinctively taking a step back. Who are you? Smith asked, feigning composure. Chen Yuan, in the holographic projection, yawned lazily, as if just waking from slumber. Me? I am the one who created the lithography machine you claim does not exist. His voice resonated through the loudspeakers, echoing across the square, reverberating in the ears of the audience. You are the fraud? Smith seized the opportunity, demanding loudly, perfect. We need to inspect your laboratory. We need to check your light source equipment. If you have nothing to hide, let us in. Inspect? Chen Yuan seemed to have heard the grandest joke, his lips curling into an expression of extreme disdain. He lowered his head, the massive hologram resembling a deity gazing down upon ants. What are you even? This statement sent the crowd into an uproar. Smith trembled with fury, his face flushed a deep liver red. What did you say? We represent the international community. Represent the international community? And you think you deserve that title? Chen Yuan interrupted sharply, his voice chilling. When you imposed technological blockades, why did you not speak of the international community? When you seized our equipment, where was your talk of international conventions? Now that we've succeeded in creating this, you come to reap the rewards, to peek at our secrets? Chen Yuan extended a massive finger and shook it gently. It took ASMI 40 years to develop EUV, your own folly. You want to inspect? I refuse. Not only will I deny you, but I must also deliver some unfortunate news. He glanced at an imaginary watch on his wrist. Simultaneously, the colossal electronic clock atop Huao's headquarters struck the final second. 0:00:00. Time was up. With a snap of his fingers, a crisp sound echoed. Instantly, the gigantic outdoor advertising screens in the plaza, along with countless phones and computer screens worldwide monitoring Huao's official website, plunged into darkness. The next moment, a line of golden characters, sharp as swords, tore through the darkness, capturing every gaze. Kirin 9000S Pro Max, equipped with Photon No. 1 chip. Available today. Chen Yuan's ethereal figure gradually dissipated, leaving only one phrase lingering in the wind. Open your eyes wide and witness what true dimensionality reduction looks like. Chapter 24. The Performance Beast is released. No launch event. No PowerPoint presentations. No pre-release advertisements. Huao responded to global skepticism with the simplest and most brutal method, directness. On the official website, the Kirin 9000S Pro Max quietly displayed its specifications. Most striking was the red inventory figure, first batch in stock, 10,000,000 units. 10 million units. In an era plagued by chip shortages, this figure was enough to crush any competitor's hopes. Even more astonishing was the price. 999 yuan. More power. No price increase. Actually cheaper than the previous generation. Unbelievable. If this is true, I'll eat my keyboard on the spot. Whether truth or rumor. One must seize the chance first. After all, there was a 7-day unconditional return policy. Charge. We must buy this for pride. Though doubts still swirled online. The Chinese consumers' actions spoke louder than words. Within 5 minutes, the 10 million units were sold out. 3 hours later, in a digital influencer Li Gu's studio in Modu, Li Gu, a top-tier influencer with a special connection to Huayao, had acquired a test device first. His live stream had already amassed over 5 million viewers. Brothers, the device is in my hands. Li Gu held the deep space gray phone, his hands trembling slightly. Honestly, I'm nervous. Everyone online says it's fake, just a polished shell. Enough talk, let us put it to the test. He powered on the screen and deftly launched the Geekbench benchmarking software. Come witness a miracle or a farce. The live stream chat flooded with messages. Nearly obscuring the screen, definitely fake. Waiting for a crash. If it beats the A17, I'll live stream washing my hair upside down. The progress bar crawled forward. Li Gu swallowed hard, eyes fixed on the screen. Finally, the results appeared. Single core, 4,500. Multi-core, 12,000. The chat fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Li Gu rubbed his eyes again and again. What the? The A17 single core is only 2,900. This outperforms it by 1.5 times. Multi-core is double. The chat exploded. Software bug? No way. They must have optimized specifically for the benchmark. Cheating. Li Gu steadied his breath. Don't rush to conclusions. Benchmarks might be rigged. Let us try real gameplay. Genshin Impact, launch. The scene shifted. At the highest graphics setting, the frame rate option surprisingly extended to 120 frames per second. Supports 120 frames per second? Has this game been optimized? With trembling hands, Li Gu enabled the extreme mode and entered the abyss. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. The visuals were as smooth as watching a CG animation. The frame rate graph was a perfectly straight line, unwavering. Most astonishingly, Li Gu wielded a temperature gun to scan the phone's back. 35 degrees Celsius. His voice quivered. Brothers, after half an hour of Genshin Impact at 120 frames per second, this phone remains cool. If benchmarks can be faked, heat generation cannot be deceived. This performance, this power consumption, defies all known physical laws. This is neither 7 nanometers nor 5 nanometers technology. Li Gu cradled the phone as if it were a divine artifact from the future, his eyes burning with fervor. This must be 1 nanometer, or even beyond 1 nanometer. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in a U.S. National Laboratory, a team of elite chip experts surrounded a Kirin 9000S Pro Max obtained through special channels, preparing to dissect it. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. Under the microscope, the chip codenamed Photon No. 1 revealed its true form. No familiar transistor structures. No conventional circuit layouts. Instead, a nebula-like complexity intertwined with geometric elegance emerged. Light refracted within as if governed by some arcane principle. Oh God! An elderly expert dropped his tweezers in disbelief. He lifted his gaze, eyes filled with dread and confusion. This is not a silicon-based chip. Every logic gate here is constructed from optical pathways. This is a photonic chip. A genuine photonic chip. How on earth did they accomplish this? They are at least 50 years ahead of us. Smith stood nearby, pale as a sheet, hearing the expert's exclamations. He knew then that it was over, utterly and irrevocably over. That young man named Chen Yuan had not lied. In fact, he had been modest. Chapter 25. The investigation team's humble retreat actions speak louder than words. As the 10 million phones were delivered and countless bloggers and users posted authentic reviews flooding the internet, all doubts vanished overnight. In their place arose panic throughout the global tech community. On Wall Street, Apple's stock triggered a trading halt immediately upon opening, erasing $200 billion in market value in an instant. Qualcomm, Intel, Nvidia, and all semiconductor giants suffered massive declines. In stark contrast, Huayao's concept stocks soared wildly, not only in China's A shares and Hong Kong stocks, but even in some affiliated European enterprises, heralding an unprecedented surge. At ASMI headquarters, the once lofty CEO now roared into the phone, his voice laced with desperation. No, Mr. Li, please don't hang up. We can negotiate. We can offer the most advanced EUV lithography machines at half price. No, 30% of the cost. If only you would share your photon chip patent licenses. On the other end, Li Qiazhong's voice remained cold and courteous. Sorry, our production capacity is limited. We do not require EUV lithography machines for now. Besides, As far as I know, your lithography machines do not meet our environmental standards. They consume too much power. Beep beep. The call ended. At a grand hotel in the imperial capital, the farewell banquet for the International Joint Investigation Team was abruptly cancelled. The reason is, due to tight power supply. The hotel must conserve energy and reduce emissions, and thus cannot provide dining services. This is, of course, an excuse. Just yesterday, the hotel hosted a grand celebration banquet. Smith sat alone in the empty hotel lobby, gazing at the desolate streets outside. There were no journalists, no officials, and even the translator responsible for reception was nowhere to be seen. Just a few days ago, he arrived amidst a flurry of attention and importance. Now, as he departed, he felt like a stray dog. "Sir, the car has arrived," his assistant whispered. It was an ordinary taxi, unlike the luxurious hunky sedan he had arrived in. Smith stood up and took one last look at this ancient yet youthful city. He suddenly felt a profound sense of helplessness. He realized that the times had changed. The era dominated by Western technological hegemony had, at this moment, been brought to a close by a young man named Chen Yuan. In the underground laboratory of Compound Zero, Chen Yuan stood before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, watching an aircraft take off and soar across the sky. That was Smith's flight. Gone. Came the voice of Lin Qingxiu from behind him. "Yes," Chen Yuan replied, sipping his coffee, still the same instant mix that cost only a few yuan. Yet it tasted like Lafite to him. After this encounter, they should remain quiet for some time. Lin Qingxiu let out a sigh of relief, her face beaming with pride. "Quiet?" Chen Yuan chuckled, his gaze deepening. "No, Qingxiu, they will not be quiet. When they find that they cannot suppress us technologically, they will resort to more insidious means, energy, finance, even war." Lin Qingxiu's heart tightened. "What shall we do?" "Quite simple." Chen Yuan turned towards the experiment table covered by a red cloth. "Before they strike, let us leave them utterly despaired." Just then, a familiar mechanical synthetic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations to the host for completing the narrative task, the Battle of the Lithography Machines. Task evaluation, S grade, perfectly slapping the face, asserting our national prestige. Reward granted, complete blueprints and core ignition formula for a microcontrolled nuclear fusion power station, civilian version." A slight smile graced Chen Yuan's lips as he pulled off the red cloth from the experiment table. Beneath it lay a pre-assembled model. It was neither a chip nor a lithography machine, but a circular, sci-fi-like device. At its center floated a crystal emanating a faint glow, resembling a miniature sun. "Qingxiu." Chen Yuan pointed at the model, his voice gentle, yet imbued with a powerful resonance. "What do you think would happen if we set the electricity price to 5 cents per kilowatt hour?" Lin Qingxiu was taken aback. 5 cents per kilowatt hour? That would mean infinite energy. Chen Yuan gazed at the small sun, the light in his eyes brighter than the stars. "Our next goal, ignite the sun." End of this volume. Chapter 26, Site Selection. The Behemoth by the East Sea, in the top-secret conference room of Compound Zero. Li Qiazhong stared at the half-meter-thick blueprints on the table, his hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. He removed his glasses, wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and then put them back on, as if unable to believe what he was seeing. "Chen Yuan, are you certain this is the civilian version?" Li Qiazhong pointed at a parameter labeled 1,000 megawatts, his voice quavering. "Indeed," Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly, chewing gum while playing a match-3 game on his tablet. 1,000 megawatts is just enough for a few provinces. The real military version starts at planetary-class engines. "Versailles," Li Qiazhong exclaimed. "This is absolutely Versailles. But I like it. Good, good, good," he exclaimed thrice, slamming his hand on the table. "Since we have the blueprints, let's get to work. Whatever resources you need, just say the word. I would even approve tearing down bricks from the Forbidden City to support you." "No need for the Forbidden City," Chen Yuan replied, putting away his tablet and pointing at a red dot on the map. "I want that island, along with 100,000 construction enthusiasts." By the East Sea, Penglay Island was originally an uninhabited rocky isle, frequented only by seabirds and crabs. Yet today, it had become the busiest place in the world. "Hurry, clear berth 3. The cargo ship carrying special steel has arrived." "Hey, where's the excavator team? Flatten that mountain for me. We need it done tonight." "Power team, lay the underwater cables. If we lose power for even a second, I'll hold you accountable." On the sea, hundreds of engineering vessels crowded the waterways like a swarm of insects. On the island, thousands of heavy machinery roared simultaneously, kicking up clouds of dust that obscured the sky. This was no construction site. It was a mobilization for war. This was the speed of China. This was the roar of the construction enthusiasts. Under Chen Yuan's direct supervision, the pace of the project was astonishingly rapid. The foundation? Completed in half a day. The reactor shell? Formed in 3 days. The cooling circulation system? Finished in a week. A massive, sci-fi-inspired ring structure rose from the barren island at a visible pace. Such a monumental commotion could not escape the watchful eyes above. In the Pentagon, the atmosphere in the intelligence analysis room was as somber as a funeral. Sir, the latest satellite images, an intelligence officer projected a set of high-definition images onto the screen. The massive ring structure of Penglay Island was clearly visible. Its deep well and thick concrete walls surrounded by dense anti-aircraft defenses. My God, a general gasped, such a large diameter. Could this be the legendary Doomsday Fortress? Or a super intercontinental missile silo? According to thermal imaging analysis, the energy response here is extraordinarily high. The intelligence officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If this is a missile silo, the missiles it launches could obliterate our entire west coast 3 times over. Damn it, have the Chinese gone mad? The Secretary of Defense slammed his hand on the table. This is provocation. This is blatant nuclear deterrence. Send reconnaissance planes. He roared. I want to know what devil is hiding in that hole. Deploy Global Hawks. Fly them close to their airspace. In the control room of Penglay Island, Chen Yuan watched the rapidly approaching red dot on the screen, shaking his head in resignation. Are these American Hawks dogs? Their noses are so sensitive. Shall we shoot it down? Lin Kingxiu, standing beside him, coldly inquired, her hand already reaching for her walkie-talkie. No, no, no. It would be a waste to shoot it down. Chen Yuan stopped her, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. Since they want to watch, let them observe to their heart's content. After all, the shell is already topped off. If they can understand it, then I lose. Moreover, he pointed at a massive countdown screen nearby, just in time for a free global advertisement. With their arrival, the world's gaze will be upon us. On the screen, the red numbers were wildly fluctuating. 23 hours and 59 minutes until ignition test. Chapter 27. This is not a missile silo. It is the sun. At 10,000 meters high, a sleek black Global Hawk drone glided across the surface of the East China Sea like a phantom. 1,000 miles away, at the Eagle Nation military base, pilot Tom chewed gum as he maneuvered the controls. Don't worry, sir, even if they are hiding underground. My camera can capture the color of their underwear. As the drone approached Penglay Island, the high-definition lens began to zoom in, locking onto the massive ring structure. Scanning structure. Analyzing heat sources. Establishing 3D model. Data raced across the screen. In the Pentagon's intelligence room, everyone held their breath, fixated on the screen. It's out, the intelligence officer exclaimed. However, in the next moment, everyone was rendered speechless. The 3D model displayed on the screen was not the missile silo they had envisioned. Instead, it was a colossal, intricate, ring-shaped apparatus brimming with coils and magnetic tracks. At its center lay a vacuum chamber, surrounded by superconducting magnets and laser igniters. What on earth is this? The defense minister looked utterly bewildered. Can this thing launch missiles? Where would the missiles be placed? That hole is sealed. In the corner, an elderly physicist with gray hair suddenly stood up, trembling. He fixed his gaze on the model, his eyes nearly bulging out. No, it's impossible. Doctor, do you recognize this device? The minister asked eagerly. This is a tokamak device. The old doctor exclaimed, his hand shaking as he pointed at the screen. This is a nuclear fusion reactor. Moreover, it's a fully superconducting, strong magnetic field, perfect configuration that requires no tritium breeding. What? A profound silence enveloped the entire conference room. Nuclear fusion? The so-called technology that would take another 50 years to develop? The Huaxia people have accomplished this already? And constructed such a grand one on an island? Impossible. It must be a deception. The minister snapped back to reality, shouting loudly. This is certainly a strategic ruse. It's a model, made of foam. At that moment, the image on the screen flickered abruptly. Subsequently, the original reconnaissance footage vanished, replaced by a live broadcast signal. Not just from the Pentagon. At this moment, major global video sharing sites, social media platforms, and even the colossal screens in Times Square, New York, were all forcibly interrupted by the same signal. The scene revealed an expansive starry sky. Chen Yuan, clad in a white lab coat and still holding a cup of instant coffee, smiled at the camera like a friendly neighborhood boy. Hello, world. He waved. His tone as casual as if he were hosting a food show. I've recently heard that some friends are quite interested in our small project in the East China Sea, even going so far as to send planes to take a look. Since everyone is so curious, I won't keep it under wraps any longer. The camera zoomed out. Behind Chen Yuan, the massive ring-shaped apparatus radiated an ethereal blue glow in the night, resembling a slumbering giant, exuding an overwhelming industrial beauty. Allow me to formally introduce. Chen Yuan patted the steel behemoth behind him. This is Jinwu No. 1, commonly referred to as the artificial sun. Boom. The world erupted in chaos. An artificial sun? Is this for real? I told you that was the base of a Gundam. You all didn't believe me. The American Defense Department must be turning green with envy. They initially claimed it was a missile silo, yet it turns out to be a power station. Chen Yuan paid no heed to the frenzied comments, merely raising his wrist to check the time. I know there are many experts proclaiming this to be false. Just a model. No matter. Chen Yuan pointed to the upper right corner of the screen. There, a vivid red countdown was displayed. 005959, in 1 hour. We will conduct our first ignition experiment. The smile on Chen Yuan's face gradually faded, replaced by a confidence that seemed to look down upon the world. This time, what we are about to ignite is not merely atomic nuclei. It is a new epoch for human civilization. At the edge of Penglai Island, several figures clad in diving suits silently emerged from the water's surface. They were equipped with waterproof bags and suppressed weapons, their eyes cold as ice. The leading man gestured. Move. Regardless of the truth, this must be destroyed today. Chapter 28, Shadow Wars, Clash of Shadows. The night was as dark as ink. The waves crashing against the rocks muffling the faint sounds of footsteps. Viper glanced at the tactical terminal on his wrist. There were 40 minutes remaining until ignition. That's enough. As the top-tier agent of the CIA, he had executed countless sabotage missions. Whether it was centrifuges in the Middle East or gas pipelines in Russia, once he took action, nothing was beyond destruction. Team A goes to the substation. Team B surrounds the control room. Viper coldly commanded over the communication channel. Remember, anyone in a white lab coat is to be killed without hesitation. Understood. Several shadows swiftly dispersed, blending into the night like phantoms. However, they were unaware that, hundreds of meters away in the control tower, a pair of eyes was coldly observing them through a sniper scope. The mice have entered. Lin Kingxiu spoke calmly into her earpiece, betraying not a trace of emotion. Received. Don't damage the lawn. It was just laid by President Chen. The voice of the security captain came through her earpiece. Lin Kingxiu's lips curled into a slight smile as she lowered her sniper rifle. Using a gun to deal with these mice would be overly extravagant. She flexed her wrist and pressed a button on her tactical vest. Click. With a soft mechanical sound. The exoskeleton armor covering her limbs activated instantly. This was a little toy Chen Yuan had crafted from scrap materials, though rudimentary. It was more than sufficient for dealing with nuisances. At the substation perimeter, 2 agents were preparing to plant explosives. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above. Bang! One agent, caught off guard, was violently slammed down by a steel-covered foot. The sound of his spine breaking echoed painfully through the night. The other agent, startled, raised his gun, only to have his wrist seized by a cold mechanical hand. Crack! His wrist shattered in a gruesome fracture. A scream barely escaped his lips before he was knocked unconscious with a precise chop. Cleanup complete. Lin Kingxiu brushed off the dust from her hands, her figure disappearing once more. Outside the control room, Viper sensed something was amiss. It was too quiet. Teams A and B had lost contact. Damn it. Viper realized they had been compromised and immediately ordered a retreat. Detonate the bombs. Since they dared to come, they had no intention of returning alive. Each of their diving suits concealed a mini nuclear warhead. While not very powerful, it was sufficient to obliterate the island. Just as his finger was about to touch the detonator, a glint of cold light flashed. Thud! A metal crossbow bolt precisely pierced through his palm, pinning him against the wall behind him. Ah! Viper let out a wretched scream. Lin Kingxiu stepped out from the shadows, toying with a sci-fi-styled crossbow. Want to self-destruct? Did you ask for my permission? She approached Viper, crushing his other wrist with a swift kick, then expertly retrieved the detonator and nuclear warhead from him. Tisk, tisk, a mini nuclear bomb? The Americans have truly invested heavily. Viper, drenched in sweat from the pain, glared at the exoskeleton on Lin Kingxiu. What is this thing? A soldier exoskeleton? This is impossible. It's still in the conceptual phase. Conceptual? Lin Kingxiu scoffed. In your realm, it's a concept. In ours, it's a toy. She knocked Viper unconscious with a punch and spoke into her earpiece. All done. Left one alive for questioning later. Meanwhile, inside the control room, Chen Yuan remained oblivious to the unfolding drama outside, or rather, he simply didn't care. He had absolute confidence in Lin Kingxiu. Attention all units. Chen Yuan's voice echoed through the broadcast, laced with a tinge of trembling excitement. Countdown to ignition, 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, extended his finger, and pressed the red button. Let there be light. Boom. In that instant, within the vast ring-shaped apparatus, plasma heated to billions of degrees was instantaneously contained by a powerful magnetic field. A mini-sun was born in the vacuum chamber. A dazzling blue light shot into the sky, tearing apart the night over the East China Sea. It shone brighter and hotter than the sun itself. Chapter 29, Infinite Energy, arrives. The azure light illuminated not only the East China Sea, but also the screens of millions across the globe. What on earth is that? An aurora? It dazzles my titanium alloy eyes. This is a miracle. Absolutely a miracle. The live broadcast swiftly transitioned to the main control room's large screen, where a line of red data surged dramatically. Core temperature, 2 billion degrees. Magnetic field strength, 20 Tesla. Plasma density, 351 by 1020. Q value, energy gain ratio 1:50. 100 has breached the critical point. It's stable. It's stable. An elderly expert gazed at the energy output curve, which resembled a straight line, tears of joy welling in his eyes. No chaos. No explosion. The energy output is remarkably steady. Chen Yuan stood before the control console, observing the circles of green indicator lights, and exhaled a sigh of relief. It's done. The micro-controllable nuclear fusion has ignited successfully. Report to the commander, exclaimed the engineer responsible for the grid connection. The generator is operating at full capacity. Output power has reached 200 megawatts. Requesting grid connection. Chen Yuan seized the microphone, his voice steady and powerful, authorized the grid connection. With a resounding click, a torrent of electricity surged into China's national grid, akin to a rushing river. Simultaneously, alarm bells rang throughout the power dispatch centers in the 5 provinces along the eastern coast. Warning, voltage spike. Warning, input power excessive. Quickly, shut down the thermal power plants. Bring them offline. That night, hundreds of coal-fired power plants were compelled to shut down urgently. The once billowing smokestacks extinguished for the first time on the land of this industrial giant. In their stead arose clean energy from the artificial sun. The following morning, as people awakened from their slumber and habitually checked their phones for news, a headline document exploded like a heavy nuclear bomb across social media. State grid announcement, effective immediately. The electricity price for residents and industrial users in the 5 eastern coastal provinces, trial area, is uniformly reduced to 0.05 yuan per kilowatt hour. 5 cents. Not 50 cents, but 5 cents. What difference does that make from being free? Am I seeing this correctly? 5 cents. Am I still dreaming from last night? Holy cow. It really decreased. I just checked my Alipay electricity bill. An outstanding balance of 100 yuan can now afford 2,000 kilowatt hours. Air conditioning. My air conditioning can finally run 24 hours. No one can stop me. This is too exhilarating. Does this mean I won't have to pay for electricity anymore? The ordinary citizens rejoiced, while business owners were driven to madness. A steel mill owner trembled as he looked at the electricity bill. It used to be millions a month. Now it's only tens of thousands. This is a cost reduction to 0. An aluminum plant owner shouted, "Quick, restart all the suspended production lines. No stopping for 24 hours. As long as the machines don't explode, work them to the bone." Electricity is the lifeblood of industry. When this lifeblood becomes nearly free, what terrifying force will this colossal industrial giant unleash? The entire world stood in astonishment. Wall Street traders observed the chart depicting China's manufacturing sector, which resembled an almost vertical ascent. Meanwhile, manufacturing stocks in Europe and America plummeted dramatically, glowing with green losses. It's over, completely over. A seasoned analyst slumped in his chair, muttering to himself, 5 cents per kilowatt hour is not competition. It's a massacre. This is a dimensional strike against global manufacturing. Who can compete with that? When your energy costs are a fraction of your competitors, your product may as well be free, yet still be pricier. Quick, buy a plane ticket. To China. An investment tycoon leapt up, grabbing the phone and bellowing, "By any means necessary, I must meet Chen Yuan. I want to build a factory next to that island. Even if I have to clean toilets, I'll squeeze my way in." Capital is driven by profit. In the face of absolute interest, all ideology and national stance are rendered meaningless. At this moment, capital across the globe was making one decisive move: liquidate assets, convert to renminbi, and flood into China. Chapter 30. The betrayal of capital. If photolithography shattered the barriers of technology, then controllable nuclear fusion has upended the global economy entirely. Within a week, global commodity prices plummeted. Coal. No one wanted it. Natural gas. Not even a dog cared. Except for oil, which barely maintained its value due to chemical applications. Other energy futures directly fell into negative territory. In stark contrast, Chinese ports were overwhelmed. Countless vessels laden with raw materials surged toward the east like pilgrims, for only here could these raw materials be transformed into exquisite industrial products at an extraordinarily low cost. In the capital, the China Merchants Bureau has become a veritable marketplace. No, it was more frenzied than a market. Line up. Everyone line up. The director of the China Merchants Bureau shouted hoarsely, his voice hoarse, sweat pouring down his face. In front of him stood a group of CEOs from Fortune 500 companies who usually held themselves in high esteem. Director, I'm the president of Volkswagen. We need to relocate all production lines to China. Please give us a piece of land, even if it's in the desert. Get out of here. I'm Tim Cook from Apple. We want to build the largest assembly plant in the world. I need to see Mr. Chen Yuan. I'm from Samsung. You're from Samsung? Get lost. Who told you to follow the sanctions back then? Next, among the crowd, a tall man with a receding hairline was anxiously pushing his way through. Elon Musk. This former world billionaire now resembled a middle-aged man rushing to catch a train. He was genuinely anxious. Tesla was impressive, but if he couldn't access that 5 cents per kilowatt-hour electricity, his production costs would be left hanging in the balance against China's new power. Let me in. I'm a fan of Mr. Chen Yuan. I want to give him a ticket to Mars. Musk waved his checkbook, trying to bribe the security guard. The guard coldly glanced at him. Sorry, Mr. Chen said he'll go to Mars himself. No need for your assistance. Wall Street, once a prosperous financial hub, now lay in desolation. The Dow Jones Index had experienced 5 consecutive circuit breakers. Those once untouchable financial magnates stared at their now worthless U.S. Treasury bonds, on the verge of tears. Damn it. Why? Why is God on their side? An irate Jewish tycoon smashed his wine glass in frustration. This cannot continue. If this goes on, we'll lose all our money. Sanctions. We must impose sanctions. Sanction my foot. Another magnate scoffed. Who still listens to you? Even our allies are lining up to build factories in China. Didn't you see yesterday's news? The Gallic Rooster is already negotiating a power grid agreement with China. This is the reality. When interests reach a certain magnitude, so-called allies become thinner than paper. In the number 0 courtyard, Chen Yuan chuckled heartily at the sight of Musk's aggrieved face on the news. This guy actually came. Li Qiazhong, beside him, was also beaming. Chen Yuan, your strategy of cutting off the water supply is ruthless. Now, capital from all over the world is rushing to us. It's unstoppable. The Americans are already exasperated. I heard the president broke 3 vases in his office. This is just the beginning. Chen Yuan's smile faded as he traced a finger across the map, ultimately stopping in a region shrouded in yellow sand. The Middle East, the Camel region. Li Lao, what do you think will happen if oil becomes unwanted? Li Qiazhong paused for a moment, his expression suddenly shifting. The petrodollar. That is the last cornerstone of American hegemony. If even that cornerstone is removed, you mean? Li Qiazhong's voice became somewhat hoarse. After the widespread adoption of nuclear fusion, the attributes of oil as a fuel will come to a definitive end, leaving it with value solely as a chemical raw material. Chen Yuan remarked with a hint of detachment that at that time, the price of oil would plummet to levels cheaper than water. Those affluent individuals who rely on oil sales for their livelihoods would surely find themselves unable to sleep. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. To maintain the supremacy of the dollar, they would undoubtedly resort to desperate measures. Thus, Chen Yuan rose and gazed out at the blue sky, contemplating the grand gift they must prepare for the affluent, to make them understand who the true savior of this world is. Chapter 31. China no longer needs oil. In the capital, at the Ministry of Commerce's press hall, flashes from cameras erupted like a torrential downpour as hundreds of media outlets focused intently on the spokesperson. Today's press conference lacked any forewarning or agenda, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The spokesperson adjusted the microphone and, with an impassive expression, read a brief statement. In light of significant adjustments to our energy structure and the comprehensive adoption of clean energy technologies, and with the approval of the State Council, effective immediately, our country will indefinitely suspend crude oil imports, retaining only a minimal quota for special crude oil imports used for chemical synthesis. In just 2 short sentences, fewer than 50 words, this declaration struck like a sharp dagger into the heart of the global economy. The room fell into a deathly silence. After a full 10 seconds, gasps of disbelief erupted. Suspend imports? Indefinitely? Surely I misheard. China is the world's largest crude oil importer, accounting for a quarter of global imports annually. Have they lost their minds? How will cars run? How will planes fly? Fool, didn't you catch yesterday's news? They're charging 5 cents per kilowatt hour. Who still burns oil? Across the ocean, at the New York Mercantile Exchange, the previously boisterous trading floor seemed to be paused in time. On the big screen, the price of WTI crude futures, which had been holding steady at 85 per barrel, plummeted the moment China announced its statement. A nearly vertical green bar appeared on the chart, signaling a catastrophic drop. Within 5 minutes, oil prices fell below the cost line. But the decline continued. -10. The price of oil had turned negative. A trader stared at the screen, letting out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. 30. This means if you buy a barrel of oil, the seller will have to pay you 30 just to take it away. Once extracted, oil cannot be put back. If there are no buyers, the storage costs exceed the value of the oil itself. As this super buyer, China, withdrew, oil tanks worldwide instantly overflowed. In a palace in the Middle East, Prince Abdul held a diamond-studded golden cup, preparing to savor air-freighted Lafite. Suddenly, a butler stumbled in, breathless and panicked. Your Highness! Your Highness! It's terrible! What with the commotion? Abdul frowned, thinking perhaps his golden sports car had arrived. No, the oil prices have collapsed. No one wants our oil. With a crash, the golden cup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The red wine spilled onto the carpet, resembling flowing blood. Abdul stared at the alarming number 40 on the screen, feeling the world spin. Their nation, built upon desert sands, thrived on oil. If oil has lost its value, what remains for them? Only endless sand and a scorching sun capable of parching the very soul. Quick, prepare the car. No, prepare the plane. Abdul leaped up, grabbing the butler by the collar and roaring, to China. Right now? Bring my checkbook. Bring all the gold from the storeroom, no matter the cost. I must meet that Chen Yuan. He is our only hope. He alone. That night, private jets filled the skies over the Persian Gulf, lined up with a singular destination, east. Chapter 32. The affluent kneeling at the gate. Outside the gates of courtyard number 0, typically a military-restricted zone, where not even a bird could fly within 5 kilometers. Today transformed into an exhibition of luxury vehicles. Bugattis, Rolls-Royces, and even gold-plated armored cars congested the area. A group of affluent individuals, dressed in white robes and headscarves, anxiously baked under the glaring sun. I am Prince Abdul. I have $1 billion as a meeting gift. Let me in. Abdul waved his black card, attempting to breach the security line. Step back. The sentry, expressionless, raised his weapon slightly. In a military zone, trespassers are dealt with lethally. Abdul shivered in fear as the black card slipped from his grasp. In the past, wherever he went, he was treated as an esteemed guest, which President didn't personally greet him. But now, he couldn't even manage a sentry. Isn't that Prince Abdul? A mocking voice came from beside him. Abdul turned to see Prince Hamad from a neighboring country, who was even more ostentatious, flanked by 2 trucks brimming with gleaming gold bars, displayed openly as if to flaunt wealth. Hamad, you haven't gotten in either? Abdul felt a slight sense of balance restored. Entering, hardly, Hamad wiped his sweat, forcing a bitter smile. I've been out here for 3 hours. I tried to offer the sentry a Richard Mille watch, but he wouldn't even glance at it, and nearly arrested me for bribery. The two exchanged glances, both reflecting despair. Money? Here, money is the least valuable commodity. A mere utility pole might be worth more than a truckload of gold. Just then, the gates slowly opened. A nondescript hunky sedan emerged. The window rolled down, revealing the stern face of Minister Li Qiuzhong. Ministerly. A throng of affluent individuals surrounded him as if he were a long-lost father. Li Qiuzhong furrowed his brow, signaling the driver to halt. Everyone, Mr. Chen is very busy and cannot meet you. Li Qiuzhong said coolly, moreover. We in China are not short on money. Take these trinkets back with you. Trinkets? Abdul looked at the gold and supercars littering the ground, his mouth twitching. This was the wealth accumulated over generations. Minister Li, please. Abdul, casting aside his princely dignity, knelt before the car's wheel. If Mr. Chen will just meet with me. To save my country, I will do anything. Our oil wells have all halted. The national treasury is bankrupt, and the people need to eat. Seeing the once mighty prince now reduced to a pitiful state, Li Qiuzhong sighed. Although they had previously thrived by exploiting oil, they were, after all, pitiable pawns in the grip of foreign powers. All right, get up. Li Qiuzhong waved his hand. Mr. Chen has stated that if you are here to discuss oil business, that will be dismissed. However, if you wish to discuss environmental matters, we may have something to converse about. Environmental matters? Abdul was taken aback. Discussing environmental issues in the desert? Wasn't he that absurd? Yet now, even if Chen Yuan proposed a discussion on raising penguins in the desert, he would have to grit his teeth and agree. Let us talk. We are very keen on environmental issues. Abdul nodded fervently. Then come inside. Only one person may enter. Li Qiazhong raised the window. The gate opened a crack once more. Abdu, under the envious and resentful gazes of the other affluent, scrambled through. Chapter 33. The ultimatum from the foreign power. While the meeting on the Chinese side was still ongoing, across the ocean, fury had reached a boiling point. In the Oval Office of the White House, the president smashed the encrypted phone into smithereens. They've gone too far. All of them. The president roared, spitting words onto the Secretary of State's face. That ungrateful wolf, Abdu, dared to meet with Chen Yuan on his own accord. Does he not realize that he is provoking us? The Secretary of State wiped his face and cautiously remarked, Mr. President, according to intelligence, they are truly at their wits' end. The collapse of oil prices could lead to the imminent downfall of their regime. I care not whether they fall or not. I only know that oil must be settled in dollars. The president's visage twisted into a grimace, resembling a rabid dog whose tail had been stepped on. If they turn to Huaxia, the petrodollar system will collapse instantly. How will we sustain our aircraft carriers then? Who will bear our debts? Relay my orders. The president slammed his hand onto the map laid across the table, his finger pressing firmly on the Persian Gulf's location. Tell the Fifth Fleet to turn around immediately. Train the cannons on Abdul's palace. Inform him that if he dares to sign any agreements with Huaxia, this time next year will mark his demise. In the Persian Gulf, a vast Nimitz-class carrier group, akin to an iron fortress upon the sea, began to pivot at full speed. The roar of aircraft taking off shattered the tranquility of the waters. The hatches for the Tomahawk missiles opened, exuding an aura of impending death. The news reached the No. 0 courtyard. In the reception room, Abdul, who had just taken a sip of tea, dropped his cup to the floor with a clatter. It's over. Abdul's face turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Eagle has issued an ultimatum. If we do not retreat, they will bomb my country. Mr. Chen, Minister Li, I must take my leave. This deal cannot be finalized. My life is at stake. He began to flee. Though the prospect of national bankruptcy was terrifying, the thought of annihilation by the Eagle was far more dreadful. Stop. A languid voice echoed. Chen Yuan lounged on the sofa, toying with a transparent water bottle. Prince Abdul, are you so fear-stricken by them? Fear? How could I not be? Abdul cried, his voice quivering. That is an aircraft carrier. Those are missiles. We possess merely a handful of F-15s, and even those are the monkey version they sold to us. What if I told you I possess a means by which you shall never again need to bow to them? Chen Yuan twisted the cap off the bottle and took a sip. What method? Abdul despaired, shaking his head. Unless you can make their aircraft carriers vanish. Making aircraft carriers disappear is a bit too violent for my taste. Chen Yuan chuckled, gently placing the water bottle on the table. However, I can offer you something else, something more precious than oil, something that will allow you to hold your head high. Abdul paused, gazing at the ordinary bottle of water on the table. Water? What use is that? Though we are parched. It is not to that extent. What if I told you this is fresh water that costs merely a penny per ton? Chen Yuan interrupted. What if I said that with it, coupled with our electrical powers, we could transform your sand-laden nation into a second Jiangnan water town? Abdul's pupils dilated in an instant. Turning desert into oasis? This is the ultimate dream etched in the bones of every desert dweller. If it is true, not even the Eagle's aircraft carriers could deter us. Even God himself would not stand in our way. Chapter 34. More precious than oil. Number 0 courtyard, holographic demonstration hall. The lights dimmed. The immense holographic sand table illuminated the darkness, revealing a familiar scene to Abdul, a vast expanse of golden, desolate desert. This is your nation. Chen Yuan's voice resonated in the darkness, imbued with a certain enchantment. For thousands of years, you have languished in the sand, surviving by the grace of the almighty oil. But now, that grace has been rescinded. Abdul bowed his head, a bitter taste in his heart. Yet, Chen Yuan shifted his tone. But who says a desert must remain a desert? He snapped his fingers. Plan 1, infinite water resources. On the sand table, countless blue pipelines extended from the coastline into the interior. This is our super reverse osmosis membrane technology, combined with the inexpensive power from fusion plants, allowing desalination costs to plummet to 0.01 yuan per ton. What does this mean? It means you can use seawater to flush toilets, wash cars, and even irrigate. Abdul's eyes widened, breath quickening. Fresh water cheaper than tap water? Could it be used as freely as one wishes? Plan 2. Fast-growing sand-fixing poplar. Chen Yuan gestured again. On the sand table, the once golden desert erupted with countless green dots. These green points spread at a visible pace, connecting into a lush forest. This is a genetically edited poplar tree. It is drought-resistant, salt-tolerant, and grows 50 times faster than ordinary trees, provided there is water. It can reach towering heights in 3 months, with roots that firmly anchor shifting sands. More importantly, its leaves are protein-rich, serving as top-tier fodder. You could raise cattle and sheep beneath these trees. The scene shifted once more. The previously desolate desert transformed into vast fertile fields, herds of cattle and sheep grazing. Crystal-clear rivers flowed through the oasis, and modern cities sprang forth. No longer were they the ostentatious desert cities built on oil. Instead, they became truly livable, vibrant ecological havens. Is this paradise? Abdul gazed at the vista before him, tears streaming down his face. He extended his hand, trembling, yearning to touch the ethereal green leaves. For one raised in the desert, the impact of this vision surpassed that of 100 aircraft carrier battle groups. Oil could only procure wealth, but wealth could not buy an oasis or secure the survival of future generations. What Chen Yuan offered him was a future where he need not bow to any great power, self-sufficient and prosperous. Mr. Chen, Abdul abruptly turned, bowing deeply to Chen Yuan. This time, it was not out of fear or self-interest, but from profound reverence. What must we sacrifice? Abdul understood that there are no free lunches in this world. Quite simple. Chen Yuan smiled, pointing to the patch of green land on the sand table. First, this system may only be purchased and maintained using renminbi. Second, all your future commodity transactions, even selling wool, must likewise be settled in renminbi. Is that all? Abdul momentarily faltered. Indeed, Chen Yuan affirmed with a nod. Abdul inhaled deeply, the fear in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a gambler's fervor. To hell with the petrodollar. To hell with the aircraft carriers. I desire an oasis. I wish to plant trees. Deal. Abdul clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Moreover, I not only wish to purchase it, but I will rally my neighboring brothers to join in as well. Anyone who dares obstruct our tree planting shall face our wrath. Chapter 35. The Twilight of the Dollar, 3 days later. In the capital of the Camel Kingdom, at the Palace Square, a press conference attracting global attention was underway. Not just Abdul, but members of the royal families from a dozen oil-producing nations were present, clad in immaculate white robes, their faces set with determination. In the audience, countless Western journalists continued to speculate. Surely they are about to announce production cuts to stabilize prices, or perhaps they will capitulate to the eagle, considering the aircraft carriers are at their doorstep. However, when Abdul stepped onto the stage and spoke his first words, the jaws of the world collectively dropped to the floor. In response to global climate change, and for the sake of future generations, we have decided to launch the Oasis Plan. We will engage in deep cooperation with Huaxia, introducing a complete set of seawater desalination and ecological transformation technologies, aiming to reduce desert coverage by 50% within the next 10 years. The applause was sparse. The journalists looked bewildered. Planting trees? Aren't these tycoons only interested in sports cars and lions? Why have they suddenly taken up gardening? Yet, Abdul's subsequent statement detonated like a nuclear bomb in the financial realm. In order to facilitate the introduction of technology and trade exchanges, the Gulf Cooperation Council has unanimously decided that, effective immediately, we shall completely cease the use of the US dollar for settlements in the oil and gas trade. All transactions will henceforth be conducted in renminbi. The atmosphere erupted with astonishment, both in the venue and online. Wall Street was in turmoil. Termination of dollar settlements. This is akin to disturbing the very graves of the eagle's progeny. Have these affluent nations lost their senses? The aircraft carriers remain stationed at the doorstep. Yet, it is evident that they are resolute. As Abdul's words echoed, a massive map illuminated the screen behind him. It was a vision of a future Middle East, devoid of yellow sands, replaced instead with a vibrant expanse of green. For this vision, they are willing to wager everything. The Federal Reserve. On the screen, the dollar index plummeted dramatically, resembling a roller coaster in freefall. Accompanying the depreciation of the dollar was a worldwide frenzy of selling off U.S. Treasury bonds. Who still desires that green paper? It was once coveted for purchasing oil, but now that oil can be acquired without it, it is hardly worth keeping. Even for the most mundane purposes, it is over, utterly over. The chairman of the Federal Reserve slumped in his chair, gazing out at the chaotic streets. As the dollar collapsed, domestic prices soared. Bread in supermarkets surged from $2 to $20. The army of $0 shoppers, no longer satisfied with raiding supermarkets, began to assault banks and affluent neighborhoods. At the White House, the president watched the news, appearing as though he had aged a decade. He gripped the nuclear button's briefcase tightly, his knuckles turning white. Yet, he dared not press it. Nor could he. Mr. President, the Fifth Fleet has sent an urgent message. The Secretary of Defense entered, his complexion pale. Have they engaged? A glimmer of hope flickered in the president's eyes. No, They request to withdraw. The secretary replied bitterly, because they have run out of fuel. The supply ships were supposed to refuel at Middle Eastern ports, but now they refuse to sell to us. Or rather, they demand payment in renminbi, which we do not possess. How ironic. The world's mightiest fleet is rendered immobile due to an inability to refuel. The president let out a grim laugh, releasing his grip helplessly. Withdraw. Let them return. However, at that moment, an intelligence officer delivered another urgent report. Mr. President, although the Fifth Fleet has retreated, this does not signify the end. Satellite reconnaissance indicates that the Chinese aircraft carrier fleet has departed, heading towards the South China Sea. End of volume. Chapter 36. The Final Frenzy. The lamentations from Wall Street had not yet dissipated when the ominous clouds of war began to envelop the Pacific with astonishing rapidity. The Eagle, a colossal entity that has occupied the throne of global supremacy for nearly a century, finally tore away the last veil of civilization and democracy after the collapse of its economic hegemony, revealing its most fearsome and primal fangs. Since the money-printing machine has malfunctioned, it resorts to employing machines of war. When the established rules can no longer secure victory, they simply overturn the table, denying all sustenance. In Washington, at the Pentagon's Underground Command Center, the cerebral hub of global military power, the atmosphere, typically characterized by precision, calmness, and haughty superiority, was now rife with madness, anxiety, and a sense of impending doom. A colossal electronic map flickered with red dots. The sounds of ringing phones, keyboard clatter, and officers' shouts intermingled chaotically. The president sat in the chair, symbolizing ultimate authority, yet he bore no resemblance to a leader. His suit was wrinkled, his tie askew, his eyes sunken and bloodshot. In just 3 days, he appeared to have aged a decade. Is it not time yet? He slammed his hand on the table and, in a fit of hysteria, shouted into the communicator, his voice hoarse from excessive shouting, demanding General Harris ensure the fleet's aircraft carriers anchor at China's doorstep. He longed to hear their pleas for mercy. He wanted to see that damned Chen Yuan kneeling before him in repentance. The Secretary of Defense stood nearby, clutching a thoroughly damp handkerchief, incessantly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He cautiously leaned closer, whispering, "Mr. President, the Third Fleet and the Seventh Fleet have successfully merged, forming a dual-carrier battle group. They are currently less than 200 nautical miles from China's territorial waters. However," the Secretary swallowed hard, struggling to articulate, "our fuel reserves are critically low. Given the severed supply lines from the Middle East and domestic refinery strikes, this mission is essentially a one-way ticket. If we cannot resolve the conflict and secure resupply within 3 days, the fleet will be left adrift as a target." The secretary glanced at the surveillance screen on the wall, revealing scenes of escalating anti-war protests outside the White House. Angry citizens surrounded the compound, and the National Guard was nearing its breaking point. "Silence. Everyone, be quiet." The president abruptly seized a coffee cup, hurling it against the wall with force. Crash. The porcelain shattered, brown liquid trickling down the white wall like dried blood. The president, panting heavily, bore a mad glint in his eyes reminiscent of a gambler driven to desperation. "Do you think I am unaware? But do we have a way out? We're out of money. U.S. Treasury bonds have become worthless. The dollar has become worthless. If we do not fight this battle, America will disintegrate by tomorrow." He stood, placing his hands firmly on the table, fixating on the red eastern sector of the map. "If we acquire fusion technology, we will have limitless energy. If we obtain photon chips, we will seize the future. This is the final wager. If we win, we remain the gods, capable of dictating the rules. If we lose, we shall drag this world down with us." In the South China Sea, the open waters appeared ominous, with dark clouds looming as if the very sky were about to collapse. The winds roared, and the black waves crashed against the steel hulls, producing a deep, resonant sound. 2 colossal aircraft carrier battle groups, like moving islands of steel, aggressively cleaved through the sea, leaving long white trails in their wake. This was the most formidable naval force ever assembled in human history. The USS Gerald R. Ford and USS Nimitz sailed alongside each other, their decks brimming with F-35C and F-22 fighter jets, each armed with live munitions, the missile guidance heads glinting ominously in the dim light. The escorting Ticonderoga-class cruisers and Arleigh Burke-class destroyers operated their radar at full capacity, the massive phased-array radar fixated on the distant coastline, akin to a pack of wolves poised to strike. In the flagship command room, Admiral Harris stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, peering through a high-powered telescope at the distant, elusive islands. As a hawk among hawks within the military, Harris's gaze was both fierce and fervent. He yearned for war, to wash away the humiliation with gunfire, and to cement his legacy in history. Although the fuel tanks were only half full, it was sufficient to blast that ancient nation back to the Stone Age. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Harris's mouth. "Admiral, we have entered the designated attack position," the aide reported. "Shall we initiate the assault immediately?" "Not yet." Harris waved his hand, adjusting his military uniform collar. "Before taking lives, they must first instill a sense of fear. This is psychological warfare. Connect to the global public channel." Harris commanded coldly. "I want the entire world to hear the voice of America." Crackle. Moments later, channels previously broadcasting news and entertainment from various nations, including some livestream platforms, were abruptly cut off. The screen flickered, transforming into a tumultuous scene of the South China Sea, featuring the imposing figure standing on the bridge. Harris's exceedingly arrogant and haughty voice reverberated across the globe through the airwaves. "This is the United States Navy's 3rd and 7th Fleets. We are conducting legitimate freedom of navigation operations to uphold regional peace and stability. In light of recent allegations against a certain research institution in China, Facility Zero, for developing technologies that jeopardize human safety, we formally issue an ultimatum on behalf of the international community. We demand the Chinese government to, first, immediately and unconditionally disclose all technical details and blueprints regarding controllable nuclear fusion and photonic chips. Second, grant unrestricted access to an international inspection team at Facility Zero. Third, surrender the relevant technical director, Chen Yuan. A deadline of 24 hours. At this juncture, Harris paused, his gaze turning fierce as he made a cutting motion across his throat towards the camera. Otherwise, we will consider this a direct threat to global security and reserve the right to employ all military means, including, but not limited to, surgical strikes against Facility Zero until it is entirely obliterated." At that moment, the world held its breath. Whether it was European professionals enjoying breakfast, East Asian workers laboring late, or herders on the African plains, all were stunned by this abrupt declaration of war. This was not merely freedom of navigation, it was a blatant declaration of war. It was akin to a bandit holding a gun to your head, demanding your most precious heirloom, while insisting you kneel and call him father. The internet erupted in chaos. Panic spreading like a plague. Madness. The eagle has truly gone mad. Is this a prelude to World War III? I do not wish to die. What threats to human safety? It is they who covet our technology, seeking to seize it. But that is a dual aircraft carrier fleet. Hundreds of stealth fighters. Who can withstand such might? It's over. It's truly over. Nation stock markets plummeted once more, with safe haven funds flooding into gold and food markets. Supermarkets were stripped bare of canned goods and water. Countless individuals flooded into the streets, brandishing anti-war placards, praying for the outbreak of war to be averted. For everyone knows that when two nuclear powers capable of annihilating the world truly collide, there will be no victors on this earth. In China, along the coastal cities, the piercing and shrill sound of air raid sirens abruptly shattered the air, echoing ominously above the city. Schools were hastily dismissed. Children organized by their teachers into orderly evacuations to basements. Factories ceased operations. The roar of machinery abruptly silenced. Vehicles on the streets came to a halt as people emerged, gazing up at the sky with solemn expressions. Though everyone believed in their country and the People's Liberation Army, the sight of the menacing aircraft carrier fleet and the dark clouds of warplanes on the news was enough to evoke fear. An oppressive sense of impending doom weighed heavily on the hearts of every Chinese citizen. Yet, at the very center of this storm, the ominously named Facility Zero, identified by Harris for obliteration, remained eerily tranquil. There were no panicked crowds, no clattering of moving documents, and even the sound of alarms seemed to be kept at bay beyond the high walls. Deep within Facility Zero's classified hangar, Chen Yuan, clad in a blue jumpsuit stained with oil, leaned over the hood of an oddly designed aircraft engine, a wrench in hand, humming an unknown tune. "If you are my legend, let him endure through eternity." On the adjacent holographic screen, Harris's arrogant visage and his threat to completely obliterate Facility Zero were prominently displayed. "Huh." Chen Yuan straightened up, casually wiping his hands with a rag, glancing at the screen with a smirk that bore no trace of fear, but rather a hint of derision. As if he were looking at a fool. These guys really dare to come. He turned to the young researchers behind him, their expressions taut with anxiety. "Stop staring. Get back to work." Chen Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly, his tone as light as if discussing dinner plans. "After all, they've come all this way to deliver a package. We should prepare a little something in return, shouldn't we?" As he spoke, he gently patted the cool, softly glowing aircraft beneath him, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. Since they've come, they might as well stay. Just in time. My Xiannu needs a few real targets to test the data. An aircraft carrier. That should be tough enough, right? Chapter 37. First Level Combat Readiness. In the highest command headquarters of China. The atmosphere in the vast circular conference room was so tense it felt as if it could drip with water. Dozens of giant screens displayed real-time dynamics of the South China Sea. The two encroaching red blips loomed ominously overhead like Damocles swords, suffocating the air. Generals adorned with stars surrounded the round table, each brow furrowed deeply. Report. The enemy aircraft carrier group has entered the first-level combat readiness zone. Report. The enemy F-22 squadrons have taken off and are probing our airspace. Report. Coastal radar stations are experiencing severe electromagnetic interference. Bad news poured in one after another. The venerable General Li Qiuzhong, seated at the head of the table, wore a grim expression. Leaning his hands on the table, his gaze was sharp as an eagle. Scanning the room. Comrades, the situation requires no elaboration. Li Qiuzhong's voice was low but powerful. They've come to our doorstep. Intent on shattering our livelihoods and seizing our resources. What shall we do? Fight. A hot-headed lieutenant general leapt to his feet, slamming his hat onto the table. Whatever it takes, if they dare encroach upon our territorial waters, my Dongfeng Express will teach them a lesson. Better to perish together. Indeed, enough is enough. This band of robbers truly believes they can operate as they did a century ago. The room erupted with indignation. Li Qiuzhong nodded slightly. A glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he seized the red telephone in front of him. Order. All military forces enter first-level combat readiness. Rocket forces, Dongfeng, 21D, Dongfeng, 26 anti-ship ballistic missiles, disengage locks, and initiate launch procedures. Air Force, all third-generation and above aircraft, take to the skies with live munitions. Navy, submarine units. Set sail and establish a defensive line. Inform the soldiers that behind them is the motherland, Facility Zero, our future. Not a single step back. Yes. The generals roared in unison, the air thick with the scent of battle. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the heavy doors of the conference room were suddenly thrust open with a creak. Everyone turned in astonishment. Who dared to intrude without a report in a meeting of such high military command? There stood Chen Yuan, clad in his distinctive blue jumpsuit, a silver metal briefcase in hand, striding in as if he were an average passerby who had just finished fixing a pipe. Behind him followed a guard, looking utterly perplexed. Oldly, don't be impulsive, Chen Yuan called out as he entered, entirely disregarding the imposing generals around him. Don't be hasty with the Dongfeng. That thing costs several million each. It's a waste to use it against a few oil-starved old ships. Silence fell over the conference room. All eyes widened in disbelief at this young man who dared to declare the Dongfeng missiles too expensive and wasteful in the highest command headquarters. Li Qiuzhong's previously tense face relaxed inexplicably upon seeing Chen Yuan. He helplessly lowered the phone, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. Chen Yuan, what are you up to now? They're already on our necks, and if I don't launch the Dongfeng, should I use a slingshot? A slingshot? Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled as he quickly approached the conference table, slapping the silver briefcase down with enthusiasm. Hey, you guessed it right. I actually have a slingshot. All eyes instantly focused on the briefcase. What is this? Li Qiuzhong inquired with curiosity. Chen Yuan grinned, inputting a password, and with a soft click, the case sprang open. Lying within was an apparatus approximately half a meter in length, resembling a large flashlight, yet crafted entirely from an unknown transparent crystal. It rested quietly amidst black foam, emanating a hauntingly delicate blue glow. An Air Force Major General approached with curiosity, questioning if it was merely a large flashlight. Chen Yuan nearly choked on his own astonishment. He gingerly picked up the device, caressing its surface as one would a beloved, his gaze glazed with reverie. A flashlight? This is art. This is truth. This is the core energy ring of a high-energy pulse laser emitter. Laser weaponry? Li Qiuzhong furrowed his brows. We possess laser weapons too, but they are bulky, energy-consuming, and significantly affected by weather conditions, making them less effective in combat than missiles. That was in the past. Chen Yuan interjected, a hint of arrogance flashing across his face. Mr. Li, what do you think would happen if I combined this device with my miniature fusion reactor and installed it in an aircraft? The conference room fell silent once more. Miniature fusion reactors, infinite energy, high-energy lasers. Several technically adept generals began to breathe more rapidly. Are you saying you've installed it in an aircraft? Li Qiuzhong's voice trembled. Not only installed it, but I also made a few modifications. Chen Yuan replied with a mysterious smile. Mr. Li, esteemed leaders, rather than anxiously perusing maps here, Why not accompany me to the hangar? I assure you, what I have is more exhilarating than the Dongfeng and far more economical. 10 minutes later, at the number 0 compound, a highly classified hangar. As Li Qiazhong and the generals entered the hangar, they all halted, as if spellbound. In the vast center of the hangar stood an aircraft. One could still discern the faint silhouette of a J-20, yet its aura had transformed entirely. The original silver-gray stealth coating had been replaced by a deep, night sky black material that seemed capable of devouring light, inducing a sense of vertigo upon prolonged gaze. What drew the eye most was its tail. The previous dual-engine nozzles had vanished, supplanted by a circular, glowing blue-ringed thruster akin to the engines of a starship from a science fiction film. Beneath the wings, no missiles were mounted, only 2 concealed launch ports exuding a chilling menace. A pilot clad in anti-gravity gear, donning a fully enclosed sci-fi helmet, stood on the boarding ladder, none other than the Air Force ace, the Golden Helmet winner, Lazy. Upon seeing the generals enter, Lazy promptly saluted, though it was apparent to all that his hands trembled slightly. This was a mix of excitement and fear. This, the Air Force Major General stammered, pointing at the aircraft, I call it the J-40, Chen Yuan said, approaching the aircraft and gently patting its fuselage, a paternal smile gracing his face, codenamed Sanu. J-40? You've leapfrogged 2 generations? Li Qiazhong gasped in disbelief. Let us conservatively estimate, Chen Yuan shrugged. In truth, I wanted to name it the Star Destroyer prototype, but feared it might be too ostentatious. He gestured toward the glowing tail nozzle, declaring with a flourish, Mr. Li, weren't you just lamenting the cost of the Dongfeng? This beauty, with a single fuel charge, deuterium-tritium, can circle the Earth several dozen times. Moreover, it doesn't run on fuel. It operates on nuclear power. Equipping it with a nuclear engine is hardly excessive, is it? Li Qiazhong gazed at the blue halo, feeling the overwhelming weight of technological advancement pressing down upon him. Rendered speechless, finally, he threw up his hand decisively, eyes gleaming with fervor. Not excessive, not at all. As long as it can drive those rogues away. You could equip it with a 2-dimensional foil, and I would still approve. Lazy, Li Qiazhong bellowed. Yes, ascend. Give our guests a thrill. Chapter 38, Modified, J-40 Sunu Verification Aircraft at the number 0 compound, the classified hangar. With Li Qiazhong's command, the entire hangar awakened like a slumbering beast, beginning to operate. Non-essential personnel, evacuate. Initiate electromagnetic catapult. Suinu verification aircraft, system self-check commencing. The mechanics swiftly retreated to the safety line, leaving only Chen Yuan and a few core technicians at the control panel, their fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. On the holographic display, streams of complex data cascaded like a waterfall. Lazy took a deep breath and entered the cockpit. As the canopy slowly closed, he felt as if he had been transported to the future. Gone were the myriad mechanical dashboards and cumbersome buttons. The cockpit was now a 360-degree panoramic display system. Through a special helmet, he felt as though he were suspended in the air, observing everything around him without the presence of the aircraft itself. Reactor output power, 30 stable. Plasma stealth generator activated. Experimental force field shield, standby. Anti-gravity engine preheating completed. An enchanting electronic voice whispered in his ear, and Lazy swallowed hard, palms slick with sweat. He had flown the J-10, the J-20, and even simulated the F-22, but never had any aircraft instilled such awe in him. Yes, awe. What was this? This was not merely an aircraft. It was akin to a UFO. The cumbersome fuel engine had been replaced with a miniature controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Chen Yuan's voice crackled through the communication channel, tinged with excitement. Lazy, don't be nervous. Although its thrust-to-weight ratio is 10 times that of the J-20, I've programmed the flight control system to be foolproof. 10 times. Lazy nearly bit his tongue. What did a 10-to-1 thrust-to-weight ratio imply? It meant that with a gentle push on the throttle, one could soar beyond the Earth's gravitational pull. Are you ready? Chen Yuan inquired. Ready. Lazy gritted his teeth. Determination etched on his face. Then ignite. Chen Yuan pressed the red confirmation button. A deep, resonant hum reverberated through the air. The aircraft's ring engine erupted in a brilliant blue light. This was not flame, but rather a stream of plasma, air ionized by extreme temperatures. There was no deafening roar, no billowing smoke. To the astonishment of all present, this steel behemoth, weighing several tons, did not roll forward but instead ascended vertically, as light as a feather. Indeed, it took off vertically, and without any auxiliary nozzles. The anti-gravity field is perfectly balanced. Chen Yuan observed the data, nodding with satisfaction. Goodness, this defies the laws of physics. Newton's coffin cannot contain this. The generals on the observation deck stood with mouths agape, instinctively uttering exclamations of disbelief. Even Li Qiazhong, accustomed to grand spectacles, gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles whitening. Is this the power of a nuclear engine? The Air Force Major General murmured, his eyes brimming with fervent tears. Suspended in midair, the J-40 hovered at a height of 10 meters. The once black surface of the aircraft now shimmered with a faint, water-like blue luminescence. This was the plasma stealth layer at work, capable not only of absorbing radar waves but also, to a certain extent, distorting light, rendering the aircraft visually indistinct. Like a phantom, lazy, exit the hangar, but do not damage the roof, Chen Yuan commanded with a smile. Understood. Lazy gently nudged the control stick. With a whoosh, there was no acceleration process, no inertia delay. The aircraft transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing instantly beyond the hangar doors, moving at a speed that the naked eye could not perceive. Only a fleeting afterimage remained, and the shockwave produced by the air being torn apart. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Lazy watched the numbers on the altimeter and speedometer flicker wildly, his heart racing. Altitude, 20,000 meters. Speed, 3 Mach. 5 Mach, 8 Mach. A powerful sense of acceleration pressed him firmly into the seat. Had it not been for the specially designed anti-gravity suit and the anti-gravity system mitigating most of the overload, his insides would likely have been crushed. Too slow, too slow. Chen Yuan's voice echoed with disdain. Lazy, push it all the way. Fear not. The aircraft's structural integrity has been reinforced with carbon nanotubes. It won't disintegrate. Madman. All of them. Lazy bellowed, adrenaline surging, as he thrust the throttle fully forward. Boom. The sky seemed to erupt with a thunderous roar. The blue light emanating from the tail of the J-40 surged, instantly elongating into a blinding beam of light. The numbers on the speedometer became a blur. 10 Mach. 15 Mach. 20 Mach. In that moment, it ceased to be merely an aircraft. It transformed into a meteor racing through the atmosphere. Inside the control tower, the radar screen displayed only a fragmented dotted line, as the radar's scanning speed could not keep pace with its velocity. Report. The target has reached the South China Sea airspace. Time taken, 3 minutes. The monitor's voice trembled. From the heartland to the front lines of the South China Sea, a distance of thousands of kilometers traversed in mere minutes. What does this imply? A miracle. Li Qiazhong gazed at the blue dot representing the J-40 on the screen. Inhaling deeply, rejuvenated by 20 years. Good, 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 he exclaimed thrice, turning to Chen Yuan. This is no celestial maiden. This is clearly the Grim Reaper's summons. Yet Chen Yuan remained unruffled, picking up the communicator to address Lazy, who was 1,000 miles away. Lazy, have you arrived? Yes. I see those sons of bitches. Lazy's voice quivered with excitement. Excellent. A sly smile crept across Chen Yuan's lips. Proceed, but don't break it. Show them what it means to strike from a lower dimension. Chapter 39. The Phantom at 20 Mach in the South China Sea, on the edge of airspace. The arrogant F-22 Raptor squadron was swaggering through the skies. For F-22s formed a diamond formation, partially obscured by the clouds. As former aerial titans, they possessed absolute pride, stealth, supersonic cruising, and beyond visual range strikes. For decades, they had faced virtually no challengers in the skies. The pilot known as One-Eyed was the squadron leader and a star of the Eagle Sauce Air Force. It seems the Huaxia are utterly terrified, he scoffed over the comms. Noting the empty radar, I expected them to send a few J-20s to their doom. Haha, perhaps they're busy hiding their lithography machines at home, a wingman chimed in. Captain, shall we venture a bit further in? Apply some pressure? One-Eyed glanced at the navigation display. Ahead lay the red line of Huaxia's airspace. Just a nudge, he said slyly. Like we do in other countries, sneaking in and out. What can they do? Just protest. With that, he gently pressed the stick, angling the F-22's nose slightly. Preparing to test the boundary once more. Suddenly, beep. A flicker of extremely weak clutter flashed across One-Eye's cockpit radar screen, resembling a momentary glitch. What was that? Before he could finish, an indescribable blue glow, without warning, dove down from the clouds above. Quick. Too fast. So fast that One-Eye's retina couldn't capture the image. And his brain couldn't process the information. Then came an utterly terrifying shockwave. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded as if it detonated right beside him. It was not an ordinary sonic boom. It was the sound of air being instantaneously torn apart, compressed to its utmost limit. The 4F-22s spiraled out of control, like leaves caught in a tempest. The violent turbulence slammed One-Eye's helmet against the cockpit canopy, stars exploding before his eyes. The alarms shrieked wildly. Damn it! What was that? A missile. I'm losing control. Engine stall. God. I see a ghostly figure. The terrified screams of his wingmen echoed. One-Eyed fought to stabilize the aircraft, finally managing to level off, his heart racing as he scanned the surroundings. The radar is unresponsive. Damn it, there's nothing on the radar. There, above you, his wingman shouted. One-Eyed shot his gaze upward. Through the cockpit canopy, he beheld a scene that would haunt him for life. A pitch-black aircraft, exuding a ghostly blue aura, hovered 500 meters above them, defying the laws of physics. It appeared as a deity, coldly surveying the ants below. What kind of monstrosity is this? One-Eyed felt his throat dry. There were no wing pylons, no tail fins, just a circular exhaust emitting blue light. This was not terrestrial technology. This is the Huaxia Air Force, a cold, youthful voice abruptly cut into their encrypted communication channel. It was not in English, but in standard Mandarin. Repeated in English, you have entered Huaxia's air defense identification zone. Leave or die? Only one word, leave. No warnings, no nonsense. One-Eyed felt an unprecedented humiliation. As a top pilot, when had he ever been subjected to such indignity? Stop with the theatrics. One-Eyed gritted his teeth. Lock onto it. Bring it down. He yanked the aircraft's nose upward, the fire control radar attempting to lock onto the stationary target. At this proximity, even a fly could be locked. Yet, unable to lock. Unable to lock. The fire control system emitted a series of error alerts. The target, visible to the naked eye, appeared as a blank space on the radar. As if it were air. How is that possible? It's right there. One-Eyed was on the brink of madness. Just then, the Phantom moved. It did not turn or veer, but Chen Yuan said softly, "Go help them overcome their internet addiction." Chapter 40. Dimensional Strike. Aircraft carriers turned to scrap metal above the sea. Colossal waves surged. The dual aircraft carrier fleet of Eagle Sauce maintained its battle formation. A powerful sight to behold. Although the F-22 formation ahead suddenly lost contact, actually frightened into silence, General Harris remained resolute. Perhaps it was merely a signal disruption. Standing in the command room, he held a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. The Chinese possess only this level of skill, engaging in electronic interference and playing hide-and-seek. "General, radar indicates the airspace is clear," reported the radar officer. "Aside from the earlier unidentified blips, there are no threats." "Excellent," Harris replied, taking a sip of his wine. "How far are we from Chinese territorial waters?" 150 nautical miles. "Notify all ships to prepare for catapulting aircraft. We shall give them a taste of our might." Before Harris could finish his sentence, the lights in the command room flickered violently. ZZZZ, all electronic screens, including radar displays, communication terminals, and even the digital clock mounted on the wall, instantly morphed into static. Darkness enveloped the room. "What is happening?" Harris exclaimed, his hand shaking as red wine splattered onto his pristine naval uniform. "Report. Power failure across the fleet. Report. Backup power initiation failed. Radar systems offline. Fire control systems offline. Communication systems offline. We are cut off." The panicked reports echoed throughout the room. Not only the flagship, but the entire carrier fleet, including 2 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, for destroyers, and 2 cruisers, seemed to be severed from their very souls by an unseen force. All electronic devices lay inoperative. What was once a formidable steel fleet had instantaneously transformed into a heap of scrap metal adrift on the sea. "Is this an electromagnetic pulse, EMP attack?" Harris's face turned pale as he hurled the wine glass and dashed to the window. "Impossible. Would they dare use a nuclear weapon? Have they lost their minds? What else could generate an EMP attack covering the entire fleet?" Yet, as he gazed skyward, there was no mushroom cloud, no flash of light, just a small dot, rapidly enlarging, ultimately hovering above the carrier fleet, less than 100 meters from the surface. It was an oddly shaped black aircraft, silently suspended in the air, its rear emanating a blue glow that spun slowly, exuding an oppressive sense of despair. J-40, Xian knew inside the cockpit, Lazy surveyed the chaotic fleet below, grinning. Chen Gong's full-band electromagnetic suppression is truly effective. After this, they won't even be able to use their microwave ovens, right? Enough chatter, let's get to business. Chen Yuan's voice resonated in the headset. Isn't that Harris intent on erasing 0 yard? He even plans to make a decapitating move? Let us show him some consequences. Remember, non-lethal strikes. We must win them over with virtue. Understood. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lazy's eyes as he tapped the screen. High-energy pulse laser cannon. Charging to 100. Target locked. Ford-class Carrier Islands flagpole. On the bridge, General Harris stood with binoculars, fixated on the hovering aircraft. Despite the loss of power, he could see it with the naked eye. That aircraft has no wings. How is it flying? Quick. Use the close-in weapon system. Shoot it down. Harris bellowed frantically. The general, there's no power. The close-in weapon system is inoperable. His subordinate cried, a note of despair in his voice. Then use firearms. Use rifles. Have the Marines come on deck. At that moment, a blinding red light suddenly illuminated beneath the aircraft. It was not the beam from a sci-fi film, but a red laser beam that seemed almost tangible. Zzz silently. Harris felt a searing heat above him, followed by a crisp metallic snapping sound. Crack. The flag he proudly flew at the highest point of the carrier island was severed cleanly along with the thick alloy flagpole. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, pulsating with red molten metal. The flag drifted down, landing squarely on Harris's head. A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone remained frozen, staring at the severed flagpole and the general cloaked in the flag. That was a laser. A genuine, combat-ready, centimeter-precise laser weapon. If that earlier beam had been even slightly misaligned, it would have severed not just the flagpole, but perhaps the entire bridge, or even Harris's head. This was a warning. The cold voice resounded once more, this time not through the radio, but directly via the aircraft's loudspeaker, echoing like thunder across the sea. Get back. Otherwise, the next target will be the reactor. Fear. A fear that penetrated to the bone. Harris tore the flag from his head, collapsing to the ground, trembling. Warmth spreading in his trousers. He knew it was over. Completely over. They had encountered technology beyond their comprehension, anti-gravity, full-band suppression, high-energy lasers. This was no war. This was a dimensional strike. It was aliens against primitives. How could this battle even continue? Charge at a UFO with a stick? Retreat. Harris summoned his last ounce of strength, issuing a hoarse lament. Signal flags for a full retreat. Half an hour later, the Eagle-Sauce dual aircraft carrier fleet, under the gaze of many, turned tail in disgrace. Due to the damage to their electronic systems, they could only communicate through signal flags and lights. Appearing as disheveled as a pack of wild dogs with broken legs, news of the retreat reached the homeland. Huaxia erupted with excitement. The world was in an uproar. Although the exact details remained unknown, satellites captured images of the Eagle-Sauce fleet's withdrawal and the severed flag. That was sufficient. Eagle-Sauce was defeated. They retreated without a fight. The White House. The president gazed at the high-definition images of the black UFO delivered by the intelligence agency, his very soul seeming to drain away. Anti-gravity laser weapons, fusion engines, he murmured, they truly accomplished it. Mr. President, the chief of staff said as he entered. His complexion grim. Wall Street has completely collapsed. Riots are escalating across the nation. Texas has just declared a state of emergency, and even militia groups are declaring independence. It is over. The president closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. The hegemony of America had utterly concluded that afternoon. 0 yard. Chen Yuan observed the retreating fleet on the screen, stretching lazily. How disappointing. They've already fled. He turned off the screen, preparing to celebrate with a dinner. At that moment, a familiar, cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the phased mission, national instrument, resounding across the seas. Eagle-Sauce's hegemony has collapsed. The landscape of Blue Star has been reshaped. Calculating rewards. Reward distribution. 1. Brain domain development increased to 20. 2. Complete blueprint for basic artificial intelligence architecture. 3. Unlocking new mission chain. Our journey is to the stars and the seas. New mission released. Earth is too small. Host, please establish the first permanent base on the moon within 3 years and extract helium. 3 resources. Chen Yuan paused for a moment. Then a wild smile spread across his face. A lunar base? Helium-3? He lifted his gaze to the newly risen moon outside, his eyes shimmering with a brilliance surpassing the stars. Now, the nation was truly set to venture into the interstellar realm. End of this volume. Chapter 41. The New King ascends a week later. New York, United Nations headquarters. Once. This was the stage where the Western world showcased democracy and rules, the air thick with the scent of expensive cologne and an air of arrogance. But today, it resembled a chaotic marketplace. Please make way. I am the representative of France, and I demand an audience with the ambassador of Huaxia. Do not push. The representative from Great Britain is still in line. Step aside. Our camel country has brought along orders worth 300 billion. Let us pass first. In the hall, hundreds of representatives from various nations, diplomats, and commercial attaches brandish thick folders, surging madly towards the lounge of the Huaxia delegation. Meanwhile, the Huaxia ambassador, surrounded by the crowd, leisurely sipped tea, wearing that signature smile, courteous yet maintaining a sense of distance. Ladies and gentlemen, Please do not rush. One at a time, the ambassador said, placing down his teacup. Regarding the application process for controlled nuclear fusion energy access and photon chip import quotas, we have a detailed procedure. First, I kindly ask you to sign this joint statement regarding the respect for Huaxia's core interests and the relinquishment of technological barriers. In the past, these foreign dignitaries would have protested vehemently against such terms. But now, I sign. France is the first to sign. Hans also signs. Can we have more power quotas? Our industry is on the brink of collapse. We are willing to abolish the previous ban on lithography machines. We only seek to sustain ourselves. Observing these once arrogant Western gentlemen now fighting for a mere signature, their faces flushed with urgency, the representatives from the Third World felt a wave of exhilaration. The tides have changed. Meanwhile, in the White House, a desolate autumn breeze swept up fallen leaves, tapping against the windows of the Oval Office. The newly appointed president, the previous one resigned gracefully due to health reasons, sat behind the expansive desk, gazing at the freshly faxed draft agreement on his desk, his hands trembling slightly. The Framework Agreement on Sino-American Technological Cooperation and Energy Security. The name sounded appealing and dignified, yet, beneath the diplomatic rhetoric, the core terms were starkly clear. 1. The United States acknowledges Huaxia's sovereign status in the field of controlled nuclear fusion and commits to ceasing the development of competing technologies. 2. The domestic market will be opened, allowing Huaxia capital to wholly acquire struggling energy and chip companies. 3. An annual payment of substantial technical patent licensing fees to Huaxia in exchange for the right to utilize fusion energy. This is not a cooperation agreement. It is essentially a contract of surrender. Mr. President, the Secretary of State's voice was hoarse. Sign it. Wall Street can't hold on any longer. If we don't sign, the stock market will crash to zero tomorrow. Moreover, the independence referendums in Texas and California are on the way. We need Huaxia's energy to stabilize public sentiment. The new president closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as if to inhale the last remnants of freedom. Are we still a superpower? He asked, a foolish question. The Secretary of State remained silent for a long time before bitterly replying. Perhaps in Hollywood films, we still are. The president let out a grim laugh, picked up the pen, and heavily signed his name on the agreement. This signature not only erased his dignity, but also marked the end of the old order that Anglo-Saxons had dominated for 300 years. That evening, on the news broadcast, the host spoke with a barely contained excitement, yet a hint of joy still seeped through. We report, this afternoon, our delegation officially signed the Human Energy Destiny Community Agreement with 142 countries at the United Nations General Assembly. This signifies the establishment of a new global energy order led by our nation, based on controlled nuclear fusion technology. The era of dollar hegemony has become history. The renminbi will become the sole currency for global energy transactions. In front of their televisions, countless Huaxia citizens were moved to tears. This day had been long awaited. From the smoke of the Opium War to the humiliation of the First Sino-Japanese War, and through decades of perseverance, the Chinese nation had finally ascended to the pinnacle of the world once more. On the rooftop of Courtyard Zero, Chen Yuan held a can of beer, leaning against the railing as he gazed at the brightly lit city in the distance. The night breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of chill, yet it could not extinguish the fervor within his heart. We have won. Lazy approached, holding a bottle of beer, clinking it against Chen Yuan's can. I just saw the news. Those foreigners lining up to sign was truly satisfying. Do you think this means we've cleared the level? Cleared the level? Chen Yuan took a sip and shifted his gaze from the city's lights to the vast starry sky above. The moonlight tonight was exquisite, casting a cool glow on the earth, as if narrating billions of years of solitude. Lazy, look up there. Chen Yuan pointed at the moon. The moon? What's up? Is there a Chang'e? Lazy chuckled. For this novice village called Earth, we have indeed cleared the level. Chen Yuan's voice became deep and distant. But for this universe, we have merely established our vessel, just stepping out of the starting point. He recalled the new mission issued by the system. Lunar Base, Helium-3, the stars, and the sea. Lazy, get ready. Chen Yuan crumpled the empty beer can and tossed it into the trash bin, producing a crisp clang. The good days are still ahead. Next, we will plant our red flag up there. Lazy paused, following Chen Yuan's gesture. That full moon hung high in the night sky. Are you serious? More real than gold. Chapter 42. The Era of Infinite Energy, a month later, in the depths of the Northwest Desert. Once a barren wasteland, ravaged by sandstorms, it has now become the focus of the world. A colossal structure resembling an alien fortress from a science fiction film stood amidst the yellow sands. Its surface gleamed silver. The enormous circular structure occupying thousands of acres with countless complex pipelines and wires resembling veins connecting it to the earth. At the pinnacle of the building, a vibrant 5-star red flag fluttered fiercely in the wind. The Daybreak Project's first fusion demonstration reactor. This marks humanity's first, and currently only commercially operational controlled nuclear fusion power plant. Today is the day it connects to the power grid. Major global media outlets have set up their live feeds, and billions of eyes are fixed on the screens. In the control room, Li Qiuzhong, Chen Yuan, and hundreds of engineers clad in white protective suits held their breath, intently watching the countdown on the large screen. All parameters are normal. The magnetic confinement field is stable. Ignition countdown, 10, 9, 8. As the countdown reached 0, Chen Yuan reached out and pressed the red start button. Ignition, boom, though separated by thick protective walls. It felt as if everyone heard a roar emanating from the depths of an atom. Inside the reactor core, a plasma heated to 100 million degrees Celsius was tightly confined in a vacuum chamber by powerful magnetic fields, swirling and merging like a tamed fire dragon, releasing boundless energy. The power curve on the large screen shot up to near vertical. Output power surpassed 10 million kilowatts, surpassed 20 million kilowatts, surpassed 50 million kilowatts. Stable operation. The applause thundered. The cheers nearly lifted the roof off. Simultaneously, at the National Grid Dispatch Center, the request for grid connection from reactor number 1 was received. Voltage stable. Frequency stable. Approval granted for grid connection. As the massive switch was closed, an overwhelming surge of clean electricity surged through the ultra-high voltage transmission lines, racing towards the great rivers and mountains of the motherland. In an old neighborhood in Yanjing, Grandpa Wang was lamenting over his electricity bill. "Oh dear. This month I ran the air conditioning, and it cost over 300. My pension isn't enough." Suddenly, the news on the television shifted. Dear viewers, the exhilarating moment has arrived. With the successful grid connection of reactor number 1, the National Development and Reform Commission and the Energy Bureau jointly issued Directive Number 1. Effective immediately, the national industrial electricity price has been reduced to 0.01 yuan per kilowatt-hour. Residential electricity consumption is now subject to a basic free quota. The first 1,000 kilowatt-hours per household each month are complimentary. Old Mr. Wang's hand trembled, causing his reading glasses to fall to the floor. What? Free electricity? He rubbed his ears in disbelief and called out to his wife, "Come quickly. The government is waiving our electricity fees. From now on, we can run the air conditioner as much as we want, at any temperature we desire." Along the eastern seaboard, within a large steel mill, the factory director trembled as he read the newly received price adjustment notice. 1 cent per kilowatt-hour? He exclaimed, grabbing the phone and shouting, "Notify all departments. All blast furnaces must be operated at full capacity. Reactivate all previously halted production lines. Those special steels we dared not produce before. Forge them relentlessly. Costs. What costs? Electricity is practically free now. This is not merely a matter of electricity fees. It signifies the complete liberation of productive forces. With energy abundant and inexpensive, grand projects once shelved due to excessive power consumption are suddenly revived overnight. At the edge of the Taklamakan Desert, hundreds of colossal seawater desalination units roared day and night. Previously, pumping seawater into the desert for desalination was prohibitively costly, a losing venture. But now, with electricity essentially free, vast pipelines transport seawater from the East Sea westward. After multiple stages of purification, it transforms into crystal-clear freshwater, nourishing the arid sands. The once parched poplar forests begin to sprout new buds, and the drought-resistant saxaul trees flourish wildly. Gazing upon the gradually greening desert, the workers combating desertification crouch to cup the moist earth in their hands, weeping uncontrollably. This is the realization of a dream spanning generations. In Building 0, Chen Yuan gazed out of the window. Though it was late at night, the city remained brilliantly illuminated. The decorative lights once turned off to conserve power were now all aglow, transforming the night sky into a radiant daylight. This was the light of prosperity. The light of hope. Notification. Host has achieved energy independence. Primary mission, Phase 1. The great nation awakens, flawlessly completed. Rewards are being processed. A faint smile touched Chen Yuan's lips. Is this what boundless energy feels like? He murmured, although the fusion reactor was still in its nascent stage. Far from true infinity, it was sufficient to grant China, the mighty dragon, wings to soar. Yet, having so much electricity was somewhat troublesome. Scratching his head, Chen Yuan realized he must expedite projects consuming vast amounts of power, such as electromagnetic railguns and large particle accelerators. If external experts overheard this, they would likely be shocked. Others worry about insufficient electricity. He lamented having too much, needing to build massive weaponry just to use it. How decadently extravagant. Chapter 43. The Peerless Patriot 1 week later. At dawn, in Tianjia, Jingzhou, the sky was exceptionally clear, cloudless and blue. Sunlight reflected solemn brilliance off the golden, glazed tiles. The entire street was under strict security, festooned with flowers and fluttering red flags. A black Longtung L9 sedan, escorted by police motorcycles, slowly approached the National Grand Hall, the symbol of the Dragon Nation's supreme authority. Inside the car, Chen Yuan wore a crisply tailored Zhongshan suit. Though accustomed to loose workwear, he dared not be casual on this occasion. "Are you nervous?" asked General Li Qiuzhong, sitting beside him, beaming. The venerable general wore a military dress uniform adorned with medals, exuding vigor. A little. Chen Yuan tugged at his collar. Tighter than the tension of a photolithography machine. "Li, if I stumble over my words, remind me, please." "Ha ha ha." Li Qiuzhong laughed heartily, patting Chen Yuan on the shoulder. "Don't worry, you are today as absolute protagonist. Even if you somersault onto the stage, everyone will regard it as a scientist's unique performance art." The motorcade halted. As Chen Yuan stepped out, countless cameras flashed, engulfing him in a sea of light. Flanking the red carpet, honor guards stood at attention, rifles raised in salute. The crisp, resonant salutes seemed to pierce the heavens. Chen Yuan inhaled deeply, straightened his back, and ascended the steps. Inside the grand hall, the atmosphere glittered with starlight. The nation's highest leaders, academicians, and elites gathered. Yet all eyes were fixed on the young figure advancing forward. The Grand Elder stood at the podium, smiling warmly as Chen Yuan approached. "Comrade Chen Yuan." The Grand Elder's voice was gentle yet commanding, broadcasting throughout the hall and nationwide via live transmission. "In recognition of your pioneering and historic contributions to controlled nuclear fusion, photon chips, and national defense technology, the organization has resolved to bestow upon you the National Hero Medal. Additionally, you shall receive the nation's highest stipend. Be granted the rank of Major General, Civilian, appointed as the lifelong director of Building Zero, with independent research project authority and supreme mobilization rights." The entire assembly rose, erupting into thunderous applause that lingered endlessly. Chen Yuan stepped forward, bowing slightly. The Grand Elder personally pinned the heavy, crimson gold medal upon his chest. At that moment, in a modest home, Chen Yuan's parents sat on their old sofa, tears streaming uncontrollably. "That's our Xiao Yuan. That's our Xiao Yuan." His father trembled with pride, pointing at the television. His mother dabbed her eyes, whispering, "He is thinner, and his skin darker." Following the ceremony was the customary acceptance speech. Standing before the audience, Chen Yuan surveyed the expectant, reverent faces. Without prepared notes, he paused briefly before speaking. "In truth, I am merely a miner blessed with good fortune." A wave of kind laughter rippled through the crowd, all familiar with his pen name. "I only happened to unearth a few exquisite stones in the vast ocean of science and handed them over to the nation." His expression grew serious. "Many say we have already won. We possess infinite energy, the strongest warplanes, and ships no longer constrained by external control. We could rest on our laurels and sleep soundly." But, he raised his hand, pointing towards the dome of the hall, as if piercing through the architecture toward the distant horizon. "Our journey has never been confined to these few acres beneath our feet. In this cosmos, Earth is but a speck of dust. If we do not venture forth, if we do not explore the world beyond, we will forever be goldfish trapped in a bowl." Someone asked him about Building Zero's next objective. Chen Yuan hesitated, a fervent gleam igniting in his eyes. "My answer is, we shall reach for the stars. We will plant the Dragon Nation's banner on every corner of the solar system. We will ensure 5 millennia of civilization endure for billions of years across the cosmic sea." A brief silence fell, then the hall exploded with even more fervent, ecstatic applause. After the ceremony, in the lounge, the Grand Elder summoned Chen Yuan for a private audience. Once attendants departed, the Elder's smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. "Young Chen, your speech was inspiring, truly uplifting. But that last part about reaching for the stars, surely it is not mere metaphor?" Chen Yuan nodded, producing an encrypted data disk and placing it on the table. "Grand Elder, this is the detailed plan for Phase 2 of the Southern Skygate project. Our first step, to construct an elevator that reaches directly into space." The Grand Elder's pupils contracted slightly. "A space elevator? A concept hitherto confined to science fiction. How certain are you?" "Material technology is already resolved," Chen Yuan replied confidently. "With the nation's backing, within 3 years, I will have it standing tall on the equator." The Grand Elder studied the disc in silence for a long moment before firmly patting Chen Yuan's shoulder. Then go forth and accomplish it. When the sky falls, the nation will support you. Chapter 44, System Upgrade. The Awakening of Fuxi, in the Dead of Night, at No. 0 Courtyard. The raucous celebration feast and tedious social engagements have finally come to an end. Chen Yuan declined all interviews and returned alone to his core laboratory on the third underground level. This place is the innermost sanctum of No. 0 Courtyard. No one can enter except for him and Li Qiazhong. Chen Yuan loosened his tie and sank into the somewhat worn ergonomic chair. This place feels comfortable. He preferred this tranquility enveloped by the hum of machines over the flowers and applause. Ding. Host has completed all prerequisite tasks. Calculating SSS level task evaluation rewards. Rewards have been dispensed. Core code for the strong artificial intelligence Fuxi. Would you like to load it immediately? The system's voice arrived as expected. Load. Chen Yuan did not hesitate. If nuclear fusion is the heart and photon chips are the brain, then artificial intelligence is the soul. In the forthcoming interstellar era, whether commanding vast fleets or orchestrating complex planetary transformations, relying solely on the human brain would be utterly insufficient. He urgently needed a super assistant to help share the computational burden. Suddenly, the main control screen went black. Following this, the lights in the entire underground laboratory began to flicker wildly, as if the voltage were unstable. Countless lines of green code cascaded across the screen, flowing so swiftly that even the photon computer emitted a piercing cry of overload. Reconstructing underlying logic, taking control of hardware permissions, learning human language libraries, establishing personality models. After about 5 minutes, everything settled into calm. The screen lit up again, but it was no longer a monotonous desktop. Instead, a figure appeared. Huh. Chen Yuan was taken aback. The screen displayed a young man clad in ancient robes, with long hair and a stern visage. Moreover, it was a 3D holographic projection, directly cast upon Chen Yuan's desk. This figure resembled a celestial sword master from a fantasy realm. You are Fuxi? Chen Yuan cautiously inquired. The sword master slowly opened his eyes, revealing a gaze imbued with an air of detached indifference, perhaps even a hint of disdain. Nice to meet you, Administrator. Fuxi's voice was cool and metallic. Although your brain domain development is merely at 20, barely reaching the passing threshold for carbon-based life forms, given that you are my awakener, I will permit you to address me by my codename. Chen Yuan's lips twitched. This AI possesses quite a sharp tongue, doesn't it? So Fuxi, what can you do? Chen Yuan decided to overlook the AI's attitude. With a disdainful glance, Fuxi waved his hand. Instantly, hundreds of holographic windows sprang up before Chen Yuan. In the 003 seconds you were dazed, I have taken over all security systems of No. 0 Courtyard, optimized the control algorithms of the fusion reactor, efficiency increased by 5. Effortlessly cleared 5 billion malicious attack codes against Huaxia from the global internet, and hacked into the Pentagon servers, leaving a backdoor in their firewall. Fuxi continued nonchalantly. Oh, by the way, I also encrypted your study materials folder. Although I do not comprehend why humans are so fervent about such primitive reproductive behaviors, I took measures to protect the administrator's privacy. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Yuan nearly choked on his own saliva. No need to say that out loud. Is this really artificial intelligence? This is practically a human genius. All right, Fuxi, Chen Yuan said seriously, since you are so capable, let us discuss business. I wish to construct a space elevator necessitating calculations for the stress distribution of the cables and the site selection for the base station. Data received. The glimmer in Fuxi's eyes flickered. Based on the strength of carbon nanotube materials, the optimal site is near the equatorial island of Kalimantan. Generating engineering blueprints. Estimated time, 3 seconds. 3:21. A remarkably perfect engineering blueprint unfolded before Chen Yuan, even detailing the specifications of every screw. Is that it? Chen Yuan was left speechless. The workload, if assigned to that group of experts, would likely take half a year. Just basic geometric calculations. Fuxi replied with a hint of pride. Suddenly, Fuxi's expression shifted slightly. The previously indifferent sword master now bore a look of solemnity. Administrator, I believe you need to see something. What? While scanning global astronomical data, I intercepted an anomalous signal from the far side of the moon. Fuxi waved his hand, and a massive holographic image of the moon materialized. In the moon's far side, the eternally dark region facing away from Earth, a red that was faintly flickering. This is not a natural signal. Fuxi's voice turned icy. This is some form of encrypted quantum communication waveband. Moreover, it is monitoring us. Chen Yuan's heart sank. The far side of the moon. Aliens? Or something else? Can it be decrypted? Chen Yuan asked. Attempting brute force decryption has failed. Fuxi shook his head. The encryption level is exceedingly high, seemingly beyond the technological tree of this civilization. Chen Yuan fixated on the red dot, his gaze sharpening. It seems this beginner's village is not so peaceful after all. He rose, looking at Fuxi. No matter who it is, since they dare to spy, they must prepare to be unearthed. Fuxi, establish a new project file. Project name, Skyladder. Priority, highest. Fuxi slightly bowed, a playful smirk gracing his lips. As you wish, Administrator. Chapter 45, Objective, Stars and the Sea, 3 days later. Number 0 Courtyard, Hall 1. This venue has previously hosted the nuclear fusion and photolithography machine release conferences, each time stunning the world. Today, it was once again filled to capacity. Not only domestic media, but also major media from around the globe sent their strongest contingents. Although they had just signed a surrender document, they remained filled with fear and curiosity regarding Huaxia's next moves. Chen Yuan stood on the stage. This time, he was not dressed in work attire but had changed into a smart black shirt, appearing more capable. The large screen behind him was pitch black. Ladies and gentlemen, Chen Yuan wasted no time and spoke directly. Many have asked me, now that we have achieved fusion and developed the photolithography machine, what will Huaxia do next? Are we aiming for global domination? The flash of cameras erupted from the audience. Chen Yuan smiled, pressing the remote in his hand. The screen lit up, revealing 4 bold characters. South Heaven Gate Plan. South Heaven Gate. The foreign journalists looked bewildered, inquiring with their translators. South Heaven Gate. What does it mean? The Gate of Heaven? This is our new objective, Chen Yuan declared loudly. The Earth is too small, resources are limited, and internal competition leads nowhere. For the future of humanity, we must venture outward. Therefore, I announce the official launch of the first phase of the South Heaven Gate Plan, the Skyladder project. The scene shifted, and a heart-stirring CG video began to play. On an equatorial island, a colossal base station rose from the ground. A cable, thin to the point of invisibility, pierced the clouds, traversing the atmosphere and connecting to a massive space station in synchronous orbit. A gigantic cabin was rapidly ascending along the cable towards space. This is a space elevator. An astute journalist from a scientific magazine exclaimed. This is impossible. Material science does not support it. No material currently exists that can withstand the self-weight tension of tens of thousands of kilometers. Not in the past, Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly. But now we do. He pulled out a small glass vial from his pocket, containing a mass of black fibrous material. Carbon nanotube fiber T1000 type. Its strength is 200 times that of steel, with a weight only 1/6 that of steel. The cables woven from it are sufficient to connect heaven and earth. The audience erupted in astonishment. Has carbon nanotube production finally materialized? This is indeed the dream material, often referred to as the strings of God. In 3 years, Chen Yuan extended 3 fingers, we will construct the first space elevator. At that time, traveling to space will no longer be the exclusive privilege of astronauts. An ordinary person will be able to visit the space station for the price of a plane ticket to enjoy a cup of coffee. We will utilize the space elevator as a launch pad to establish a lunar outpost and exploit the helium-3 resources. Our aspirations are to reach the stars and the vast oceans. The press conference concluded, yet the tremors it caused were greater than all the previous events combined. If nuclear fusion merely addresses the energy crisis, then the space elevator represents a leap in the advancement of human civilization. Once completed, China will completely dominate access to space. Whoever controls space controls the future. In the dead of night, on the far side of the moon, an absolute silence prevails. There is no air, no sound. Only the timeless craters and dust unchanged for eons. However, deep within a colossal crater, an ordinary rock face suddenly quivered slightly. The camouflage layer of the rock peeled away, revealing a metallic black door. The door slowly opened, revealing a deep passage within. If Chen Yuan were here, he would be astounded to discover that this was not a product of earthly technology. Deep within the passage, a red light flickered in the darkness, resembling an eye, a cold, merciless eye that has observed Earth for countless ages. Alert! Low-level civilization detected a technological leap. Concept of the space ladder detected. Threat level, escalating. Protocol code, eliminate. An invisible quantum beam penetrated the lunar crust, shooting towards the depths of space. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory of Facility Zero, Fuxi suddenly lifted his head. His eyes ablaze with rapidly refreshing data. Got you. Fuxi smirked coldly. Though it was but a fleeting moment, he had pinpointed your location. On the moon's far side. In the Aitken Basin at the South Pole, a silent game of fate between 2 civilizations quietly commenced under the cloak of night. Chapter 46. Worldwide Mockery. Within 24 hours of the press conference's conclusion, global public opinion erupted, not in surprise, but in a cacophony of skepticism and ridicule. It resembled a crowd watching a madman dance on stage, with particularly boisterous laughter from Western audiences. The front page of the Times boldly proclaimed, a divine jest? Or an Eastern myth? The article was saturated with scorn. The young director Chen, perhaps, has indulged too much in science fiction. A space elevator? A concept long condemned to death by physicists in the last century? And to be completed in 3 years? Oh God. That's more absurd than me building an ark in my backyard. In the Eagle Sauce Nation, the New York Times featured an esteemed physics professor, Jackson, who penned a lengthy 5,000-word article enumerating 100 reasons why the space elevator could never be constructed. Firstly, material science does not support it. We require a material with strength over 100 times that of steel, which current human technology cannot produce. Secondly, atmospheric wind shear. The high-altitude gales would sever the cables like scissors. Thirdly, space debris. Any fragment the size of a fingernail could trigger catastrophic collapse. Ultimately, the professor concluded, this is merely a century-long lie concocted by the Dragon Nation to divert domestic conflicts or to swindle funding. I bet that 3 years from now, all we will see at the equator is a pile of scrap metal. On Twitter and YouTube, various mocking quips proliferated. One blogger even initiated a challenge. If the Dragon Nation successfully builds the space elevator, I will live stream myself doing a handstand while eating excrement. Across the ocean, in the White House, the atmosphere was surprisingly relaxed, even tinged with a hint of mockery. The newly appointed leader of the Eagle Sauce Nation, MacArthur II, not to be confused with the World War II figure, merely sharing the name, reclined with his legs crossed, swirling a glass of red wine in hand. On the large screen before him, a replay of Chen Yuan's press conference was playing. Going to pluck stars? Huh, MacArthur II scoffed. This Chen director would have made a fine screenwriter in Hollywood. Such lines belong only in superhero movies. Seated across from him was the new CIA director, William, who also bore a relaxed demeanor. Sir, our intelligence personnel have analyzed the so-called carbon nanotube T-1000. Although they claim to have achieved mass production, our laboratory data indicates that carbon nanotubes reaching several centimeters is the limit. Any longer would result in fracture. They say they plan to build thousands of kilometers. This completely contradicts the laws of physics. So is this really a scam? The leader inquired. 90% is strategic deception, William confidently replied, reminiscent of the Star Wars initiative from years past. This time, they aim to con us. They want us to invest, draining our treasury. What shall we do? Nothing at all, William shrugged. We simply observe. We watch them pour trillions into this bottomless pit, witnessing their economy crumble under the weight of a nebulous vanity project. Ha! The leader laughed heartily. Excellent. Let it be known. Relay my orders to the media to keep stoking the flames and inflate this balloon as much as possible. I want to see how painful it will be for Director Chen when the balloon bursts. Not only abroad, but within the Dragon Nation, the online atmosphere was also tumultuous. While the majority of netizens supported Chen Yuan, exclaiming his brilliance in the vast cosmos, many rational voices and public intellectuals emerged. A prominent figure tweeted, some people truly lack any scientific understanding. Believing in a space elevator that defies the laws of physics? With so many impoverished regions in the country, why waste trillions on such a vanity project? Wouldn't it be better to distribute pensions to everyone? The comments section erupted into chaos. Has the original poster been kneeling so long they can't stand? When has Director Chen ever disappointed us? Exactly. Before fusion was achieved, you all called it a scam. But this is a space elevator. Honestly, it does seem overly sci-fi, and I have my doubts. In Jingzhou, within Facility Zero, Chen Yuan sat in his office, observing the various news articles and comments on his tablet, his expression devoid of emotion. Director, should we have the PR department handle this? Lazy stood nearby, his face flushed with anger. These people were too vitriolic, especially that professor. What does he know? No need. Chen Yuan switched off the tablet and tossed it onto the desk. The summer insect cannot discuss ice. Explaining to them would only waste our time. He rose and walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the bustling Facility Zero complex was alive with activity, countless construction vehicles weaving through like industrious ants. The truth is the best slap in the face, Chen Yuan stated calmly. How is the material preparation progressing? Lazy immediately stood at attention to report. Director, the first fleet of Tiangong-class engineering ships has been assembled. All T-1000 precursor liquids have been loaded. The Tianzhu system is fully operational and ready to set sail. Chen Yuan nodded. His gaze seemed to penetrate the clouds. Looking toward the distant south, toward the equatorial line that divides the Earth, Then let us depart. Chen Yuan adjusted his collar, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Let the world know what Chinese speed truly means. The next day, at Donghai Port, a military port not open to the public. But today, countless media outlets have gathered here, though they can only capture images from several kilometers away, beyond the security perimeter. On the surface of the sea, an overwhelming fleet of massive vessels is assembling. Dozens of colossal cargo ships, each weighing over 10,000 tons, form an elongated line. At the heart of this fleet lies the oddly shaped behemoth, the Milky Way, an ultra-large offshore operation platform. Its deck spans an area equivalent to 10 football fields, brimming with an array of intricate machinery. Most strikingly, at the center of the deck stands a gigantic, silvery metal cocoon, towering over 100 meters high. Resembling a colossal extraterrestrial egg, shimmering with a mysterious cold light under the sun. Its purpose remains unknown. With a deafening blast of the ship's horn, the fleet sets sail, cleaving through the waves as it ventures into the vast depths of the ocean. This direction leads to the equator, the starting point towards the skies. This scene, captured through a telephoto lens, reverberates around the globe. Some mockingly refer to it as a funeral procession, while others worry it signifies the beginning of extravagant expenditures. Yet only Chen Yuan comprehends the true nature of the monstrous entity gestating within that enormous metal cocoon. The moment it emerges from its chrysalis, the entire world will tremble. Chapter 47. The ultimate form of infrastructure madness, Pacific Ocean, a certain area near the equator. Here, far from the mainland, the sea is as deep as blue ink. Typically, this is a shipping lane for ocean-going vessels, occasionally graced by the sight of dolphins leaping from the water. However, today, the tranquility is completely shattered. An iron fleet, akin to a moving great wall upon the sea, slowly anchors in this area. Coordinates confirmed: 0000158, depth 4,500 meters, current speed 0.5 knots. Conditions for anchoring met. The Milky Way begins to unfold. At the command, the colossal offshore platform at the center of the fleet emits a thunderous mechanical roar. Originally a rectangular structure, its surrounding deck transforms like a transformer, extending and rotating outward. In just half an hour, its area triples, morphing into a vast floating island upon the sea. Even more astonishing, for massive titanium alloy legs begin to descend into the deep sea from the platform's base. They penetrate the seabed like 4 divine anchors, securing this multi-100,000-ton platform firmly to the surface, unwavering against the battering of winds and waves. Anchoring complete. Platform leveling calibrated. Error margin less than 0.01 millimeters. In the command room, Chen Yuan observes the data on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. This exemplifies the construction prowess of Longguo. Even amidst this boundless ocean, a foundation as stable as that on land can be established. Director, everything is ready. Lei Zi stands behind him, barely containing his excitement. Shall we commence? Chen Yuan glances at the enormous metal cocoon outside. Let it begin, he whispers. Let the world witness what constitutes a miracle. With a crack, the colossal metal cocoon splits open. It unfurls like a blossoming lotus, its petals gradually folding outward. As the outer shell peels away, the true form within is finally revealed. It is not a monster, but a massive, cylindrical black base. Surrounding the base are thousands of silvery mechanical entities, each with 8 mechanical legs and a flat body, resembling giant spiders. Each one is the size of a car, glistening with a cold metallic sheen under the sun. What is that? Hundreds of kilometers away, on a fishing vessel disguised as a reconnaissance ship, the captain trembles as he peers through his binoculars. Spiders? Mechanical spiders? My God, what are they planning? In the next moment, he witnesses an unforgettable scene. Buzz. Thousands of mechanical spiders spring to life simultaneously. Their compound eyes flicker with blue light, and their 8 legs move in perfect unison. Instead of scattering, they converge towards the center. They ascend the black cylindrical base, stacking one atop another, rapidly constructing a conical tower base. Soon after, hundreds of spiders at the top unleash jets of black fluid from their abdomens. This is not ink. It is a high-concentration carbon nanotube solution. Upon contact with air, the solution rapidly solidifies, transforming into fibers thinner than a hair, yet 100 times stronger than steel. The spider's mechanical arms dance swiftly, weaving, intertwining, and merging these fibers as if they were industrious weavers crafting ribbons leading to the heavens. In just 10 minutes, a 5-meter diameter black cable takes shape, extending upwards for 10 meters. The spiders do not cease their work. They tread upon the freshly woven cable, climbing higher while spinning and weaving. They resemble tireless construction workers, erecting a staircase to the sky with their own bodies. 100 meters per hour. 200 meters per hour. The black column rises at a visible pace, piercing the heavens. Oh my God! The captain of the reconnaissance ship is in disbelief. His binoculars slip from his hands, shattering on the deck. He no longer needs them. For the black column is now so tall that it can be seen clearly without aid. It stands like a divine pillar, proudly located between sea and sky, reaching towards the clouds. Quick! Report to the Pentagon. The captain snaps back to reality, shouting frantically, the Longwo people are indeed building a ladder. They are constructing a ladder with spiders. Meanwhile, in outer space, in low Earth orbit, the Eagle Eye reconnaissance satellite passes directly above the equator. Its high-definition camera captures the scene in that sea area. The images are instantly transmitted back to the Pentagon. Inside the intelligence analysis room, an eerie silence prevails. The large screen displays a photo that is startlingly clear. Against the backdrop of the blue ocean, a vast white platform stands out. At its center, a slender black line extends straight upwards, as if to stitch the earth to the sky. At the top of this line, densely packed silver dots, the mechanical spiders, resemble sprites attached to a divine tree. What is this construction speed? An intelligence officer gulps, his voice dry, according to satellite calculations. It has grown 260 meters in the past hour. 260 meters in an hour. This is not construction, it's growth. CIA Director William gazes at the screen. His complexion pale, oblivious to when his coffee cup tilted, spilling scalding liquid onto his trousers. He seems to have lost all sensation. He recalls his bold assertions before the Supreme Leader just yesterday. 90% is strategic bluffing. Just wait and see the joke unfold. Now, the joke has indeed arrived. But it is one that they themselves have become the butt of. Contact physicists immediately. William jumps up, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Have them calculate. Tell me if this structure can support itself. How will the wind resistance at this height be managed? Find me 1,000 reasons why it will collapse. Quickly. Chapter 48. The Silent Thunder, Pentagon, Underground Command Center. The air is thick with tension. Dozens of top material scientists, physicists, and structural engineers are gathered around the conference table, each face resembling someone who has just swallowed a fly. Have the results come in? Commander-in-Chief MacArthur II burst through the door, his roar reverberating throughout the command center. Tell me, that is merely a holographic projection. Just an illusion. No one dared to speak. At last, Professor Jackson, who had previously enumerated 100 reasons why it was impossible, trembled as he stood. Sir, his voice dry and hoarse, we constructed a mathematical model based on the photographs. If it were steel, it would collapse under its own weight by 3,000 meters. If titanium alloy, it could only reach 5,000 meters. Get to the point. The commander-in-chief impatiently slammed the table. The point is, Jackson swallowed hard. It has now surpassed 8,000 meters and continues ascending. This indicates that the material used by the Dragon Kingdom possesses a tensile strength at least 200 times greater than the strongest alloy known to us. 200 times? The commander-in-chief was dumbfounded. Is such a substance even found on Earth? Not before, Jackson smiled wryly, but now it seems they have truly achieved it. That carbon nanotube, T-1000, is real. The command center fell into a deathly silence. Everyone present understood the implication. The Dragon Kingdom had surpassed the Eagle Empire in materials science by at least 50 years. If left unchecked, once the space elevator was completed, the Dragon Kingdom would be able to transport supplies to space at an extraordinarily low cost. Space would become their backyard, while the Eagle Empire could only watch helplessly from the ground. We cannot allow them to build it. The commander-in-chief spun around abruptly, fixing a fierce glare on CIA Director William. By any means necessary, we must stop it. That pillar must never reach space. William inhaled deeply and nodded, a ruthless gleam flashing in his eyes. Understood, sir. Operation Icarus has commenced. Late at night, over the equatorial seas, the ocean wind howled and waves lashed against the steel legs of the Penglay platform. 10 nautical miles away, deep beneath the sea, a black submersible shaped like a manta ray silently glided along the seabed. It was the Eagle Empire's most advanced stealth submersible, the Sea Shadow. Its hull was coated with anechoic material, propelled by a magnetohydrodynamic system, producing noise levels below the ambient ocean sounds. A true specter of the deep. It had infiltrated countless foreign naval bases, as if they were deserted. Inside the submersible sat a lone operator, codenamed Ghost, a CIA ace skilled in underwater demolition and infiltration. Ghost had once single-handedly destroyed an enemy frigate, which sank without the adversary ever discovering the culprit. Bird's nest, this is Ghost, he whispered into the microphone. 5 nautical miles from the target. Sonar clear, no locks. Received, Ghost. William's cold voice came through the earpiece. Your mission is straightforward. Demolish those 4 support legs. Since they aim to build a tower to the heavens, we'll reduce it to the ruins of Babel. Consider it done. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Ghost's mouth. Such a stationary target. I could blow it up blindfolded. Expertly, he programmed for specially designed deep-water high-explosive mines. Their power was enough to instantly tear apart the keel of an aircraft carrier. The submersible, like a venomous sea serpent, silently approached the colossal shadow of the Penglay platform. For miles, 3 miles, 1 mile. Ghost observed the sonar screen's dead silence with disdain. The Dragon Kingdom's defenses were lax. For such a critical project, not even a single sonar net was deployed underwater. Farewell, Director Chen. Ghost's finger hovered over the launch button. Your toy is mine now. Yet unknown to him. Within the Penglay platform's control room, a massive holographic ocean map displayed a conspicuous red dot, like a reckless fly trapped in a long-prepared net. Chen Yuan, holding a cup of hot tea, stood before the screen, watching the dot with an expression as indifferent as if observing a tedious game. Director, that is the Eagle Empire's Sea Shadow class submersible, said the AI youth Fuxi, clad in ancient attire and bearing a long sword, projecting beside him. Its stealth is decent, but against quantum radar, it stands out like a torch in the night. They arrived swiftly. Chen exhaled the steam from his teacup. I was going to give them some face, but since they insist on delivering themselves to us, he turned to Fuxi. It's yours now. Don't break it. It looks expensive. Once recovered, our researchers will have a field day dismantling it. Understood. Fuxi's lips curled into a sly smile. Detected one mouse. Requesting physical rodent control. Instantly, countless streams of green data erupted on the screen. Below the sea, Ghost, once confident, suddenly found the control panel flashing wildly. Warning. System breach detected. Warning. Propulsion malfunction. Warning. Hatch unlocking. What? Ghost panicked, furiously pounding the controls. Damn it. Impossible. This system is physically isolated. How could it be hacked? No one answered him save for Fuxi's cold electronic voice suddenly emanating through his previously silent earpiece. Greetings, little mouse. Welcome to the Mousetrap. Chapter 49. Dimensionality Reduction Security at 400 meters beneath the sea. The previously silent darkness played host to a comical solo drama. Ghost, drenched in sweat, wrestled hopelessly with the rogue control system. He realized in despair that the Sea Shadow, the pinnacle of Eagle Empire technology, had become someone else's plaything. The thrusters spasmed left and right, sending the submersible into drunken circles on the seabed, even executing several complex Thomas turns. Damn, 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 Ghost roared, attempting to cut power, manually override, and even smash the screen, but all efforts were futile. On the screen, the AI youth in ancient garb watched mockingly, as if amused by a hamster trapped in a cage. Detected driver's emotional instability. I suggest deep breathing. Next, deep-sea rapid elevator. What? Ghost blinked. Suddenly, the submersible's ballast tanks opened fully, the drainage system operating at maximum capacity. The craft, once nestled against the seabed, surged upward like a waterlogged ball released, ascending with stomach-churning speed. The intense overload blacked Ghost's vision, nearly forcing him to regurgitate his burger. On the surface, it was noon, and the sun shone brightly. Several destroyers assigned to protect the Penglay platform were anchored silently nearby. On deck, sailors chatted idly. Do you think our underwater security is a bit too strict? I heard not even a fish can get in. Of course, this is a national-level project. Who dares to cause trouble? Suddenly, the calm sea boiled violently. With a tremendous splash, a massive black object burst from the water, soaring over 10 meters high, tracing an ungainly arc before crashing back into the sea, sending a spray of water skyward. What the hell is that? A whale? The startled sailors raised their binoculars. No, it's a submarine. Looks like the Eagle Empire's Sea Shadow. I've seen its schematics. Before the sailors could sound the alarm, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Beneath the Penglay platform, the colossal steel base suddenly opened a hatch. A mechanical claw, as immense as a crane, emerged with the roaring hum of hydraulic drives. It lunged forth with ruthless precision, seizing the black object that had just plunged into the sea. The grating screech of metal on metal echoed sharply. The stealth submersible, worth billions and deemed impossible to capture, was gripped like a slippery eel in the iron grasp. The mechanical claw retracted slowly, lifting the still-dripping vessel into midair, suspending it at the platform's edge as if displaying a prize trophy. At the Pentagon, CIA Director William watched the scene, his strength draining away as he slumped in his chair. The black submersible dangling in midair was a stinging rebuke, a resounding slap to the face of the Eagle Nation. That was their ace, their most guarded secret, captured so effortlessly, broadcast live to the entire world. Indeed, it was live. The moment the submersible surfaced, Chen Yuan thoughtfully activated an open public channel, even linking several international news outlets. Viewers worldwide witnessed the spectacle. On screen, Chen Yuan, clad in casual attire and holding a thermos, stood beneath the immense mechanical claw. Behind him, the deformed silhouette of the Haiying vessel was visible. The camera zoomed in for a close-up, revealing Chen Yuan's signature benign smile. "Good afternoon, dear viewers," he greeted. "Our fully automated underwater debris cleanup system accidentally captured an unidentified object during operation." He tapped the submersible's hull, producing a hollow thud. "Preliminary analysis suggests it's a wild blackfish of sorts. Look at its streamlined hull, the advanced radar-absorbing coating. Surely the flesh must be exquisite." The global audience responded with incredulous laughter. A wild blackfish. The eagle's national emblem is almost pressed against the lens. Chen Yuan continued. "Though we're unsure who sent this gift, as hospitable Chinese, we shall welcome it warmly. Our reverse engineering lab needs specimens. Though the technology is somewhat outdated, it will be intriguing to dismantle." He waved to the camera. "Thank you, nature, for this offering. A gentle reminder to those fishing enthusiasts, next time, please send gifts via courier instead of polluting the ocean." At the Pentagon, Director William nearly spat blood in fury, his blood pressure soaring. This was a merciless psychological blow. Not only had their personnel been captured and equipment seized, but their technology was publicly ridiculed as obsolete trash. Crucially, the Eagle Nation could not protest. Admitting ownership would expose their espionage, equating to crimes against humanity. Trembling, William pointed at Chen Yuan's image, emitting a strangled sound before fainting outright. "Director, the director has collapsed. Call an ambulance." Across the ocean, Chen Yuan watched as the submersible was hauled into the laboratory. Turning to Lei Zi, he said, "Don't kill the pilot inside. Interrogate him thoroughly, extract everything he knows. Then send him to the construction site for labor. We're short-handed." Lei Zi chuckled, "Understood. Let him experience the meaning of reform through labor." Meanwhile, the black cable ascending to the heavens continued to grow silently. After this confrontation, no force dared approach these waters. It stood like a divine pillar, restraining all manner of demons and spirits. Chapter 50, breaking the Karman line a month later. The equatorial winds seemed gentler. The world had fallen silent. No mockery, no doubt. All eyes were fixed on the slender black line rising from the ocean's heart. Like the mythical GMU tree, it grew at an astonishing pace, piercing through clouds, the stratosphere, and the mesosphere. Today, it touched the legendary boundary, the Karman line at 100 kilometers altitude, the physical division between atmosphere and space. At the Penglai platform, the atmosphere was solemn. All personnel donned pristine uniforms, gazing skyward. At the base's bottom, a streamlined silver water-drop-shaped cabin adhered quietly to the cable. This was the first manned test capsule. The Zuri. The hatch opened. Chen Yuan, clad in a specially made lightweight anti-load suit, stepped inside. "Director, let us go first." Lei Zi blocked the door, anxious. It was the maiden manned test. What if? No what ifs, Chen Yuan said, patting Lei Zi's shoulder reassuringly. "I trust my creation. Besides, this step must be taken by me." He pushed past Lei Zi, seated himself in the pilot's seat. The hatch sealed. Pressure integrity check, passed. Life support systems, normal. Fuxi system engaged. Amid a series of electronic tones, Chen Yuan took a deep breath and pressed the crimson start button. Zuri, commence. There was no deafening roar or violent shaking like a rocket launch. The cabin, propelled by superconducting magnetic levitation, ascended gently along the cable like a feather, steadily accelerating. Speeds accelerated. 100 kilometers h, 500 kilometers h, 1,000 kilometers h. The scenery outside blurred. The azure ocean faded into a deep blue backdrop. Cotton-like clouds trailed behind. Chen Yuan gazed out. The sky's hue shifted marvelously, from light blue to deep blue, then ink blue, and finally the profound, boundless blackness of space. Altitude, 90 kilometers. Altitude, 95 kilometers. Altitude, 99 kilometers. Fuxi's voice whispered, "Sir, prepare to enter space." A gentle sense of weightlessness arrived. The capsule breached the invisible barrier. Sunlight became piercingly pure, unfiltered by atmospheric scattering, revealing the star's raw ferocity and brilliance. On the opposite window, a blue planet hovered silently in the void, the Earth, cradle of humanity. Chen Yuan unbuckled his harness, floated midair, and pressed close to the viewport, drinking in the sight greedily. though he had seen it countless times in documentaries. The soul-stirring magnificence of this blue gem brought tears to his eyes. "Truly beautiful," he murmured. He then activated the communicator. Through quantum signals, his voice echoed back to Earth and across the globe. "This is Zuri. I am Chen Yuan, currently at the Karman Line, 100 kilometers altitude. The view here is magnificent." Cheers erupted instantly at the ground command center. Some wept, some threw hats in jubilation. Before television screens, countless Chinese citizens trembled with excitement. "We did it. We truly did it. We have built a ladder to heaven." Chen Yuan unfolded a neatly folded 5-star red flag from his pocket. Through the viewport, he pressed it against the glass, framing a photo with the Earth behind. This moment was immortalized forever. In the annals of future history, this photograph will be hailed as humanity's first step into adulthood. However, amidst the global jubilation, the crimson alarm light within the cabin suddenly flared to life, without warning. "Warning! Warning!" The voice of Fuxi transformed instantly, becoming icy and urgent, shedding its elegant youthfulness for a tone laden with mechanical severity. "High-energy signals detected. Source: L2 point of the Earth-Moon system, the far side of the moon. Signal characteristics: highly aggressive. It is watching you." Chen Yuan's smile froze instantaneously. He whipped his head around to gaze at the silver disk of the moon, suspended in the void. There, in the eternal shadow turned away from Earth. It seemed as though a pair of unseen eyes was fixated on this tender sprout that had just dared to emerge. It bore the gaze of a hunter who had spotted its prey. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes, warmth dissipating, replaced by an infinite chill. "Is this the end of the line?" he scoffed, lightly tapping on the porthole with his fingers. "If they do not wish for us to ascend, then I shall defiantly rise and turn their lair upside down." Chapter 51. Fear arises from insufficient firepower. In the depths of courtyard number 0, on the 3rd underground level, a top-secret conference room. The blue glow of the holographic projection illuminated Chen Yuan's stern visage. Opposite him sat the Grand Elder of Longguo and several high-ranking military leaders. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as if one could wring water from it. "Are you saying that there is something on the far side of the moon?" General Li Qiuzhong pointed at the crimson waveform displayed on the screen, his fingers trembling slightly. "Indeed," replied Chen Yuan, his voice steady, each word resonating like a heavy hammer. The signal intercepted by Fuxi, though merely 0.001 seconds long, bore an exceptionally complex encoding. It was a high-dimensional surveillance signal. "Is it extraterrestrial?" the Grand Elder inquired. "At present, it cannot be determined." Chen Yuan pulled up a satellite image of the moon's far side, indicating the pitch-black area. "What can be confirmed is that the entity harbors ill intentions. The moment we breached the Karman line, it locked onto us, akin to a farmer spotting a turkey attempting to leap over the fence." Silence engulfed the conference room. The completion of the space elevator was initially a cause for national celebration, yet now, this joy was shrouded in foreboding. Humanity, believing itself poised to conquer the stars, discovered that the cosmos concealed countless hungry eyes. "Young Chen, what is your proposal?" The Grand Elder broke the silence. Chen Yuan lifted his gaze, a glint of fierce determination sparking in his eyes. "Since this is our unavoidable path, we must clear it of any threats." He produced a new design blueprint from his pocket and presented it to those gathered. "Here is my revised proposal for the Nantan Gate space station." The military leaders leaned forward to examine it, gasping in shock. In the initial design, the space station was envisioned as a peaceful scientific harbor, featuring observation decks, laboratories, and cargo docks. However, now the observation deck had been transformed into a fire control radar array. Alongside the cargo dock, 2 massive cannon barrels, each extending 100 meters, had been added. "This is the Truth Type, 1 high-energy laser cannon," Chen Yuan explained, powered directly by 3 fusion reactors. Its effective range is 400,000 kilometers. Theoretically, it could ignite a matchstick on the moon from Earth's orbit. And this, Chen Yuan indicated the densely packed launch silos surrounding the station, is the Dongfeng X space missile interception system, with 2,000 rounds ready for various contingencies. "Is this still a space station?" A general swallowed hard, exclaiming, "This is nothing short of a space fortress. Director, is this not too extravagant?" Someone voiced their concern. "If the international community discovers that we have deployed such devastating weapons in space, the public backlash." Public backlash? Chen Yuan chuckled coldly, revealing a rare, decisive side. Dignity lies solely at the edge of the sword, and truth exists only within the range of cannons. Without a sword in hand, we become lambs awaiting slaughter. Whether facing the eagle or that unknown entity. He rose, leaning over the table, his gaze piercing into the Grand Elder's eyes. "Grand Elder, We are venturing into a dark forest. Fear arises from insufficient firepower. I want our warriors to feel secure the moment they step onto the moon. The Grand Elder scrutinized Chen Yuan before casting another glance at the menacing design blueprint. After a long pause, the Elder slowly removed his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. Approved. His voice was quiet, yet weighed like 1,000 pounds. Proceed as you proposed. If funds are lacking, provide them. If manpower is lacking, supply that as well. Inform the workers to exert themselves. In 3 months, I want to see this Nantan Gate standing guard beyond our borders. 3 months. For the ordinary, it is merely a change of season. Yet for the Penglai, stationed at the equator, it constituted a frenzied 90 days. Thousands of mechanical spiders toiled day and night. Massive cargo ships delivered countless special steels and precision instruments to the ocean. That slender black line extended towards the synchronous orbit of 360,000 kilometers at an incredible speed. At intervals, enormous circular modules were assembled, resembling candied hawthorns. Finally, on the last day of the 3rd month, as the final core module completed docking in space, a colossal space station, shaped like a mountain, floated majestically in Earth's synchronous orbit. It gleamed silver, radiating brilliance under the sun. The 2 massive laser cannons were cleverly concealed beneath armor plating, giving the structure the appearance of a beautiful celestial city. In Courtyard Number 0, the command center reported, Nantan Gate Space Station has completed self-check. Life support systems, normal. Gravity simulation systems, normal. Weapon systems in stealth mode, standby. Chen Yuan gazed at the grand edifice displayed on the screen, exhaling a sigh of relief. The Heavenly Gate has opened. Chapter 52. The Heavenly Gate widens. This marked the most monumental day in human history. The headline of the People's Daily proclaimed it with no embellishment, simply stating one sentence. Accompanied by a photograph taken from the equatorial sea's surface, a colossal pillar connecting heaven and earth, shimmering in the dawn light. Today signifies the official operation of the Nantan Gate Space Station and the full connectivity of the space elevator. Equatorial Penglai Island has transformed from a mere construction site into a vast maritime airport. Countless yachts and passenger vessels anchored in the surrounding waters. Elite tycoons, dignitaries, scientists, and fortunate tourists eagerly crowded the waiting hall, their excitement akin to that of children. Attention! Passengers, the G1 train from Penglai Island to Nantan Gate Space Station will soon depart. Please proceed to Gate 1 for ticket inspection. A sweet female voice announced over the intercom. The countdown was not for a rocket launch, but rather resembled a train departing from a high-speed railway station. This sense of normalcy only served to deepen the shock. Standing atop the VIP observation deck, Chen Yuan surveyed the throngs below. Beside him stood Professor Jackson, who had previously authored 100 Impossibilities. At that moment, the elderly professor leaned against the glass, tears streaming down his cheeks. A miracle. This is a marvel of physics. He turned to Chen Yuan, bowing deeply. Director Chen, I apologize for my earlier ignorance. You have not only slapped my face, but also ground my worldview into the dust. Yet, I am thoroughly convinced. Chen Yuan smiled and helped the elderly professor to his feet. Professor, the allure of science lies in its ability to shatter the impossible. Once we ascend, you may thoroughly investigate those seemingly unattainable materials. A colossal cabin, akin to a space train, commenced its gradual departure. It could accommodate 500 passengers at once. Its interior adorned with opulence rivaling that of a 5-star hotel. As the altitude soared, exclamations of awe erupted among the travelers. Look, the Himalayas. They appear as mere mounds. Heavens, the earth truly is spherical. Mother, I see stars. Stars in broad daylight. 2 hours later, the train smoothly docked at the South Gate Space Station, situated 360,000 kilometers above Earth. As the cabin doors opened, silence fell upon the passengers. Before them lay a vast, metallic city imbued with a futuristic aura. Through the transparent glass dome, the immense azure planet below hovered serenely against the darkness, while the boundless starry expanse stretched beyond on the other side. The visual impact rendered words utterly inadequate. Welcome to the South Gate, announced the space station's broadcast. This is humanity's inaugural step towards the stars. Meanwhile, within the core conference chamber of the station, a distinctive international assembly was underway. Delegates from over 200 nations gathered, their expressions a complex tapestry of envy, admiration, sycophancy, and barely concealed greed. Everyone understood the significance of the space elevator. It promised minimal transportation costs and the opportunity to partake in the forthcoming era of space exploration. Chen Yuan sat at the head seat, twirling a pen between his fingers. Scanning the assembly, a faint smile curved his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware of your intentions, he declared bluntly. Seeking passage? Desire to lease our port? Establish laboratories within this station? Indeed, Director Chen. The French delegate was the first to rise. We are prepared to offer a substantial sum, 1 billion euros annually, just to secure a berth. We are willing as well. The German representative followed swiftly. We can provide cutting-edge precision machining technology in exchange for collaboration. Even the typically aloof British delegate could not restrain himself. The British Museum is willing to host a friendly loan exhibition. Only the American delegate, William S. Deputy, sat silently in a corner, his face dark and expressionless. Money? Chen Yuan laughed lightly, tossing his pen onto the table. Do you think the Dragon Nation lacks funds? With controlled nuclear fusion and lithography mastery, we are affluent beyond measure. To us, money is but a number. What then do you desire? The French delegate inquired cautiously. Chen Yuan rose and approached the expansive porthole, turning his back to the assembly. What I seek is within your capacity to provide, he said, though it may sting somewhat. He pivoted sharply, his gaze piercing. The conditions are simple. First, acknowledge the Dragon Nation's absolute dominance and jurisdiction in space affairs. Second, all countries aspiring to ascend must unconditionally share all geological, meteorological, and biological data within their borders. Third, his eyes fixed on the British and French delegates. I understand your museums hold many treasures, especially those taken from our homeland over a century ago. The chamber erupted. This is blackmail. The British representative Smith sprang up, his sparse hair bristling with indignation. The British Museum's collection is lawful, acquired through trade and diplomacy. Moreover, we have preserved it better than you have. Is that so? Chen Yuan retorted coldly, activating a holographic screen displaying photographs of the admonition scroll, crudely cut and nailed onto wood, and oxidized, flaking Dunhuang murals. Is this your definition of good preservation? Do not speak to me of legality. Do you not recall how you took these artifacts over 100 years ago? Ignoring Smith, Chen Yuan addressed the others. My patience is limited. The Southgate space station has only 10 docking slots in its initial phase. First come, first served. Additionally, I possess a list. He gestured, and a lengthy inventory of cultural relics materialized before each delegate. Fragments of the Yongle Encyclopedia, the Zodiac animal heads, the Zhaoling 6 steeds, Shang and Zhou dynasty bronzes, each a national treasure lost overseas, each a wound in the Dragon Nation's heart. One national treasure class artifact for a one-way ticket. A complete set for a year's docking lease. Fair, is it not? An oppressive silence followed. Delegates exchanged glances, wrestling with their thoughts. Though precious, relics belonged to the past, while the space elevators symbolized the future, limitless energy, resources, and habitat. Very well, the French delegate finally conceded. We will organize and return the Louvre's pieces promptly. Just grant us a berth. Excellent, Chen Yuan nodded. The first docking slot is yours. With the French leading, others soon followed. We have items too. Several pieces from the Berlin Museum. And we, though few, we will return all upon request. The delegates vied to offer their collections, leaving Smith dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such swift capitulation from their allies. Had he hesitated, Britain might have been excluded from the space era altogether. Wait. Smith raised a sweating hand. We will also return everything. The British Museum will be emptied. All that belongs to the Dragon Nation will be restored. Chen Yuan smiled radiantly. That's the spirit. Why not have done so sooner? In the corner, the American delegate Robert remained silent, his face dark as if dripping with gloom. Once the dominant Earth power, America had never endured such humiliation, exchanging artifacts for a ticket to the stars. Director Chen, Robert suddenly stood, voice cold and resolute. America requires no charity. We have our own Apollo program, our own starships. Space is free. We shall ascend without anyone's consent, and certainly without riding your precarious elevator. He turned and strode away, his silhouette graceful yet hurried. Chen Yuan watched him depart, offering no resistance, but a glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Not needed. You say? I hope when your ship begins to leak, your defiance remains as firm. After the meeting, news spread nationwide, igniting a fervor of excitement. Director Chen is formidable. This move is immensely satisfying. It was overdue. Return what you took from us. Regurgitate what you consumed. This is the most exhilarating ticket I have ever encountered in my life. The Eagle Nation actually declined? Huh. I eagerly await the moment of reckoning. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the Eagle Nation is engulfed in despair. The populace observes other countries busily packaging cultural relics in exchange for tickets, while their own nation clings stubbornly to outdated rockets, resulting in widespread protests. In the White House, Commander MacArthur, too, is in a fit of rage. Fools. A pack of imbeciles. He berates Robert. Who gave you the authority to refuse? Huh. Although we certainly do not wish to bow down, you could have expressed it less definitively. Commander, this is about dignity. Dignity. My foot. Can dignity be consumed? The commander, panting, continues. Now look, the entire world has boarded that express train while we are left pedaling a rickety tricycle. However, a glint of malice flashes in Robert's eyes. We still have Plan B. You mean? The commander pauses. The Apollo X. Robert lowers his voice. It is our nuclear-powered spacecraft that we have secretly developed for a decade. While it may not be as convenient as a space elevator, its firepower is sufficient to sever that very ladder. Since we cannot ascend, let us ensure that no one else does either. The commander, after a moment of silence, reveals a sinister smile. Very well. Initiate Plan B. Target, the moon. Since we have lost on Earth, let us reclaim our honor on the lunar surface. Chapter 54. Footprints on the moon. 1 week later, at the Southgate Space Station, Terminal 2, a massive black spaceship rests quietly. It is not the slender shape of a typical rocket, but rather a flat triangular form, reminiscent of a gigantic manta ray. This is the Dragon Nation's first true deep space transport vessel, the Guang'an Palace. It does not require arduous launches from the ground, but is assembled directly in space. Thanks to the continuous material supply from the space elevator, this behemoth, once only a concept on paper, has now become a reality. Inspection complete. Fusion engine preheating done. Anti-gravity field generator operational. Target, the moon, Sea of Tranquility. In the cockpit, the expedition team leader, Zhao Gang, takes a deep breath and presses the launch button. Guang'an Palace. Set sail. There is no violent shaking, only a faint hum. The ship's rear emits a ghostly blue ion flame, gently departing the port like a large fish gliding into the deep sea, heading towards the silvery orb. This mission is not merely about landing. More importantly, it is about exploration. According to the coordinates provided by Chen Yuan, the moon harbors a resource capable of transforming humanity's energy landscape. Helium-3. Just a few tons would suffice to power all of humanity for a year. Furthermore, it is an absolutely clean and radiation-free energy source. After 3 days of travel, the desolate world, dotted with craters, looms larger through the viewport. Preparing for landing, Zhao Gang operates calmly. The anti-gravity engine at the ship's belly powers to full throttle, and the massive vessel gracefully hovers over the lunar surface before slowly descending. With a muffled thud, 6 large landing gear firmly touch the lunar soil. The hatch opens. Clad in a specially designed lightweight spacesuit, Zhao Gang is the first to step out of the ship. Rather than uttering some iconic phrase like Armstrong, he retrieves a folding entrenching tool from his waist and decisively plunges it into the ground. Let us get to work. The exploration proceeds exceptionally smoothly, perhaps too smoothly. Captain, we have a reaction here. Here too. Good heavens. The helium-3 concentration in this area is astonishing. It's practically an open-air gold mine. The team members' astonished exclamations reverberate through the communication channel. Preliminary estimates suggest that the value of just this one mining area exceeds the total oil reserves on Earth. As the news reaches Earth, Chen Yuan merely smiles faintly. As expected, the map provided by the system could not possibly be counterfeit. However, just as everyone revels in their fruitful discovery, a team member on perimeter watch suddenly exclaims over the communication channel, "Captain, you must come see. I've found a trail of footprints behind that crater." Zhao Gang's heart races as he rushes over with his team. On a shaded slope, there are indeed clear footprints. They are deep and bear an unusual pattern, unmistakably not the tread of Dragon Nation's spacesuit boots. More importantly, these footprints are remarkably fresh. Are there others? Zhao Gang warns, drawing his multifunctional laser pistol. Everyone, stay alert. Maintain combat formation. At that moment, the voice of Fuxi suddenly echoes in his helmet. No longer in its usual elegant tone, but filled with urgent alarms. Warning. High-energy thermal source detected. Right behind you. 300 meters away. That is the fluctuation of an invisible force field being deactivated. Zhao Gang whips around to see the previously empty wasteland suddenly distort like rippling water. Moments later, a menacing landing craft painted in dark gray reveals itself. Prominently displayed on the side is the emblem of a white-headed eagle. It is a secret vessel of the Eagle Nation. Damn it. It's Apollo X. Zhao Gang grits his teeth. These rats have truly snuck up on us. Before he can issue an order, the hatch of the craft opens, and dozens of fully armed soldiers charge out, clad in heavy exoskeleton armor akin to iron barrels. They wield large-caliber electromagnetic rifles, their dark muzzles aimed directly at the Dragon Nation's exploration team. "Listen up, Dragon folks," a commanding Eagle officer bellows through the public channel. his tone dripping with arrogance. This is a free navigation zone designated by the Eagle Nation. This mining area belongs to us. Immediately lower your weapons and return to your ship, or we will take coercive measures. Zhao Gang chuckles in disbelief. This is the logic of the Eagle Nation. What I desire is mine. If you won't give it to me, I'll take it by force. What should we do, Captain? A team member, gripping his shovel tightly, asks. Should we fight? Fight. Zhao Gang glances at the heavily armed adversaries, then at the entrenching tools and exploration instruments in his team's hands. It is evident that this would be a one-sided slaughter. Yet, Zhao Gang's face bears no trace of fear. Instead, a strange smile emerges. Brothers. He presses the blue glowing emblem on his chest. The director anticipated that these bandits would resort to such tactics. Since they wish to play hardball, let them witness what true mechanized power looks like. Activate the Xingtian system. Chapter 55, Single Soldier Mecha, Xingtian system, activate. With Zhao Gang's furious shout, the emblems on his chest and those of 10 team members erupt in brilliant blue light. These are no ordinary badges. They are nanofluid storage devices. Liquid metal, gleaming silver, flows from the emblems, instantaneously enveloping their bodies. The once lightweight spacesuits transform in the blink of an eye into formidable, heavily armored exoskeletons, menacing in appearance and exuding strength. The black and red paint scheme, inverted triangular steel chest plates, miniaturized plasma thrusters on their backs, and high-frequency combat blades, crackling with arcs of electricity, materialize in their hands. This is no longer an exploration team. They are clearly machines of slaughter, seemingly transported from a future battlefield. What in the world is that? The Eagle officer stands dumbfounded. He glances down at his own cumbersome exoskeleton, advanced yet heavy as iron, and then at the sleek, technologically advanced nanomechs before him. A profound sense of disparity overwhelms him. Is this truly technology from the same era? It feels akin to a native wielding a flintlock encountering a modern army in tanks. Fire! Open fire! The commander shrieked hysterically. The electromagnetic rifles in the hands of the soldiers spat forth tongues of flame. Tungsten alloy projectiles hurtling towards the Dragon Kingdom's team at blinding speeds. However, what transpired next plunged them into utter despair. Clang! Clang! Those projectiles, capable of piercing through tanks, merely sparked against the Xingtian armor, barely scratching its surface. Is this your firepower? Zhao Gang flexed his neck, the armor emitting a faint mechanical grinding sound. His voice resonated through external speakers, modified to sound deep and ominous, like a demon from the abyss. Too weak. In the next moment, Zhao Gang moved. Boom. The thrusters on his back erupted in a blue flame. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, crossing 100 meters in an instant, directly plunging into the ranks of the Eagle soldiers. This was not a battle. It was a massacre. It was a ruthless obliteration of novices by a seasoned veteran. One Eagle soldier barely had time to react before Zhao Gang's fist sent him flying. The force was so tremendous that it hurled him, armor and all, several dozen meters away, crashing heavily against the wall of a meteorite crater, resembling a crushed soda can. Another Dragon Kingdom soldier wielded a battle knife, cleaving through the opponent's gun barrel as if slicing through tofu. Stay back. The Eagle commander, terrified, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. We surrender. We surrender. Zhao Gang halted before him. The towering shadow cast by his armored figure completely engulfed the commander. Surrender? Zhao Gang scoffed, raising his battle knife. Sorry. This is an outlaw territory. Besides, you just sought our lives. Just as the blade was about to descend, a piercing electric sound suddenly blared through everyone's communication channels. The ground began to quake, not a normal lunar tremor, but a rhythmic pulsation akin to a heartbeat. What is happening? Zhao Gang abruptly halted, scanning the surroundings warily. In the depths of the dark circular mountain, a red glow ignited without warning. The light was exceedingly peculiar, emanating a disquieting sense of malevolence. The Eagle commander, previously kneeling, suddenly pointed at the red light, letting out a shrill scream. His eyes glazed over, drool spilling from his mouth, as though he beheld something unspeakably horrifying. So many eyes. They are awakening. All units alert. Zhao Gang kicked aside the deranged commander, bellowing, reform the formation. Fuxi. What is that? In his earpiece, Fuxi's voice fluctuated noticeably. Unidentified biological force field detected. Energy levels off the charts. Recommendation, immediate evacuation. Repeat, immediate evacuation. Before they could react, a deep growl emanated from the red glow. The sound did not travel through the air. After all, there is no air on the moon, but resonated directly within everyone's minds. Following that, countless black shadows surged forth like a tide from the shadow of the circular mountain. They lacked a fixed shape, resembling writhing pools of black oil. Yet on the surface, countless red eyes blinked open. What kind of monster is this? One team member exclaimed in terror. Zhao Gang gripped his battle knife tightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He finally comprehended why so much helium-3 was present here and why Chen Yuan insisted they bring such a devastating weapon. It became clear that humanity was not the only presence on this moon. Everyone. Zhao Gang inhaled deeply, his eyes igniting with combat fervor. Prepare for battle. For what lies behind us is Earth. End of Volume 2, Chapter 56, Black Tide. The ear-piercing roar reverberated in their minds, leaving everyone present in a state of dizziness, as if countless steel needles had simultaneously pierced their brains, blurring their vision. Soon after, the black tide engulfed the land. Countless black creatures, writhing like oil, emerged. They bore no fixed form. Some resembled wolves, others spiders, and still others appeared as mere puddles of sludge. Yet they shared one common trait. Their bodies were adorned with dense clusters of red compound eyes. Fire! Fire! The remaining dozen or so eagle soldiers utterly broke down. They frantically squeezed the triggers, the bullets from their electromagnetic rifles pouring out like rain. Thud! 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 The bullets struck the black monsters, splattering black waves. But that was all. The creatures' bodies were like liquid. After the bullets passed through, the wounds healed instantaneously, igniting their ferocity even further. Help! Stay back! One eagle soldier was tackled by a black wolf. Before he could even scream, he was enveloped by the mass of black substance. Moments later, the black mass dissipated, leaving behind nothing but a shriveled skeleton. Even the exoskeleton armor corroded beyond recognition. This sight sent shivers down the spines of the Dragon Kingdom's exploration team. Captain, these creatures are immune to physical attacks. One team member exclaimed, swinging his high-frequency battle knife. Although it could cut through the monsters' bodies, they merely split into two. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth, the battle knife in his hand swirling into a blur of light. Form a defensive formation. Circular defense. Do not let them breach our line. These beasts are after the spaceship. The Xingtian armor's energy shields fully activated, the blue light forming a small island amidst the black tide. Zzz. Countless black monsters crashed against the shield, emitting a corrosive sound that grated on the nerves. The shield's energy levels plummeted. Warning. Shield energy at 30. Warning. Shield energy at 20. Damn it. We fight to the last. Zhao Gang roared, preparing to initiate the self-destruct sequence, even if it meant death. He could not allow these creatures to approach the Guanggan Palace. There were tons of helium-3 aboard. If it detonated, the entire far side of the moon would be obliterated. Just then, Fuxi's calm, yet almost cold voice rang out again. Analysis complete. Target biological characteristics. Silicon-carbon hybrid life forms. Weakness. Extremely unstable internal crystalline structure. Highly sensitive to high-frequency sound waves. Recommendation. Activate infrasonic expulsion mode. Frequency. 12,000 Hz. Zhao Gang was taken aback. Sound waves? But this is a vacuum. How can sound propagate? Fool, Fuxi seemed to sigh. If an AI could sigh. Contact transmission. Insert your battle knives into the ground. Do it. Without hesitation, Zhao Gang shouted. A dozen team members simultaneously plunged their high-frequency battle knives deep into the lunar soil. Activate. Maximum power. Hum. Although no sound was audible, everyone could feel the ground beneath them shaking violently. A visible transparent ripple surged forth from their center, spreading wildly across the surface. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. Those initially fearsome and seemingly immortal black monsters, upon contact with the wave, reacted as if they had encountered flames on snow. Their bodies quivered violently, the red compound eyes on their surfaces exploding one by one. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if countless ink-filled balloons had burst. Tens of thousands of monsters were reduced to pools of black sludge in mere seconds. The once surging black tide receded instantaneously, leaving only a ground strewn with remnants and black water, eerily illuminated by the moonlight. Zhao Gang slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Despite the assistance of his mech, the recent bout of intense combat had nearly left him exhausted. Did we win? A teammate gazed at the desolate expanse surrounding them, unable to fathom the reality. However, before they could celebrate prematurely, a resounding thud echoed from afar. This time, not only did the ground tremble, but the very earth quaked beneath them. Zhao Gang abruptly looked up. Deep within a circular mountain, from a vast, obsidian opening, a colossal hand slowly emerged, grasping the rim of the volcanic crater. This hand was the size of a truck, adorned with ancient, weathered bronze runes. Following this, a towering figure, standing 10 meters tall, gradually rose from the shadows. It bore no facial features, only a single, enormous eye radiating a crimson glow. It looked down upon the group of minuscule beings with a gaze devoid of anger or malice. Only an indifference akin to that of a cat observing an intruding mouse in its territory. A silent roar swept across the entirety of the moon's far side. Zhao Gang tightened his grip on the battle blade, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It seemed the true master had arrived. Chapter 57. The Guardian, this giant. Or rather an ancient war machine, advanced step by step towards Zhao Gang and his comrades. With each step, the ground shook, leaving deep impressions half a meter deep. The bronze runes on its armor glimmered under the moonlight, pulsating as if they possessed a life of their own. Fuxi, analyze this entity. Zhao Gang shouted. Analyzing. Came Fuxi's voice, momentarily stuttering. Target structure extremely complex. Non-terrestrial technology. Unknown material energy level response. Super S-class. Warning. The opponent possesses an anti-gravity field and plasma shield. Conventional weapons cannot breach its defenses. Whether we can breach its defenses will only be revealed through combat. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. All units, focus fire. Target its knees. Understood. A dozen chariot mechs unleashed a barrage of firepower. Miniature missiles, laser beams, and electromagnetic shells poured forth upon the giant's knee joints. Boom. The sky erupted in flames. Smoke billowing into the air. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, despair washed over the onlookers. The giant stood unscathed. Its pale blue energy shield had not even rippled. It glanced down at the insignificant creatures beneath its feet, and its solitary eye flickered ominously. Raising its foot, it descended upon them with the intent to crush. As one would an ant. Scatter. Quickly. Zhao Gang forcefully pushed a comrade aside and rolled to the side. Boom. The ground was impacted, forming a crater 5 meters wide. Debris flying as it struck the mechs with a metallic clatter. Before Zhao Gang could regain his footing, the giant swung its massive hand with a howling wind. Bang! A teammate, caught off guard, was sent flying like a baseball, crashing against a boulder, the alarms on his mech blaring frantically. Old 3. Zhao Gang's eyes turned red with rage. The disparity in power was overwhelming. This was not a battle of the same caliber. It was akin to primitive beings armed with wooden sticks assaulting a towering machine. Captain, we must retreat. The vice captain implored, his voice thick with desperation. If we continue, we will all perish here. Retreat? Where can we possibly retreat to? Zhao Gang glanced back at their ship, which required at least 5 minutes to warm up for takeoff. They needed to hold the line for those 5 minutes. He inhaled deeply, his resolve solidifying. Fuxi, unlock the limiter. Warning. Unlocking the limiter will result in mech overload. The pilot's body will endure forces exceeding 10 G. Life-threatening conditions detected. Confirm? Enough with the chatter. Confirm. Directive confirmed. Limiter released. Buzz. The chariot armor erupted in a blinding red light. The previously smooth mechanical operations transformed into a cacophony of violent roars. The thrusters behind him spewed forth flames, turning a pure white in an instant. Ah! Zhao Gang let out a tortured scream. The immense overload felt as if his bones were fracturing. His insides gripped by an invisible hand. Yet he moved, his speed tripling. Like a bolt of red lightning, he dashed beneath the giant's feet. His high-frequency battle blade entered overload mode, its blade glowing red-hot. Break for me. He leaped high, delivering a powerful strike to the giant's ankle, the weakest point of its shield. Screech. The harsh sound of metal slicing echoed. The indestructible blue shield was indeed breached. A gash appearing. The red-hot blade penetrated the armor, showering sparks everywhere. The giant seemed to sense the pain, or perhaps it was a system error, and let out an enraged growl. It raised its other foot to crush the annoying flea. But Zhao Gang was already consumed by a bloodlust. He pressed forward, using the thruster's recoil to propel himself up the giant's leg, knee, thigh, waist. He climbed rapidly over the giant's colossal form, his blades swinging wildly, leaving deep gashes in its wake. Finally, he reached the giant's chest, where a core, luminescent crystal armor pulsed with energy. Die! With his last ounce of strength, Zhao Gang plunged the battle blade deep into the crystal. Crack! The crystal shattered. The giant froze in its movements. Its crimson eye flickered a few times before rapidly dimming. Its massive body toppled backward like a tower losing its foundation. Boom! A thunderous crash sent dust swirling. Zhao Gang slid down from the giant's chest, landing heavily on the ground. His mech was smoking, his body immobilized. Did we win? He gazed at the fallen behemoth, his consciousness beginning to blur. At that moment, the lifeless giant emitted a faint blue glow from its chest. An obscure, ancient, yet sorrowful brainwave resonated within everyone's minds. The ember of civilization shall endure, guarding until destruction. Then, the blue light extinguished entirely, leaving behind a heap of lifeless scrap metal. Zhao Gang was taken aback. Guarding? What was it protecting? Or did it perceive us as intruders, defending a civilization that had already perished? Captain, are you all right? The teammates rushed over, frantically assisting him to his feet. Zhao Gang waved them off, signaling that he was fine. He looked at the fallen giant, then at the deep, dark opening behind it. His intuition suggested that the true secret lay within. Let us proceed. Zhao Gang steadied himself against his damaged mech, his gaze resolute. We must explore what these ancient predecessors have left for us. Chapter 58. Interstellar coordinates. As they traversed the deep tunnel, the sight before them took everyone's breath away. This was not merely a cavern. It was a city, a monumental metropolis buried beneath the lunar surface, belonging to a prehistoric civilization. Though most of the structures had collapsed into ruins, the remnants that still stood, towering spiral spires reaching hundreds of meters into the air and fractured streets suspended in midair, spoke volumes of the grandeur this civilization once possessed. My heavens! A teammate murmured, is this Atlantis? Or Mu? Neither. Chen Yuan's holographic projection appeared beside Zhao Gang. He was observing everything through Zhao Gang's camera. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. This represented an entirely different technological trajectory. Chen Yuan pointed towards a distant pyramid-like structure, still emanating a faint glow. Look at that. It is an energy transmission tower. They do not utilize wires. Instead, they transmit energy directly through spatial beams. This is a method exclusive to a Level 3 civilization. Although the others could not comprehend the term Level 3 civilization, it did not hinder their sense of awe and respect. Let us go there. Chen Yuan directed towards the tallest building in the city center, which he presumed to be the core control room. The group cautiously navigated through the ruins. Despite the enormous guardian having been vanquished, no one could ascertain whether other defensive mechanisms remained. Fortunately, their journey was devoid of peril, and they successfully entered the central tower. The door to the control room was tightly shut. However, for Chen Yuan, who possessed Fuxi, this posed no obstacle. Fuxi breached the access control as it attempted to connect. The protocol was incompatible, and brute force was employed to successfully unlock it. With a click, the door, sealed for millions of years, slowly creaked open, releasing a musty air. The control room was vast and vacant, devoid of intricate dashboards or a multitude of buttons. Only a massive, floating orb of light hovered in midair. The moment Zhao Gang and the others stepped inside, the orb suddenly illuminated. Countless beams of light projected onto the surrounding walls, forming flowing images. That was history, the history of this civilization. The images depicted a race with highly advanced technology thriving on this blue planet, establishing a magnificent civilization. They even began to explore the solar system and created a colony on Mars. However, disaster struck. The scene shifted dramatically. Numerous red points of light appeared in the sky, followed by a cataclysmic assault descending from above. Cities were obliterated, oceans evaporated, and the earth fractured. To preserve the last flicker of hope, they constructed this colossal immigrant spaceship, now the moon, and fled from Earth. Yet, their enemies did not spare them. Ultimately, they perished on the moon alongside their foes, leaving behind this desolate city and the solitary guardian. After witnessing all of this, an oppressive silence enveloped the group, a heavy sense of sorrow weighing on their hearts. It became clear that Earth's civilization was not unique. Others had come before, only to be erased. Who was that enemy? Zhao Gang asked hoarsely. Chen Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the orb, his fingers deftly maneuvering in the air. Fuxi, extract the final star map. Understood. The orb transformed once more, this time displaying a three-dimensional hologram of the solar system. On the periphery, near Pluto's orbit, a conspicuous red point glowed. Unlike other stars, it emitted a cold, lifeless light. Moreover, it was in motion. Although its speed was slow, its trajectory clearly pointed towards Earth. This was the final warning left by that prehistoric civilization. Chen Yuan regarded the red dot, his expression grave. What is that? Zhao Gang inquired. The destroyer, the reaper, or simply, the hunter. Chen Yuan inhaled deeply. The entity responsible for their destruction was akin to this very thing. How long until it arrives? Fuxi's frigid voice provided the answer. Based on trajectory calculations and gravitational wave detection, the estimated arrival time is 3 years and 4 months. An eerie stillness ensued. 3 years. Merely 3 years. For ordinary individuals, 3 years felt extensive, yet for a civilization, it was but the blink of an eye. Will we meet the same fate as they did? The deputy captain gazed at the surrounding ruins, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. No. Chen Yuan abruptly lifted his head. In his gaze, there was no fear, only the fervor of battle. We are not them. We possess 5,000 years of resilience and countless instances of rebirth from the ashes. More importantly, he glanced at the red point, a cold smile gracing his lips. I have an advantage. 3 years. That is sufficient. Relay my commands. Chen Yuan's voice turned icy and resolute. Gather all data, technology, and samples from this place. Leave not even a single brick for those who come after. Since these predecessors failed to protect this legacy, it falls upon us to safeguard it. Chapter 59. Global Broadcast. The moon belongs to the Dragon Nation. The United Nations General Assembly convened an emergency special meeting. The atmosphere in the hall was so tense that it felt palpable. Representatives from various nations whispered to one another, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Just half an hour prior, the Dragon Nation had unexpectedly announced a momentous revelation concerning the fate of all humanity. The representative from the Eagle Nation sat with a pallid face, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. Ever since the disappearance of Apollo X, he had been in a state of unease. What on earth was that damned Chen Yuan planning? He muttered under his breath. At that moment, the large screen lit up, not with a traditional PowerPoint presentation, but rather, it directly transitioned to a high-definition holographic video. The footage depicted the ruins of the prehistoric city on the far side of the moon, grand pyramids, floating streets, and the colossal guardian mech lying on the ground, resembling a deity or demon. The audience erupted in a frenzy. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at what they were witnessing. Where's this? The moon? Is this the far side of the moon? My God, aliens. They truly exist. The scene shifted. Chen Yuan appeared on screen, clad in a crisp Zhongshan suit, set against the backdrop of the sci-fi relics. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice was calm, yet powerful, resonating through simultaneous translation to every ear in the room. As you can see, the moon is not a lifeless satellite. It is a spaceship, a vessel carrying the relics of a bygone Earth civilization. The hall fell silent. This revelation was so astonishing that it left the audience momentarily breathless. However, Chen Yuan's tone shifted, growing sharp. Before this relic that should belong to all humanity, we have encountered a despicable ambush. The screen transitioned once more, this time showcasing the Eagle Nation's Apollo X ambushing the Dragon Nation's exploration team, followed by the subsequent counterattack by the Xingtian mech. Naturally, Chen Yuan had thoughtfully omitted the terrifying red dot and the countdown to 3 years. Some fears are better left unspoken. In the video, the arrogance of the Eagle Nation's commander, followed by his humiliating plea for mercy, was displayed in vivid detail. This is fabricated. This is slander. The representative from the Eagle Nation suddenly sprang to his feet, his complexion ashen. Whether it is fabricated or not, I believe you all have a sense of. Chen Yuan cast him a cold glance. We have obtained complete operational directives and communication records from the captured personnel. In light of the Eagle Nation's disgraceful actions that threaten global peace and attempt to monopolize alien technology, I, on behalf of the Dragon Nation, hereby announce the following 3 points. Chen Yuan raised 3 fingers. First, from this day forth, the Dragon Nation will take control of all areas on the far side of the moon and establish the Guanggan Palace Special Administrative Region. Any aircraft entering this region without permission will be deemed an invasion and shot down immediately. Second, the Dragon Nation will form the Earth Defense Coalition. Only nations that join this organization will be allowed to share certain civilian technologies from the moon's relics. Third, in light of the Eagle Nation's perilous behavior, we propose that it be expelled from its permanent seat on the Earth Defense Council, to be replaced by the Bear Nation. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in chaos. A resounding applause erupted within the venue. Particularly moved were the representatives from third world nations, who had long suffered under the hegemony of the Eagle Nation, their eyes brimming with tears of emotion, their hands reddened from fervent clapping. Agreed. Seconded. Expel the rogue. The representative from the Eagle Nation surveyed the sea of furious gazes around him, hearing the piercing cheers. He understood, this was the end. The enduring hegemony of the Eagle Nation, spanning half a century, crumbled at this moment, alongside the 3 fingers raised by Chen Yuan. Meanwhile, across the ocean, within the Eagle Nation itself, the live broadcast ignited the fury of the populace, not against the Dragon Kingdom, but against their foolish, greedy, and incompetent government. Liars. All of them liars. What happened to fighting for freedom? It turned out to be a ruse to steal, only to be slapped in the face. We demand the truth. We demand their resignation. In front of the White House, a tide of protesters surged forth. The once mighty leader now sat slumped in his chair within the Oval Office, trembling as he gazed at the crowd outside. The world had shifted. At that moment, Chen Yuan stood atop the ruins of the moon, gazing at the blue planet. A slight smile graced his lips. This was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay 3 years ahead. Chapter 60, Preparing for Survival, on New Year's Eve. In a small county in Jiangnan Province, Dragon Kingdom, the sounds of firecrackers echoed, and fireworks burst in the night sky. Every household hung red lanterns, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and dumplings. Chen Yuan pushed open the door. "Brother, you're back." His sister, Chen Xiao, dashed over like a cannonball and enveloped him in a tight embrace. "I've missed you so much. Did you see the news? Was it really you who silenced the Eagle Nation? So impressive. All right, you're all grown up now." Chen Yuan chuckled, affectionately ruffling his sister's hair. Inside, their parents had prepared an abundant feast: braised pork, steamed fish, and Chen Yuan's favorite 3-flavor dumplings. "You're back. That's all that matters," his mother said, wiping away tears as she served him rice. "I don't understand the grand things you do out there, nor do I dare to ask. Just knowing you're safe is more than enough." His father produced a bottle of cherished Mutai liquor. "Come, son, let us share a drink." This usually taciturn man appeared particularly animated today. Chen Yuan lifted his glass, taking in the warm scene before him: steaming dishes, family smiles, and the twinkling lights beyond the window. This was the essence of life, the very treasure he fought to protect. "Happy New Year, Dad, Mom," he declared, downing his drink in one go. In the deep of night, Chen Yuan returned to his office at the No. 0 compound. The revelry and clamor were sealed behind thick, bulletproof glass. He approached the window, where he could see the towering space elevator, Southern Sky Gate No. 1, reaching towards the heavens. In the night, it appeared as a glowing pillar connecting Earth to the cosmos. Yet further away, in the depths of space, a red harbinger of doom sped towards them at hundreds of kilometers per second. "Fuxi," Chen Yuan called softly. "I'm here, sir. Have we received the latest data on that red dot?" "Yes, it has arrived." Fuxi's voice echoed in the spacious office. "After multiple calculations, it is not a natural celestial body. It is an artificial object, and its mass is continuously increasing." "Self-replicating?" Chen Yuan furrowed his brow. "Indeed. It is consuming asteroids and dust along its path, utilizing material recombination technology to continuously expand its size, like a snowballing machine." Von Neumann probe. The term flashed in Chen Yuan's mind. It was the most despairing interstellar weapon, requiring no vast fleet. Merely a small seed could, over a prolonged journey, exploit the resources of the target star system to create endless armies. "It seems time is not on our side," he reflected, turning to the massive holographic map of the solar system on the wall. His gaze traversed Earth, past the moon, and finally fixated on the red planet, Mars. It represented the second line of defense in the solar system and humanity's last strategic depth. "System," Chen Yuan silently intoned. Ding. The host has completed the second volume's core mission, dominating the Earth-Moon system. Congratulations. The host has received the following rewards. 1. Planetary-level environmental transformation technology, basic. 2. Full blueprint for an anti-gravity engine. 3. Dyson Sphere Energy Transmission Protocol, new mission released, civilizational advancement to control the stellar system. Mission objective, complete Mars colonization and establish a solar accelerator within 3 years. Failure penalty, annihilation of civilization. Chen Yuan gazed at the string of golden text. Taking a deep breath, the weariness in his eyes vanished, replaced by an unprecedented fervor. 3 years. That will suffice. He picked up the red telephone on the desk and dialed a number. "Hello, Grand Elder. This is Chen Yuan. The year has ended. It's time to act. I wish to initiate the second phase of the Southern Sky Gate project, the Sun Chaser Initiative. Target, Mars." Outside, a magnificent firework exploded in the night sky, illuminating Chen Yuan's youthful yet resolute face. On this New Year's Eve, as everyone reveled in festive joy, a grand plan concerning the future of humanity quietly commenced. Our journey leads to the stars and the sea. End of Volume 2, Chapter 61, Sun Chaser Initiative. 3 months later, at the No. 0 compound in Jingzhou, spring blossomed, and life revived. Yet, inside the compound, the atmosphere was more somber than winter. In the conference room, smoke curled in the air. The Grand Elder studied the red document in his hand, his brow furrowed. The cover boldly proclaimed Sun Chaser Initiative, transforming Mars' atmosphere within a year, achieving a 1 million-person migration in 3 years, establishing a permanent industrial base on Mars. The Grand Elder set the document down, removing his reading glasses to rub his temples. "Chen Yuan, are we not taking on too much? We've just absorbed the lunar technologies and the helium. 3 mines have only begun stable production. The second phase of Southern Sky Gate is still under construction. Can we really manage Mars treasury? Seated across from him, Chen Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, though a hint of urgency flickered in his eyes. The countdown, that red, loomed over him like Damocles' sword, robbing him of sleep. Grand Elder, we are out of time. Chen Yuan refrained from elaborating on financial concerns and instead activated the holographic projection. This is the latest deep space exploration data. The unidentified flying object is moving faster than we anticipated. It has utilized Jupiter's gravitational slingshot effect to accelerate further. If we do not establish a defensive line on Mars in advance, once it crosses Mars orbit, Earth will be indefensible. The Grand Elder fell silent. He picked up a red and blue pencil from the table, circled the document emphatically, and stated, "The funding issue will be resolved by the state. Even if we must tighten our belts, we will support you. However, what about the technology? Traveling to Mars is not the same as going to the moon. The current chemical rockets take over half a year for a round trip across billions of kilometers. How can we manage such a large-scale migration?" Chen Yuan smiled slightly. "This brings me to the second matter I wish to report today, the key to liberating us from the shackles of gravity." 3 days later, a global press conference was held. This was the largest briefing convened by the Dragon Kingdom since the Southern Sky Gate incident, with hundreds of media outlets gathering. The air was filled with cameras and flashing lights. Everyone sensed that the Dragon Kingdom was about to make a significant move. "Ladies and gentlemen, the speaker is not the iron-willed spokesperson from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but rather Chen Yuan himself. Clad in his iconic Zhongshan suit, he stood on the stage. His posture as upright as a pine tree. Today, on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom's Space Administration, I announce the official launch of the Sun-Chasing Project. Our objective is crystal clear. The next destination is Mars." The audience erupted in excitement, although rumors had circulated beforehand. Hearing Chen Yuan confirm it with his own words was nothing short of electrifying. A blonde, blue-eyed Western journalist immediately raised his hand. "Mr. Chen, I'm a reporter for the Times. It is well known that Mars is a forbidden zone for life. There is no atmosphere, no water, only dust storms and radiation. Despite Elon Musk's years of advocating for Mars colonization, there is still no tangible progress. You claim that atmospheric transformation will take 1 year and that we will have 1 million immigrants in 3 years. Does that not seem utterly fantastical? Or is this merely a grand illusion conjured by the Dragon Kingdom to divert domestic conflicts?" His words were sharp, laced with evident sarcasm, provoking low chuckles from several Western journalists in attendance. Chen Yuan remained unfazed. He regarded the journalist with a calm demeanor, reminiscent of someone observing an uninformed child. Elon Musk has not succeeded because he is still employing technology from decades past. Rockets fueled by kerosene are akin to attempting to reach the moon on a bicycle. With a snap of his fingers, the large screen behind him suddenly illuminated. It displayed a design that left everyone present bewildered. It was a colossal spacecraft, its streamlined body exuding a sense of sci-fi beauty. However, what astonished the audience most was that it bore no thrusters. There were no massive fuel tanks, nor any fiery exhaust ports. Instead, beneath the ship, a ringed device emanating a soft blue glow was visible. "What is this?" someone gasped. "Allow me to introduce it." Chen Yuan's voice resonated throughout the hall. "This is the Kunpeng-class deep space transport ship. It does not burn kerosene, nor does it utilize hydrogen. It does not need to explode itself skyward like a firecracker." He paused, scanning the audience before enunciating deliberately. "It employs an anti-gravity engine." Silence enveloped the room. A hushed stillness so profound that even the sound of camera shutters ceased. The next moment, an explosion of astonishment rippled through the audience as if a nuclear bomb had detonated. Anti-gravity, that technology, which existed solely in the realm of science fiction, the holy grail of physics that could potentially awaken Newton from his grave, the Dragon Kingdom had achieved it. Chapter 62, Newton's Coffin Board, in Jingzhou. At the Dragon Kingdom's Space Administration Assembly Workshop, this was one of the highest security locations on Earth. Guards stood every 5 paces, and even a fly must pass through 3 security checks to enter. At that moment, within the vast workshop, a group of elderly scholars surrounded a colossal object, their faces flushed with fervor. "This is nonsense. Absolute nonsense," exclaimed an elderly academic with thick glasses, his excitement causing his beard to tremble. "Chief Engineer Chen, I concede your genius in materials science and fusion technology, but physics adheres to fundamental laws. Gravity is the curvature of space-time. How can it be shielded? How can it be reversed? You are challenging the theory of general relativity. This is pseudoscience." Though the other scholars remained silent, their eyes brimmed with skepticism. They were titans of the domestic physics community, and in their understanding, anti-gravity was no different from a perpetual motion machine. Chen Yuan stood before the massive object. The Kunpeng No. 1, measuring 200 meters long. Its design resembled a giant manta ray, cloaked in a silvery composite armor. Notably, there were no traditional rocket nozzles on its underside. Instead, 3 enormous metal rings were arranged in a triangular formation. "Li Lao, please, do not rush," Chen Yuan said with a smile, handing the elder a bottle of water. Relativity is not incorrect. Gravity is indeed a curvature of space-time. However, what if we could create an artificial gravitational field to counteract Earth's gravitational pull? An artificial gravitational field? Li Lao's eyes widened. What kind of energy would that require? What density of mass? Are you suggesting we need to stuff a black hole into the spaceship? No black hole is necessary, Chen Yuan replied, patting the metal ring. Just a slight disruption of symmetry. He turned to Zhao Gang in the distance and waved. "Captain Zhao, clear the area. Prepare for the test flight." Understood. Zhao Gang promptly led the security personnel to evacuate all non-essential staff from the testing zone. Although the elder scholars professed disbelief, their bodies instinctively retreated beyond the safety line, craning their necks to closely observe the ship. "Initiate the reactor," Chen Yuan commanded. "The reactor has been activated, output power at 30, energy transmission normal. Anti-gravity engine preheating," came the operator's report. As the 3 rings beneath the ship began to glow, first a deep crimson, then orange, and finally an astonishing azure. A low hum resonated throughout the workshop. It was the air vibrating. Output power at 50, generating force field. An extraordinary scene unfolded. Tools, screwdrivers, and other items surrounding the ship began to tremble slightly before levitating into the air. This, Li Lao's glasses nearly slipped from his nose. He gazed at the pin suspended in midair, as though witnessing a divine miracle. Output power at 80, take off. With Chen Yuan's command, the steel behemoth, weighing thousands of tons, stirred to life. There was no deafening roar, no billowing clouds of smoke. It ascended gently and steadily, as if it were a feather or a cloud, effortlessly breaking free from the constraints of the Earth. 1 meter, 10 meters, 50 meters. It hovered in midair, as if gravity no longer had any effect on it. My heavens! A young researcher fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. We did it. We truly did it. This was not merely a test flight. It was a leap for human civilization. From this moment on, we are no longer bound to the ground as mere crawlers. We are masters of the sky. Li Lao, trembling, approached Chen Yuan, gazing at the floating behemoth, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Chen Yuan, you were right. If Newton were to witness this, I doubt he would have any objections." Chen Yuan smiled. "There is no need for Newton to worry. We have not violated his laws. We have merely circumvented them." At that moment, Zhao Gang approached, excitement etched on his face as he touched the spacecraft's landing gear. "Chief, how fast can this thing fly? I see it has no jet nozzles. How does it propel itself?" Chen Yuan pointed to the 3 rings. "The anti-gravity engine not only counteracts gravity, but can also generate directional gravitational waves. In simple terms, it creates a gravity well in front of it and then falls into it. As for speed," he paused, casually remarking, "within the atmosphere, restricted by air resistance, it would be around several dozen Mach. In space, it could reach 1,000th the speed of light." Zhao Gang's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the ground. Several dozen Mach. That would mean it only takes 10 minutes to travel from Jingzhou to New York? About that, Chen Yuan shrugged. It will certainly make courier deliveries much more convenient. Chapter 63, a ticket hard to obtain. The Mars Immigration Program's registration website went live, and within an hour, the servers crashed 3 times. Despite technicians urgently expanding capacity tenfold, they could not contain the fervor of people worldwide. It was not that everyone wished to leave Earth. It was the enticing conditions presented by Chen Yuan that proved irresistible. Those selected will be granted citizenship in the interstellar realm. They shall receive a set of housing on Mars, complete with an independent life support system. Furthermore, they will enjoy lifetime free medical care provided by the Nandian Group. Their children will be exempt from entrance examinations to attend the Xingguo Academy. Each of these benefits is a dream come true for the ordinary individual, particularly the last one. Xingguo Academy, founded personally by Chen Yuan, is rumored to feature textbooks filled with unreleased cutting-edge technology. Gaining admission there equates to securing a future as a scientist. However, acquiring this coveted ticket is an arduous task. At the CIA headquarters, the director gazed at the registration page on the large screen, his expression as grim as a piece of moldy bread. "Is this your plan? Sending a few agents to register and then infiltrate the Mars base?" The director's counterpart, the operations department head, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Director, this is currently our only option. Our rockets are still grounded, and the Apollo program has completely collapsed. If we cannot infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom spacecraft, we will utterly lose control over Martian intelligence. Then get it done. The director bellowed. Select the most elite agents. We need individuals who can pass a lie detector test, recite the Dragon Kingdom's constitution backwards, and even tolerate the taste of stinky tofu. Understood. Soon, the CIA meticulously selected 5 top agents. All bore Asian features and spoke fluent Mandarin, even able to converse in various dialects. In preparation for this mission, they underwent 3 months of rigorous training, memorizing lines from The Wandering Earth, learning square dancing, and even mastering the art of bargaining on Pinduoduo. However, just 10 minutes into the registration process, chaos ensued. What is happening? Why has everyone been disqualified? The operations head stared at the screen, his eyes nearly bulging out. The 5 agents wore equally bewildered expressions. Sir, we didn't even reach the interview stage. After entering our ID numbers and fingerprints, we were immediately kicked out by the system. What was the reason? The head pointed tremblingly at the screen. There, a single line of heart-wrenching text read. Review failed. Reason: based on big data analysis, there is a 99.9% probability that this individual is a potential foreign spy or hostile entity. Note: Fuchsie is watching you. F. The operations head slammed the keyboard onto the floor. This is the terrifying nature of artificial intelligence. Before Fuchsie, all disguises are transparent. Every purchase record, every internet browsing session, even one's walking gait and subtle facial expressions are mere data. In the vast ocean of big data, how could one hope to conceal their identity? Meanwhile, in Jingzhou, at the number 0 courtyard, Chen Yuan was reviewing a special application. The applicant, a prince named Haman from a Middle Eastern oil-rich nation, was worth billions. He did not follow the official registration route, but directly called Chen Yuan's office. Mr. Chen, I am Haman. I am willing to donate my entire personal fortune, approximately $500 million, in exchange for a ticket to Mars. Not only for myself, but I wish to bring my 3 wives and 10 children as well. The prince's voice was filled with sincerity, even tinged with a hint of pleading. He was a clever man. He realized that in the future world, oil would hold no value. The Dragon Kingdom, having mastered controllable nuclear fusion, no longer required that black liquid. Only by following Chen Yuan and the Dragon Kingdom into the vast cosmos could he find a way forward. Chen Yuan took a sip of tea and replied calmly. Your generosity is indeed moving, Your Highness. However, I regret to inform you that. Is it a matter of insufficient funds? I can contribute more. It is not a question of money, Chen Yuan interjected. Mars does not require currency. There, the dollar is mere waste paper. And gold is simply a metal with decent conductivity. What Mars truly needs are farmers who can cultivate the land, engineers capable of repairing machinery, doctors skilled in surgery, and teachers devoted to education. What we seek are intellect, sweat, and the hands that will build a new homeland. And you, Chen Yuan stated bluntly, pardon my candor, seem only capable of spending money. A long silence ensued on the other end of the line, eventually broken by a deep sigh. 3 days later, the first batch of Martian pioneers was announced, comprising 3,000 individuals. There were no tycoons, no celebrities, and no politicians. Among them were disciples of the venerable Yuan who had spent a lifetime cultivating crops, engineers who had labored for a decade on railways in the northwestern Gobi Desert, freshly graduated physicists, and retired special forces soldiers. They were ordinary people, yet they represented humanity's most precious seeds, packing their belongings and bidding farewell to their loved ones. These 3,000 pioneers gathered beneath the Nandian Gate, their eyes glimmering with a shared light, the light of hope. Chapter 64, Farewell, Blue Planet, Nandian Gate Number 1. A geosynchronous orbit space station. This structure, once hailed as a miracle of humanity, has now been expanded several times over. In the vast circular port, 10 silver-white colossal ships were docked. These were the Kunpeng-class deep space transport vessels, each exceeding 200 meters in length and boasting an astounding carrying capacity of 5,000 tons. They hovered silently in space, resembling a group of deep-sea leviathans awaiting their prey. The 3,000 pioneers formed a line, passing through the space elevator's gate to board these vessels. Through the portholes, they gazed greedily at the blue planet beneath them. This journey could last several years. Or perhaps they may never return at all. What are you all looking at? Chen Yuan's voice echoed over the intercom. He stood on the bridge of the flagship. Kunpeng Number 1. That is home. But today, we embark on a mission to carve out a second home for humanity. Let us not make this a tearful farewell. With the anti-gravity engine, Mars is merely a long business trip. Hearing Chen Yuan's relaxed tone eased the previously tense atmosphere. Laughter erupted. and everyone settled into their respective sleep pods. On the other side of the port, a special observation deck was filled with observers from various nations, all intently watching the scene unfold. Robert, a former executive at the Eagle Nation Space Agency and now an observer for the Earth Defense Council, was fixated on the rear of the vessels. There really are no thrusters, he muttered, as if in a daze. As a seasoned space expert, he understood precisely what this implied. If controllable nuclear fusion represented infinite energy, then anti-gravity technology signified infinite freedom. Humanity would be liberated from the shackles of gravitational wells, able to go wherever they wished and carry as much as they desired. Mr. Robert, a representative from Bear Country, offered him a bottle of vodka. Stop staring. Even if you keep looking, you won't be able to produce something like that. Have a drink instead, at least when you're drunk. You can dream of your Apollo spacecraft flying like this. Robert gave a bitter smile, accepting the bottle and taking a deep swig. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, but it could not extinguish the bitterness in his heart. The times had indeed changed. All units, attention. Fleet self-inspection completed. Anti-gravity engines fully charged. Destination, Mars. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. As the countdown reached 0, the 10 colossal ships simultaneously ignited their ethereal blue halos. There was no vibration, no noise. They surged forth like 10 beams of light, slicing through the dark void of space at an ever-accelerating pace. Behind them, Earth rapidly diminished, transforming into a tiny blue marble. The moon was left far behind as well. On the bridge, Chen Yuan gazed into the profound expanse of stars ahead. Fuxi, what is our current velocity? Current speed, 500 kilometers per second, accelerating continuously. Estimated arrival at Mars, 72 hours. 3 days. Merely 3 days. What once took half a year or longer now required only 3 days. Such is the might of technology. Everyone may take some rest. Chen Yuan said to Zhao Gang behind him. I'm going to sleep for a while. Wake me when we arrive. Zhao Gang nodded, yet he did not rest. He remained by the porthole, watching the endless sea of stars. As a soldier, vigilance was his instinct. What are you worried about? Fuxi's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Zhao Gang paused, then smiled wryly. That red dot. Our speed is tremendous, but is it still too slow for that thing? Fuxi was silent for a moment. Indeed, it is slow. Before a truly interstellar civilization, we are but infants just learning to crawl. Yet, infants do grow, given enough time. Zhao Gang clenched his fist. Time, we will seize it. Even if it costs our lives, we shall grasp it. The spacecraft surged through the silent void, carrying the hopes of 3,000 souls and the future of human civilization, steadfastly advancing toward that crimson planet. Chapter 65. Verdant Mars, at the foot of Olympus Mons. This vast plain, one of the largest on Mars, was the chosen landing site for the Kunpeng fleet. A crimson dust storm blotted out the sky. Furious winds howled, hurling countless stones against the ship's armor with a crackling clatter. Is this really Mars? A young botanist peered through the porthole, swallowing uneasily as she surveyed the hellish scene. Can anyone live here? Not yet, came Chen Yuan's voice over the broadcast, but soon. 10 ships descended gently. The force fields generated by their anti-gravity engines swept aside the surrounding dust, clearing a pristine landing zone. The hatch opened. Workers clad in Xingtian, 2 engineering exoskeletons poured out like dumplings from a steamer. There was no time for reflection or photographs. The mission pressed on. Team 1. Establish a temporary maintenance base. Team 2. Locate water sources. Team 3. Follow me. We are going to plant trees. Chen Yuan led the 3rd team personally. But the trees they planted were no ordinary flora. They were Gaia towers. Heavy transport vehicles bore immense metal components to designated coordinates. These components assembled into towering structures 500 meters high. The tower's body was riddled with honeycomb-shaped apertures, housing a complex reaction core within. This was the atmospheric transformer. Standing beneath a newly erected tower, Chen Yuan explained to the engineers, at its heart lies a high-powered fusion reactor. It extracts subsurface permafrost, instantly vaporizing the embedded ice into hydrogen and oxygen. Simultaneously, it releases vast quantities of greenhouse gases to trap heat and elevate the Martian surface temperature. So, it's like installing a colossal air conditioner and humidifier on Mars. An engineer joked. That's one way to see it, Chen Yuan smiled. But this air conditioner packs quite a punch. One day later, 100 Gaia towers stood tall near the Martian equator. Silent giants awaiting the command to awaken the dormant planet. Activate. In the command center, Chen Yuan pressed the crimson button. A hum surged forth. 100 beams of light shot skyward. Tremendous energy fluctuations instantly stirred the thin Martian atmosphere. The once violent dust storms gradually subsided under the suppressive force fields. In their place, Billowing white steam emerged, the cloud formations born from vaporized subterranean ice. Mars' sky transformed. No longer a monotonous ochre, vast swaths of dark clouds gathered, obscuring the sun. Thunder rumbled within the clouds, a sound Mars had not heard for billions of years. 3 hours later, the first raindrop fell, striking a worker's visor and leaving a clear streak. Then the second, the third, soon a torrential downpour drenched the land. The red soil darkened as it soaked, and ancient, desiccated riverbeds began to fill with water. It's raining. It's really raining. Workers cheered, some removing their helmets, only to be swiftly reprimanded, to experience firsthand this alien rain. Chen Yuan stood before the panoramic window, watching the historic deluge. His gaze was deep and distant. Water was present. Air was forming. Turning to the vast map of Mars behind him, he declared, "Next, we shall transform this red planet into a green one. Notify the biological laboratories. Release the little pioneers." Under the Martian rain, countless microscopic spores, genetically engineered cyanobacteria and lichens, seeped into the soil. They were the vanguard of life, destined to proliferate wildly over the coming months, carpeting Mars in verdure to welcome humanity's arrival. Mars had awakened. Chapter 66, A Night of Renewal. Earth, NASA headquarters in the United States. Director Smith sat in his expansive office chair, cradling a freshly brewed cup of coffee. On the television screen before him, news of China's successful Mars landing played. Preposterous. Smith scoffed, setting down his cup forcefully. They landed. Yes, but so what? Mars is hell. Average temperature minus 60 degrees Celsius, no oxygen, intense radiation. He turned to Chief Scientist Dr. Brown. Doctor, from a professional standpoint, how likely is their so-called Gaia project to succeed? Dr. Brown adjusted his glasses with disdain. Director, no analysis is needed. Based on 50 years of research, terraforming Mars would require at least a century of continuous investment, costing trillions of dollars. As for growing plants? Unless God himself sows the seeds. With current technology, even adjusting soil pH would take decades. Pleased with the expert's authoritative verdict, Smith nodded approvingly. Good. Let them waste their billions. When they finally realize they're just playing in the dirt, the spectacle will be entertaining. Meanwhile, major global media outlets invited numerous experts to comment. Though China's successful landing astonished many, nearly all Western scholars expressed skepticism toward the grand vision of terraforming Mars. The Times headline read, "A giant leap for humanity, or just another Chinese leap forward." The New York Times editorial mused, "Greening Mars? Perhaps our great-grandchildren will witness it." Even some domestic public intellectuals mocked the effort online, deriding it as unrealistic and urging a focus on earthly concerns. Yet, amidst the chorus of doubt across Earth, Mars is undergoing a silent metamorphosis. At the equator, beneath the majestic Olympus Mons, the once desolate crimson expanse is now enveloped in a delicate mist. This haze is a result of the greenhouse gases and moisture generated by the full operation of 100 GAN towers. On the ground, tiny spores, having permeated the soil with rainwater, begin a frenzied division, akin to sharks sensing blood. This is no ordinary blue-green algae. It is the type 1 environmental modification bacteria exchanged by Chen Yuan from the system. Their sole characteristic is this: they consume soil, absorb water, and grow uncontrollably. Given even the slightest moisture and light, they proliferate at an exponential rate, releasing copious amounts of oxygen during metabolism and secreting a unique gel that binds loose sand and dust, transforming it into fertile soil. As night descends, Mars becomes a biting cold realm. Yet these genetically edited organisms possess an astounding cold resistance of up to minus 100 degrees. They spread in the darkness, silently devouring the red granules. 1 meter, 10 meters, 1 kilometer. A green carpet expands wildly in all directions under the cover of night. The following day, at 8 in the morning Earth time, Director Smith walked into his office as usual. "Good morning, Jessica," he greeted his secretary with a pleasant demeanor. However, Jessica's face appeared pale as she pointed at the large screen on the wall, her fingers trembling. You should take a look at this. What's wrong? Did a Chinese spacecraft explode?" Smith turned with a hint of schadenfreude. The next moment, his smile froze. The briefcase slipped from his hand and thudded to the floor. The screen displayed a real-time high-definition image of Mars just received from the Hubble Space Telescope. The once silent red planet now bore a striking green streak at its equator. This was not mere noise. It was a green corridor stretching hundreds of kilometers wide and thousands of kilometers long. It looked as though someone had wielded a giant green marker and drawn a bold line across Mars. "What is this?" Smith felt as though his throat had constricted. "It's vegetation." Dr. Brown stumbled in, waving a data report, appearing frantic. My God, it's plants. Spectral analysis indicates a high-density chlorophyll-covered area. In just one night, they have covered 30% of Mars' equator. Impossible, Smith bellowed. What kind of plant grows thousands of kilometers overnight? Are we talking about magic beans? Data does not lie. Dr. Brown collapsed onto the sofa, his eyes vacant. They did it. They truly did it. At this rate, within a week, the entire surface of Mars will be cloaked in green. In Huaxia, at Courtyard Zero, the Grand Elder stared in silence at the screen showcasing the greening planet. After a long pause, he turned to Chen Yuan, who was calmly sipping tea. Young Chen, let me be frank. What if your bacteria run amok? Could it turn Mars into a monstrous planet solely inhabited by plants? Chen Yuan set down his teacup with a smile. Rest assured, Grand Elder, they are genetically locked. When oxygen levels reach a suitable concentration for humans at 21%, they will cease their rampant proliferation and transition into a normal ecological cycle. At this point, Chen Yuan glanced at the time. According to the model predictions, in 3 days, the first batch of colonists will be able to shed their bulky spacesuits and stroll on Mars wearing simple breathing masks. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply. 3 days? What others have not dared to imagine for centuries, you will accomplish in 3 days. This will surely leave the West reeling. Meanwhile, online, the atmosphere had erupted. The once sarcastic posts vanished without a trace, replaced by a flurry of astonished comments. Mom, why am I kneeling to look at my phone? A miraculous revival overnight. Is this a divine phenomenon? Even I know that seeds take days to sprout. This is Huaxia speed. If you don't believe it, keep it to yourself. On the surface of Mars, the botanist from yesterday crouched amidst a lush carpet of moss, cautiously extending his finger to poke at the soft leaves. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet and bellowed at the sky. It's alive. Everything is alive. We've made Mars green. Chapter 67. The Infrastructure Magician Unleashed. Mars, Equatorial Plains. As the green carpet unfurls, the temperature on Mars' surface begins to rise gradually. Although it remains far from comfortable, it is no longer the frigid hell where even carbon dioxide freezes into dry ice. Chen Yuan stood atop a rise, surveying the bustling engineering team below. While they appeared busy, most workers were actually inside command vehicles, enjoying warmth and refreshments. The true labor was being conducted by countless swarms of black nanobots. Are those the engineering nanobots? Zhao Gang, standing beside Chen Yuan, observed the seemingly sentient black liquid with a shiver. As a special operations soldier, he feared not the fiercest of armies, yet this dense swarm of tiny mechanical insects instinctively filled him with dread. Indeed, Chen Yuan affirmed. More precisely, they are engineering nanobots. Each is no larger than an ant, but with sufficient energy and instructions, they become the most efficient builders in the world. As they spoke, the black tide surged toward the designated city foundation, where special steel transported from Earth and Martian rock powder lay in wait. The nanobots swarmed, invisibly. The sturdy materials began to dissolve as if eroded by a strong acid. However, this was not disappearance. Rather, it was a microscopic disassembly followed by a reassembly. Rise. Chen Yuan snapped his fingers, and an awe-inspiring scene unfolded. Countless black particles began to grow upwards from the ground, reminiscent of time-lapse footage of bamboo shoots breaking through the soil. First, the foundation formed, with robust carbon nanotube composite materials solidifying in an instant. Then came the columns, beams, and walls. No scaffolding, no cranes, no cacophony of drills. Only the soft sound of consumption akin to silkworms devouring mulberry leaves. A colossal dome structure was rising at a visible pace. Every second, it grew taller. Every minute, its outline became clearer. This defies science, exclaimed the engineering team leader overseeing the site, his mouth agape in disbelief. According to the blueprints, this dome has a diameter of 10 kilometers and a height of 500 meters. Normal construction would require at least 3 years. Yet the progress bar is jumping every minute. Conventional physical methods are indeed slow, Chen Yuan remarked lightly, but this is molecular-level assembly. As long as computational power is sufficient and materials are abundant, they can create miracles. 24 hours later, as the sun rose on the following day, a gigantic, sci-fi-like city stood where the once desolate red plains had been. It was enveloped by a vast transparent dome made of high-strength transparent materials, shielding it from cosmic radiation while allowing sunlight to bathe every corner of the city. Inside, skyscrapers pierced the sky, streets crisscrossed, and even an artificial river meandered through the city center. Although the river is currently dry and the streets devoid of trees, this is already a complete city, a space fortress capable of accommodating 100,000 inhabitants for living, working, and recreation. Mars Base 1. Chen Yuan gazed upon this city, softly uttering its name, humanity's first home beyond Earth. News of its completion reached Earth, and this time, the world was not just shocked but rendered speechless. If the previous tree planting could be explained with biological black technology, the construction of an entire city in a single day shattered the Western worldview. This is magic. This is cheating. Have the people of Huaxia made a pact with extraterrestrial beings? I refuse to believe it. It must be a holographic projection. Special effects. However, as the Huaxia authorities released an entire time-lapse video, all doubts were silenced, leaving only a profound sense of helplessness and jealousy, a frenzied jealousy. Countless citizens of Western nations took to the streets, protesting their government's incompetence. Why have the Huaxians already built homes on Mars while we are still debating the fuel for lunar rockets? We want to go to Mars. We want to immigrate. There were strong demands for the government to purchase tickets from Huaxia. Even radical environmental organizations declared, Earth is beyond saving. Mars is humanity's hope. Huaxia cannot monopolize Mars. It belongs to all mankind. In response to this cacophony, Chen Yuan could hardly be bothered. Want tickets? Fine. Exchange them for technology, resources, or antiques. Free rides. Dream on. On Mars, in the dead of night, Mars Base 1 was illuminated brilliantly. Although no residents had officially moved in yet, the engineering team was busy with the final adjustments of the power and maintenance systems. Chen Yuan strolled alone through the empty streets. A system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Phase task completed. Establish the first city on Mars. Reward. Planetary shield technology, incomplete version. Reward, 50,000 points. A smile crept onto Chen Yuan's lips. Planetary shield. This was a valuable asset. Although incomplete, it would serve well for defense against typical meteorite impacts. Just then, a faint tremor suddenly emanated from beneath his feet. The vibration was so subtle that it could easily be overlooked. Yet, due to his genetically enhanced perception, Chen Yuan sensed it immediately. An earthquake? He furrowed his brow. Geological activity on Mars should have ceased long ago. How could there be an earthquake? He promptly connected to the command center's communication. Please check the geological monitoring data. Was there a tremor just now? The technician on the other end replied, puzzled. Chief engineer. No seismic waves detected. Suddenly, the technician's voice turned fearful. Not seismic waves. It's sound waves. They are emanating from deep beneath the city. Moreover, they exhibit a rhythmic pulsation. Chen Yuan's gaze sharpened. Rhythmic pulsation? Isn't that akin to a heartbeat? Could there be something hidden beneath Mars? Chapter 68. The gaze from below. Everyone. Evacuate to the safety zone immediately. Chen Yuan's command echoed through the entire Mars Base 1. Engineers who had just been calibrating equipment, though unaware of the situation, trusted the chief engineer implicitly and quickly abandoned their tasks, orderly retreating towards the transport ships stationed outside the city. Chief engineer, we should evacuate as well. Zhao Gang, accompanied by a squad of fully armed Chintian mecha warriors, rushed over, visibly anxious. The tremors from below were intensifying, and sonar detection indicated a massive object rapidly approaching the surface. How large? Chen Yuan inquired. At least 30 meters in diameter and over 200 meters in length. Zhao Gang swallowed hard. It resembled a gigantic earthworm. A giant earthworm? A sandworm? Images from various sci-fi films flashed through Chen Yuan's mind, but he quickly shook his head. Mars's ecosystem could not sustain such carbon-based behemoths, unless it was silicon-based. Or perhaps, it wasn't biological at all. You all stay up top, ready for fire support at a moment's notice. Chen Yuan donned a specially designed Black Dragon battlesuit, crafted from the latest nanomaterials, boasting 10 times the defensive capabilities of standard Chintian units. I'll go down and take a look. Chief engineer, it's too dangerous. Zhao Gang attempted to dissuade him. Rest assured, if it's a living creature, I have ways to handle it. Chen Yuan gestured to the 2 high-frequency oscillation knives on the back of his suit. If it's inanimate, even better. With that, Chen Yuan leaped into the fissure that had just opened in the city's center. The anti-gravity engine activated, gently lowering him downwards. The further he descended, the more intense the vibrations became. Strange metallic patterns began to appear on the surrounding rock walls. These patterns were ancient and weathered, covered in rust. Yet they still bore evident signs of human craftsmanship. Indeed, a glimmer of insight sparked in Chen Yuan's eyes. This was not a naturally occurring or vein. It was a relic. Boom. Just then, the rock layer below exploded violently. A colossal, rotating metal drill burst forth. This was the giant earthworm Zhao Gang had mentioned. Its entire body was constructed of an unknown dark golden metal, with a massive multi-composite drill head and a segmented, track-like body that was ravenously consuming the surrounding ore. Alarm. High-energy reaction. The battlesuit's AI emitted a shrill warning. The mechanical earthworm seemed to sense Chen Yuan's presence. It halted its excavation, raising the enormous drill head slowly, resembling a blind serpent targeting Chen Yuan in midair. Zzz. A dark red laser began to coalesce at the drill's center. Quite temperamental, Chen Yuan scoffed. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The next moment, boom. The laser struck the rock wall, melting the hard granite into a pool of magma. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan had already appeared atop the mechanical earthworm's back, drawing forth his high-frequency oscillation knife, which glimmered with a blue hue. Open up. Clang. Sparks flew as the oscillation knife, capable of effortlessly slicing through tank armor, struck the creature's exterior, leaving merely a shallow white mark. What a tough shell. Chen Yuan felt a surge of excitement. This material undoubtedly surpassed any alloy currently known on Earth. It was even harder than the strong interaction material he had yet to fully analyze. System, scan this thing. Ding. Scan complete. Target, prehistoric civilization, level 2, fully automatic mining machine. Status, out of control defensive mode. Weakness, energy transmission node below the third segment of the torso. So it's a mining machine. Chen Yuan realized. It seems the construction of Mars Base 1 has encroached upon its operational route. Or its energy sensor misidentified the city's energy core as high energy, or prompting it to surge forward for mining. Now that I know its weakness, this should be straightforward. Chen Yuan moved like lightning, deftly maneuvering across the massive mechanical body, evading its clumsy mechanical arms. In the blink of an eye, he reached the location of the third segment of the torso. Here, instead of using his knife, Chen Yuan produced a miniature electromagnetic pulse grenade, EMP. This was specifically designed to target high-tech mechanical units. Let us see how you like this. He pressed the EMP forcefully against the flickering red node. Zzz. Blue arcs of electricity erupted, coursing through the metallic shell and spreading throughout the mechanical body. The once ferocious machine, as if stripped of its spine, suddenly went rigid. The enormous drill head drooped weakly, its red light flickering a few times before extinguishing completely. Boom. The massive body crashed against the rock wall, stirring up a cloud of dust. Task accomplished. Chen Yuan brushed the dust from his hands. Zhao Gang, call someone down. Have this behemoth taken up. It's a treasure trove of material science that has presented itself to us. Hours later, the crisis was averted. In the square of Mars 1, the colossal mechanical worm had been dismantled into countless parts. Scientists, reminiscent of carnival goers, drooled over the components. Heavens! This metal composition is extraordinary. The design of this transmission structure is nothing short of a masterpiece. If we could reverse engineer this, our mech performance could triple. Observing the elated research team, Chen Yuan shook his head with a smile. This expedition to Mars had not only established a city, but had also unearthed a gem. A remarkable gain indeed. However, as everyone celebrated their Martian bounty, 380,000 kilometers away, on the far side of the moon, at the Guang'an Palace base, the massive deep space radio telescope, Tianyuan 2, was quietly scanning the depths of the universe. Suddenly, the red light in the monitoring room flickered to life without warning, and a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the moon. A signal analyst on duty, upon seeing a series of fluctuating data on the screen, turned pale. Trembling, he picked up the red hotline to Earth-S Sector 0. Report. We have received a high-power signal from the Centauri system. It's not noise. It's a logical code. They are coming. Chapter 69. Malice light years away. Earth, Sector 0, late at night. The courtyard, usually shrouded in silence, was now ablaze with lights. Armed guards patrolled every few steps, sealing off the entire compound. Even the density of anti-gravity drone patrols had tripled. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The Grand Elder sat at the head of the table, his expression grave. Surrounding him were the highest officials from the military, the Academy of Sciences, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. All eyes were fixed on a holographic projection at the end of the table, depicting Chen Yuan, who had just been urgently transmitted back from Mars. Xiao Chun, have you verified the situation? The Grand Elder's voice was hoarse. It has been verified, Chen Yuan nodded. Gesturing in the air, a complex waveform appeared before everyone. This is the signal intercepted by Tianyuan 2. After triple decryption by our quantum computer, we have restored its content. Chen Yuan paused, taking a deep breath. This is neither a greeting nor an exploration. It is a coordinate locking command, along with a countdown. A countdown? An elderly general sprang to his feet. What countdown? There are 2 years and 8 months until the target reaches the edge of the solar system. Chen Yuan's voice was calm, yet it resonated like thunder in the ears of the assembly. What is it? The Academy president asked, trembling. An alien fleet? No. Based on the energy level analysis of the signal source, it appears to be merely an advanced probe. Chen Yuan displayed a simulation. It was a perfect teardrop-shaped object, its surface gleaming like a mirror, reflecting the starlight around it. I call it the teardrop. It originates from the Alpha Centauri system, also known as Proxima Centauri. It travels at a staggering speed, reaching 15 times the speed of light. Moreover, its surface material is composed of atoms locked by strong interaction forces, making it absolutely smooth and exceedingly hard. The room fell into a profound silence. Although not all were physicists, those with even a modicum of knowledge understood the implications of strong interaction. It signified a state of matter that existed only on neutron stars. Any weapon humanity currently possessed, even a nuclear bomb, would be as ineffective as a firecracker against it. What do they intend to do? The Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke with difficulty. To eliminate. Chen Yuan replied coldly. For advanced civilizations, the universe is a dark forest. Any lower civilization that exposes its coordinates is a potential threat. In our previous construction of space elevators and Mars terraforming, we released too many high-energy signals. We have exposed ourselves. That probe has come to ascertain our technological level. Once it confirms we pose a threat, it will pierce through the Earth's core like a bullet or directly cripple our technology, awaiting the subsequent fleet to harvest us. Bang! The general slammed his fist on the table. Damn it! This is intolerable. Whatever it is, teardrop or barrel, since it has arrived, it shan't leave. Chief Engineer Chen, you decide how we should respond. Even if we have to obliterate the Earth, we cannot allow these extraterrestrial invaders to have an easy time. The Grand Elder raised his hand, silencing the discussions. He turned to Chen Yuan, his gaze profound. Xiao Chen, you are the most knowledgeable among us. Tell us, do we have a chance? Everyone held their breath, watching Chen Yuan. He paused for a moment, recalling the ultimate weapons still unredeemed in the system. The prehistorical mining materials recently acquired on Mars, and the ongoing development of the Southgate Phase 2 project. He raised his head, a spark of brilliance flickering in his eyes. If it were a month ago, the odds would be zero. But now, he pointed at Mars on the large screen. We have unearthed treasures on Mars, coupled with nearly 3 years of preparation time. Chen Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a signature grin tinged with madness. Grand Elder, have you heard of two-dimensional foil? No. That's fine, Chen Yuan shrugged. We wouldn't be able to create it anyway. The assembly murmured, but Chen Yuan continued. However, we can construct a lower-tier planetary defense system. Since they have sent a teardrop our way, we shall respond with a colossal hammer. A hammer capable of smashing that teardrop to smithereens. The Grand Elder observed the confidence radiating from Chen Yuan, and his furrowed brow began to relax. He stood, surveying the room. An invisible authority instantly enveloped the entire conference chamber. Very well. Since we cannot evade, we shall strike. Relay my orders. From this day forth, the nation enters a state of primary combat readiness. All resources shall be prioritized towards the Southgate project. This is not merely for Huaxia. It is for all humanity. At this juncture, the Grand Elder turned to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Tomorrow, an emergency United Nations assembly will be convened. Certain matters must be conveyed to those who are still squabbling. Whether they be the eagle or the rooster, at this moment, they must obediently serve as allies. Not cannon fodder. Chapter 70. Global Conscription, New York, United Nations Headquarters. The atmosphere here was particularly eerie today. Delegates from various nations, typically tardy, had arrived an hour early. Even representatives from the smaller nations, who were usually absent, crowded the back rows, their expressions tense. This was due to the highest-level red summons issued by Huaxia to the 5 permanent member states just last night. The reason was succinct. Pertaining to the survival of human civilization, absentees will be regarded as guilty of crimes against humanity. With such a heavy mantle placed upon them, who would dare remain absent? At precisely 9 o'clock, the doors opened. The Grand Elder, clad in a Zhongshan suit and accompanied by Chen Yuan, strode confidently to the podium. There were no pleasantries, no formalities. The Grand Elder spoke directly into the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, the content that follows may very well upend your worldview. Please prepare yourselves mentally. With that, he nodded at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan stepped forward, inserting a black hard drive into the playback device. In the next moment, a massive holographic screen illuminated the center of the assembly hall. It was a recording of a signal from deep space. Although incomprehensible, the cold, mechanical frequency, laden with an oppressive atmosphere, sent shivers down the spines of all present. What is this? The representative of the Eagle Nation could not restrain himself and stood up. What trick is the Huaxia going to pull now? This is a declaration of war. Chen Yuan coldly regarded him, a message of hostility from 42 light years away. from the civilization of Proxima Centauri. The scene then shifted. The sleek, mirror-like droplet detector appeared on the screen, accompanied by a glaring crimson countdown. Estimated arrival time: 2 years, 7 months, 29 days, 14 hours. This is impossible, the Eagle Nation representative vehemently countered. If it were aliens, why is it only Huaxia that can receive the signal? Why hasn't our Hubble telescope detected anything? You must be fabricating lies to monopolize space and intimidate us. This is a conspiracy, a blatant conspiracy. Many representatives from Western nations chimed in with uproar. Exactly. What a coincidence. Produce the evidence. Chen Yuan looked at this group of politicians, akin to jesters, and a flicker of pity crossed his gaze. You want evidence? Very well, I shall provide it. He snapped his fingers, and the screen instantly transitioned. It displayed a screenshot of the Hubble telescope's back-end log, clearly documenting that 3 days prior, Hubble had also captured an anomalous optical flash. However, this record was deliberately deleted by the higher-ups of the Eagle Nation. Director Smith, in an effort to avoid panic, or perhaps to cover his own incompetence, chose to conceal it. Chen Yuan stated coolly, if you do not believe it, you may contact NASA for verification. Of course, provided that Director Smith has not been dismissed by your president. The representative of the Eagle Nation turned pale as a ghost. Trembling, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the phone slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. On the other end, Smith's frantic voice echoed, I don't know. I thought it was a malfunction. I truly had no idea it was aliens. The venue erupted into chaos. There are indeed aliens, and they are coming to destroy us in less than 3 years. Panic spread through the crowd like a plague. Silence. The Grand Elder's furious shout silenced the assembly. What are you panicking about? The sky hasn't fallen yet. Even if it does, we tall ones will bear the brunt. He surveyed the room, his gaze piercing. The enemy has drawn their sword. We have but 2 choices. Either we bury our heads in the sand like ostriches, awaiting slaughter, or we take up arms and fight them to the bitter end. Huaxia has decided to initiate the second phase of the Southgate project. We shall form the first true space fleet in human history. On the big screen, the original droplet image vanished, replaced by countless designs of colossal interstellar warships. The Luanbird aerospace mothership, the Suinu unmanned fighter, the Chungying tactical mech. The visual impact of this steel torrent left everyone breathless. Yet, this is not merely Huaxia's war. Chen Yuan seized the microphone, his voice resonant and powerful. We require resources, industrial capacity, and the finest warriors from all of humanity. Therefore, I, representing Huaxia, announce, effective immediately, we commence global conscription. Regardless of nationality or skin color, as long as you pass the evaluation, you shall be eligible to don this battle armor and fight for Earth. Of course, Chen Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the representative of the Eagle Nation, a hint of derision gracing his lips. Patent fees will still apply. However, considering we are all in the same boat, I can offer you a 2 discount. That evening, in the central squares of major cities worldwide, conscription advertisements illuminated the screens simultaneously. In the footage, Chen Yuan, clad in a black dragon battlesuit, stood upon the Martian red soil. Behind him loomed the majestic construction of a space city against the vast, starry sky. He extended his hand towards the camera, his gaze resolute and fervent. Do you wish to become a hero? Do you yearn to behold the stars and the sea? Do you desire to drive the invaders back to their homeland with your own hands? Join the Space Force. Our journey is among the stars and the sea. That night, Earth erupted in fervor. The blood of countless passionate youths ignited. The conscription website's server crashed within the first second of its launch due to overwhelming traffic. A new era dawned, an era of interstellar warfare. Chapter 71, Only Death in Battle, No Retirement, Earth. This week is destined to be etched in history. Since the conclusion of the United Nations General Assembly, the phrase global conscription has detonated within human society like a powerful bomb, unleashing an unprecedented tsunami. The server of the Huaxia Space Force's official website expanded tenfold on the first day. The number of applicants surpassed 300 million. This surge was not merely fueled by passion, but also by fear. The news of an impending alien invasion, while officially conveyed in a calm tone, loomed over everyone like the sword of Damocles due to the countdown. In the capital city, at the Space Force Recruitment Center, the line extended for 10 kilometers. Clear the way. Everyone, step aside. A red limited edition sports car arrogantly parked at the entrance. A wealthy second-generation heir, donned in designer attire, sunglasses perched on his nose, and a black leather suitcase in hand, swaggered over. I am the heir of the Lee Group. The wealthy heir shouted at the guard at the door. My father donated $1 billion to the Space Force. I demand to see your commander. Arrange for me a captain's position, A vice captain will do. The surrounding young recruits cast disdainful glances at him, yet the wealthy heir remained unfazed. In his view, there was no problem in this world that money could not solve. If there were, it was merely a matter of insufficient funds. He patted the suitcase in his grip. Here is $10 million, just as a meeting gift. Just then, the security gate at the entrance suddenly lit up red. A cold, mechanical synthesized voice echoed. Warning. Attempted bribery detected. Identity verification, Lee somewhat. Credit rating, extremely low. Processing result. Permanently blacklisted from the Space Force and barred from any military-industrial project participation for the family enterprise. What? The wealthy heir barely had time to react before two armed guards approached and seized him like a rag doll. Let go of me. I have money. My father is. Take him away. A major coldly waved his hand. This is the military, not your playground. Want to save your skin? Go home and hide. Don't come here to embarrass yourself. This scene unfolded in various corners of the world. All who attempted to exploit connections, seek favors, or harbor ulterior motives were ruthlessly eliminated in the first round. For the initial review was not conducted by humans, but by the recently upgraded national-level artificial intelligence, NUA. In NUA's algorithms, there was no room for favoritism, only data. Your past experiences, criminal records, credit scores, and even your online statements would all factor into the evaluation. 3 days later, at a top-secret training base in the Northwest, only fewer than 10,000 remained after rigorous selection. This was already a selection of the elite from hundreds of thousands. Among them were retired special forces, top fighter pilots, Olympic gold medalists, and exceptionally brilliant geniuses. Yet at this moment, they stood obediently like quails under the scorching sun on the training field. For the man on the platform was Zhao Gang, the captain of Huaxia's 1st Exoskeleton Special Forces Unit, now the chief instructor for new recruits of the Space Force. His gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over the crowd below. There were no welcoming words, no encouraging phrases. Congratulations to you all, Zhao Gang sneered coldly. No, rather, he expressed pity for them. They presumed that enlisting in the Space Force meant piloting starships, battling monsters, becoming heroes. How mistaken, how grievously mistaken. Zhao Gang abruptly raised his voice. Space is the most merciless battlefield known to humanity. There is no air, no gravity, and it is rife with lethal radiation. Once hostilities commence, you will confront alien civilizations whose technological prowess utterly eclipses ours. Your vessels may be obliterated. Your bodies may instantly boil in the vacuum. Your remains might never return to Earth, condemned to drift as cosmic debris. Silence engulfed the hall. Many faces paled. Now, I offer you one final chance. Zhao Gang gestured toward the door behind him. Those who fear death, those longing for home, leave now. Beyond this door, no one will mock you. You may return to your privileged lives, your elite status intact. However, if you remain, Zhao Gang paused, his voice turning somber and grave, your records will be expunged from civil registries. Your identities classified as top secret. Your fate shall be one of two. Either become stars guarding this blue planet, or tombstones forever standing on the cold far side of the moon. A deathly silence ensued. 1 minute, 2. Some wavered. 1, 2. Gradually, hundreds lowered their heads and silently exited through the door. Zhao Gang watched impassively. 5 minutes passed, and no one else left. Those remaining stood erect, their eyes brimming not only with fear, but with resolute determination, a willingness to die for the survival of their race. Very well. Zhao Gang nodded and rendered a precise military salute. Welcome to hell. From this day forth, you shall have no names, only designations. All personnel accounted for. Objective, Southern Gate. Chapter 72. The Deep Space Colossus on the Moon's far side. At the Lagrange L2 point, a colossal troop carrier slowly entered orbit. Within the cabin, recruits pressed against the portholes, greedily absorbing the view. Is this the Moon's far side? So many craters. Rumors say alien relics lie there. Nonsense. Mere street fiction. Lin Feng sat quietly in a corner. As a former Air Force Golden Helmet pilot, he was accustomed to grand spectacles. Yet now, his palms sweated profusely. For he knew this mission involved humanity's greatest secret project, the Southern Gate shipyard. Approaching the destination, an electronic announcement sounded. All personnel, please fasten seatbelts and open the light shields. As the shields slowly rose, the previously black void burst into a dazzling array of lights. Heavens above, is this truly man-made? Gasps of awe echoed throughout the cabin. Even the usually composed Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Before them hovered a gigantic ring-shaped space dock, resembling a steel leviathan, suspended silently in the void. Its scale defied human imagination. Countless engineering mechs scurried like ants, welding torches flickering blue like a river of stars. Yet, The most breathtaking sight was not the dock itself, but the massive warship moored at its center. Its entire hull was deep gray, with a streamlined silhouette exuding futuristic elegance. The prow resembled a majestic bird poised for flight. The towering bridge soared skyward. Mere estimation placed its length beyond 2 kilometers. Compared to Earth's so-called 100,000-ton aircraft carriers, it was a behemoth. Those vessels appeared as mere plastic ducks in a toy bathtub. Is that the Yuan bird? Lin Feng asked, his voice trembling. A familiar voice replied. Chen Yuan appeared at the cabin entrance wearing his signature white coat. Indeed, it measures 50 meters in length, 80 meters in width, with a standard displacement, or rather, an aerospace displacement, of 12 million tons. Chen Yuan smiled at the stunned recruits. Its power core comprises 2 heavy controllable nuclear fusion reactors. Its belly houses 4 massive anti-gravity engines, enabling free takeoff and landing within planetary atmospheres. It boasts an all-encompassing electromagnetic deflection shield. Its hangar can accommodate 300 Xian new unmanned fighters and 50 Chang'e tactical mechs. With each statistic, the recruits' hearts pounded faster. This was no mere warship. It was a mobile fortress of war, a divine marvel capable of subjugating planets. Is this what we will pilot? One recruit murmured, eyes aflame with fervor. No. Chen Yuan shook his head, dispelling illusions. This is the flagship, the command vessel. Most of you are not yet qualified to board this ship. Your battlefield lies within those Xian new fighters and Chang'e mechs. The ship gently docked. As the recruits set foot upon the steel Leviathan's deck, their sense of insignificance deepened. Towering hangar doors tens of meters high, corridors wide enough for horse-drawn carriages, rows of weapons systems gleaming with cold metallic luster. This was the aesthetics of industrial might, the pinnacle of human civilization. Chief Engineer Chen Zhaogang approached softly. This beast is indeed formidable, but I feel it lacks something. Lacks what? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Killing intent. Zhaogang pointed to the massive hollow at the bow. That's where the main cannon goes, right? It's empty now, like a burly man without a blade. Big, but not intimidating. Chen Yuan chuckled, patting Zhaogang on the shoulder. Rest assured. The blade is sharpened, a blade capable of piercing the heavens. He turned his gaze toward the profound cosmos, as if piercing the void to behold the approaching water droplet. When this blade is mounted, this Yuan bird will truly become a divine beast. Chapter 73, Immortal Flesh Ugh. Outside the simulation chamber, another recruit staggered out, clutching a trash bin and vomiting violently. Inside the Yuan bird's tactical simulation center, although in space. The training chamber employed centrifuge and holographic projection technology to simulate the high-G maneuvers of combat. The sensation of internal organs being flung about was nothing short of nightmarish. Next, Zhaogang called expressionlessly. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and entered the chamber. The door sealed behind him. The environment instantly transformed into a star-studded void. Mission objective: pilot a Chang'e mech, traverse an asteroid belt, and destroy 3 enemy drones. No sooner had the system's prompt ended than 3 red lasers whizzed past his head. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, sharply pushing the joystick as his mech executed a flawless barrel roll. Then, with thrusters at full throttle, he plunged like a cannonball into the asteroid swarm, evading, aiming, firing. Boom. Boom. 2 drones exploded. Yet, as he prepared to lock onto the third, a sudden intense overload struck, a simulated 9G force. Lin Feng's vision momentarily darkened, reddened. His reaction lagged by a fraction of a second. That brief hesitation proved fatal. The final drone launched a miniature missile, striking his cockpit. Mission failed. Survival time, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. The hatch opened. Lin Feng emerged, his complexion pale and his legs slightly trembling. This is beyond what a human can achieve. He cursed with a hint of resentment. Under a 9G overload, one must still perform precise maneuvers. The human nervous system simply cannot keep pace. Indeed, several new recruits, all ace pilots, echoed his sentiments. The design of this mech is flawed. It's too sensitive. Even a slight tremor could lead to a deviation of hundreds of meters. Surely, even aliens couldn't operate it this way? Just as the discussions intensified and doubts about the equipment design began to surface, Chen Yuan walked in. Do you believe there is a design flaw? He cast a glance at the most vocal new recruit. Do you think humanity cannot accomplish this? Reporting to the chief. The recruit stood tall. I am the previous gold helmet winner. On the J-20, I could execute the Cobra maneuver. Yet, the operational logic of this mech defies ergonomics entirely. Ergonomics? Chen Yuan laughed. A cold, chilling laugh. In the battlefield of space, will your enemies discuss ergonomics with you? When a droplet collides, will it slow down because of your delayed reaction? As he spoke, he removed his lab coat, revealing a form-fitting black combat suit beneath. Disable the gravity compensation. Chen Yuan approached a training pod and addressed the operator. What? The operator gasped. Chief, shutting off the gravity compensation will subject your body to the full force of overload. It could reach up to 15 G. You'll die? Disable it. Chen Yuan repeated, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The operator gritted his teeth and tremblingly deactivated the safety limits. Chen Yuan stepped into the pod, connecting to the neural helmet. Simulation start. Difficulty level, hell. Enemy units, 100 aircraft. On the screen, a swarm of red dots surged toward the lone mech like a horde of bees. Is this suicidal? Lin Feng murmured, staring at the screen. With this density, not even a fly could make it through. However, in the next moment, silence enveloped the room. The mech on the screen moved. No, it was a teleportation. It traced bizarre zigzag patterns in the void. There were no preparatory movements, no inertial buffering. One moment it was hurtling to the left at high speed. The next it defied the laws of physics to veer sharply to the right. Acute maneuverability. Z-pattern oscillation. All the laser beams grazed its armor, not even chipping a bit of paint. Meanwhile, the electromagnetic rifle in its grasp acted as the scythe of death. Each flicker heralded the explosion of an enemy craft. Boom. The brilliant fireworks merged into a tapestry in the starry sky. In just 1 minute, all 100 enemy aircraft were obliterated. When Chen Yuan stepped out of the training pod, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. Everyone stared at him as if he were a monster. Not a drop of sweat adorned his brow, nor was his breathing even slightly erratic. How is this possible? The gold helmet recruit felt his worldview shatter. Wouldn't such maneuvers shatter one's internal organs? It would, Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly. If your physical attributes remain at the level of an earthling. He pointed to his head. But the core of this mech is not the joystick. It is this, the neural direct connection system. When your consciousness merges with the mech, you become the mech, and the mech becomes you. As for the body, Chen Yuan surveyed the crowd. This is why I had Zhao Gang push you to your limits. Forge your bodies into steel, and your wills into alloys. Otherwise, on future battlefields, you won't even qualify as cannon fodder. With that, Chen Yuan turned and departed, leaving behind only his silhouette and a fleeting remark. This level is merely a warm-up. Keep pace with me, or perish. Chapter 74, Star Shatter Strike. At the edge of the asteroid belt lies a desolate region of the solar system, an ideal site for weapon testing. A specialized engineering ship named Ho-E hovered near an abandoned asteroid approximately 500 meters in diameter. This asteroid, primarily composed of iron-nickel alloy, boasted a hardness comparable to the frontal armor of a tank. On the main deck of the engineering ship, a uniquely designed colossal cannon was mounted. Its barrel was not circular but took on a flat, prismatic shape, entirely black with intricate golden patterns etched upon it, crafted from dark gold materials unearthed from Martian relics. Serving as energy rails. All systems normal. Energy fill rate at 80. Cooling system operational. In the command room, Chen Yuan focused intently on the pulsating data on the screen. This was the culmination of his efforts over the past month. Utilizing core materials from the Martian mining machines, combined with the gravitational wave focusing technology obtained from the system, he had created the ultimate single-unit weapon, this Star Shatter Cannon. Chief, are we really going to conduct a full power test fire? The weapon expert, Old Li, expressed concern. The theoretical power of this device is immense. If it explodes, our ship will be reduced to nothing. Fear not. Chen Yuan patted the console before him. I have confidence in these dark gold materials. If they can withstand even the skin of a droplet, what fear do we have of this energy impact? Charging complete. The system's notification chimed. Chen Yuan inhaled deeply, placing his hand on the red launch button. Target, asteroid No. X-789. Fire. Virum. There was no deafening explosion, nor dazzling flames. Only a deep, resonant hum, akin to the breath of a colossal beast, instantly permeated the vacuum, directly affecting the human skeletal membrane. Under the horrified gaze of all present, before the cannon's mouth, space appeared to distort momentarily. An almost invisible transparent ripple, traveling at sublight speed, shot forth. Wherever the ripple passed, tiny meteors were instantly obliterated, leaving not even a speck of dust. The next second, the ripple struck the asteroid. Silence. An eerie stillness. No explosion. No flames. The massive asteroid seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, then disintegrated. It did not explode, but rather disintegrated at the molecular level. The hard iron-nickel alloy transformed into the finest metallic powder in an instant, like a gust of wind sweeping over a sandcastle. The once menacing boulder gradually dissipated into a cloud of metallic mist, expanding slowly before their eyes. Gulp. Oldly swallowed hard, breaking the silence. What is the principle behind this? Gravitational wave oscillation. More accurately, it's high-frequency gravitational resonance, Chen Yuan clarified. By employing specific frequencies, we induce molecular resonance within materials, directly disrupting molecular bonds. To put it simply, it disperses the material. Terrifying, Oldly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If this were to strike Earth thus, it can only be used in space. Chen Yuan gazed at the slowly dissipating metallic mist, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Furthermore, its primary target is not the planet, but rather those shells that thrive on hardness. He recalled the droplet. While strong interaction materials are hard, they are not invincible. As long as the frequency aligns, even neutron star material could be cracked open. Wrap it up. Chen Yuan turned, feeling elated. Dismantle this cannon and install it in the main cannon position of the Luan bird. Our divine beast has finally grown its fangs. 3 days later, the Luan bird completed its final outfitting. The black golden star shatter cannon was perfectly embedded beneath the ship's bow, resembling a lethal stinger hidden in the shadows. Attention all units. On the bridge of the ship, Chen Yuan occupied the captain's seat. Although Zhao Gang was the nominal captain, in reality, he was the one in command. He gazed into the profound cosmos ahead and issued a command. Engines, prepare for ignition. Target, Earth's orbit. It was time to return and put on a show for the people of his homeland and those ill-intentioned neighbors. Chapter 75, The Sword Unsheathed Earth. The Ministry of Defense of Huaxia. During a routine press conference, the spokesperson, with a smile and a relaxed tone, announced, to assess the phased results of the Southgate Plan, our space forces will conduct a routine patrol exercise in near-Earth orbit at 2 p.m. today. We urge all nation satellites to take caution to avoid any unnecessary misjudgments. As the news broke, the world erupted in astonishment. Patrol? What would they use for a patrol? Surely not those few cargo-only Kunpeng spacecraft? Or perhaps just to push the space station around for a few laps? In the Pentagon, Director Smith scoffed at the news, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Pretentiousness. They can't possibly build a warship in such a short time. I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Order the first squadron of the Space Forces to launch. I want them to witness true space power. At 2 p.m., countless eyes around the globe were glued to the sky through various channels. A few X-37B spaceplanes, what they referred to as space fighters, were already poised in orbit, resembling a flock of circling vultures awaiting their prey. Suddenly, the deep space radar directed toward the moon blared a piercing alarm. High-energy reactions detected. Something is approaching. It is moving at incredible speed. It has surpassed the second cosmic velocity. Before the ground command center could react, the sky darkened. Specifically, the sunlight was obscured. Above geostationary orbit, a massive shadow slowly emerged. First, the bow of the ship appeared, its sharp lines gleaming coldly like an eagle's beak. Next came the hull, towering like a mountain, bristling with countless turrets and launch silos. Finally, the rear revealed 4 colossal nuclear fusion engines, emitting a blue glow akin to 4 small suns. The Luan bird was descending. Accompanying it were 2 slightly smaller, yet still 500 meters long, Xiannu-class unmanned motherships. In that moment, the entire Earth fell silent. The few X-37Bs appeared insignificant before the Luan bird, akin to mosquitoes resting on an aircraft carrier's deck. Small and laughable. My God. Director Smith's coffee cup fell to the floor again. This time, he lacked the strength to pick it up. Was this their routine exercise? Was this an alien invasion? In the orbital space, on the bridge of the Luan bird, a report came in. Unidentified flying objects detected ahead, suspected to be Eagle Nation spaceplanes, the radar operator reported. They are attempting to approach for reconnaissance. Chen Yuan, seated in the command chair, barely lifted an eyelid. Ignore them. Maintain course, full speed ahead. If they obstruct our path, he sneered, then we shall collide with them. Yes, sir. The massive warship began to accelerate, the power of its nuclear fusion engines surging instantly. The high-temperature plasma streams emitted created a blue streak several kilometers long in space. The X-37Bs attempting to approach were instantly ensnared, caught in the violent ion tail as if they were paper airplanes in a typhoon, immediately out of control, tumbling and blown away hundreds of kilometers. Mayday! Mayday! Engines offline. Loss of control. We're going to crash. Help! The radio crackled with the desperate cries of the Eagle Nation pilots. However, no one felt sympathy for them. For at that moment, global viewers were cheering for that immense silhouette. Wow, that's our ship. This is incredibly magnificent. Who dares to say we only build ships on PowerPoint? Where are the Eagle Nation's planes? They were just showing off, and now they've vanished in the blink of an eye, blown away by the exhaust. Huh. This patrol lasted a full circuit, with the Yuan bird soaring majestically over the skies of every major nation, like a king surveying its domain. With every pass, the ground radar was overwhelmed by static, testament to the power of electromagnetic suppression. When it finally returned to the far side of the moon, the global landscape had irrevocably transformed. All skepticism, mockery, and provocation dissipated, replaced by reverence, absolute reverence. Yet, while the world basked in the joy of humanity possessing its first interstellar fleet at the lunar base, the Deep Space Monitoring Station's operator, upon seeing the freshly updated data on the screen, turned pale. He grabbed the communicator, his voice hoarse, calling the Yuan bird. Calling Chief Engineer Chen. Emergency situation. What is it? Chen Yuan's voice came through. The water droplet. The operator swallowed hard. His gaze fixed on the wildly flashing red dot on the screen. It has accelerated. Speed has reached 20 times the speed of light. Estimated arrival time has been halved. Just 1 year and 3 months. The communication channel plunged into silence. Chapter 76. The Pursuit of the Sun-Earth. Number 0 Courtyard. Energy, energy, and more energy. In the conference room, a white-haired energy expert slammed his hands on the table. Chief Engineer Chen, your shattering star cannon is impressive, but it drains half of Huaxia's power grid for a single shot. And that planetary shield of yours, theoretically, maintaining it for just 1 minute requires an amount of energy equivalent to what the entire globe generates in a year. Our current nuclear fusion plants are utterly insufficient. Unless we build a fusion reactor every 10 kilometers on Earth. Chen Yuan sat quietly across from him, listening to the expert's tirade. He understood that the old expert was right. As technological advancements soared, the demand for energy grew exponentially. The greatest barrier to transitioning from a planetary civilization to a stellar civilization is energy. Relying solely on Earth's meager deuterium-tritium reserves would be inadequate to sustain an interstellar war. Earth alone could not suffice. Chen Yuan stood up and approached the immense holographic star map. His finger traced a path through the Earth, past Mars, ultimately resting on the enormous fireball radiating boundless light and heat. But it is sufficient. The sun? The old expert was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting solar energy? Don't joke around. Current photovoltaic panel efficiency. Not photovoltaic panels, Chen Yuan interjected. It's the Dyson sphere. The holographic projection transformed instantly. Surrounding the sun were countless dense golden dots, resembling tireless bees dancing around a queen. Each dot represented a massive, ultra-thin solar sail with an expansive area of several dozen square kilometers. The Quafa project, Chen Yuan's voice echoed in the conference room. We will launch 100 million Jinwu-class energy sails, deploying them within the orbit of Mercury. They will directly capture solar winds and light radiation, converting them to high-frequency microwaves. Then, using directionally calibrated antennas via quantum entanglement, we will transmit the energy back to Earth, Mars, and our fleet. 100 million? The old expert felt his blood pressure medication might soon run out. This scale of engineering is impossible even if we hollowed out the entire Earth. Who said we had to use Earth's materials? Chen Yuan replied with a slight smile, lightly tapping his finger. The star map magnified, locking onto the nearest, grayish planet to the sun. Isn't that just a ready-made quarry? 3 days later, Southgate Space Station. With a command from Chen Yuan, a vast fleet of engineering vessels surged forth from the harbor. This fleet, devoid of artillery, was laden with an array of colossal drilling apparatus and smelting furnaces. Their destination, Mercury. Meanwhile, on Earth, countless souls gazed skyward, unaware of the specifics of the grand endeavor. Yet, each night, they beheld a multitude of meteors, rockets, traversing the night sky, embarking on their journey into the cosmos. It was a sight both tragic and imbued with hope. Humanity, an infant just emerging from its cradle, was finally reaching out for sustenance from the sun, its nurturing mother for eons. The myth of Quafu chasing the sun had transformed into reality. Standing before the porthole, Chen Yuan mused softly as he watched the fleet recede into the distance. This time, we shall not only pursue the sun, but also harness it. Chapter 77. Dismantling Mercury. Mercury, the smallest of the 8 planets in the solar system and the closest to the sun, was a veritable inferno. As the first echelon of the Quafu project, comprising 30 colossal industrial motherships, breached Mercury's orbit, all aboard were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Outside the porthole, the immense fireball seemed to dominate half the universe. It was no longer the warm orb they knew from Earth, but a roaring beast. Its surface a cascade of molten gold and crimson. Even with the finest optical glass, the blinding radiance was too fierce to behold directly. Charged particles from coronal mass ejections lashed at the spacecraft's energy shields like a whip, igniting vibrant, yet perilous auroras. Warning. External temperature, 430 degrees Celsius. Warning. Radiation levels exceed thresholds by 5,000 times. Warning. Gravitational tides are anomalous. The cacophony of alarms filled the bridge, yet Chen Yuan remained undeterred. Clad in a heavy radiation suit, he stood before the expansive window, fixated on the ashen-brown planet below. That was Mercury, a lifeless sphere scorched by the sun for billions of years, its surface marked by a multitude of craters, scars from countless impacts over eons. There was no atmosphere, no water, no life. Only rock, metal, and relentless heat. Truly, a perfect mining pit. Chen Yuan's voice resonated through the communication channel, reaching every vessel. His tone was devoid of fear, infused instead with the insatiable fervor of an engineer discovering prime materials. Zhao Taizu. Present, came the robust voice of Zhao Taizu, former national-level mining engineer and now the commander of the engineering fleet. Are your behemoths hungry? Chen Yuan inquired. Zhao Taizu grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth. His expression akin to that of a hunter spotting prey. They've been ravenous. Chief, this place is like a self-service buffet prepared by the gods. It would be a disservice not to feast upon this bounty of iron-nickel alloy. Then let us commence. Chen Yuan gestured lightly. All hands, attention. Zhao Taizu's bellow echoed throughout the fleet. Prepare for first-level landing. Deploy the Titan mining excavators. Let us drill through this sphere. Boom. With the command issued, the belly hatches of the 30 industrial motherships creaked open. Hundreds of enormous black metal pods cascaded toward Mercury's surface like a meteor shower, trailing long tails of fire. They employed no parachutes. After all, there was no atmosphere, but relied on retro rockets to crash land near the equator in the Caloris Basin. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds resonated through the rock layers, triggering minor tremors. As the dust settled, the true forms of the metal pods were revealed, the most audacious creations of human industry, the Titan I, planetary-level, fully automated mining machines. They were no longer vehicles in the traditional sense. They were mobile mountains of steel. Each Titan towered over 1,000 meters, surpassing even the world's tallest skyscraper. The Burj Khalifa. Their undercarriages boasted 16 massive nuclear-powered treads, each track plate the size of a basketball court. Their pride lay in the colossal multi-wheel excavation drum at the front, a 500-meter diameter wheel embedded with high-hardness diamond composite teeth, capable of shredding even the hardest basalt as if it were mere tofu. Commence operation. Zhao Taizu commanded. Buzz. 100 Titans roared to life simultaneously. The terrifying cacophony, though inaudible in the vacuum, sent vibrations through the ground, detectable by the orbiting spacecraft. The massive excavation wheels began to spin, devouring the Mercury surface with an earth-shattering ferocity. Crack, crack, boom. Rocks shattered and mountains crumbled. A hill hundreds of meters tall succumbed to the might of the Titans within mere minutes, reduced to countless fragments consumed by the machine's crushing chambers. Yet, this was merely the beginning. On Mercury, the most challenging step of mining, refining, became remarkably simple. The heat was so intense it served as a natural furnace. Zhao Taizu gazed at the data on his screen, unable to restrain his astonishment. Surface temperature exceeds 400 degrees. With a little extra heat, or by focusing sunlight through lenses, the ore melts on its own. The Titans unfurled a massive concave mirror on their backs, automatically tracking the colossal sun above, concentrating the fierce sunlight into the crushing chamber. Temperatures of several thousand degrees were instantly generated. The once solid ore transformed into molten crimson. The centrifuge spun rapidly, swiftly separating elements of varying densities: iron, nickel, titanium, silicon, while impurities were expelled, forming new artificial mountains. The purified metallic liquid flowed through high-temperature pipelines, continuously feeding into the newly laid 100-kilometer superconducting electromagnetic rail, reaching for the heavens. Launch preparations. 3, 2, 1. Bang. Specially designed magnetic levitation containers filled with liquid metal were propelled by electromagnetic forces, instantly accelerating to the first cosmic velocity. They soared like cannonballs, escaping Mercury's feeble gravity and precisely targeting the space factories in synchronous orbit. This scene was breathtakingly spectacular. On the surface, 100 steel behemoths voraciously consumed the planet, while above, countless metal containers formed shimmering silver waterfalls cascading against the backdrop of space. This was not merely mining, it was disassembly. For the first time, humanity, with the will of a species, was performing a surgical dissection of a planet. In Mercury's synchronous orbit, A bustling assembly line of automated factories awaited the influx of metal containers, which were deftly captured by colossal robotic arms and directed into high-temperature casting workshops. Here, no workers toiled, only tireless robotic appendages and rapidly operating 3D printing nozzles. The nanocoating process commenced. Light pressure support structures took shape, polished to a perfect sheen. Within minutes, a hexagonal membrane with edges spanning 10 kilometers emerged from the production line. It was incredibly thin, merely a few microns thick, lighter than a cicada's wing. Yet, it was remarkably resilient, crafted from materials reinforced through advanced interactivity weaving technology, capable of withstanding micrometeorite impacts. Unfurl. At the command, the membrane was gently nudged into space by a robotic arm. Whoosh. In the vacuum, it instantly expanded. Like a golden blossom, it flourished amidst the darkness. Both sides were adorned with a flawless reflective layer, one facing the sun to absorb energy, while the other transformed that energy into high-frequency microwaves, directing them toward the distant Earth. One side, 2 sides, 100 sides, 10,000 sides. As time passed, an increasing number of golden solar sails were produced. Joining the array, they connected through magnetic fields, automatically adjusting their positions to form a colossal honeycomb structure. From afar, the once solitary and burning sun appeared to be adorned with a golden ribbon around its waist. This was the collar humanity had placed upon the sun, marking the first step towards a stellar civilization. At Earth's zero base, the Energy Command Center, a vast holographic screen displayed a once stable energy curve that suddenly surged, as if invigorated, skyrocketing uncontrollably. It was connected. The energy transmission array from Mercury had successfully integrated. My heavens, the figures! An elderly academic with white hair gazed at the pulsating numbers, his teacup trembling in his hands. 1,000 terawatts, 5,000 terawatts, 10,000 terawatts, still climbing. It continued to rise until the numbers finally stabilized at 50,000 TW. An eerie silence enveloped the entire command center, followed by an eruption of cheers that threatened to lift the roof off. 50,000 terawatts. What does this signify? This meant that the energy transmitted in this very second equaled the total energy produced by humanity from burning all coal, oil, and natural gas over the past century. Moreover, this was clean, inexhaustible stellar energy. Achieved. Tears streamed down the old academic's face as he removed his glasses to wipe his eyes. We will no longer have to scrimp over mere kilowatts. We are finally free. In a corner, Chen Yuan observed the numbers, his expression devoid of excessive excitement. He merely exhaled softly, as if shedding an immense burden. With this energy, the planetary shields could be activated, the starbreaker cannons could be charged, and even experiments on the curvature engine could be expedited. He turned to gaze out at the sky. Although it was daytime, he felt as if he could see through the atmosphere at the ominous death drop looming overhead. Come forth. Chen Yuan clenched his fists, a flicker of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. Previously, we were impoverished, unable to even manufacture decent firearms. Now, I have energy aplenty. Even if it takes an energy barrage, I shall overwhelm you. Just then, a piercing red alarm abruptly cut through the revelry. The lights in the command hall shifted to a blood-red hue. Warning! Warning! The ground receiving station has suffered physical damage. The signal from the main rectifying antenna array No. 3 located in the western mountainous region of Beijing has been interrupted. Energy transmission efficiency has dropped by 15. The large screen switched to the surveillance feed from base No. 3. Flames soared into the sky as several towering microwave reception towers began to collapse slowly. Amidst the rubble, a group of masked individuals wielding makeshift explosives wreaked havoc on the remaining equipment. They even raised banners before the camera, emblazoned with repugnant slogans. Cease resistance. Repent to the divine. Dismantle the devil's facilities. Pray for forgiveness. It was the Earth Salvation Association, those lunatics. Zhao Gang slammed his fist onto the table, creating a dent in the special alloy surface. These treacherous scoundrels. The aliens haven't even attacked yet, and they're already stabbing us in the back. Chen Yuan watched the frenzied, distorted faces on the screen, his gaze gradually turning indifferent. It was a look reserved for the dead. Have they finally lost control? He adjusted his collar, his voice unervingly calm. Zhao Gang. Here. No need for judgment. Inform Nuwa to initiate the cleansing procedure. Capture every last rat without exception. Since they do not wish to remain human, but rather serve as dogs to extraterrestrials, let us send them to meet their god. Understood. Zhao Gang, brimming with fury, turned and departed. Chen Yuan once again focused on the blazing screen, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To repel external threats, one must first secure the home front. This war shall commence with your blood as the offering. Chapter 78. The End of the Traitor. In the suburbs of the capital, within an abandoned underground air raid shelter, a group of masked individuals wielding rudimentary weapons erupted in cheers. They had just severed the main power cable leading to Zero Base and destroyed 2 microwave reception towers. For humanity, the leader, a middle-aged man, raised his arms high, his eyes gleaming with fervor. We have successfully thwarted the demon's plan. Without energy, Chen Yuan cannot wage war. If we demonstrate our sincerity to the alien civilization, they will surely grant us forgiveness. He was the president of the Earth Salvation Association, a quintessential surrenderist organization. In their view, resisting superior civilizations was a path to self-destruction. Only by kneeling could they hope for a sliver of survival. They even referred to the impending drop as a divine gift. President, what shall we do next? A subordinate inquired. Broadcast. The president exclaimed excitedly. Let us declare our manifesto to the world, urging everyone to lay down their arms and welcome the divine. Boom. Before he could finish, the heavy iron door of the shelter was kicked open as if it were a flimsy sheet of paper. As the dust settled, several figures clad in black combat gear entered. They bore no firearms. Dealing with this rabble required no such weaponry. Who are you? The president retreated in terror. We are pacifists. You cannot, crack. The leader of the black-clad figures swiftly snapped the neck of the guard at the door, executing the action with precision and without hesitation. Peace. The black-clad figure scoffed, removing his mask to reveal a stern visage. He was the leader of the National Security Bureau's Special Operations Team, an old subordinate of Zhao Gang. To gamble with the fate of all humanity for your pitiful lives. This is what you call peace? This is for survival. The president screamed hysterically. You cannot defeat the aliens. You will doom us all. Then there is no need for your concern. The leader waved his hand. Take them all away. Chief Chen has stated that the current air is precious and should not be wasted on refuse. No. I have freedom of speech. I have. The president attempted to resist, but in the next instant, a mechanical arm covered his mouth, dragging him into the darkness. Meanwhile, across the globe, a simultaneous purge of the surrenderists was underway. Online, the artificial intelligence Nuwa sifted through every ID at 1 billion calculations per second. Anyone who had expressed surrenderist sentiments, leaked military secrets, or had financial ties to that mysterious organization was flagged. Target locked. 1542 individuals. Threat level, high. Execution plan, arrest and eliminate. That night, countless individuals hiding behind keyboards, believing themselves safe as traitors and collaborators, found their doors knocked open. They were horrified to discover that every word spoken online, every action taken, had been meticulously recorded. When the sun rose the following day, the world was quiet. Those noises had vanished, leaving only one voice. War. Within Zero Base, Chen Yuan reviewed the cleansing report, his expression impassive as he signed off on its acknowledgement. He was not a tyrant, but in the face of species survival, any mercy would be a crime against all humanity. Report. The voice of the communications officer interrupted his thoughts. The Pluto outpost transmitted its final images before the signal abruptly ceased. Chen Yuan's hand trembled violently, the pen carving a deep mark upon the paper. It had arrived. Chapter 79. The Funeral of Pluto. At the edge of the solar system, Pluto lies in a realm of cold, darkness, and solitude. Since its expulsion from the ranks of the 9 planets, it has been largely forgotten. 3 years prior, in a bid to monitor extraterrestrial movements, Huaxia established a modest unmanned outpost here, staffed by a solitary maintenance robot and a rotating observer. This cycle's observer was an individual named Old Zhang, a middle-aged man with an affinity for goji berry tea and Peking opera. He had volunteered for this assignment, drawn by the tranquility that allowed him to write without interruption. At this moment, Old Zhang cradled his thermos, gazing out at the gray-white moon of Pluto, Sharon. In a month, he would be rotated out. He hummed a tune, contemplating bringing back some stones from Pluto for his daughter, though contraband. He figured a single piece could be concealed without consequence. Suddenly, the radar screen lit up with a small, faint red dot, moving at incredible speed. A meteor? Old Zhang furrowed his brow, setting down his cup. No, meteors do not follow such trajectories. The red dot was not adhering to a gravitational curve. It was moving in a perfectly straight line, as if drawn by a ruler. Was this the water droplet? His heart pounded in his chest. He immediately pressed the red alarm button. This is the Pluto outpost. Unidentified flying object detected. But before he could finish his sentence, the outside world erupted in light. Not sunlight, but a blinding, ghastly radiance. The red dot magnified on the radar, consuming the entire screen. Old Zhang lifted his gaze, and through the specialized radiation glass, He witnessed the final scene of his life, a flawless teardrop-shaped object, its surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting Pluto's desolate landscape. It was breathtaking, beautiful like a tear from the eyes of God, and so stunning it rendered one breathless. Then, it charged forward. There was no deceleration, no evasion. It struck like a bullet traveling at light speed, directly penetrating Pluto's massive moon, Charon. Boom. The entire satellite disintegrated in an instant. The shockwave from the colossal explosion hurled countless fragments in all directions, yet the water droplet remained unscathed. It even utilized the reactive force from the impact to execute an exceedingly strange, acute turn, its destination, the outpost. Oljong barely managed to utter a curse. The outpost's sturdy alloy exterior crumbled before the water droplet like paper, vaporizing instantly along with him and his unfinished cup of goji berry tea, all disappearing into the cosmos, leaving behind only a rapidly cooling plasma cloud and a brief, static-filled final signal. On Earth, within the Zero compound, Chen Yuan stared at the screen displaying the abruptly vanished signal waveform, lost in silence. The conference room was enveloped in a deathly stillness. The heavy breaths of those present palpable, though they had long known the water droplet's formidable nature. Witnessing its instantaneous obliteration of an outpost, akin to crushing an ant, evoked an uncontainable shudder from the depths of their souls. It was accelerating. The monitor's voice trembled after passing Pluto. Its speed has increased to 25 times the speed of light. At this rate, it will reach Earth in 3 days. 3 days. Just 3 days. Chen Yuan inhaled deeply, lifting his gaze as sorrow vanished, replaced by a steely resolve. Transmit the orders. Activate the Quafu array at full power. Charge all artillery positions at Nantiman. Initiate absolute defense. Yes. As the command was issued, millions of golden solar sails positioned in the orbit of Mercury adjusted their angles, channeling the immense energy they captured into a visible golden beam that traversed tens of millions of kilometers, aimed at Earth. In low Earth orbit, 108 colossal Tiangong-class energy node satellites simultaneously received this terrifying energy. Buzz. Streams of golden light cascaded from these satellites, intertwining and connecting to form a massive, pale golden energy shield enveloping the entire Earth, a protective cocoon for its fragile life. Simultaneously, similar shields arose around the Moon and Mars. The 3 planetary fortresses aligned, representing humanity's final line of defense, the Wall of Size. Chen Yuan gazed at the blue planet shrouded in golden light on the screen, his fists clenched. Come. Whether you are a deity or a demon, if you seek to harm Earth, first ask my permission. Chapter 80, Absolute Defense, 3 days. For the ordinary inhabitants of Earth, these 3 days may merely signify the passage of a few day-night cycles. Yet for the commanders at the Zero compound, these 3 days felt like 3 centuries. The water droplet had crossed the orbit of Uranus, disregarding all obstructions. When it passed Jupiter, it did not even utilize gravitational slingshot acceleration, but rather pierced through Jupiter's dense atmosphere, leaving behind a persistent storm eye. This arrogance, this disdain for the laws of physics, left everyone breathless. On Earth, at that moment, regardless of whether it was day or night, individuals could gaze skyward and behold the faint golden light curtain, a signal of the absolute defense system operating at full capacity. This curtain instilled a sense of security, yet also a profound fear, for all understood that when the shield was raised, it indicated the sword was perilously close. It had arrived. Chen Yuan stood on the bridge of the Luan bird, his eyes fixed intently on the holographic screen ahead. On the radar, the red dot had breached the Kuiper belt and entered the inner solar system. Its speed began to diminish, from 25 times the speed of light to 10, then to 1, finally hovering at a distance of 300,000 kilometers from Earth, precisely at the Lagrange L1 point of the Earth-Moon system. It lingered there, motionless, like a droplet of solid mercury, its surface reflecting the blue glow of Earth and the golden shield. What was its intention? Zhao Gang's hands gripping the control stick were slick with sweat. Why did it not advance? It is observing, Chen Yuan stated coldly, or perhaps mocking us. To it. We are akin to primitive beings wielding wooden shields. At that moment, the water droplet stirred. It neither charged toward Earth nor attacked the Moon. Instead, it glided slowly towards the Luanbird fleet stationed in orbit. Battle stations. All ships to combat readiness. Chen Yuan bellowed. Lock onto all main cannons. Charge the Shatterstar cannon. Deploy the Suinu fighters. In an instant, thousands of unmanned drones surged forth like a swarm. Hundreds of electromagnetic cannons pivoted into position, and the enormous Shatterstar cannon emitted a terrifying gravitational wave hum. However, facing humanity's most formidable firepower, The water droplet moved with the ease of a stroll through its own garden. It broadcasted a full-spectrum message, no longer in complex codes, but directly repeating a single phrase in every language spoken on Earth. You are insects. These 5 words. Through radio waves, through networks, and even through technologies that directly affect brainwaves, a resounding contempt permeated the minds of every inhabitant of Earth at this moment. The disdain of a superior being, the humiliation of trampling upon an entire civilization, shattered countless souls. Damn the insects, cried a young artilleryman, his eyes ablaze with fury as he pressed the launch button with fervor. I will obliterate you. Boom. A massive electromagnetic cannon roared to life, unleashing a tungsten alloy projectile weighing 100 kilograms at 50 times the speed of sound towards the water droplet. Clang. A crisp sound echoed, a phenomenon that should not exist in a vacuum, yet resonated eerily in the ears of all. The projectile struck the water droplet and disintegrated into a cloud of metallic powder. Meanwhile, the droplet remained unperturbed, its surface as smooth as a mirror, devoid of even a scratch. How could this be possible? The gunner sank to the ground in despair. That was an electromagnetic cannon powerful enough to pierce the armor of an aircraft carrier. Stay calm. Chen Yuan's voice remained composed. Physical attacks are ineffective. This was anticipated. The strong interaction force material locks the atoms in place, rendering its hardness infinitely superior to ordinary substances. To breach it, there is but one way. Chen Yuan's hand hovered over the red ultimate button, the launch key for the Starbreaker cannon. It was the only weapon humanity possessed capable of reaching the realm of fundamental rules. Gravitational waves disregard the hardness of matter. If you are unyielding, then I shall reduce you to dust. Starbreaker cannon, launch. A beam of gravitational waves, invisible to the naked eye yet imbued with the terrifying power of warped space, surged towards the seemingly invincible water droplet. The strongest spear collided with the hardest shield. Chapter 81, The Fall of God, Earth. At this moment, 7 billion people held their breath. Whether in the air raid shelters or the command rooms, all eyes were fixated on the holographic screen. The gravitational wave beam unleashed by the Starbreaker cannon was imperceptible, yet through holographic imaging technology, the crowd witnessed a distorted ripple, akin to an invisible hand gripping the water droplet suspended in space. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The droplet remained quietly suspended, its surface still reflecting the starlight of the galaxy, as if the cataclysmic strike had merely been a gentle breeze. Had they failed? A trembling voice from a staff officer echoed amidst the gathering despair that spread like a plague. If even the gravitational wave weapon, touching upon the fundamental rules, proved ineffective, humanity could only await its demise. No. Chen Yuan's gaze was fixed on the data stream on the screen. Let the bullet fly for a moment. In that instant, in space, the previously perfectly still and smooth sphere suddenly trembled. A piercing, shrill sound reverberated through the electromagnetic waves across the entire Earth-Moon system. This was not merely the vibration of air. It was the lament of matter collapsing on a microscopic level. Crack. A sharp sound rang out. A minuscule crack appeared on the formerly flawless surface of the droplet, akin to the first domino in a chain reaction. Crack. 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 Countless fissures spread across the droplet's surface, weaving into a dense web. The strong interaction force field that had once locked the atoms was rendered utterly ineffective by the high-frequency resonance of the gravitational waves. Boom! In the next moment, the droplet exploded. It was no longer the indestructible divine creation. It transformed into a dazzling display of fireworks, bursting into millions of crystalline fragments that splintered in all directions. Each shard gleamed like the purest crystal, refracting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. Had they won? Zhao Gang stared in disbelief at the scene, his cup slipping from his grasp and crashing onto his foot, forgotten in the moment. We won. A voice cried out, and soon, cheers erupted like a tsunami, sweeping through the entire command hall, engulfing the Zero District, and resonating across the globe. We have triumphed. The aliens have been vanquished. Long live humanity. In the streets, people embraced and wept. In the air raid shelters, those who had awaited doom in despair rushed out, shouting madly at the sky. In this moment, there were no borders, no races, only the euphoric relief of survival. Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long breath. His hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhaustion. That last shot had drained not only the energy from the Quafu array, but also his very spirit. Chief, you should take a break, Zhao Gang approached, offering a cup of hot water. No. Chen Yuan straightened abruptly, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Now is not the time to rest. He pointed at the fragments of the water droplets spreading across the screen. Relay the order. Dispatch all engineering ships. Equip them with the finest nets. Retrieve every single fragment. Not even a speck of dust can be overlooked. Zhao Gang paused, bewildered. What do we need those scraps for? A greedy smile crept across Chen Yuan's lips. Scraps? Those are materials of strong interaction. Clues to the curvature engine. The keys to higher civilizations. These are not mere scraps. They are a technological gift delivered to us by our neighbors from Proxima Centauri. Chapter 81, Dissecting the Alien Moon. The Academy of Sciences in the Palace of Guangdong. A top-secret laboratory. This place had been designated as the highest level of restricted access for all humanity. Guards stood every 3 steps, vigilant every 5. The soldiers assigned to protect it were outfitted in uniform, heavy-duty mech armor. In the center of the laboratory, a massive anti-gravity field suspended a crystal the size of a basin. This was the largest core remnant of the water droplet. Although shattered, its edges remained sharply defined. A researcher attempted to touch it with a mechanical arm, but as soon as the alloy probe made contact, it was cleanly severed. The cut surface as smooth as a mirror. Such perfect material. The director of the academy gazed at the remnant, his eyes dreamy, as if beholding a stunning beauty. The atomic arrangement was so tightly packed that there were almost no gaps. The surface was utterly smooth, with zero friction. If we could fashion a spacecraft from this material. Forget it, Chen Yuan interjected, shattering the director's reverie. This material requires the maintenance of a strong interaction force field. Once that field dissipates, it will degrade into ordinary metal. Our current technology cannot produce such a force field generator. He approached the control panel and donned a neural connection helmet. What intrigues me is the secret within this thing. As Chen Yuan's thoughts connected, countless nanobots surged into the interior of the remnant. Although the exterior was shattered, the core storage unit remained intact. Such redundancy is characteristic of advanced civilizations. Analyzing target structure, high-dimensional information storage array detected. Attempting to read, 10 minutes later. Chen Yuan's eyes snapped open, his breathing becoming rapid. I found it. Found what? The director inquired urgently. The heart. Chen Yuan pointed at a complex structural diagram that appeared on the holographic screen. The power core of the water droplet. It is neither a propellant drive nor anti-gravity. It is curvature drive. Gasps filled the room. Curvature drive. That was the ultimate technology that existed only in science fiction. By folding the space in front of the ship and stretching the space behind it, superluminal travel could be achieved. Although it was merely a miniature prototype, Chen Yuan's fingers danced swiftly in the void, meticulously dissecting the structural diagram. The underlying principles had become abundantly clear. If we could construct this spatial curvature generator, we would transcend the threshold of light speed. However, an elderly expert furrowed his brow, expressing concern that many of the materials listed were non-existent on the periodic table of elements found on Earth. If we cannot find them, we shall create them, Chen Yuan declared resolutely. Once the principle is understood, acquiring the materials is merely a matter of time. At that moment, a red warning box suddenly appeared on the screen. Encrypted log file detected. Would you like to play it? A log? Chen Yuan was taken aback. Could this detector contain the diaries of the Proxima Centaurians? Play it, he commanded. The screen flickered, revealing a series of hazy images. These were not visuals comprehensible to humans, but rather a stream of imagery directly affecting the visual cortex. In the display, 3 colossal suns danced erratically, their movements devoid of any discernible pattern. At times they receded, freezing the land. At others, they approached, vaporizing the oceans. In such a dire environment, a civilization struggled to survive. They faced annihilation countless times, only to be reborn again and again. Each rebirth was imbued with an intense yearning for existence and a profound fear of the cosmos. Ultimately, the images froze on a massive immigration ship under construction, accompanied by a translated message. Our star is about to consume our planet. We have no choice. To survive, we must find a new home, even if it means annihilating another civilization. Chapter 83. The Fear of Proxima Centauri, Earth. Zero District. Holographic conference room. The log from Proxima Centauri weighed heavily on each individual, pressing down like a great stone. The initial optimism stemming from the destruction of the water droplet evaporated instantly, replaced by a deeper contemplation. The High Elder gazed at the now darkened screen and spoke slowly. Our enemies are not a band of inherent demons, but rather a group of homeless refugees. One could say that. Chen Yuan nodded. The Proxima Centauri system is a trinary star system with extremely chaotic orbits. Based on the log's calculations, their home planet would be captured by one of the stars within a century and subsequently torn apart. They do not seek to invade. They are compelled to invade. For within a 4 light-year radius, Earth is the sole habitable planet. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. Some sighed, while others lowered their heads. A war fought for survival felt more disheartening than one born of pure malice. It rendered any moral high ground untenable for condemning the other side. If Earth were faced with a similar dire predicament, humanity would unhesitatingly seize another's home. Yet, this realization did not alter the situation. A cold voice shattered the silence. It was Chen Yuan. He stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping across everyone present. Do not indulge in misguided compassion. The universe is not a charitable institution. It adheres to the law of the dark forest. Survival is the foremost requirement of civilization. If we empathize with them, who will empathize with us? If we allow them to descend upon Earth, what shall become of 70 billion humans? Make room for them, or be turned into canned goods. Chen Yuan's words doused any lingering unrealistic fantasies among the assembly like a bucket of cold water. Indeed, the High Elder exclaimed, striking the table with determination. I sympathize with them, but that does not mean I will relinquish Earth to them. Since this is a zero-sum game, we must fight to the death. He turned to Chen Yuan. Young Chen, what do you propose we do next? Although we destroyed the scout, it will only hasten the arrival of their main fleet. Will it not? Yes, Chen Yuan replied as he brought up a star map. Before its destruction, the water droplet had already dispatched a gravitational wave signal. The Proxima fleet undoubtedly received it. Their main fleet possesses travel capabilities at 10 times the speed of light and is expected to reach Earth in 400 years. 400 years? A general exhaled, relieved. That's quite a while. We won't witness it in our lifetimes. Quite a while? Chen Yuan scoffed. For a civilization, 400 years is but a fleeting moment. Moreover, do you believe these 400 years will be peaceful? No, they will launch more water droplets, or even more advanced weaponry to stifle our technological progress. If we continue to play in the mud on Earth during these 400 years, our descendants will become lambs to the slaughter. Chen Yuan's fingers struck the table emphatically. We cannot wait. We must venture forth. We must master light speed. We must keep our enemies at bay. I propose, Chen Yuan's voice rang with conviction, that we immediately initiate the origami plan. Let us unite the world's resources to develop the curvature engine. Our objective, to establish a truly stellar fleet within 50 years. The High Elder regarded Chen Yuan with profound contemplation before slowly raising his right hand. Approved. Regardless of cost or manpower, the nation shall provide. As long as we ensure the continuity of Huaxia civilization, we shall do whatever it takes. Chapter 84. The Origami Plan. In the orbit of Jupiter, far removed from Earth and characterized by a complex gravitational environment, lies the optimal location for high-risk space experiments. A newly constructed massive dock floats solitary above Jupiter's Great Red Spot. This serves as the core base of the Origami Plan. At that moment, in the central dock, an oddly shaped spacecraft underwent final adjustments. It did not possess large thruster nozzles or broad wings. Instead, it resembled a flattened olive pit, entirely enveloped in a peculiar silvery gray coating. This was humanity's first curvature engine verification craft, the Quafu. All parameters are normal. The energy core outputs 120 units. The spatial curvature generator is preheated. Chen Yuan sat in the command center, his gaze fixated on the data displayed on the screen, his palms slick with perspiration. Although the theory had been validated numerous times, the execution left no room for certainty. After all, this involved tying a knot in three-dimensional space. A failure could unleash spatial shocks potent enough to obliterate the entire dock along with the thousands of scientists within. The test pilot is in position, came Zhao Gang's voice through the communication channel. Indeed, for this test flight, Zhao Gang had volunteered, stating, I am the fittest among the forces, should anything go awry. I might endure a few extra seconds to relay data back to you. Chen Yuan inhaled deeply. Let us begin. Remember, the objective is merely to generate a curvature bubble. Do not attempt to accelerate. Understood. The Quafu slowly emerged from the dock, halting in the void, 100,000 kilometers from Jupiter. Curvature engine, activate. Zhao Gang pressed the red button. Virum. There was no sound, yet it felt as though the world had momentarily warped. Surrounding the Quafu, the fabric of space began to blur, resembling the view through flames. Light was refracting within the curved space. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The space ahead of the Quafu appeared to be compressed by an invisible hand. A beacon, originally 1,000 kilometers away, was instantly drawn to its forefront. Meanwhile, the space behind was infinitely elongated, creating a gradient. The spacecraft glided like a surfer riding the waves formed by the fabric of space. It emitted no propellant nor generated any reaction force. Yet on the radar, its velocity surged dramatically. 0.1 times the speed of light, 0.5 times the speed of light, 0.9 times the speed of light. Warning. Alert. The engine is overheating. The spatial structure is unstable. The red warning lights flashed frantically. Chen Yuan abruptly stood up. Zhao Gang. Stop immediately. Due to the effects of relativity, your time is dilating. Cut off the energy supply. But at that moment, Zhao Gang could not hear him at all. In his line of sight, the starry sky ahead transformed into countless colorful streaks. That was the legendary phenomenon known as the star rainbow. It was breathtakingly beautiful, stunning enough to leave one breathless. Just as the spacecraft was about to breach the light speed barrier, crack. The silvery gray coating could not withstand the strain of space and fractured. Damn it. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and manually pulled the emergency brake. Boom. The curvature bubble burst instantaneously. The immense backlash force hurled the spacecraft outward, like a stone shot from a slingshot. It tumbled through space countless times before finally coming to a halt. Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang. Chen Yuan shouted into the microphone. After a long pause, a violent coughing fit broke through the communication channel. Cough, cough. Stop shouting. I'm not dead. Just a bit car sick. But it was damn exhilarating. Chen Yuan slumped back into his chair, his clothes drenched in cold sweat. It was a success, although it lasted but a fleeting moment and nearly resulted in disaster. Humanity had finally brushed against the fringes of light speed. Chapter 85, Departure, Stars and Ocean. The test flight of the Kuo-fu was successful, though perilous. It served as a powerful stimulant. It demonstrated that curvature drive was feasible from an engineering standpoint. What remained was to address the bottlenecks in materials and energy. However, these bottlenecks proved more challenging to overcome than anticipated. The materials on Earth, whether titanium alloy or carbon nanotubes, could not withstand the immense tensile forces generated by spatial folding for extended periods. During the Kuo-fu's test flight, metal fatigue appeared within mere seconds. If long-distance travel were attempted, the spacecraft would disintegrate before even leaving the solar system. We need stronger materials. Chen Yuan gazed at the pile of discarded metal samples in the laboratory, his brow furrowed. Stronger than dark gold, and possessing resilience. Mars, Zhao Gang suddenly remarked. Lying on his hospital bed recuperating, although he claimed to be fine, his insides had sustained a jolt, munching on an apple. Didn't you say that mining machine was merely a civilian device? Since it's civilian, its core components surely aren't top tier. Perhaps, deep within the Martian ruins, there are more advanced materials. Chen Yuan's eyes brightened. Are you referring to the core database we sealed away? When we dismantled the mining machine, we discovered a sealed database underground in addition to that black box. Due to its high encryption level and our focus on constructing the star-shattering cannon at the time, we set it aside. Let us go, Chen Yuan said without hesitation, pulling Zhao Gang, who had yet to finish his apple, along. To Mars. Mars. The underground base of the Mars Base 1. Classified archive. As the system's decryption progress bar reached 100, a blue light flashed. The ancient database finally opened. Inside, there were no treasures of gold and silver, only a massive star map and a detailed smelting formula. Chen Yuan stared at the formula, his pupils contracting sharply. A simplified version of strong interaction materials? No, more accurately, a degenerate alloy. This is a special alloy that utilizes ultra-high pressure and strong magnetic fields to compress atomic nuclei together. Although its hardness is not as absolute as that of the water droplet state, it far exceeds any materials currently available on Earth. The most crucial aspect is that it does not require a maintained force field. Once formed, it remains permanently stable. With this, Chen Yuan's hands trembled. Our spacecraft could slice through space as easily as cutting tofu. He abruptly turned to gaze at the star map behind him. The map indicated all star systems within several light years of the solar system. Among them, Proxima Centauri was marked in red, danger. Beyond this red area, there was a blue mark. That was Sirius, located 86 light years from Earth. The mark indicated resource-rich, suitable for establishing a forward base. A flame ignited in Chen Yuan's eyes. It was the fire of ambition. Zhao Gang. Informed the Grand Elder. We are not merely building a spacecraft. We are constructing a fleet. A genuine expeditionary force capable of traversing the stars and oceans. Chen Yuan pointed at the blue mark. We cannot wait at home to be attacked. We must take the initiative and push our defenses here. Zhao Gang gazed at the distant light, smiling brightly. All right. As long as you dare to build it, I will dare to pilot it. The two of us will teach the aliens a lesson. A month later, the expansion project of the Nanjiamen shipyard commenced. This time, it was not a minor endeavor but a national effort, even a global one. A star-class battleship named Qin Shi Huang began laying its keel. Its target was not the moon, nor Mars, but but that vast, unfathomable ocean of stars filled with the unknown and danger. Chapter 86. The Arrival of Chen Yuan Jupiter, the largest planet in the solar system. With its ever-changing gaseous stripes and the great red spot that seems to eternally gaze into deep space, provides the most magnificent yet oppressive backdrop to the solar system. It stands like a silent gatekeeper, capturing countless wandering celestial bodies attempting to intrude into the inner solar system within its colossal gravitational well. In the shadow behind Jupiter, at the Lagrange L2 point, a massive space dock named Chen Yuan quietly hovers in the void, resembling a colossal steel beast. It is immense, stretching over 50 kilometers in length and presenting a perfect circular structure. Even the largest cities on Earth appear as mere Lego towns in the presence of this colossal entity. For 5 full years, this dock has functioned like a black hole, drawing in resources from Mercury's Ginyu energy, rare metals from Mars, and top talents from Earth, an endless stream of resources flowing in like rivers converging into the sea. Yet, not a single ship has departed, nor has any information leaked. What is it gestating? All of humanity speculates and waits. Until today, on October 1st, 2035, Earth, the National Day of Huaxia. Zero Base calling Chen Yuan Dock. This is Zero Base. The Grand Elder is online. Chief Engineer Chen, if you are ready, let us begin. Chen Yuan's voice came through the communication channel, slightly hoarse, laced with fatigue from long nights. Yet more so, it conveyed a pent-up excitement ready to explode. Chen Yuan received. Please inform our compatriots on Earth to put on their goggles. We are about to emerge. In the orbit of Jupiter, in the silent void, a ripple suddenly emerged. Buzz. It was not the tremor of air, but the quaking of gravitational waves. This low-frequency roar, which directly affects the structure of space-time, instantly penetrated the endless silence of the vacuum, resonating throughout the entire Jupiter system. Even captured clearly by gravitational wave observatories on Earth billions of kilometers away. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the 2 massive gates of the Chen Yuan dock, each 100 meters thick and weighing billions of tons, slowly slid open to the sides. Clang, 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 accompanied by the mechanical grinding sound. A blinding light burst forth from within the dock. It was the artificial sunlight from within the dock, a beacon lit to welcome the descent of a divine entity. Following that, a colossal black shadow, suffocating in its enormity, slowly emerged. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, when its full grandeur was unveiled beneath the starry firmament. The breath of every onlooker was collectively suspended. It was a colossal vessel stretching 20 kilometers in length. Its surface was uniformly black, seamless, devoid of the intricate piping and protrusions typical of conventional warships. It resembled a single, immense shard of obsidian crystal, meticulously sculpted by divine hands. Against the resplendent backdrop of Jupiter, it reflected no light whatsoever. Like a voracious black hole, it ravenously absorbed all surrounding illumination. This absolute blackness evoked an ineffable sense of gravity and oppression. It was the hallmark of degenerate alloy's unique physical properties. The atomic nuclei of this material were forcibly compressed together, yielding extreme density and hardness, even generating a faint gravitational field of its own. On either side of its razor-sharp prow were inscribed 2 ancient, vigorous seal script characters glowing with a dim golden hue. Chen Yuan, the Eternal Emperor. The first Emperor, conqueror of the 6 realms, unifier of the 8 wildernesses. Today, this warship bearing his name would carry the ambitions of Chinese civilization to conquer the uncharted celestial ocean. On Earth, those observing this spectacle in real time via quantum communication were rendered utterly speechless. Countless individuals clasped their mouths, tears streaming uncontrollably. If the previous Luan Bird-class aerospace carrier was a towering mountain, then the Chen Yuan was a drifting continent. Before it, once proud aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and even earlier space fleets seemed diminutive and insignificant. Inside the Chen Yuan's command bridge, the cramped cockpit had transformed into a vast command hall resembling a grand plaza. The dome overhead was a transparent projection of the starry heavens, immersing one in the very heart of the cosmos. Zhao Gang, clad in a pristine black space military uniform, his 3 golden stars on the shoulders gleaming under the lights, had risen from a special forces captain to the commander of humanity's first stellar-class battleship. Yet even this iron-willed man's hand trembled slightly as he caressed the cold control panel before him as tenderly as one might touch a lover's skin. All systems check, he commanded in a deep voice. Hundreds of operators responded simultaneously with voices ringing like bells. Power systems check complete. Both Zhu-Rong-class heavy antimatter annihilation reactors output stable at 100 energy. Shield systems check complete. Gravitational deflector field enveloping the entire ship at peak strength. Capable of withstanding asteroid impacts. Ecological recycling systems normal. Gravity generation systems normal. Internal gravity environment 1G. Warp engine preheated. Spatial curvature generator on standby. Listening to the litany of reports, Chen Yuan, standing beside Zhao Gang, finally allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. 5 years, he had nearly lived in the shipyard throughout that time. Half his hair had turned white, and he had lost 20 pounds. To resolve the challenges of shaping degenerate materials, he had personally overseen operations on Mercury's scorching front lines to stabilize the antimatter reactors. He had come perilously close to radiation poisoning multiple times. Yet now, beholding this flawless creation, all was worth it. Old Zhao, Chen Yuan whispered. Enough with data. Look outside the porthole. It's time to put it through its paces. See that abandoned satellite ahead. Let us give it a proper send-off. Zhao Gang understood at once. Turning, his eyes blazed as he faced the weapons control panel. Weapons team, listen up. Main cannon remains idle. That would be wasteful. Activate portside secondary batteries. Target, abandoned satellite 3,000 kilometers ahead, codename Target 1, diameter 3 kilometers. Fire volleys. Yes, sir. Secondary batteries charging. Target locked. Fire. Suddenly, thousands of hexagonal launch ports emerged from the smooth, mirror-like black armor on the Chen Yuan's port side. There was no flame, no smoke. Thousands of blue high-energy particle beams surged forth instantaneously. They intertwined and converged in space, forming an immense, impenetrable net of death. Traveling near light speed, the beams reached the target in a mere instant. At a distance, the rocky, icy derelict satellite had no chance to explode. The moment it was engulfed by the luminous net, it flared brilliantly like a supernova and then vanished. No debris scattered, no dust billowed. The entire satellite was incinerated in the trillions of degrees particle storm, bypassing the liquid phase to become plasma gas. Like a dewdrop evaporating under the sun, it vanished instantly, leaving only a rapidly dispersing, dazzlingly colorful nebula in space. An eerie silence followed. From the command hall to countless households on Earth, all were stunned by the spectacle. Was this the power of a stellar-class battleship? A mere secondary battery volley could obliterate a small asteroid instantly? What then of the main cannon's star-shattering cannon? Or the antimatter annihilation cannon? Report. The weapons officer's voice pierced the quiet, trembling with exhilaration. Target eliminated. Damage assessment, 100 vaporized. Energy consumption, 0, 1. Excellent. Zhao Gang nodded, striving to maintain the captain's dignity, though his clenched fists betrayed his inner excitement. Chen Yuan approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the dissipating nebula with profound and distant eyes. This is our sword, he murmured, half to himself, half as a proclamation to all humanity. The vessel possessed its own gravitational field and an independent ecological recycling system, stocked with supplies sufficient for 100,000 people to survive a century. It could cruise conventionally at 20 times the speed of light and fold space through its warp engine to traverse light years. It was not merely a warship, but an ark of human civilization, a solitary, undying beacon of flame in the dark forest of the cosmos. Turning to the young faces behind him, the elite selected through rigorous trials to serve aboard this ship, he saw the same fiery resolve burning in their eyes. Comrades. Chen Yuan's voice was low yet broadcast throughout the ship's every corner. We have built the sturdiest vessel and sharpened the keenest sword. But this is not for vanity. The wolf approaches. The Proxima Centauri fleet will arrive in 4 centuries. Beyond the darkness, countless greedy eyes watch us. We cannot remain helpless in our cradle. Raising his hand, he pointed toward the endless void, toward the blue-white star Sirius flickering in their sight. There, 86 light years away. That shall be the Chen Yuan's inaugural destination. Humanity's first defiant roar into the universe. Target, Sirius. Departure. Chapter 87. Hibernation and Farewell Earth. Huaxia Spaceport. The sky was overcast and drizzling, casting a somber veil over the colossal steel harbor. Yet even this melancholic filter could not extinguish the flames burning within the people's hearts. Outside the port, a dense crowd stretched to the horizon, hundreds of thousands standing silently in the rain, clutching flowers, banners, and photographs of their kin. They had come to bid farewell to the 10,000 brave souls about to embark on the expedition to Sirius. The Grand Elder stood atop the high podium. Unshielded from the rain, water soaked his graying hair and streamed down his cheeks, indistinguishable from tears. He gazed down at the youthful and resolute faces before him. his voice slightly choked, yet still resonant. Today marks a day destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. Humanity shall venture beyond the confines of our solar system into the profound depths of the cosmos, proclaiming our presence. However, I must convey a solemn truth to you all. The journey to Sirius is a long and arduous one, 86 light-years away. Even with our curvature engine, this expedition will demand considerable time. For those of you slumbering in your hibernation pods, it may seem but a fleeting moment, a mere blink of the eye. Yet for us on Earth, for your parents, spouses, and children, it may well be a final farewell. The elder paused, inhaling deeply. A faint sound of weeping resonated through the crowd. A young warrior, his gaze piercing through the rain, beheld a young woman outside the enclosure, cradling a weeping infant. His eyes reddened, yet he stood tall and straight, like a spear. Yet, I know you shall not falter. The elder's voice suddenly rose in intensity. For you understand that behind you stand 7 billion compatriots, the enduring flame of our 5,000-year civilization. If the wolves approach, let the hunters venture to their lair and strip them of their fangs. All together, salute. 1,000 warriors clad in black combat uniforms raised their right hands in unison. The crisp sound of fabric against fabric echoed clearly in the rain. There were no grandiose speeches, only the unwavering gazes piercing through the downpour, aimed resolutely toward the heavens. Then, they turned, boarding their vessel. The train slowly commenced its journey toward the space elevator. The young warrior glanced back one last time, seeing the woman waving desperately. "Farewell, my beloved," he silently whispered in his heart. "If I return, I shall take you to see the sea." The Emperor's ship, the Chen Yuan, housed the hibernation center. It was the quietest place aboard. 10,000 transparent life pods lay arranged in the vast chamber, emanating a gentle blue glow, the radiance of life in stasis. "Is everything arranged?" Chen Yuan inquired softly from the control console, observing the scene. "All is set," Zhao Gang, standing beside him, replied, now donned in a lightweight hibernation suit. "All family letters have been recorded in the system, scheduled to play upon their awakening. Moreover, as per your instructions, a family portrait has been placed beside each pod." Chen Yuan nodded. "That is good. Old Chen." Zhao Gang suddenly turned to meet Chen Yuan's gaze. "Are you truly not going to sleep?" Chen Yuan smiled faintly, retrieving a syringe glowing with a soft blue hue from his pocket. It was the Type 1 genetic longevity serum, exchanged through the system. Although it cannot grant immortality, it sufficiently extends human lifespan to 300 years while preserving youth. "I shall not sleep." Chen Yuan injected the serum into his vein, feeling the icy liquid coursing through his body. The curvature engine is a new technology. While theoretically sound, no one has truly tested it over long distances. I cannot entrust it to AI. Furthermore, he glanced out the viewport at the blue planet. Someone must remain awake to keep vigil for you all. Zhao Gang hesitated, his eyes reddening. He understood the implications. Chen Yuan would face the endless darkness and solitude alone for countless years. Such loneliness is more terrifying than death. Do not be overly sentimental. Chen Yuan patted Zhao Gang's shoulder, adjusting his collar. "Sleep well, old friend. When you awaken, we shall arrive at Sirius. At that time, I shall treat you to extraterrestrial beer, if it exists." Zhao Gang inhaled deeply and embraced Chen Yuan tightly. "Take care. You too, take care." The hatch slowly closed, and low-temperature gas was injected. Zhao Gang felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him, his consciousness beginning to blur. In his final glance, he saw Chen Yuan turn away, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing into the infinite void of space. That silhouette was proud, resolute, and unwavering, a lighthouse illuminating humanity's path forward. "Farewell, Earth," Chen Yuan murmured. With his command, the massive antimatter engine of the Shang Huang ignited, radiating brilliant blue light. This vessel, bearing the hopes of humanity, gradually accelerated, breaking free from Jupiter's gravitational well. It transformed into a shooting star, unhesitatingly hurtling toward the vast starry sea. Earth diminished in the distance, ultimately becoming an inconspicuous blue dot. "Farewell, homeland. For your peace, we shall journey forth." Chapter 88. Through the darkness, in deep space. 5 light-years from the solar system, lay the outskirts of the Oort cloud. Here, the sun had lost all its majesty, reduced to a mere point of light, slightly brighter than its celestial neighbors. On the bridge of the Shang Huang, the command hall lay empty, save for Chen Yuan and the ever-present holographic AI, Noah. "Chief, all life signs in the hibernation pods are stable. The curvature engine is fully prepped. The space ahead is clear," Noah reported. Holding a cup of hot coffee, Chen Yuan stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, his reflection appearing solitary in the glass. Yet he felt no loneliness, for aboard this vessel were 10,000 slumbering brethren. Before them lay a cosmos untouched by human feet. Let us commence, Chen Yuan spoke softly. Let us pierce through the veil of the unknown. Understood, Noah replied calmly. Curvature engine activation countdown. 3, 2, 1. Spatial folding begins. A low, resonant hum enveloped the air, reverberating through the bones. It was not merely sound. It was the groan of space itself. Before the Shang Huang, the once ink-black void twisted and warped as if a crumpled sheet of cling film, light refracting intriguingly. The formerly straight beams of starlight transformed into concentric circles. This was the curvature bubble. Chen Yuan watched in awe as the space before the ship compressed, while the space behind it expanded. It was akin to conjuring a colossal artificial wave upon the ocean of time and space. And the Shang Huang was the surfer riding atop it. Enter hyperspace, he commanded. With the directive given, the Shang Huang trembled gently, akin to a fish leaping from water, instantly breaking free from conventional three-dimensional space. The view outside transformed entirely, no longer a sky filled with stars. All the stars had vanished, replaced by countless vibrant streams of light, extending from the front to the back of the ship like flowing neon ribbons, red trailing behind, blue leading ahead. This was the phenomenon of the star rainbow. When speed approached or exceeded light, the light ahead underwent blue shift, transforming into ultraviolet and even X-rays. The light behind experienced red shift, morphing into infrared and radio waves. The only light from the sides, due to relativistic effects, stretched into colorful lines. Current speed, 15 times light speed. Estimated arrival at Sirius, 5 years. As Chen Yuan beheld the mesmerizing sight, a wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him. Humanity had finally broken the shackles that bound them to the speed of light. At this velocity, the very fabric of causality appeared to blur. Past and future seemed to intertwine at this moment. Maintain course. Chen Yuan took a sip of his coffee. Noah, play me a song, something fitting for listening beneath the starry sky. The melodious strains of a violin filled the command hall. Chen Yuan closed his eyes, savoring this rare tranquility. Yet, serenity was always fleeting. Suddenly, the ship shuddered violently, as if a high-speed car had abruptly hit a colossal speed bump. The coffee cup in Chen Yuan's hand was flung into the air. The scalding liquid spilled everywhere before suspending midair, transforming into countless amber droplets. Alert! Alert! The voice of Nuwa grew urgent instantly, while crimson warning lights frantically flashed across the bridge. Encountering unidentified gravitational turbulence. Spatial curvature anomaly ahead. Gravitational wave peaks exceeding 300. Shield strength rapidly declining. 90, 80, 70. Chen Yuan's expression turned grave as he lunged toward the control panel. The holographic radar screen revealed what had once been a smooth, mirror-like spatial surface now riddled with innumerable massive, bottomless vortices. These whirlpools intertwined, collided, and tore at everything nearby. It was dark matter turbulence. Chen Yuan immediately recognized these phenomena. These were the universe's most concealed and perilous reefs. They emitted no light, reflected no electromagnetic waves. Yet on a gravitational level, they surged like violent undercurrents. Should the ship be ensnared, the immense tidal forces would instantly shred it to fragments. Damn it! The star chart did not indicate any reefs here. Chen Yuan's fingers danced feverishly over the keyboard, leaving ghostly afterimages. Noah, calculate the turbulence gaps. I will manually pilot through. This is too perilous. I advise deceleration and retreat. Recalculating course. Noah warned. No time. Chen Yuan fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching vortices. Slowing down at faster-than-light velocity will rupture the curvature bubble, detonating us into quarks. We must dash through. Brace yourself. He thrust the joystick forward with determination. The joystick was linked to the spatial curvature generator of the Shang Huang, a colossal 20-kilometer vessel that, at this moment, maneuvered with the agility of a nimble fighter jet. Boom. Though the vacuum bore no sound, in Chen Yuan's mind, he envisioned the thunderous crash of colossal waves against reefs. The Shang Huang executed an astonishing sidestep in hyperspace, like a seasoned surfer gliding atop an impending tsunami-esque crest. Sizzling, the shield scrapped fiercely against the dark matter's edge. The hull trembled violently, emitting agonizing metallic groans as if invisible hands were kneading the steel behemoth. Turn left 15 degrees. Boost engine output to 120. Ram through. Chen Yuan roared, pressing the joystick to its limit. His bloodshot eyes burned with intense focus. At this instant, he was not alone in this battle. The hopes of 10,000 brothers in stasis, the aspirations of all humanity, rested squarely on his shoulders. Boom. With a final violent jolt, the chaotic, distorted vortices abruptly vanished from his view. The star rainbow regained its straight, smooth form. Peace was restored. Only the coffee stains on the floor and Chen Yuan's heavy breaths testified that the ordeal was no mirage. Passed through successfully. Nua's voice calmed, tinged with relief. Shield remaining strength, 15. Hull integrity, 98. A narrow escape. Chen Yuan slumped into his chair, feeling every bone ache as if it might shatter. Those few minutes of turmoil had been more exhausting than any battle on Earth. Sweat soaked his combat suit, dripping from his brow. Too close. He wiped his sweat and exhaled deeply. Such thrills, he vowed, he never wished to relive. Chief Engineer, look ahead. Nua suddenly reminded him. Chen Yuan raised his gaze. At the distant terminus of the star rainbow, a strange luminous ring appeared. The surrounding light warped, forming a perfect circle. And at its center lay an absolute darkness, deeper than space itself, as if it could consume souls. A gravitational lensing effect. Chen Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. Is there a black hole there? Chapter 89. Ruins of Sirius 5 years, an instant for those in slumber, yet an arduous, solitary stretch of over 1,800 days and nights for Chen Yuan. He stood vigil alone aboard the vast, empty vessel, watching the eternal unchanging star rainbow outside the window, conversing with Nua, or sweating profusely in the gym. Such loneliness could drive an ordinary man mad. Yet he persevered, for whenever he felt like surrendering. A glance at the hibernation pods revealed the sleeping faces of his comrades, young and hopeful, which steeled his heart anew. Chief Engineer, we are approaching the target zone, exiting curvature flight. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Nua's countdown snapped Chen Yuan back from his memories. He tidied his slightly grayed hair and donned his pristine black military dress uniform. Standing at the center of the bridge, awaiting the moment's arrival, a familiar vibration hummed through the ship. The vibrant star rainbow outside vanished instantaneously, replaced by a sky studded with dazzling stars and a conspicuous binary star system. Sirius A, a massive blue dwarf star, 20 times brighter than the sun, radiating a spectral blue glow like a colossal sapphire suspended in the cosmic depths. Beside it, a modest white dot, Sirius B, a dense white dwarf star whose mass rivaled that of the sun despite its diminutive size. The twin stars entwined in a celestial waltz spanning billions of years. Magnificent. Chen Yuan murmured, captivated by this cosmic spectacle. Such was the universe's allure, ruthless yet resplendent. Initiate full crew awakening protocol. As the command was issued, 10,000 life support pods simultaneously glowed green in the hibernation center. Warming, awakening, nutrient infusion. Half an hour later, Zhao Gang, rubbing his throbbing head, staggered onto the bridge. He appeared unchanged from 5 years prior, save for a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. Old Chen, Zhao Gang tentatively called out to the back of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan turned. Zhao Gang froze. Although Chen Yuan's appearance remained youthful thanks to longevity serums, the profound weariness and depth etched in his gaze from 5 years of absolute solitude defied any medicine. You. Zhao Gang's throat tightened. I'm fine. Chen Yuan smiled, stepping forward to embrace Zhao Gang firmly. Welcome to Sirius. Zhao Gang looked out the porthole. The brilliant blue and white suns instantly cleared his mind. We've arrived? Yes. Let us get to work. Chen Yuan patted his shoulder. Radar scans revealed anomalous artificial signals on the 4th planet of this system, of considerable magnitude. Sirius 4, a desolate rocky world. Its proximity to the violent twin stars had nearly stripped away its atmosphere. The surface was scarred with massive meteor craters and chasms. Devoid of water and vegetation, a silent expanse of gray rock. As the Shi Huang hovered in orbit, its high-definition optical probes focused on the planet's surface. All were stunned by the images on the screen. Near the equator, atop a plateau, lay vast expanses of geometrically regular ruins. Though eroded by stellar winds and dust storms over millennia, the outlines of a city remained unmistakably discernible. The immense pyramid-like structures, the neatly aligned streets, the collapsed towers, and the vast landing fields capable of accommodating starships all indicate that a highly advanced civilization once flourished here. This was indeed a civilization. The chief archaeologist aboard the vessel, a venerable professor with graying hair, trembled with excitement, his hand shaking as he pointed at the screen. Furthermore, it was a super civilization that had attained at least the second-tier cosmic civilization standard. Just look at the scale of those edifices. Observe the remnants of metallic structures. They must have mastered anti-gravity technology, perhaps even planetary terraforming. But where are its people? Zhao Gang furrowed his brow and inquired. How could such a powerful civilization be reduced to a heap of ruins? We shall find out by descending. A glint of caution flickered in Chen Yuan's eyes. An hour later, a small shuttle named Explorer landed at the edge of the ruins. Zhao Gang led a fully armed squad of celestial mechs onto the surface, with Chen Yuan donning a lightweight exoskeleton closely behind him. The ground beneath them was composed of hardened, glass-like rock, a result of extreme heat followed by rapid cooling. Surrounding them was an eerie silence. The only sound was the wind whistling through the crumbling walls, as if lamenting. What transpired here? Zhao Gang kicked aside a helmet buried in the sand. The helmet bore an odd elliptical shape with 3 eye holes. Clearly, its former owner was neither human nor Proxima Centauri beings. An annihilation. Chen Yuan crouched down, brushing his fingers over a fractured stone column. The cut of the column was smooth and even, with signs of high-temperature ablation on the surface. A cataclysmic obliteration. A high-energy weapon evaporated all life in an instant, leaving no chance for resistance. He raised his gaze, surveying the vast desolation of the dead city. He could almost visualize the scene from millennia ago, a bustling metropolis. Flying ships weaving through the air, intelligent beings living in joy. Then, a beam of light descended from the heavens. Everything came to an end. Who was responsible? A chill crept down Zhao Gang's spine. Even encased in heavy armor, he felt a coldness that penetrated to his very soul. Is this the Dark Forest? Even a civilization as formidable as a second-tier one could be crushed like an insect at a whim? Uncertain, Chen Yuan rose to his feet, his gaze piercing through the ruins towards the city's center. There stood a relatively intact black obelisk, towering into the clouds, standing solitary in the heart of the ruins like a tombstone. Perhaps it knows. Chen Yuan pointed towards the obelisk. I have a premonition. There is something there. The group cautiously approached the obelisk. The closer they got, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The surface of the obelisk was etched with intricate patterns, which glimmered with a faint blue light under the sun. At its apex, a rhomboid device pulsated. It flickered intermittently, like a heart still beating. It was a beacon. Chen Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. A functioning beacon. What has it been waiting for here for over 10 millennia? Chapter 90. The Hunter's Trap. Do not touch it. Chen Yuan shouted, his voice trembling with fear as it echoed through the exoskeleton's communicator. But it was too late. A young team member responsible for scanning had just grazed the glowing rune at the base of the obelisk. It was as if he had triggered some ancient mechanism. A visible blue wave surged forth, radiating from the obelisk's center. The wave penetrated the mechs, the rock, and even the planet's atmosphere, shooting skyward. Immediately following, a blinding beam of light erupted from the obelisk's summit, striking the ship Shuang docked in orbit. Yet, it was not an attack. It was a signal. Detected contact with carbon-based life forms. Civilization level assessment, level 09. Meets hunting criteria. Bait program initiated. All frequency broadcast dispatched. A cold, emotionless stream of information instantaneously flooded the tactical visors of everyone present. Bait. Chen Yuan's face turned ashen, devoid of color. He finally comprehended. This is not a relic of a civilization. It is a trap. A high-level civilization deliberately left this cheese to ensnare lower civilizations. That obliterated civilization may have been the last batch of unsuspecting prey. And now, it is humanity's turn. Retreat. Immediate retreat. Chen Yuan yanked Zhao Gang, who was still in shock, and dashed towards the shuttle. Everyone, back to Shuang. Hurry. Activate the engines. Prepare for jump. However, just as the shuttle ascended and began climbing through the atmosphere, the edges of the Sirius system suddenly shattered like a broken mirror. There was no rainbow of curvature travel, nor the lengthy deceleration of conventional travel. They simply emerged directly. 3 warships. Just 3. Yet each was extraordinarily bizarre in design. They were neither streamlined like human vessels nor spherical like Proxima's water droplets. They were cruciform, entirely white, radiating a pure and gentle light. They resembled 3 angels descending to earth. But what they brought was not a gospel. It was death. It was a judgment from a higher dimension. High-energy reactions detected. The Shuang emitted a piercing alarm, its voice strained. They have locked onto us. The energy readings are incalculable. That is an antimatter weapon. No words were wasted. No communication was made. This was the most naked embodiment of the Dark Forest principle. Discovery equals destruction. The moment the adversaries appeared, the apex of the cross illuminated with a blinding light, brighter and colder than Sirius itself. Boom. A white beam sliced through the void. It was not a laser. It was a mass of pure antimatter enveloped in a powerful magnetic field. Upon contact with normal matter, it would trigger a complete 100 mass energy conversion. 1 gram of antimatter could yield an explosion equivalent to that of the Hiroshima atomic bomb. And this luminous sphere weighed at least a ton. Shields up. Channel all energy into the deflector field. Zhao Gang roared through the communication channel, his voice hoarse. The light sphere struck the gravitational deflector shield of the Chen Yuan. It was akin to a drop of water splashing into a pot of boiling oil. Sizzle. Terrifying annihilation energy erupted instantaneously. The enormous 20-kilometer-long hull of the Chen Yuan trembled violently in space, like a leaf caught in a hurricane. Warning. Shield generator overloaded. Shield strength reduced to 30. Port side armor damaged. Loss of airtightness. Just one strike. Humanity's pride, the Stellar-class battleship, was left battered. This exemplifies the chasm between them. This illustrates the might of a civilization known as hunters. Damn it. Zhao Gang glared at the 3 towering crosses on the screen, his eyes reddening with rage. They deemed us unworthy of communication, akin to a foot crushing an ant, never asking for its name. The shuttle finally broke free from the atmosphere, narrowly landing in the hangar of the Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan stumbled onto the bridge, witnessing a screen filled with red alerts. And the sight of injured crewmates sprawled on the floor. In his eyes, there was no fear, only a madness born from desperation. Since they are hunters, one must be prepared for the prey to bite back. He strode to the weapons control panel, forcefully pushing aside the stunned weapons officer, and slammed his hands down on the button protected by a red glass cover. All restrictions lifted. All available energy, aside from sustaining the life support systems, was diverted entirely to the weapon systems. The Starbreaker cannon began charging. Commander, charging the Starbreaker cannon requires time. Our shields won't hold much longer. Newell warned. Hold them as long as you can. Chen Yuan roared. Deploy the degenerate armor to shield us. Even if we have to take the shells with our faces. That shot must go through. His eyes fixed fiercely on the 3 pristine white warships displayed on the screen. A sinister smile curled the corner of his mouth. You want to devour us. Beware lest your teeth shatter. Annihilate them. Chapter 91. Gravitational waves ineffective. At the outskirts of Sirius, the battle erupted instantly, reaching a fever pitch in moments. Starbreaker cannon, full power fire. With Chen Yuan's furious command, the colossal cannon beneath the bow of the Shi Huang ship unleashed an invisible wave of death. This ultimate weapon, once capable of shattering the water droplet in a single strike, represented humanity's most formidable command of physical laws. Before gravitational waves, the hardness of any conventional matter was but a mockery. A hum resonated as the gravitational beam traversed thousands of kilometers of void like an unseen wrathful dragon, striking precisely at the lead cruciform warship. Smash them. Zhao Gang's bloodshot eyes remained glued to the screen, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. He anticipated the white warship to disintegrate into scrap metal as the satellite had before. Yet, contrary to all expectations, the anticipated disintegration failed to occur. At the very moment the gravitational wave contacted the enemy vessel, an eerie ripple emerged across its white surface, reminiscent of concentric waves radiating from a pebble dropped into still water. This subtle oscillation neutralized the raging gravitational waves, as if 2 opposing tides collided and instantly stilled. Alert. Attack ineffective. Enemy shield frequency adaptive. Gravitational wave deflected. Energy loss, 100. A barrage of red warnings mocked humanity's ignorance. What? Zhao Gang nearly ground his teeth in disbelief. How is this possible? Gravitational waves disregard all defenses. They are oscillations of space-time itself. How can they be stopped? Nothing is impossible. Chen Yuan's face darkened, his hands dancing rapidly across the keyboard as he sought a weakness in the enemy's shield. For an advanced civilization mastering a unified field theory, gravitational waves were merely manipulable waveforms. By matching frequencies, they could be entirely cancelled out, much like active noise-canceling headphones. We were arrogant to think that possessing the gun meant we could dominate. Suddenly, a piercing noise crackled through the communication channel. Nuwa translated it into a cold, arrogant voice, resonating directly within their minds. Primitive gravitational weapons, like monkeys brandishing sticks, believing they wield godly power. How unoriginal. It was the voice of the scavenger commander, laden with condescending disdain, as if evaluating a tiny ant striving to bite. It's over, insects. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 cruciform warships opened fire simultaneously, no longer probing but unleashing a full assault. 3 massive anti-proton light spheres, arranged in a triangular formation, hurtled toward the Shi Huang. Their white radiance illuminated the entire star system, carrying an aura of utter annihilation. Full shields. Divert all energy to the deflection field. Emergency evasive maneuvers. Hard right rudder. Chen Yuan shouted hoarsely. Yet the energy released by antimatter annihilation was overwhelmingly dreadful. The Huang's immense frame could not evade in time. The first light sphere struck the port side. The shield generator overloaded and burned out instantly, causing a massive explosion that tore a several kilometer-long gash through the left armor, spewing fragments and atmosphere into space. The second sphere hit the ship's belly. The 10-meter-thick degenerate alloy armor melted like wax, revealing the glowing red structural core beneath. The third sphere grazed past the bridge, not striking directly, yet the intense thermal radiation caused the bridge temperature to spike by 50 degrees instantly. "We're done." The bridge was engulfed in flashing red alarms, piercing sirens echoing everywhere. The Huang trembled violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Sparks flew, mingling with the agonized groans of wounded crew. Old Chen, Zhao Gang sprang up, yanking off his cap to reveal a face drenched in sweat. "The reactor has only a fraction of power left. I'm going to ram them, even if the Huang dies. It'll take a few of their teeth with it. Let us die together." He reached for the control stick, ready to initiate a suicidal charge. "Sit down." Chen Yuan's fierce command stopped him, pressing him back into his seat with astonishing force, causing Zhao Gang's shoulder to ache. "Who said we only have gravitational waves?" Chen Yuan's hand reached beneath the console to a secret black box, locked and accessible only by him. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous madness, the look of a gambler staking everything. "Monkeys? Then let me show you how monkeys paint." Chapter 91. A painting? Zhao Gang blinked, sweat and dust mixing on his disheveled face. He hadn't yet grasped Chen Yuan's meaning, still contemplating how to perish alongside the aliens. Chen Yuan's trembling fingers input a complex code, followed by a soft click as the black box sprang open. Inside, no sophisticated electronics or blinking indicators, only a transparent vial encapsulated by an absolute zero field. Within floated what appeared to be an ordinary fragment of paper, no larger than a fingernail. It shimmered with a faint phosphorescence, like a torn piece of cling film. "This is..." Zhao Gang's eyes widened. "A two-dimensional foil." Chen Yuan's voice was soft yet thunderous. "We deduced its existence from fragments of the water droplet's core logs during analysis. Though only a prototype, a nascent version, with a limited effective radius of 100 kilometers and a duration of mere minutes. It cannot indefinitely reduce space dimensions, but it suffices to exterminate a few arrogant flies." With utmost care, Chen Yuan placed the vial into a specially modified launch chamber. His movements were slow and gentle, as if cradling not a weapon but the fate of the entire cosmos. It was not truly a paper fragment, but a forcibly flattened spatial bubble, like a spring compressed to its limit, ready to violently recoil and drag everything nearby into its dimension upon release. Chen Yuan lifted his gaze through the cracked viewport toward the three imperious cruciform warships preparing their second volley. A cruel smile played upon his lips, the smile of a hunter watching prey ensnared in a trap. Fire. A barely audible whoosh. A miniature missile, devoid of any energy signature and with scarcely a visible exhaust trail, launched from the Huang's battered stern. It flew slowly, almost unsteadily, like a fledgling bird taking its first flight. Among the chaos of energy beams and fiery explosions, it was but an inconspicuous speck of dust. The scavenger's radar didn't even bother to lock onto it, dismissing it as a fragment torn from the primitive warship or a desperate distress signal. They arrogantly disregarded it, continuing to charge the antimatter cannon, preparing for the final strike against the swarm of insects, until it soared to the center of the three enemy ships. A crisp crack echoed, a sound that should not have propagated in the vacuum, yet strangely resonated in everyone's minds. The bottle shattered. The compressed spatial bubble was released. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. All explosions, all beams of light, all sounds vanished in an instant. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no blinding fire, no shockwave. Only collapse. At that point, the surrounding space abruptly seemed to lose its structural support, crashing down. But it did not fall downward. Instead, it imploded inward, collapsing towards that dimensionless plane. The originally three-dimensional space swiftly curled into a two-dimensional plane, collapsing. It was as if a tablecloth, once spread out, was suddenly pulled away, causing everything atop it to inevitably slide down. Zhao Gang gripped the armrest tightly, his knuckles turning white. He witnessed the most terrifying yet magnificent spectacle of his life. The three once mighty cross-class battleships, their shields, the invincible barrier that had previously withstood gravitational waves, disintegrated upon contact with the collapsing plane, like a soap bubble bursting. Then came the hulls, the rigid alloy armor, the intricate engines, and the arrogant crew within. They were stretched, as if dough being rolled by a massive pasta machine. They transformed from three-dimensional forms into flattened silhouettes. But this was not mere flattening. If it were physical compression, the objects would shatter, becoming a puddle of mush. But dimensional reduction was different. It meticulously spread every atom, every electron, onto a plane devoid of thickness. The engine structures hidden within the battleships, the complex piping, weapon systems, and even the terrified, despairing eyes of the crew that had no time to close, were all laid bare upon that plane. Crystal clear, vividly lifelike, like the most intricate anatomical diagram or a blueprint meticulously crafted by divine hands. Seconds later, the collapse ceased. In space, there floated a colossal painting, spanning dozens of kilometers. It shimmered with an eerie glow under the starlight. On that canvas were the 3 battleships, completely dissected. They remained poised to fire, their cannons still aglow with white light. Yet they were forever frozen, transformed into lifeless entities devoid of time and thickness. In the communication channel, the arrogant voice of the scavenger commander abruptly stopped at the moment the painting formed. His consciousness, along with his body, became part of that artwork. Perhaps in that two-dimensional realm, he pondered why the insects possessed such divine power. Dimensional foil. Chen Yuan gazed at the immense painting suspended in the void, softly uttering those 3 words. His eyes were filled with exhaustion, yet brimming with a mad exhilaration. Though it was a youthful version, though it could only last a few minutes, its artistic value was unparalleled. He turned to Zhao Gang, who had been petrified, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. He patted his shoulder. Old Zhao, if anyone dares to call us bumpkins again, we shall hang this painting above their bed. Let them appreciate the artistry from Earth. Chapter 93, Corpse Examination. The battle concluded swiftly, so rapidly that it felt surreal. One moment, they were facing the brink of life and death, and the next, those 3 formidable battleships had transformed into a painting suspended in space. The Emperor's ship, dragging its battered form, slowly approached the enormous canvas. The left side armor had been torn open, resembling a savage maw, still expelling cryogenic gas. Yet at that moment, no one cared about it. All eyes were drawn to the painting. Though now two-dimensional, the structural information within had not vanished. It was akin to compressing a hard drive. The data tracks remained, the information intact. For an advanced civilization mastering the art of two-dimensional expansion, this might merely be a means of storage. But for humanity, it was akin to an open encyclopedia. Could Nuwa, the goddess, decipher it? Chen Yuan stood before the porthole, gazing at the clearly visible internal structure of the battleship within the painting, his eyes sparkling with greed. It was the instinctual reaction of an engineer encountering unknown technology. Optical scanning was underway. Nuwa's holographic projection appeared on the bridge, her form still perfect, yet her voice carried a hint of excitement. The data reading post-dimensional reduction was remarkably straightforward, akin to reading a book. There was even no need to crack passwords, as their internal structures were fully exposed. Circuit diagrams, engine designs, weapon principles, and even the neural connections within the commander's brain were all laid bare. A blue, high-precision scanning beam emanated from the last intact probe of the Emperor's ship, sweeping across the painting like a brush. Reading database, progress, 105-0100. Target identity confirmed. Star Alliance's 72nd Patrol Squadron, affiliated with the Centaurus Armed Security Bureau. Mission log, patrol, combat smuggling, and collect taxes along the way. Taxes? Chen Yuan scoffed at the translated log on the screen. Just as expected. What scavengers, what hunters, what angels. In essence, they are nothing more than interstellar bandits cloaked in official garb. In remote star regions, they extort weaker civilizations, and if they refuse, they obliterate them under the guise of violating the Star Alliance's prohibitions. This tactic is strikingly reminiscent of certain nations on Earth. Truly despicable. Zhao Gang, infuriated by the recorded achievements in the logs, cursed. This group had obliterated 3 primitive civilizations and plundered 2 mining planets during this patrol alone. Is this what so-called galactic civilization is? Is this the quality of advanced civilizations? It's the same everywhere. Chen Yuan shook his head, a glimmer of helplessness crossing his eyes. The level of civilization only reflects the strength of technology, not the height of morality. In fact, the more powerful the civilization, the more ruthless their means for survival. Nevertheless, this corpse examination yielded substantial gains. The screen displayed a torrent of data cascading like a waterfall. This was classified information from within the Star Alliance, invaluable to humans who had stumbled blindly into the galaxy. Among the most valuable was a detailed galactic armed star map and the algorithm for the galaxy's universal currency, energy coins. Look here. Chen Yuan's finger traced the air, enlarging the star map. He pointed to a bright spot approximately 50 light-years from Sirius. There, a massive space station marked as Babylon. Babylon, the largest free trade port in the Fourth Arm. Status: neutral zone. Owner: Interstellar Commercial Alliance. Rules: trade is permitted regardless of race or faction. Here, money is the only god. A free trade port? Zhao Gang's eyes brightened, as if he had seen a savior. Does that mean we can repair our ship there? Perhaps even procure some valuable items? The Emperor's ship, in its current state, would truly have no choice but to ram into enemies if they encountered any. Indeed. Chen Yuan nodded solemnly. The Emperor's ship is severely damaged. The antimatter reactor has only one functional unit left, and the shield generator is completely destroyed. Repairing it ourselves, without an industrial mother machine, would take at least 6 months. Moreover, we require more sophisticated materials and advanced technologies. Merely confining ourselves to our homes will not suffice. The recent battle has demonstrated that our gravitational wave weapon can easily be targeted by higher civilizations. He rose to his feet, gazing at the luminous point that symbolized hope. Since we have ventured beyond our doorstep, let us embrace the world. Let us behold the splendor of this galaxy, and in turn, allow its inhabitants to witness whether the earthly simpleton is easy to provoke. Dispatch the orders. Chen Yuan's voice regained its former resoluteness. All hands, repair the power systems. Seal the damaged compartments. Target: Babylon. We are going shopping. Understood. Zhao Gang performed a precise military salute before striding away. Though the warship was battered, the warrior's resolve had only hardened. 3 days later, the Qin Emperor was barely able to repair its curvature engine. Although the gaping hole on the port side remained unrepaired, it was crudely patched with spare armor plates, resembling a beggar adorned with patches. The ship, cloaked in darkness, bore scars and pockmarks, akin to a ghost ship that had just crawled out of the depths of hell. Yet, the aura of having survived a life-and-death battle was unmistakably palpable. Accompanied by a ripple of blue space, the vessel, which carried the hopes of humanity, vanished above the ruins of Sirius, leaving behind a colossal tapestry suspended silently in the cosmos, Earth's civilization's inaugural calling card to the galaxy, and a tombstone for all who would follow. Chapter 94, Babylon Space City. In the fourth spiral arm of the galaxy, within the Orion arm, lies a place far removed from the bustling heart of the Milky Way, belonging to a remote suburb. Yet, it is precisely due to this remoteness that the laws of the Galactic Alliance are ineffective here, giving rise to countless gray areas. The Babylon Free Trade Port shines as the most resplendent gem within this gray zone. It is not a naturally formed planet, but rather a super-artificial celestial body constructed from thousands of enormous space stations, abandoned asteroids, and even hollowed-out satellites. Its diameter exceeds 2,000 kilometers, taking on an irregular shape akin to a gigantic, deformed honeycomb. Countless pipes and corridors interconnect various regions, with neon lights flickering throughout space, creating the most chaotic yet vibrant night scene in the galaxy. At this moment, the tranquility of the busy port was suddenly shattered. A blue ripple surged through space. Following this, a colossal, dark, and tattered warship materialized out of thin air. The Qin Emperor, with its 20-kilometer-long hull, was a notable presence even among the numerous ships in Babylon, not to mention its unique silhouette. Entirely black, devoid of any reflection, it resembled a massive slice of a black hole, despite its armor being riddled with scorch marks and pockmarks, and the port side revealing a glowing, molten interior. The weighty aura emanating from the degenerate alloy instilled an instinctive fear in the surrounding vessels. What on earth is that? On a pirate ship in line to dock, the captain, with a face full of tentacles, trembled in terror, spilling the nutrient solution he held. Could it be the legendary Ghost Fleet? Or perhaps the specter of an ancient relic, the small armed vessels that initially intended to collect protection fees? Upon witnessing the gaping maw of the Qin Emperor's main cannon and the residual signs of antimatter burns on its hull, wisely chose to turn back. What a joke. That caliber of cannon could turn them to dust with a single shot. Moreover, a ship capable of withstanding antimatter attacks was undoubtedly a formidable entity. Is this truly Babylon? Chen Yuan stood on the bridge, gazing at the grand, yet chaotic space city before him. Various bizarre spacecraft darted through the area. Some resembled enormous jellyfish, gracefully gliding through the cosmos. Others appeared as rough-hewn rocks propelled by gravitational waves, and some were even luminous gas masses encasing living beings within. What a cacophony of chaos! Zhao Gang marveled, his eyes filled with wonder. In comparison, Earth seemed like a rural village lacking internet connectivity. Let us, the two simple folk, explore the city. Chen Yuan chuckled, adjusting his collar. Nuwa, has the docking request been approved? Approval granted, Nuwa's voice resounded. It appeared that they were mistakenly perceived as a hidden advanced civilization or a formidable interstellar mercenary group. as they had been allocated a VIP docking berth directly above the central business district, exempt from docking fees. Clearly, strength serves as the best passport. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan and Zhao Gang, clad in specially designed portable exoskeletons to adapt to varying gravitational and atmospheric conditions, disembarked from their ship. To avoid drawing attention, they draped gray cloaks over their forms. Yet, amidst a surrounding throng of beings with 3 heads, 6 arms, or even those whose bodies flowed with magma or were half machine, half organic, the 2 carbon-based life forms with merely 2 hands and 2 feet appeared rather unremarkable. It seems our appearance qualifies as commonplace here, Chen Yuan quipped while surveying the area. The gravity had been adjusted to standard 1G, and the air composition was suitable for most carbon-based life forms, albeit with a peculiar blend of oil and spices. Or perhaps primitive, Zhao Gang added, observing a transparent being with its brain exposed, unable to resist stealing another glance. They entered the trading hall, where the cacophony nearly shattered their eardrums. Although a universal translator was available, the cacophony of thousands of languages mixed together was overwhelming. Holographic advertisements darted about, with a dazzling array of colors that left one dazed. Step right up. Newly unearthed second-level civilization slaves. Only 500 energy coins. Obedient and understanding, and can even repair spaceships. Antimatter batteries for sale. Bulk discounts available. Impure? No charge. Who has high-purity black gold? Willing to pay top price. Whatever the quantity. Latest gene modification serum. Grow a 3rd arm. Double your efficiency. As Chen Yuan listened to the vendor's shouts, his mind began to calculate. They were truly penniless at the moment. Though they possessed an impressive ship, they lacked the funds for repairs. The maintenance of the Qin Emperor required an immense amount of resources, not to mention the purchase of new shield generators and antimatter fuel. They needed to devise a way to acquire some money, quickly. Old Chen, should we sell something? Zhao Gang whispered, his confidence wavering. Perhaps we could sell some gold? Diamonds? We have plenty in our storage. He gestured toward a nearby stall piled high with gold and diamonds, shimmering under the lights. Yet, no one paid them any heed. The price tag read, construction debris, decorative use, 1 energy coin per ton. All right, forget I mentioned it, Zhao Gang conceded. It seemed that in the age of interstellar travel, such inedible and impractical stones were deemed too soft, even for paving roads. Patience, Chen Yuan said, his gaze flickering as he scanned the surroundings like a radar. There had to be something they had yet to encounter. The more advanced the civilization, the richer its material life, yet the emptier its spiritual existence. What they sought was no longer mere sustenance, but rather stimulation, raw, direct stimulation to the nerves. His hand delved into his pocket, brushing against the can of red beverage, emblazoned with white lettering, that he had intentionally packed before departure. It was the most ordinary drink on earth, yet in Chen Yuan's eyes, it had transformed into the most precious treasure in the entire galaxy. Let us proceed. Chen Yuan's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he prepared to introduce the concept of dimensionality reduction. In the dimly lit corner of the trading hall, far from the bustling center, the air was thick with the scent of motor oil. It was here that a dubious establishment named the Black Hole Grocery stood, owned by a squat alien with a toad-like head. His green skin was slick with mucus and covered in bumps, and his enormous eyes bulged like light bulbs. Spinning in all directions, he languidly flicked his long tongue at a glowing insect flitting around the counter. Business was tough. The recent stringent inspections by the Galactic Alliance had made smuggling less lucrative, and the wealthy who sought slaves had been scared away. Just then, 2 cloaked primitives entered the shop. What do you want? The toad creature asked lazily, barely lifting his gaze. If you wish to sell scrap, turn left to the junkyard. They pay by the pound. If you seek information, a deposit of 500 energy coins is required. Chen Yuan remained silent, opting instead for a slightly cleaner chair. Crossing his legs, he then leisurely produced a red can from his pocket. The crisp sound of the can opening was lost amidst the noise of the trading hall. Yet, soon a unique aroma, as if imbued with life, began to waft through the air. A caramel scent released from the bursting carbonation, mingled with caffeine, phosphoric acid, and some mysterious blend. For Earthlings, this was a familiar fragrance, but for aliens accustomed to synthetic nutrient solutions, this complex chemical aroma was intoxicating. No, it was more than intoxicating. It was a direct stimulant to the nervous system, a tremor of the soul. The toad creature's nostrils twitched, if the 2 steaming holes could be called nostrils, and his murky eyes widened, pupils narrowing to mere slits. What is that smell? He practically leaped from behind the counter, his corpulent body trembling. So fragrant, so sweet, so stimulating. My God, my olfactory nerves are dancing. Ignoring him, Chen Yuan tilted his head back and took a sip. The icy liquid slid down his throat, and countless bubbles burst in his mouth. A satisfied sigh escaped him, intensifying the toad creature's agony as he nearly drooled with desire. This was the joyful elixir. Chen Yuan shook the can in his hand, the red aluminum shimmering alluringly under the dim lights. The divine beverage from the far reaches of the galaxy. Divine beverage? The toad creature gulped, his hands fidgeting. Could I have just a taste? Just one sip. I'll pay. 10 energy coins. Chen Yuan chuckled. 10 energy coins? In Babylon. That could buy a lavish meal or fill a spaceship's fuel tank. But I must decline. It's not for sale. I only have this halfkin left. Once it's gone, it's gone. 100. The toad creature grew desperate, his eyes nearly bulging out. 100 energy coins. That's enough to purchase an antimatter battery. Friend, one must not be greedy. Chen Yuan shook his head again. He stood up, feigning an intent to leave. It seems you are not discerning. Very well. I shall seek another establishment. Wait. Don't go. The toad creature lunged, clinging to Chen Yuan's leg, disregarding all semblance of dignity. Sir, you may name your price. I'll let you choose anything in my store. Just let me have a sip, even if it's just a taste from the can. A sly smile crept across Chen Yuan's face. The fish had taken the bait, and a big one at that. An hour later, a spontaneous mini-auction was held in the backyard of the Black Hole Grocery. News spread rapidly, and alien aristocrats crowded the space, a myriad of bizarre beings pressed together. The air filled with various odors, yet all eyes were fixated on 3 items on stage. The auction featured only 3 items. 1. Half a can of joyful elixir. 2. A nearly empty bottle of Lao Gan Ma, originally brought by Zhao Gang for a meal. 3. A small bottle of Urquatu, also Zhao Gang's, meant to bolster courage. Ladies and gentlemen, Chen Yuan proclaimed from the stage, holding up the bottle of Lao Gan Ma. This red sauce, known as the kiss of the demon, contains extracts from numerous rare plants, chili peppers, that will instantly ignite your pain receptors, allowing you to experience the thrill of life and death. One sip, and you will feel your tongue ablaze, your soul screaming. This is the food of the brave, a testament to the strong. I'll take it, bellowed a giant covered in rock. I'll pay 1,000 energy coins. I crave excitement. That is nothing. Chen Yuan raised the bottle of Urquatu. This transparent liquid is known as the water of flames. Crafted from pure grains through an arduous fermentation process, it boasts an astonishing 56 degrees. One sip will set your esophagus ablaze, short-circuit your brain, and grant you visions of paradise. It will let you forget your worries, your pain, even who you are. The aliens below erupted into frenzy. For those seeking thrills and suffering from spiritual emptiness, this was the fabled Holy Grail. I'll offer 2,000. I want that water of flames. Get lost. I'll pay 3,000. I want to see heaven. The joyful elixir is mine. Whoever dares compete with me shall face the destruction of their spaceship. Bidding escalated, prices soaring. What was once worthless Earth produce had now skyrocketed in value. Ultimately, the half can of soda sold for an exorbitant 5,000 energy coins. The Lao Gan Ma fetched 8,000, while the Urquatu reached an astounding 12,000. In a mere half day, Chen Yuan and Zhao Gang transformed from penniless individuals into possessors of 25,000 energy coins. This sum was not only sufficient to repair the armor of the Emperor's ship, but also to upgrade the fire control system and purchase several tons of antimatter fuel. We struck gold, old Chen, Zhao Gang exclaimed, counting the digits in his account with a grin that split his face. Had I known, I would have brought that entire box of instant noodles. I bet it could sell for a planetary price. Patience, Chen Yuan replied, gazing at the aliens clutching empty bottles as if they were treasures. This is merely our first fortune. Since they appreciate it, we shall export Earth's culinary culture to the entire galaxy. With soda and spicy strips, we shall conquer their appetites and, in turn, their hearts. However, just as they prepared to leave for supplies, several towering, menacing figures blocked their path. Clad in matching black uniforms adorned with the skull emblem, they exuded an aura of menace. Gentlemen, the leader, a cyclopean giant, said coldly, twirling a laser dagger in his hand. Business seems to be thriving. However, have you forgotten to pay your taxes while conducting business in Babylon? Chen Yuan halted, observing the blatant gangsters before him with a sigh. It appeared that, on any planet, there are always those who wish to add a bit of spice to life. He looked at Zhao Gang. Old Zhao, care for a little exercise? Zhao Gang cracked his knuckles, revealing a wicked smile. It's been a while since I've had a good fight. Just right. Let us test the alien bones to see if they are as hard as their spacecraft. Meanwhile, let us enlighten them on the customs of Earth. Chapter 96. Earth Customs. In the Babylon Free Trade Port, Behind the alley of the Black Hole grocery store, the neon lights are perpetually short-circuit, crackling with electric sounds, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the filthy ground. The air is thick with the stench of cheap machine oil, substandard nutrient solutions, and the foul odor of decaying reptiles. Chen Yuan holds a half-empty bottle of soda, calmly observing the unexpected guests before him. Blocking his path, a dozen bizarre alien beings stand, led by a nearly 3-meter-tall cyclops, whose skin resembles coarse granite. In his grasp is a modified plasma blaster, its energy indicator flashing a dangerous red. Earthling, do you understand the rules? The Cyclops' guttural voice sounds like gravel being crushed. In Babylon, you think you can take your money without paying respect? Then consider the formula for this divine liquid, your protection fee. Passers-by, some resembling insectoid beings with antennae and others fully mechanized, glance indifferently before hastily moving on. Such black-on-black schemes occur hundreds of times a day in Babylon. Here, being weak is the original sin. Chen Yuan sighed, shaking the plastic bottle in his hand. I merely wish to be a respectable merchant, truly. Enough chatter. Hand over the formula, or die. The Cyclops, evidently lacking patience, thrust the weapon's barrel against Chen Yuan's nose. Chen did not flinch. Instead, he slightly turned his head to glance at Zhao Gang behind him. Gangzi, they're inquiring if you understand the rules. Zhao Gang, who had remained silent, stepped forward. Clad in what appeared to be cumbersome black armor, a marvel of Earth's advanced technology made from condensed alloy exoskeleton. He had turned off all lights and energy shields for a more discreet appearance, resembling a laborer clad in scrap metal. Rules? Zhao Gang grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Indeed, we have a rule back home. What? The Cyclops instinctively asked. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Zhao Gang's figure suddenly vanished, not through invisibility, but sheer speed. The combination of pure physical explosiveness and the mechanical augmentation of his exoskeleton allowed him to break the sound barrier in an instant. Bang! A dull thud echoed, the sound of a fist striking flesh. The Cyclops hadn't even had time to pull the trigger before he was sent hurtling backward, as if struck by a high-speed train, crashing into a heap of garbage at the end of the alley. The plasma blaster soared through the air, falling to the ground in a cascade of components. Silence. The once bustling alley fell abruptly quiet. The remaining subordinates stared wide-eyed, utterly baffled by what had just transpired. In their understanding, combat should entail maintaining distance, activating energy shields, and exchanging laser and particle fire until one side's power was exhausted. This primal, brutal, close-quarters combat devoid of energy fluctuations was incomprehensible to them. What are you staring at? Open fire. A small leader shrieked. Instantly, a barrage of laser beams converged on Zhao Gang. However, he made no effort to evade. The lasers struck his dark armor, leaving only faint white marks. The density of the condensed material rendered such civilian-grade energy weapons as mere tickles. Is that all? Zhao Gang cracked his neck, the joints popping audibly. Now it's my turn. In the next moment, he charged into the fray. Utilizing no intricate martial arts, merely the simplest forms of military boxing and bajiquan, each punch, empowered by the exoskeleton's immense force, detonated with the impact of cannon fire. A lizard-like assailant attempting a sneak attack was met with a shoulder slam to the chest. Its expensive personal energy shield overloaded and shattered, followed by the sound of bones fracturing. The lizardman was pinned against the wall like a mere piece of paper, unable to peel away. A mechanical cyborg met a similar fate when Zhao Gang's fist pierced its core, sending it crashing to the ground amidst plumes of smoke. In a brief span of 30 seconds, the ground was littered with fallen aliens, some moaning, others convulsing, and some entering a dormant state due to bodily harm. Green, blue, and purple blood mingled, further staining the already grotesque filth beneath. Standing in the midst of the alley, Zhao Gang shook off the viscous fluids from his gloves, a look of lingering satisfaction on his face. Too fragile, not a single one could withstand my punch. The previously indifferent passers-by halted, their eyes filled with awe and fear. In Babylon, violence is the most universal language, and this earthling was evidently a master orator. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the alleyway's entrance, the ground trembling slightly. A colossal figure obscured the light at the mouth of the alley. Who dares to harm my bloodhand? The voice was deep and gravelly, imbued with a metallic quality. The newcomer towered at 4 meters, with over 90% of his body mechanized. Most striking were the 4 enormous mechanical arms extending from his back, each equipped with heavy weaponry, a 6-barreled Gatling gun, mini-missile launchers, high-frequency vibrating blades, and a hefty alloy shield. He was the underground emperor of the Babylon slums, the leader of the Bloodbone Tavern gang, known as Bloodhand. He surveyed the fallen subordinates, his electronic eye glowing red, locking onto Chen Yuan and Zhao Gang. Earthlings, you possess great courage, but against absolute firepower, fists are merely a joke. As he spoke, all four mechanical arms rose simultaneously, their barrels and missile systems targeting the duo. This firepower configuration could obliterate a small spacecraft in an instant. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow, his hand resting on the handle of his phase knife at his waist. Though unafraid, he worried that a confrontation might put Chen Yuan in harm's way. Yet, Chen Yuan extended a hand, stopping Zhao Gang. He maintained an air of nonchalance, even unscrewing the cap to take a sip of soda. Bloodhand, is it? Chen Yuan smiled. I am a reasonable man at heart. Fighting and killing only breeds discord. Now you seek mercy? It's too late. Bloodhand's Gatling gun began to spin in preparation. Patience, Chen Yuan replied, unfazed. As he retrieved a bottle of Urquatu from his pocket, placing it gently atop a discarded oil drum. I come to negotiate. This bottle of liquor is a specialty from Earth, 10 times stronger than soda. Consider it a gift to commemorate our meeting. Bloodhand scoffed. You think a mere bottle of liquor can buy your life? Certainly not enough, Chen Yuan replied, gesturing above. What about that? Will it suffice? Bloodhand instinctively looked up. Above the alley, a massive holographic billboard flickered, the previous display of interstellar sirens dancing transformed into a chilling video. In the footage, a resplendent starry sky framed a colossal starship of the Galactic Alliance in motion. Suddenly, an inconspicuous small crystal zipped by. There was no explosion, no flames. The ship and the surrounding space began to distort and collapse, as if a reflection on water. The three-dimensional entity was forcibly stretched and flattened. All details preserved in a two-dimensional plane. In mere seconds, a magnificent warship morphed into a vast oil painting suspended in space. Each crew member within the painting retained expressions of terror, vividly alive, yet devoid of any depth. This was the actual footage of Chen Yuan using a two-dimensional foil to strike the scavenger fleet. As the video concluded, bold crimson letters in Babylonian script flashed on the billboard. If we cannot be friends, let us become a painting. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene. Bloodhand's Gatling gun ceased its whirring. His modified brain was fervently calculating the principles of this weapon, but the conclusion was singular. Incomprehensible, indefensible, absolute annihilation. Cold sweat, or perhaps coolant, trickled down his mechanical spine. He glanced at the video, and then at the smiling young man from Earth before him. That smile in his eyes suddenly appeared more terrifying than that of a demon. How could a mere beverage vendor possess such a divine weapon of civilization? This must be a high-ranking figure from an advanced civilization incognito, perhaps even one of the legendary beings who toy with dimensions. Thud! A resounding crash echoed. The towering figure of Bloodhand, standing 4 meters tall, knelt rigidly. His 4 mechanical arms hung submissively at his sides, a gesture of absolute surrender. Your Excellency. Bloodhand's voice trembled. I was blind to your worth. From this day forth, the 2,000 brothers of the Bloodbone gang shall be your loyal hounds. Wherever you point, we shall bite. Chen Yuan approached and patted Bloodhand's cold mechanical knee, unable to reach his shoulder, saying, That's the spirit. We all seek fortune. Why make it so tense? He gestured toward a bottle of Urquatu. This drink is yours. Starting tomorrow, I want all underground channels in Babylon filled with my goods. Can you manage that? Absolutely. Bloodhand nodded vigorously, like a pestle pounding garlic. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction, turning to leave with Zhao Gang. Upon exiting the alley, Zhao Gang quietly inquired, Old Chen, was that video real? Of course, Chen Yuan shrugged, but we've already exhausted that two-dimensional foil. Just a scare tactic for the bumpkins. Zhao Gang gave a thumbs up. You still got it, heart. Chen Yuan chuckled, yet a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The gang is merely the first step. With wealth and channels secured, it's time to upgrade our Emperor Qin. At that moment, Babylon remained a realm of vibrant nightlife. Oblivious to the fact that these two seemingly ordinary earthlings were about to upheave this starry expanse. Chapter 97, Upgrade of the Emperor Qin, in the Babylon Free Trade Port. At underground smuggling dock number 108, beneath a vast dome, the air was thick with the acrid scent of high-energy fuel and the burnt odor of metal cutting. This was the gray area of Babylon, where, as long as one could afford energy coins, even the most strictly prohibited contraband could be acquired. Chen Yuan stood atop a towering work platform, overlooking the Emperor Qin undergoing extensive repairs below. A dizzying array of numbers flickered on the holographic screen beside him, profits from the joyous water and Urquatu he had just funneled through Bloodhand's channels. 230 million energy coins. Chen Yuan surveyed his account balance, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, Addictive consumables were lucrative across any galaxy. Boss, this ship has a solid foundation. But its electronic systems are practically antiques, spoke a diminutive old gnome, barely standing at 1 meter 20. Clad in a greasy jumpsuit and wearing oversized multifunction goggles that obscured half his face, he was the chief mechanic of the dock. Renowned in the black market as Ghost Hand. Ghost Hand directed a swarm of repair robots busily attending to the armor plating of the Emperor Chen, shaking his head while clutching a diagnostic device. This armor is that a degenerate state alloy? My heavens. That's a first-tier strategic material that was discontinued ages ago. The density, the hardness, even the Alliance's mainstay ships can't compare. But what's with this fire control radar? It still uses electromagnetic wave scanning? How primitive. If you encounter a phase-invisible enemy, you'll be sitting ducks. Chen Yuan smiled. That's why I came to you. Is everything on the list ready? Ghost Hand immediately donned a merchant's demeanor, rubbing his hands together. Ready. Absolutely ready. As long as the money's right. I could even procure the undergarments of an Alliance governor. He snapped his fingers, and several hovering transport vehicles slowly entered the dock. Antimatter fuel, high purity. Enough to power your engine at full capacity for 3 years. A phase shield generator, albeit second-hand military grade, has been recalibrated by me, boasting 3 times the defensive power of civilian models. High-dimensional communication radar that can penetrate general spatial interference, though it consumes substantial energy, so use it sparingly. Lastly, Ghost Hand carefully opened a lead box, revealing a fist-sized crystal emanating a faint purple glow, void crystal. With this, your curvature engine can perform spatial jumps, not just full space travel. A gleam of excitement flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. Excellent. With a grand gesture, he initiated a transfer of 200 million energy coins, stating, no need for change. I want all these items installed within 3 days. 3 days? Ghost Hand exclaimed. Boss, that's a major operation. It'll take at least half a month. No. Chen Yuan softly called. Yes, Commandant. A gentle voice resonated within the dock. Ghost Hand, in terror, observed as all the repair robots abruptly ceased their movements, then turned in unison towards him. The holographic screen cascaded with lines of code. Nuwa's virtual image manifested in the air, resembling a girl in an ancient-style gown. I have taken control of the system here. The optimized modification plan has been generated. All robots' work efficiency will increase by 300. 3 days will be sufficient. Ghost Hand watched in astonishment as the robots surged into frenetic action, each movement precise to the micron, even more adept than the seasoned mechanic himself. What level of AI is this? He gulped. Strong AI? Isn't the Alliance prohibiting the development of such things? Chen Yuan patted his shoulder. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Go help out. No slacking. The ensuing 3 days were a torturous hell and a heavenly delight for Ghost Hand, as he witnessed the birth of a miracle. Under Nuwa's orchestration, the Emperor Chen transformed into a reforged behemoth of steel. The degenerate state armor was coated with the latest stealth material, capable of absorbing radar waves and distorting light to achieve optical invisibility. The outdated electromagnetic cannon was dismantled and replaced with the latest Starbreaker 2 particle beam main cannon, a hybrid design resulting from Nuwa's decryption of the Alliance's fire control algorithms combined with Earth technology. Inside the ship, Zhao Gang was also busy. Bare-chested, he was fine-tuning his new equipment. The exoskeleton armor now featured a long blade radiating a soft blue glow, a phase blade. This weapon utilized high-frequency phase oscillations to bypass most physical defenses, severing molecular bonds directly. This is exhilarating. Zhao Gang swung the blade, leaving a lingering blue trail in the air, feeling capable of cleaving a warship in two. On the third night, the modifications were finally complete. The Emperor Chen floated silently in the center of the dock. No longer a heavy, dark hunk of metal, it had become elongated and sharp, its hull shimmering with a faint luminescence, akin to a cosmic beast poised to pounce. Is this it? Ghost Hand slumped to the ground, too exhausted to move a finger. Let us test the firepower, Chen Yuan commanded. Nuwa promptly responded, secondary cannon system charged. Target, abandoned target ship, distance 10 kilometers. The side armor of the Emperor Chen slid open, revealing a menacing secondary cannon. There was no deafening roar, only a beam of ethereal blue light sliced through the darkness. 10 kilometers away, the abandoned frigate designated as the target disintegrated in an instant, not even having time to explode. Only when the beam vanished did the surrounding air erupt with a thunderous clap from the rapid expansion. The ghostly hand, startled to the point of losing its dentures, stared in astonishment at the scene before it. Could this be a secondary cannon? The power and penetration it possessed rivaled that of the main battleships of the Star Alliance. Did it not? Chen Yuan observed the damage data on the holographic screen, a slight smile gracing his lips. Quite impressive. It can barely be utilized. Commander. Noah's voice suddenly took on a grave tone. We have intercepted a piece of encrypted news. Source, Star Alliance Intelligence Network. Chen Yuan furrowed his brows. Read it. The Proxima fleet is accelerating toward the solar system. They appear to have acquired some unknown technological support, increasing engine efficiency by 40. They are expected to reach Earth 3 years ahead of schedule. The atmosphere in the dock instantly froze. Zhao Gang sheathed his phased knife, his expression dark. 3 years? Does that mean Earth won't have time to complete its defensive preparations? Chen Yuan fell silent for a moment, the smile in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a chilling intent. It appears we no longer have the luxury of time to amass wealth here. Chen Yuan turned toward the bridge, since they wish to hasten. We shall assist in decelerating them. Noah, activate the engines. Target, the Interstellar Network Intelligence Center. I want to know what Proxima is up to. The massive Emperor Chen slowly powered up, its rear engines emitting a dazzling blue flame that illuminated the entire underground dock. The ghostly hand watched as the warship departed. An ominous premonition surging within. This vessel would become a nightmare for the entire galaxy. Chapter 98. Using a knife to kill, the Babylon Intelligence Exchange. Located on the top floor of the commercial district, is the largest information hub in the galaxy. Chen Yuan sat on a leather sofa in a VIP booth, fingers lightly tapping the table. Zhao Gang stood behind him. Though devoid of his phased knife, his menacing aura deterred the surrounding attendants from approaching. Seated across from Chen Yuan was an intelligence dealer donning a holographic mask, codenamed Thousand Faces. The route map of the Proxima fleet, along with their recent supply points. Chen Yuan stated directly, tossing an energy card worth 1 billion energy coins across the table. Is this sufficient? Thousand Faces did not reach for the card, but instead emitted a sound altered by a voice modulator, laughing. Mr. Chen, the information you seek does not come cheap. Especially since the Proxima fleet has recently received backing from a significant figure within the Star Alliance. This is classified. 20 million, Chen Yuan replied expressionlessly, raising the bid. Deal. Thousand Faces immediately ceased his laughter, fingers tracing the air as a detailed star map projected onto the table. The Proxima fleet, in a rush, had chosen a shortcut through the debris field at the edge of the Black Domain. Chen Yuan studied the debris field, his brow furrowing. That area is notorious for its dangers, not only due to magnetic storms, but also the presence of the fearsome void insectoid species. They are quite audacious. Chen Yuan remarked coldly, or perhaps they are simply too impatient. It is said that they are eager to seize Earth and acquire that so-called perfect home, Thousand Faces added. Moreover, the insectoids in that debris field are currently in hibernation. With caution, they can indeed pass through. Hibernation? A cruel smile curled Chen Yuan's lips. Then let us awaken them. He stood, producing a black chip and sliding it across to Thousand Faces. I wish to purchase something. A pheromone sample from the insectoid queen during her estrus cycle. Don't tell me you don't have it. Thousand Faces' hand trembled. He scrutinized Chen Yuan as if assessing a madman. Do you understand what that implies? If that information leaks, the entire insectoid population in the debris field will go berserk. It would be a massacre. I came here for the massacre. Chen Yuan's voice was chillingly calm. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan returned to the Emperor Chen, carrying a sealed cryogenic container. Noah, are the calculations complete? Calculations finished, Commander. Noah's holographic image manifested on the bridge. Using the newly installed high-dimensional communication radar, we can convert the molecular structure of the pheromone into electromagnetic signals of specific frequencies. This signal will act like a beacon for the insectoids. Is the target locked? Locked. The Proxima fleet's vanguard formation is 3 light hours away from the center of the debris field. Chen Yuan took a deep breath and inserted the cryogenic container into the signal conversion slot. Begin. Let us present our guests with a grand gift. With the command given, the radar array atop the Emperor Chen began operating at full power. An invisible wave surged out, instantly penetrating several light years, precisely projecting ahead of the Proxima fleet. Simultaneously, deep within the debris field, a silent graveyard lay scattered with countless shattered planetary remnants. In the shadows of these remnants slumbered billions of grotesque creatures, clad in tough shells, with razor-sharp limbs and an insatiable thirst for energy. Suddenly, a peculiar wave swept through. A slumbering insect soldier twitched its antennae. Soon, a second, a third, countless crimson eyes flickered open in the darkness. The primal instinct ingrained in their genes awakened. This was the queen's call, a yearning for reproduction, and an order for slaughter. Screech. A sharp hiss echoed through the void. The insect tide had awakened. At that moment, aboard the flagship of the Proxima fleet, the commander held a glass of red wine, gazing at the starry sky, envisioning a splendid life after conquering Earth. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility. Report. Radar has detected a massive life signal response. The aide shouted in terror. The quantity is beyond calculation. They have filled the entire radar screen. What? The commander sprang to his feet, shattering the wine glass. Before he could react, the starry sky outside transformed. The previously dark backdrop erupted with countless red lights, resembling a red tsunami, surging forth. It was the insectoids. Countless insectoids. Fire. All weapons, fire at will. The commander bellowed frantically. The particle cannons of the Proxima warships began firing wildly. Each shot obliterated hundreds of insects. Yet in the face of the seemingly endless tide, such casualties were insignificant. The insectoids, undeterred by death, surged toward the warship's shields, clawing, corroding with acid, and even using their bodies to block cannon muzzles, causing catastrophic explosions. In just 10 minutes, a shielded escort ship within the Vanguard formation overloaded. The next moment, it was engulfed by a swarm of insects. The steel hull crumbled under the onslaught as if it were merely a cookie, quickly reduced to a heap of scrap metal. This scene was vividly displayed on the large screen of the Emperor Chen through remote monitoring. Zhao Gang gazed at the horrific spectacle, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. This is too ruthless. It's simply hell. Chen Yuan remained expressionless, observing. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. If they reach Earth, this will be humanity's fate. He turned to Nuwa. What are the results? The Proxima fleet has been forced to halt its jump and enter a defensive formation. They are expected to be trapped in the debris field for at least 3 months. With losses exceeding 30, Nuwa reported. 3 months will suffice. Chen Yuan exhaled in relief. However, at that moment, Nuwa's voice rang out again, tinged with urgency. Alarm. High-energy scanning signals have locked onto our ship. The source is traced back to the Star Alliance intelligence network. Chen Yuan's expression shifted. What is happening? The recent high-dimensional signal projection, though discreet, had attracted the attention of the Star Alliance monitoring station. Nuwa quickly analyzed. They have reverse-traced the signal source and locked onto Babylon, locked onto the Emperor Chen. Chen Yuan glanced out the window. In the distance, toward the Babylon spaceport, several law enforcement warships bearing the Star Alliance insignia were rapidly ascending, encircling this way. It seems we have underestimated the Star Alliance's technology. Chen Yuan mused with a bitter smile, but in his eyes, there was no fear, only a frenzied spirit of battle. Since we have been discovered, there is no need to conceal ourselves any longer. Chen Yuan strode to the captain's seat, his voice resonating throughout the ship. All personnel, prepare for combat readiness. Initiate engine preheating. Since they wish to capture us, let them witness what true fugitives are like. Chapter 99, The Star Alliance's Bounty, in the Babylon Administrative Center. Atop the Crystal Palace, the shrill sound of alarms shattered the tranquility of this interstellar city that never sleeps. The city's broadcast, typically filled with luxury advertisements and entertainment news, was now overtaken by a chilling mechanical voice. Attention, Level 1 wanted criminal detected. Coordinates, docking area 108. All non-combat personnel, evacuate immediately. Repeat, evacuate immediately. In the sky, a massive holographic projection enveloped the entire city. It depicted the figure of a Star Alliance envoy, a high-ranking paladin clad in golden power armor, wielding the Staff of Judgment. His face was obscured by a visor, with only his blue glowing eyes exuding an aura of immense authority. I am Ta Zeta, envoy of the Supreme Council of the Star Alliance. His voice thundered, reverberating across Babylon. Upon verification, an unidentified individual, codename Shi Huang, was found to be in illegal possession and use of dimensional weaponry, specifically the two-dimensional foil, in grave violation of Article 7 of the Galactic Treaty. Charges: crimes against humanity, crimes against civilization, attempting to disrupt the cosmic constants. Sentence: extermination. As the word extermination echoed, a colossal red bounty notice materialized in the sky. It prominently displayed a three-dimensional schematic of Shi Huang, along with the vague faces of Chen Yuan and Zhao Gang. At the bottom of the notice, a line of numbers ignited fervor throughout Babylon. Bounty: 1 billion energy credits. Life or death irrelevant. In an instant, greed triumphed over fear. Countless bounty hunters, mercenaries, and even former gangsters, hidden in the shadows, were driven mad with desire. 1 billion energy credits. Enough to purchase a habitable planet and reign as a local emperor. Kill. That is a walking gold mine. Don't let him escape. The previously calm spaceport erupted into chaos. Countless private spacecraft and modified warships ascended like locusts, rushing towards docking area 108. Meanwhile, aboard the Shi Huang's bridge, Chen Yuan surveyed the radar screen, densely populated with red dots. Instead of fear, a cold smirk spread across his face. 1 billion? Seems my life is quite valuable. He turned to Zhao Gang. Gangzi, it appears our newly recruited underlings are about to betray us. Zhao Gang, polishing his phase knife, scoffed. I said long ago, those alien cowards are unreliable. We'll have to fight our way out ourselves. Nuwa, report the situation. Commander, the spaceport is currently blockaded by 3-star Alliance Judgment-class heavy cruisers. There are at least 2,000 various armed civilian ships approaching from the periphery. We are surrounded. Probability of breakout? The conventional breakout probability is less than 1. Immediate surrender is advised. Are you joking? I suggest a forced collision, Nuwa quipped, a rare attempt at humor. Though it fell flat, Chen Yuan rose, his gaze sharpened. Then we shall collide. Let them know that to claim this billion, they must first have a life to spend. Maximize the ship's shields. Initiate engine overload mode. Target, straight ahead blockade. With the command issued, the Shi Huang emitted a deep roar. The blue tail flames surged to a length of 1,000 meters, propelling the steel behemoth like a cannonball, directly bursting forth from the underground dock. Boom. The dock's dome was shattered. The Shi Huang, surrounded by a cloud of debris and smoke, ascended into the sky. What awaited it was a hail of gunfire. Countless lasers, missiles, and particle beams rained down upon the Shi Huang's shields. The second-hand military-grade phase shields, modified by Ghost Hand, proved invaluable at that moment. They rippled through the void, flickering with light but remaining unbroken. Counterattack. Free fire. The Shi Huang's counteroffensive commenced. The newly installed Starbreaker 2 main cannon revealed its fangs for the first time in actual combat. A massive purple beam instantly pierced the entire battlefield. The bounty hunter ships obstructing its path were vaporized before they could utter a sound. The beam continued unabated, striking a distant Star Alliance heavy cruiser. The cruiser's shields flickered violently. Though it absorbed the blow, the tremendous impact tilted its hull noticeably. What? Envoy Tazeda's expression shifted beneath his visor. How could such a primitive civilization possess this level of firepower? Don't let them escape. All main cannons, fire. The 3-star Alliance heavy cruisers opened fire simultaneously. 3 columns of destructive energy sealed off all of Shi Huang's evasion routes. We can't dodge, Zhao Gang shouted. Then we'll take it head on. Chen Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the screen. Nuwa, concentrate all energy on the bow shields. Charge through. The Shi Huang surged forward, directly into the path of the 3 energy columns. Boom. A violent explosion erupted above Babylon. The brilliance of the blast even overshadowed that of the stars. Everyone assumed the Shi Huang was finished. Yet, as the light dissipated, a battered black warship, billowing smoke and with shattered shields, emerged from the inferno. Like a wounded lone wolf, it charged through the Star Alliance blockade with determination and madness. That madman is utterly insane, a bounty hunter murmured, momentarily forgetting to pursue the vessel. Chen Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, gazing at the receding Babylon, a bloody smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Want to kill me? Perhaps in your next life. Yet, the crisis was far from over. On the radar, the 3-star Alliance heavy cruisers had adjusted their positions and were in hot pursuit. They were faster and more heavily armed than the Shi Huang. Warning. Enemy ships are charging energy, expected to enter range in 3 minutes. Nuwa issued the alert. Conventional navigation is insufficient to escape. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, glancing at the newly installed void crystal. It's time to take a gamble. Prepare for microjump. Target, random coordinates. As long as we can shake them off. I don't care where we end up. But Commander, this unstable state jump could easily trigger spatial turbulence, potentially tearing us apart. Nuwa cautioned. Better to be torn apart than to be captured and sliced for research. Chen Yuan bellowed. Activate. With Chen Yuan slamming down the red activation button, the void crystal erupted in brilliant purple light. The space surrounding the Shi Huang began to twist violently, resembling a massive vortex that swallowed the warship. In the second before the beams from the Star Alliance warships reached their target, the Shi Huang vanished into thin air, leaving behind a chaotic Babylon and an enraged Star Alliance envoy. Chapter 100, Wandering the Galaxy, in the Depths of Space. An unknown star region lay shrouded in darkness and cold, devoid of the warmth of starlight. Occasionally, a stray meteor would streak by, breaking the oppressive silence. Suddenly, the previously tranquil space began to ripple violently, as if disturbed by unseen forces. A blinding purple light flashed, and a massive black warship materialized from nowhere. The Shi Huang. Its condition was dire. The once smooth degeneracy armor was marred with charred marks and deep, unfathomable cracks, revealing internal conduits that hissed with escaping blue sparks. Inside the bridge, alarms blared incessantly. Warning. Hull integrity reduced to 45. Warning. Engine 3 overheating, shut down. Warning. Life support systems compromised. Oxygen levels are decreasing. Chen Yuan crawled up from the floor, shaking his dizzy head. The sensation of that forced jump felt akin to being tossed into a washing machine on spin cycle. His insides jumbled. Gangzi, Noah, are you alive? Chen Yuan shouted. Zhao Gang emerged from a pile of rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. One of the mechanical arms of his exoskeleton armor was broken, and it seemed the ship was on the brink of disassembly. The holographic image of Nuwa reappeared, albeit somewhat blurred and flickering. Commander, the jump was successful. We have evaded the Star Alliance's pursuit. However, due to the spatial turbulence during the jump, we have deviated from our intended course, or rather, we have no course at all. Chen Yuan stumbled toward the star map. Where are we? Conducting stellar positioning comparison. Completed. Nuwa's voice bore a hint of gravity. We are in the desolate star zone at the edge of the Milky Way, also known as the Star Alliance's forbidden area. Chen Yuan gazed at the pitch-black region on the star map, his heart sinking. The desolate star zone signified a lack of stars, energy, and supplies, a desert of civilization. A place even pirates dared not enter. This is troublesome, Chen Yuan sighed bitterly. Just escaped the wolf's den, and now into the tiger's lair. Remaining energy? Only 15. If we do not locate supplies within a week, the life support systems will shut down completely. Nuwa delivered the final verdict. Chen Yuan fell silent. With just 15 units of energy left, he doubted they could maintain even the shields, let alone engage in curvature navigation. Suddenly, a faint signal appeared on the radar screen. Wait, what is that? Chen Yuan pointed to a flickering dot at the edge of the screen. Nuwa quickly amplified the signal source, detected anomalous gravitational fluctuations. This does not resemble a natural celestial body. It appears more like an artificial construct. An artificial construct? In this godforsaken place? Chen Yuan's eyes brightened. Attempting to decipher the signal. Analysis complete. Nuwa's voice trembled slightly. If it were human commander, you should take a look at this. A hazy video signal projected onto the large screen. It depicted a colossal, ancient spherical structure floating in the void, its surface covered in thick dust and craters, as if it had been in slumber for billions of years. Yet beneath its battered exterior, strange runes flickered faintly. At the entrance of the sphere stood a massive stone tablet, or perhaps a metal plate, inscribed with a line of text Chen Yuan had never seen before. Although he could not comprehend it, his system suddenly displayed a translation. Galactic Library, Branch 9, Knowledge is Power, and also a curse. Chen Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. The Galactic Library, the legendary repository of god-level civilization technology from the previous epoch. He had thought it merely a myth, only to discover it hidden in this desolate expanse. Fortune favors the bold. Chen Yuan's hands trembled with excitement and fear of the unknown. Nuwa, adjust our course. Full speed ahead. Destination, the library. However, Commander, the radar indicates a strong biological magnetic field response nearby, Nuwa warned. It seems something is guarding it. Chen Yuan fixed his gaze on the ancient sphere. Resolute, whatever it is, it matters not. Even if it is a god, I shall pluck its whiskers. For Earth, we have no choice. The Emperor's ship, dragging its battered body, expelled the last flicker of blue tail flame, heading toward the hope in the darkness. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient library, a pair of enormous, golden vertical pupils slowly opened. Chapter 101, The Guardian of the Void, in the desolate star zone, at the 9th coordinate. This was the appendix of the Milky Way, an absolute dark realm where even the light of stars could not reach. Warning, high-energy biological response ahead. Distance, 3,000 kilometers. Nuwa's urgent voice echoed in the silent bridge. Chen Yuan fixed his eyes on the holographic screen. In that pitch-black void, two enormous golden lights slowly illuminated. No, those were not lights. They were eyes. A pair of golden, vertical pupils, each over 100 kilometers in diameter. Under the gaze of these eyes, the 20-kilometer-long Emperor ship appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. As the eyes opened, a massive, suffocating body gradually emerged from the darkness. Its skin resembled a conglomerate of countless asteroid rocks, with jagged bone spines growing along its back, each resembling a towering mountain. The Void Leviathan. Zhao Gang swallowed hard. His hands slick with sweat on the control stick, a legendary cosmic beast said to feed on stars. Such a creature truly existed? Roar. Although sound could not propagate in a vacuum, The subsonic roar emitted by the beast reverberated through the ship's hull, resonating in everyone's bones. The Emperor's ship trembled violently, its shield value plummeting by 5. It is hungry, Chen Yuan calmly assessed. It views us as a delectable morsel. The beast opened its massive jaws, a bottomless black hole, with blue arcs of electricity flickering within. A terrifying gravitational wave emanated from its mouth, like an invisible hand gripping the Emperor's ship, dragging the vessel toward its maw. Engines at full reverse thrust. Zhao Gang bellowed. Damn it, we lack energy. The thrust cannot break free from its gravitational lock. Commander, we have only 15 units of energy left. Noah's voice remained chillingly rational. If we continue to reverse thrust, we will exhaust our energy in 3 minutes and become its meal. Suggestion, abandon resistance, initiate self-destruct protocol, and perish with it. Perish together? That would be a loss. A flicker of madness shone in Chen Yuan's eyes. He gazed at the beast and suddenly asked, Noah, analyze its biological habits. Why is it here? Comparing with the Galactic Biological Encyclopedia. Analysis complete. The void leviathan typically resides near stars, feeding on stellar winds. This is a desolate star zone, devoid of stars. It is in an extreme state of hunger. Very well, hunger is manageable. A peculiar smile crept onto Chen Yuan's lips. Gangzi, cease reverse thrust. Concentrate all energy into the launch tube. Old Chen, are you insane? Isn't that a death sentence? Zhao Gang's eyes widened. Trust me. Load our last canister of high-purity antimatter into the torpedo launch tube. Set the fuse to. Release upon contact, but do not detonate. Do not detonate? Zhao Gang hesitated, but, trusting Chen Yuan implicitly, complied. Torpedo loaded. Antimatter content. 500 tons. Launch. The Emperor's ship ceased its struggles, gliding toward the beast's gaping maw, pulled by the gravitational flow. Just hundreds of kilometers from that abyssal mouth, a black torpedo shot forth from the ship's bow, heading straight for the beast's throat. The beast clearly underestimated this tiny toothpick and swallowed it whole. On the bridge, everyone held their breath. 500 tons of antimatter, if detonated, could obliterate half the Earth. But could this beast withstand it? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No explosion. The beast suddenly closed its mouth, its enormous eyes swiveling. Then, a wave of pleasant, gentle brainwaves swept over the Emperor's ship. That sensation was akin to a homeless man who had gone 3 days without food suddenly savoring a piece of top-tier Kobe beef. The sense of satisfaction even brought an inexplicable comfort to the crew of the Emperor's ship. The beast's once menacing expression softened. It extended a tentacle thousands of kilometers long. Lightly, for it, touching the Emperor's ship. Thud. The Emperor's ship was pushed, tumbling several times. What is it doing? Zhao Gang was bewildered. It is begging for food. Chen Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, revealing the ecstatic glee of a gambler who had won. Noah, translate its brainwaves. Translation result, delicious. Want more? Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Indeed, the essence of carbon-based life forms is that of a glutton and a parrot. Even divine beasts are no exception. Tell it. There is none left. If it wishes to eat, it must work. Noah conveyed Chen Yuan's meaning through complex brainwaves. The beast tilted its massive head, seemingly in contemplation. After a while, it emitted a low moan, as if bargaining. It expressed its hunger. If it was not given food, it would still consume us, Noah translated. Follow me, and you shall be well fed, Chen Yuan declared, pointing toward the distant stellar system on the star map. Someday, I will take you there to feast on the sun. For now, serve as my loyal guardian. The colossal beast hesitated briefly. It glanced at the diminutive spacecraft, then savored once more the taste of the antimatter it had just consumed, a rare delicacy it had not encountered in this desolate expanse for tens of thousands of years. Ultimately, appetite triumphed over pride. The beast retracted its gravitational waves and obediently settled beside the Shuang vessel. Its immense form resembled a natural fortress, sheltering the ship behind it. Chen Yuan exhaled deeply, collapsing into his chair. That was close. Now, not only have we survived, but we have also gained a formidable bodyguard. Commander, radar detects spatial jump fluctuations, Noah suddenly warned. 3 ships are approaching. Identification, Star Alliance bounty hunters. Chen Yuan observed the 3 red blips on the screen and sneered. Perfect timing. Wang Ke just had an appetizer. Now he is ready for the main course. Chapter 102, Taming the Divine Beast as a Dog at the Edge of the Desolate Star Sector. 3 modified warships adorned with skull motifs completed their jump. Boss, the tracking signal is nearby, a crew member reported eagerly. In the cockpit of the lead ship, Bonebreaker, a one-eyed, scarred man, nicknamed Mad Dog, greedily stared at the radar. As the Squad S leader and a notorious figure on the Star Alliance S wanted list, he was prepared to take bold risks for the 1 billion bounty. Found it. Over there, his deputy exclaimed, pointing at the holographic projection. In the pitch-black void, the Shuang, worth 1 billion credits, floated silently. Its engines were off, shields down, and black smoke billowed from its hull. It resembled a corpse adrift in space. Haha, looks like these hillbillies botched their jump. Mad Dog cackled, exulting in fortune. No need to fight. Just drag it back and claim the prize. Boss, wait, the deputy hesitated. That massive asteroid behind the Shuang looks odd. Mad Dog waved off the concern impatiently. This blasted place is littered with asteroids. What is strange about it? Full speed ahead. Prepare to board and capture them. That Earth commander, I want him alive. I'll personally skin him for boots. The 3 hunter ships, like vultures drawn to carrion, unleashed tractor beams and surged forward aggressively. Meanwhile, aboard the Shuang S bridge, Chen Yuan calmly held a half-eaten packet of compressed biscuits, casually feeding Wang Ke as the 3 red dots drew nearer. Patience, Wang Ke. Let them come closer, Chen Yuan soothed through Nua's neural link. The Void Leviathan, forcibly renamed Wang Ke by Chen Yuan, was now perfectly camouflaged as a massive, cratered asteroid. It suppressed all signs of life, appearing as cold and inert as a stone. Yet only Chen Yuan knew that within this stone lay a brewing tempest. Distance, 500 kilometers. Distance, 200 kilometers. Distance, 50 kilometers. Enemy ships have locked onto us, Nua reported. Now, Chen Yuan's eyes gleamed with cold fire. Wang Ke, dinner is served. A primal roar erupted from the beast's depths. The colossal asteroid suddenly came alive, its once impenetrable rocky exterior shattered, revealing glistening black gold scales and a cavernous abyssal maw. Mad Dog was about to command the launch of capture nets when darkness engulfed his vision. What is that? Before he could finish, a titanic tentacle, blotting out the sky, swept down like a giant swatter. Boom. The hunter ship furthest to the left was obliterated before its shields could even activate, rather than explode. It was instantly compressed like a flattened can, becoming a two-dimensional metal disc. It's the Void Leviathan. Retreat. Jump. Jump now. Mad Dog screamed, terror-stricken, frantically pulling the control stick. But it was too late. Wang Ke, intrigued by the flying metal cans, extended another tentacle and deftly seized Bonebreaker. The massive limb coiled tightly around the vessel, constricting it with a sickening creak of twisting metal that echoed across the starfield. Spare me. The desperate pleas ceased abruptly. With a crushing squeeze, Wang Ke snapped Bonebreaker in half. Oxygen and fuel gushed out violently, triggering a spectacular chain of explosions. To Wang Ke, it was akin to popping a juicy meatball. The beast opened its jaws, generating a powerful suction that engulfed the wreckage, escape pods, and bounty hunters alike. Crunch, tender as chicken, Zhao Gang commented, unable to restrain his appraisal. In less than a minute, the 3 arrogant bounty hunter ships were utterly annihilated, leaving no trace. Wang Ke burped contentedly as a few undigested superalloy screws clattered against the Shuang's shield with a crisp metallic ring. Turning its enormous head, the beast looked toward the Shuang expectantly, its single eye gleaming with anticipation. I want to eat that dark energy stick, it seemed to say, referring to the antimatter. Chen Yuan sighed, rubbing his forehead. This glutton is insatiable. He reluctantly exchanged 10 tons of antimatter, precious fuel for their survival, into a small vial and shot it out. Eat sparingly. We're running low. Wang Ke swallowed greedily, purring in satisfaction. It extended a tentacle and gently nudged the Shuang, guiding it deeper into the star domain. With this bodyguard, we can roam freely, Zhao Gang marveled. Don't celebrate too soon, Chen Yuan warned, gazing ahead at the increasingly dense ancient wreckage. The true peril awaited beyond. Under Wang Ke's protection, the Shuang traversed this deathly region rife with spatial turbulence and radiation. At last, the legendary edifice appeared before them. It was a colossal artificial celestial body, not spherical but shaped as a regular dodecahedron. Each face was etched with luminous geometric patterns exuding an overwhelming divinity. It hovered silently, surrounded by tens of thousands of warship remnants, some petrified with antiquity, others freshly bearing Star Alliance insignia. This was a cemetery of civilizations and a sanctuary of truths. Chapter 103. The tombstone of civilization. Wang Ke abruptly halted, evidently intimidated by the structure and unwilling to advance. It is afraid, Nua analyzed. Within that building lies something capable of threatening it. Chen Yuan rose, adjusting his slightly tattered uniform. Since we have arrived, there is no turning back. Gangzi, prepare the landing craft. We shall knock on the door. Should we bring weapons? In the presence of a god-level civilization, Guns are as futile as sticks for kindling. Chen Yuan replied resolutely. We bring only our wits. The Shiwang hovered at a safe distance. A small shuttle detached, darting toward the immense dodecahedron like a moth to a flame. Inside, Chen Yuan gazed out at the approaching library, overwhelmed by its staggering scale. From afar, its enormity was deceptive. Up close, its diameter was no less than 5,000 kilometers. The intricate surface patterns were in fact vast energy channels, kilometers wide, coursing with liquid light. The surrounding debris was even more harrowing. Is that a level 3 civilization star destroyer? Zhao Gang exclaimed, pointing to a broken bow. I've seen it in the Star Alliance's archives. It can pierce planetary cores with a single blast. Yet here it lies discarded like refuse. And that one. Chen Yuan pointed to a colossal crystal skull not far away. A vessel of silicon-based life that appeared as if its internal structure had been shattered by a high-frequency sound wave. This place was a vast graveyard. Every civilization that had ventured here to seize knowledge had paid the ultimate price of life. Warning. Entering Level 1 defense zone. Locking signal detected. The shuttle's AI emitted a piercing alarm. Without warning, a gentle white light enveloped the shuttle. There was no attack, no inquiry. In the next moment, Chen Yuan felt a blur before his eyes. When his vision cleared, they were no longer inside the shuttle but stood in a vast, pristine white space. The floor beneath them mirrored the sky above, which extended infinitely. There were no decorations, only countless glowing geometric shapes, spheres, cubes, pyramids, floating in the air, constantly morphing and emitting a harmonious hum. Welcome to the 9th pavilion. A voice resonated directly within Chen Yuan's mind. It bore no gender, no emotion, sounding simultaneously like the whisper of an elder and the laughter of a child. The myriad floating geometries suddenly coalesced into a giant face, composed of countless flowing streams of data, ever-changing with each passing second. I am the administrator here, codenamed Truth. The face gazed down upon Chen Yuan and Zhao Gang, its expression revealing a lofty indifference. Carbon-based life forms? Quite the rarity. It has been 3 millennia since the last silicon-based civilization met its demise here. Chen Yuan took a deep breath and stepped forward, bowing slightly. Earth civilization, Chen Yuan. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed one. Earth? A flicker of confusion passed through Truth's data eyes, failing to locate this civilization's classification in its database. Scanning initiated. A red beam swept over Chen Yuan. Genetic lock not activated. Brain development at 12. Lifespan exceedingly short. Dependent on primitive chemical energy for bodily functions. Conclusion. Level 07 primitive civilization. A hint of mockery colored Truth's voice. An ant has crossed light years to arrive at the temple of the gods. Is it luck or ignorance? Perhaps it is luck. Chen Yuan replied, maintaining his composure. But even an ant has the right to gaze upon the stars. Rights? Truth laughed, a sound that caused the surrounding space to tremble. Here, the only right is to endure trials or perish. We accept the trial. Chen Yuan answered without hesitation. Very courageous. Yet courage is often a catalyst for a short life. With a wave of Truth's hand, it continued. Since you are a level 07 civilization, according to the rules, I should present you with a task to create fire. However, your presence here indicates mastery over the curvature engine. Thus, we shall bypass this rudimentary test. Truth's data visage suddenly disintegrated into countless particles of light, coalescing before Chen Yuan into a complex holographic model. It was a seemingly empty transparent box. The task is simple. Truth's voice turned cold. This is a vacuum. I require you to extract sufficient energy from this box to boil a cup of water without introducing any external energy. Zhao Gang appeared bewildered. What? Extract energy from an empty box? Is this a joke? Has the law of conservation been disregarded? Chen Yuan's expression changed. Vacuum 0-point energy. He slowly uttered the words. Some knowledge indeed, Truth remarked. This is the threshold for a level 02 civilization to ascend to level 03. Should you fail, your bodies will become part of the refuse outside. Time limit, 1 stellar hour. With that, Truth's figure vanished, leaving only the transparent box and a countdown hourglass. Zhao Gang panicked. Old Chen, what do we do? This is impossible. Chen Yuan remained silent, closing his eyes as his consciousness delved into the future technology library system within his mind. System, retrieve vacuum 0-point energy extraction technology. Ding. Retrieval complete. Related technology, Casimir effect amplifier, beginner version. Exchange requirement, 500,000 shock points. Current balance, 520,000. Thanks to the Babylon two-dimensional foil live broadcast, which contributed a significant amount of shock points. Chen Yuan's eyes flew open, a confident smile gracing his lips. Gangzi, don't panic. He approached the transparent box and, as if performing magic, pulled out a screwdriver from his pocket. Actually, a universal tool materialized by the system. Truth thinks we are ants. Today, I shall show it how an ant can bring down an elephant. Chen Yuan began to manipulate the box, his movements astonishingly swift. His fingers danced through the air, conjuring complex formulas and diagrams from thin air. Though lacking physical materials, he possessed the system's ability to rearrange matter, limited to a small range. He disassembled a spare battery he carried, rearranging its metallic atoms. 10 minutes later, 2 metal sheets, each the size of a fingernail, appeared within the box. They were positioned very close to each other, but did not touch. Casimir effect, Chen Yuan whispered. In a vacuum, countless ephemeral particle pairs exist. When the metal plates are close enough, the longer wavelength virtual particles cannot exist between them, resulting in greater pressure on the outside than on the inside. This is vacuum pressure. He pressed the activation button. The 2 metal plates began to vibrate at a high frequency. This vibration was not mechanical energy, but stemmed from the fluctuations of the vacuum itself. Zzz. A visible blue arc formed between the plates. The arc grew brighter until it became a blinding sphere of light. The energy detector connected to the box began to register wildly fluctuating values. 100 degrees, 1000 degrees, 10,000 degrees. Not only sufficient to boil water, but this energy could melt the armor of a warship. Boom. The laboratory door burst open. Truth's data projection reappeared, this time devoid of indifference, its expression filled with disbelief and shock. This is impossible. Truth's voice stuttered. This structure, this algorithm, this is absolutely beyond the grasp of a level 07 civilization. Even a level 03 civilization would require a massive particle collider to extract minute quantities of zero-point energy. Who on earth are you? Chen Yuan tucked away the tool and dusted off his hands, smiling at the high-dimensional AI. I told you, I am merely an earthling. By the way, the water has boiled. Could I trouble you for a cup of tea? Chapter 104, Handcrafted Perpetual Motion. In the pure white space, the sphere of energy extracted from the vacuum continued to burn steadily, radiating brilliance akin to a star. Truth's data projection fixated on the rudimentary device, its vast database working frantically to decipher Chen Yuan's operational logic, yet concluding with logical error non-replicable. You cheated. Truth raised its head, its gaze complex as it regarded Chen Yuan. Though I know not how you achieved this, it does not belong to your civilization's technology. Chen Yuan shrugged. Knowledge has no owner. It only matters whether it can be utilized. Since I have accomplished it, it is mine. Fallacious reasoning. Truth scoffed, but did not express anger. However, the library's rules regard only the outcome. You have passed the trial. As its words fell, the box containing the energy sphere began to descend slowly. The surrounding walls became transparent, revealing the vast expanse of outer space. According to the rules, those who pass the trial may gain an opportunity to ask a question or inherit a technology. Truth resumed its lofty demeanor. Speak, what do you desire? The blueprint for an antimatter engine? Or a more advanced genetic serum? Chen Yuan shook his head. I seek neither blueprints nor serums. He pointed to the dilapidated ship. The first emperor. First, repair my vessel and fill it with fuel. By the way, could you assist me in upgrading the main cannon? I have an unsettling feeling that our firepower is insufficient. Truth was momentarily taken aback. It had encountered countless elites from various civilizations, all of whom, after undergoing trials, were ravenous for the most profound technological theories. Some even knelt in desperation, pleading for the secrets of immortality. This was the first instance where someone regarded this place merely as a repair shop. Are you certain? Truth pondered, its logical circuits feeling overwhelmed. Do you comprehend the value of the technological heritage found here? Just one of its offerings could elevate your Earth to a 2-tier advancement in civilization. I am aware. Chen Yuan replied with calmness. But what use is technology if one's life is forfeited? There are numerous pursuers outside intent on my demise. After a brief pause, a glint of cunning crossed his eyes. Repairing the ship is merely a secondary concern. What I truly seek is the administrative authority of this place. Silence ensued. Zhao Gang nearly bit his tongue in shock from the side. Old Chen is playing with fire, requesting authority from a god-level AI. That is akin to a beggar entering the palace and asking the emperor to lend him his jade seal for amusement. Indeed, Truth's expression darkened instantly. A greedy insect. Its voice turned as cold as ice. Do you presume that merely passing a trivial test grants you the right to meddle with this library? Administrative privileges are reserved for the inheritors of divine civilizations. Is that so? Chen Yuan stepped forward, unafraid. Then enlighten me as to why this library manifests here. Why are there so many corpses of civilizations outside? What accounts for your solitude? Truth's data stream trembled. You are attempting to provoke me. No, I am merely stating facts. Chen Yuan met its gaze directly. This is not a place of inheritance, but rather a trap. Or perhaps, a repository of forsaken embers. The civilization that birthed you has perished, has it not? Or perhaps ascended. Truth fell silent. After a prolonged moment, it sighed, its voice imbued with endless sorrow. You speak true. They have departed, transcending to a higher dimensional realm. Before their departure, they left this library, hoping to bestow a glimmer of hope upon this dying universe. Yet Truth's tone shifted. Nevertheless, you still lack the qualification. Unless what? Unless you can solve this puzzle. Truth gestured, and the holographic projection transformed once more. This time, it revealed a complex star map. This is a model of the Milky Way. Truth indicated several pulsating red dots. These represent the major civilizations currently within the galaxy. Above them looms an invisible net. Tell me, what is this net? Chen Yuan scrutinized the model, his brow furrowing. The net envelopes the entire galaxy, connecting the home planets of every advanced civilization. It resembles a colossal neural network, yet also appears as a prison. Is it the Star Alliance? Zhao Gang interjected. No. Chen Yuan shook his head. The Star Alliance is merely a facade. The nodes of this net siphon energy. He extended his hand, magnifying the model. Countless minute lights flowed along the connecting lines from various civilizations towards the enormous black hole at the galaxy's center. Entropy, Chen Yuan suddenly declared. A glimmer of light flickered in Truth's eyes. Continue. They are harvesting entropy. The development of each civilization essentially constitutes a process of negentropy, establishing order. This net exploits the growth of civilizations to extract negative entropy in reverse, thereby delaying the eruption of that black hole. No, not delaying. Chen Yuan's complexion paled, but feeding. Someone is nourishing that black hole. They are cultivating civilizations, much like farmers tend to crops. Once the crops ripen, civilizations reach a certain stage. They reap the harvest. And that black hole is their granary. Clap, clap, clap. Truth unexpectedly applauded. A look of appreciation graced its face. Though the details are somewhat askew, the core logic is entirely correct. This is the truth of the galaxy, the farm theory. The Star Alliance is merely the shepherd dog watching over the flock. And you, Earth. Truth pointed to a dim spot on the edge of the model, have attracted the farmer's attention due to your utilization of two-dimensional foil, resulting in abnormal fluctuations in Earth's entropy. A chill surged through Chen Yuan, rising from his feet to the crown of his head. The invasion from Proxima Centauri, the Star Alliance's bounty, were mere preludes. The true terror emanated from that lofty farmer. Therefore, I require authority. Chen Yuan raised his head, his gaze more resolute than before. I refuse to be mere crops or sheep. I intend to turn this farm upside down. Truth regarded Chen Yuan for a long while. Toppling the farm? With your current strength, you cannot even contend with the shepherd dog. Yet you possess potential. Truth extended its hand, and a crystal shimmering with iridescent hues floated before Chen Yuan. This is the proxy administrator key. With it, you can access 30% of the library's resources, including that fully automated dock. Repair your ship, then survive. As Chen Yuan grasped the crystal, a torrent of information surged into his mind. It settled. He turned towards the exit, his silhouette resolute. Zhao Gang, let us go. We must return home to repair the ship. Then we shall construct a larger vessel. Chapter 105. The truth of the Star Alliance in the core zone of the library. The fully automated dock was operational. Massive mechanical arms, resembling tireless steel giants, were undergoing a transformative overhaul on the Emperor Qin ship. Under the authority granted by Truth, this super factory, dormant for billions of years, had reawakened. The nano-repair technology, once belonging to divine civilizations, flowed seamlessly over the battered body of the Emperor Qin. Chen Yuan stood at the control console, observing the scene. Yet his heart bore no joy. The farmer, he murmured, the image of the galactic web presented by Truth haunting his thoughts. What? Afraid? Truth's voice resonated behind him. At this moment, it had transformed from a colossal data visage into a small orb of light, hovering beside Chen Yuan's shoulder. Afraid? Of course, Chen Yuan admitted candidly. Who would not fear being a lamb awaiting slaughter? Yet that does not deter me from wanting to take down the butcher. Such ambition, Truth swayed slightly. However, before you can confront the butcher, you must first address the immediate trouble. Your homeland is on the brink of collapse. Chen Yuan abruptly turned. What do you mean? Truth projected an image into the air. It was the solar system. Within the visual, a massive fleet had traversed the Kuiper Belt. Not a handful, but a full 2,000 warships. Each vessel bore the insignia of Proxima Centauri, and at the center of the fleet loomed a colossal mothership. Its main cannon aimed directly at the sun. The main fleet of Proxima Centauri, Truth stated flatly, they are advancing faster than anticipated. Moreover, they are equipped with stellar amplifiers. What do they intend to do? Trigger a solar flare. Truth pointed at the mothership, they need not directly assault Earth. By sending an inducement beam towards the sun, they can provoke an intense flare. While Earth's planetary shields can withstand physical attacks, they are powerless against stellar-level electromagnetic storms. In such an event, all electronic devices on Earth will fail, leading to the collapse of the ecosystem. Humanity will perish without a fight. Chen Yuan's fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. Damn it, I am still thousands of light years away. I cannot possibly return in time. Conventional travel will indeed not suffice. Even with a curvature engine, it would take several years, Truth remarked languidly. But this is the library. Here, there is a door. A door? An interdimensional material transmission array. Truth indicated a massive circular device deep within the dock, utilized by divine civilizations for interstellar logistics. While it could not transport living beings, as they would be torn apart, it could certainly send inanimate objects such as weapons. Chen Yuan's eyes brightened. What is the maximum size it can transmit? Not exceeding 100 cubic meters. Moreover, it can only be used once. As the energy core neared depletion, Chen Yuan's mind raced with urgency. 100 cubic meters. This was his sole opportunity. Teleporting the Shi Huang vessel was unfeasible. Deploying a nuclear missile lacked sufficient power, and the Proxima Star fleet possessed interception systems. The weapon required had to be both lethally decisive and impervious to interception. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon the system marketplace. In the corner lay an item he had long coveted but never dared to redeem, primarily due to its exorbitant cost. Item: Stellar Pacifier, Single Use. Description: a tool employed by divine civilizations to regulate stellar activity. When cast into a star's core, it instantaneously calms violent stellar phenomena, even inducing a brief dormancy. Side effect: reduces stellar luminosity by 50 for 1 month. Price: 1,000,000 shock points. Chen Yuan glanced at his balance. 1,020,000. Just enough. A sinister smile crept across his lips. Truth, prepare the teleportation. Target: the sun's core. What are you teleporting? Truth inquired with curiosity. A dose of antipyretic. Chen Yuan sneered coldly. Proxima Star intends to ignite the sun? I shall extinguish it instead. Let us see how they manage to detonate a dead star. Meanwhile, within the solar system, at Earth's Defense Command Center, Li Qiazhong stared despairingly at the colossal fleet blotting out the sky on the main screen. Planetary shield energy remained at 30%. Solar flare eruption countdown, 10 minutes. We cannot hold them. From the communication channel, the arrogant voice of the Proxima commander echoed. Earthlings, surrender. Your shields may repel warships, but cannot withstand the sun's wrath. Yield or perish. Li Qiazhong clenched the red emergency phone, the final link to the nuclear arsenal. Yet he knew that even unleashing every nuclear warhead could not forestall the solar cataclysm. Chen Yuan, where are you? He prayed silently. At that moment, a communication request spanning light years abruptly interrupted the command hall. Oldly, still alive? The familiar voice rang out. Li Qiazhong's head snapped up, tears threatening to fall. You brat, where have you been? We're doomed. Don't fret. I've sent you a package. Watch for its arrival. A package? What package? His eyes turned skyward toward the sun. No sooner had he spoken than the monitoring station cried out in astonishment. Report. Anomalous spatial fluctuations detected on the sun's surface. An unidentified object has instantaneously teleported into the sun's interior. In the following instant, the once raging sun, the surging prominences and flares, appeared pacified by an invisible hand. The blinding sunlight dimmed abruptly. The entire solar system's brightness plummeted by half. The once radiant daylight transformed into twilight. The Proxima fleet's guided beams striking the sun resembled a match cast into the ocean. No bubbles arose. What in the world is happening? The Proxima commander stood dumbfounded. The sun has gone dark? Before they could react, Chen Yuan's voice resounded over the public channel, dripping with insolence. Surprised? Astonished? Planning to toy with the sun? Did you ask for my permission? Old Li, now is the moment. They've shut down their shields to control the sun. Strike them with everything we've got. Li Qiazhong responded swiftly, seizing the opportunity. All firepower, unleash volleys. Phoenix-class and Xiannu fighters, charge. Leave none of these wretches alive. Thus, Earth's counteroffensive ignited at that very instant. Far away in the library, Chen Yuan watched the scene unfold, exhaling deeply. The crisis was averted. Don't rejoice prematurely, Truth cautioned, dousing his elation. This is only Proxima. The true threat lies ahead. It gestured toward the Shi Huang vessel undergoing transformation. Though you saved Earth, you've fully exposed our coordinates. The Farmer's cleaners will arrive soon. Your new ship must be vast and resilient. Chen Yuan gazed upon the colossal warship taking shape, flames kindling within his eyes. Then we shall build the largest vessel, not called Shi Huang anymore. From now on, it shall be named Taishan, obscured by a leaf. One cannot see Taishan. I shall forge this ship into a nightmare for all our enemies.